Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there on the Tuesday morning. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. We love you on YouTube, even though the chat's not up working. I know the chat would have had a day yesterday. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? All the overnight dancers, we love you. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to get into with Kyle Shanahan. The 49ers, the Golden State Warriors are back on the floor tonight. We'll recap Monday Night Football. Some breaking news here in the NFL. Shasky Azeez Al-Shaair, former linebacker of the 49ers, now with the Houston Texans, suspended for 3 games for a hit on Trevor Lawrence as Trevor Lawrence was sliding, and Al-Shaair couldn't stop himself, so he says. And it's really hard for a defender, so he's suspended for 3 games. A lot going on in the world of sports, man. Lakers get blown out yesterday. That's always a good time. Sam Lubman's back, so we get to rip on him and the Miami Hurricanes as he's trying to act like it doesn't bother him. Oh, it bothers him. When your team blows a 21-0 lead for a chance to go to the college football playoff and the conference championship, it's going to bother you all season long. You can lie to yourself. You can look in the mirror and say, yeah, I don't care. I knew it was coming. You didn't know it was coming. Let it burn, baby. Let it burn.
Good morning. Let's get into this hit real quick. Al-Shaair's hit. You know, I just think the average fan, I'm not sure they comprehend the speed at which the game is played at, or any of these games are played at. And, I mean, maybe they think they know, but when you're standing there on the field and you're like the same height, field level, if you will, and you're watching, the decisions are made so quick, and to slow up and to ease up, it's so difficult. I'm not here to exonerate Al-Shaair. That's not what I'm doing. Because he gave him what I call the woofer. You know, it was the forearm part of it. Yeah. And then I do believe we've gotten into a reactionary part of society where we look at the highlight, or in this case, you know, the replay over and over and over, and we adjudicate it based on the level of injury and what it looks like, right? As opposed to, like, come on, man, it's tough. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be suspended. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be up in arms. Yes, it was a violent hit. Absolutely. I just think it's really hard to play defense. And when you have a guy like for example, Patrick Mahomes faking going out of bounds or faking giving himself up, which he's done time and time again, only to stand up and then tiptoe down the line and get an extra 10, 15 yards. I don't know. I have a little more empathy for the defense in these situations than the average person. Maybe I'm standing alone on an island here. I think it's so hard, man. And when you're about to wrap somebody up or you're trying to lay a hit on a guy, Trevor Lawrence 6'6", 6'5", he's a big boy. And you want to give him a little piece of your, something. You play the game to hit the quarterback at the core of the sport. I just think it's so hard. And I know they have to do this to protect quarterbacks because I would want my quarterback protected. And I know I'm kind of a hypocrite when I'm bringing up all these different angles and I'm playing all sides of the fence here. I just think it's so difficult.
Yeah, Al-Shaair, I'm looking at the replay here of a Bears game where he basically gave a forearm to somebody's helmet, and Adam Schefter just tweeted out as a factor in his 3-game suspension. The NFL noted that Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair has had multiple offenses for personal fouls and sportsmanship-related rules violations in recent seasons. Was it when he was with the 49ers? When he was with the Niners, he actually went in on Tom Brady, tried to chop him in the throat. It was pretty, you saw that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was like, whoa. So I didn't know Al-Shaair seems like a good dude. Seems like he tries to play the right way. He's got a little dirtiness to him at the linebacker position. Kind of reminds me of the safety who I didn't even realize was coaching. I forgot where I saw him coaching at. He's like an assistant. Ooh. But Chuck Cecil. The old linebacker.
Chuck Cecil.
The old safety.
That's
of the
name.
Dude, Phoenix Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, you like that?
I do.
He was as dirty as they come. And if you ran over the middle of the field, you think of Rodney Harrison, who's a Hall of Famer, but you know what? Kind of dirty, right?
Okay. All of our favorite players. Like, this is I grew up with the hit tapes. You know what I'm talking about, the hit tapes. The VHS tapes where they would show explosion hits. And then my favorite players, and this is me, okay? People can disagree. I don't watch for just fantasy football. I used to love the game for the Bernard Pollards, for the Dante Whitners, because the Hitman was one of my favorites. Deshaun Goldson would destroy someone.
No doubt.
And I loved the Hawk. And when he would do the stand-up thing, Tim McDonald was laying fools out. John Lynch cut his teeth laying fools out. You know, so there's a level of physicality that I appreciate about the NFL. So maybe I'm the dodo bird. Maybe I'm an extinct kind of a viewer.
No. Just stop isolating yourself, because I think everybody loves hard hitting. That's what makes football so great. We love the hard hits. I mean, we love the hard hits. I remember Ryan Clark popping Willis McGahee in the AFC Championship game, one of the most violent, brutal hits in the history of the NFL. I loved it because you need tone setters. That's what you do on defense. That's what you're taught to do. You want to make sure you lay the pain and let people know that, hey, it's not going to be that day. If you're running this way, you're going to get popped, so you're going to think twice about it. We're going to make this receiver think twice about running a quick slant at 100 miles an hour. But D'Amico Ryan said something. We're pulling this out in just a second. You have it here? Do you have to highlight a hit first? Get the highlight of the hit, because I want to play the hit. Daryl Johnston he was livid about the Moose Man? The Moose Man, who's now like on the D team of Fox. I don't know why. He's a really good announcer or a really good color commentator.
Because we've got 7,000 Cowboys doing broadcasts.
Well, he's one of them.
Yeah, I know.
He's one of them. I mean, you know, by the way, I thought Brady took a step back on Thanksgiving night.
Oh, I didn't think he was that bad.
Dallas. I mean, Greg.
That was a bad game, though.
Greg Olson's so much better. It's not even funny.
Well, Greg Olson's really good, and he's had a couple of years of experience, he's better.
Brady was, he's talking about Daniel Jones, and, you know, I get Daniel Jones wanting to be released. I mean, Brady, it's easy for him to say, yeah, you got to stick it through. That organization's a mess. Well, I don't mind Daniel Jones tapping out on that one.
But Daniel Jones, to defend it, what you're talking about is that basically Daniel Jones, didn't want to stay with the New York Giants, and he asked for his release. They refused to allow him to play on practice squads because they didn't want him to get hurt because there's an injury clause.
No doubt.
And I think that Brady was misinformed regarding the Daniel Jones situation, and I think he was talking out of turn on that one, and he was wrong.
It was wow. Steve Atwater is another one.
Love Steve Atwater
about him. All right, we have the play. Here's the play. Azeez Al-Shaair, the hit on Trevor Lawrence Sunday as the Texans beat the Jaguars.
Another flag has come down with the activities on the bench, but the bigger concern right now is what's going on with Trevor Lawrence. A brutal hit from Azeez Al-Shaair.
It's everything you're not supposed to do. Everything. You'll see this in slow motion, and Azeez Al-Shaair does everything you're trying to prevent in this situation. It's reckless. It's disrespectful. There's an honor that you give to your opponent on the football field, and you respect him, and there's opportunities to be physical and give big hits and play this game in that manner, and there's other times when there's a respect that you grant to your opponent, and especially in the situation with Trevor Lawrence and that shoulder injury.
D'Amico Ryan's out there now saying to Azeez Al-Shaair, get to the sideline.
Get to the sideline so you can go up the tunnel and get off the field.
So it became a brawl as he was walking to the tunnel. There was more chatter, both sidelines. Now, this is an NFC rivalry game. And D'Amico, after the game, you know, he defended, he prayers up for Trevor Lawrence. But yesterday, here's what D'Amico said about the play.
Stand behind Azeez and everything, you know, that came from that. Of course, he unfortunately hit on the quarterback, but it's twofold, right? I mean, a lot of the quarterbacks in this day and age, they try to take advantage of the rule where they slide late and they try to get an extra yard. And now you're a defender, a lot of onus is on the defender, right? Whether it's on the sideline or where it's on the quarterback, you don't know what a guy's thinking. You don't know if a guy's staying up and he's continuing to run. You don't know. And then you get a late slide and you hit the guy. Unfortunate that Trevor got hurt. We hope Trevor is okay, but it's also, if we're sliding, we have to get down. If we're getting out of bounds, we get out of bounds, and that rule is there to protect the quarterbacks, and we want our quarterbacks to be safe in the league, so we just have to be safe. If we're sliding, make sure we're keeping our heads down. So, and the entire thing is, Aziz hits the guy, but their sideline overreacts, and it turns into a melee. It wasn't our guys. Their team overreacted, pushed our guy, dragging our guy to the sideline. So that's uncalled for on that side. We have to be better on the sidelines as well.
So that's D'Amico Ryans, and you're talking about the speed of the game. I thought I knew the speed of the game, and for the first time I went down on the sideline at the Oakland Coliseum. It was a Raider-Jet game.
Yeah.
Geno Smith actually was playing quarterback for the Jets. And I think it was Danico Autry. It could be wrong. But it was the fourth quarter, last 5 minutes of the game, and at the time the NFL media will let you go down so you could go to the presser, especially at the Coliseum. And Geno got hit. And I was on the sideline, and I said, that hurt my ribs.
Yeah.
And the speed that the game was being played at, I said, yeah. We used to always joke in the street, be like, oh, man, would you be able to play 10 plays in the NFL for $10 million? You'd be like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. Could you score 10 in an NBA game for $5 million against the likes of Kobe or LeBron? Yeah. Like, yeah, I could do that. No, you can't. You can't play 5 snaps in the NFL. These guys are gladiators. Who knows what the hell they're on in terms of performance enhancing and all the weight training and whatnot. Guys got 8 packs. Guys are rocked out of their minds. Geno took a hit so bad you could hear from the sideline, and I was like, oh my gosh, the speed that the game is played at. So to ask a defender like Aziz Al-Shaair, look, the forearm is nasty, right? You don't like to see the forearm to the helmet. Yes. It looks bad. But when you're in real time and you're pursuing the football, and Trevor Lawrence at the last second is like, oh, I'm going to dive. Or if it's anybody, and prayers up to Trevor Lawrence. I hope he's okay because he went down like Tua did in that Buffalo game this past on Thursday Night Football earlier this season when he was, defenseless. But you slide late trying to get an extra yard, and you got a linebacker who's running 100 miles an hour. So what if he does come up and tries to stop? He may pull a hamstring. Something may pop. Who knows? It is tough to hold up. So D'Amico's kind of right. It is twofold.
Well, I agree. And so the reaction of the players, very quickly, I actually loved how Evan Ingram defended his quarterback.
No, you should do that.
I loved it, and I understand their point of view. And again, if I was a Jaguar fan, I would feel the way they feel. Yep. But at the same time, I think it's a lot more difficult than we want to admit. Last year, DeAndre Swift got hit over the middle by Diamonor Lenore at the end of the Eagle game. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do. He got cracked.
He got destroyed. Niner fans celebrated it. And it's an unfortunate play, but he is a blind receiver coming across the middle. It's a bad pass by Jalen Hurts. Brady's talked about this. Like, back in his era, if he threw over the middle and laid a guy out, he felt awful. Horrible. He could ruin a guy's career.
Yep, no doubt.
And that's just, it's not to the level that it once was, and that's great because guys are having longevity and 3rd and 4th contracts and all that. But at the same time, I just think it's really difficult to play defense.
No, especially today's
on a moving target. I wrestle with my son every day. He's 1 year old. 1 year old, okay? He does moves, and he moves, and sometimes you accidentally hit him in a spot you don't want to because you're wrestling and you're having fun. Imagine 6'6" pro athlete Trevor Lawrence, okay, coming down on you as a moving target. You're flying. You want to make sure you get low, and Al-Shaair should be suspended if it's body of work related and he has a ton of offenses and the resume is overcompensated. I get it. But at the same time, can we all acknowledge there's a gray area here? And I just think it's a lot harder to play defense in the NFL when a lot of quarterbacks fake the go down. And I think it's tough. How many times have the Niners failed to bring down a running quarterback this year?
I mean, it happens all the time. But I talk to coaches all the time.
Yeah, what do they say?
On the side, defensive coaches, it's tough. I mean, look, I played football for 5 years. No, I didn't play at a high level. I stopped at high school. Or actually, my high school senior year, we won Chicory Day, and that was the last game I ever played. So I didn't play college football. But being around a lot of guys who did play college football and now are coaching in college football, a lot of guys at CSM or grew up with, a lot of guys at City. I was talking to Larry Grant over the weekend. You're playing defense. You're trained to not only tackle, but to send a message when you tackle.
Exactly.
Not hurt somebody, but hey, let them know it's going to be a long day if you run up this gap.
I'm trying to separate you from the ball. That's the job of a line, especially a linebacker.
And it's a quarterback. We got that famous Al Davis quote. The quarterback must go down. He must go down hard. So 100%. When the quarterback leaves a pocket, it's fair game. But Trevor Lawrence, he's sliding. And Al-Shaair, look, he'll be better at it. You got to hold up. But What's going to happen the next time somebody fake slides and tries to get 10 more yards?
Exactly.
Could cost you a football game. Could cost you a first down. Could cost you a job on the football team, for crying out loud. So, look, it's an unfortunate situation. You hope that Trevor Lawrence, and just thinking about Trevor Lawrence in the season that he's had, he signs a big fat extension. He's got multiple injuries to shoulder. He's got leg problems. He's got a concussion now. He may not play the rest of the season. And I think Trevor can still be salvageable, but he's probably going to go to the offseason having a new offensive coordinator for the third time, a new head coach for the third time, and now he's got to shake this hit off. And he's got to think about this all the time. So a lot of people are going to freak out about this, but I hear what D'Amico Ryans is saying. It is twofold, and he's a former linebacker, so he knows.
Absolutely, he knows, and I think this is a gray area, B. And again, it's one of the rare times in sports where I see all sides of it. But I just think that we're ready to throw Al-Shaair out of the league, and it's kind of like, come on, you guys, what are we doing?
That's the hyperbolic nature of the internet. I don't really pay attention
and quite
to that.
frankly, there's been times this year the Niners have missed Dre Greenlaw's intensity, which is very comparable to what Al-Shaair plays like.
Where do you think Al-Shaair learned it from?
Exactly.
He's here with D'Amico next to Dre Greenlaw
totally agree.
and Fred Warner. You don't think they teach some nasty out there? Come on now. I want to hear the hit real quick. You want to hear this hit? Let's hear the hit.
No doubt that Trevor represents that well. And oh my, that'll be Al-Shaair, who's flagged for the big hit on the slide, and that's going to start a little bit of a scrum afterwards as the Jaguars come in to protect their QB.
Wow. You can hear the crowd. Oh, you hear the announcers right away like, oh.
Now, that being said, like, I truly acknowledge my own contradiction. Had that happen to Purdy, I'd be really ticked.
Yeah, of course you would.
I admit it. I freely admit it. But it's also part of the game. It's like throwing up and in baseball. It's like a hard foul at the rim. Like these things do happen.
We have to break right now, right this second. Yes?
Like 30 seconds.
Okay. On the other side, I see Daryl Johnson ripped into. Is that Guru who ripped into him?
No, Daryl Moose Johnston. Sorry, I forgot the T.
I saw Daryl Johnson. I was like, wait
a minute.
Guru doesn't sound
Daryl
like
the Guru Johnson ripped into Daryl Moose Johnson?
It's Moose Johnson.
No way.
Daryl on Daryl Crime.
Daryl Crime. No, it says Daryl Johnson ripped into Azeez Al-Shaair. So my eyes lit up because I was like, what the hell did Guru have to say about this? But no, it's Daryl Johnson. We just missed
it. It bothers him.
Yeah, we just
sports, man.
Dude, when he hit the Twitter timeline with sports, man, I swear to God, I was dying.
You hit that win
over the weekend. I sent it to the group thread. It was like
sports, man.
It was an incoherent tweet that at the end said "sports man."
Incoherent? What was the tweet?
I couldn't even read it. Something
on the
about
other side.
C-Mac. I don't even know.
All right, more coming up.
Slap me for what I'm doing.
Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Cross Rib Roaster.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Kevin Givens did have a torn pec. He'll end up going to IR. Christian McCaffrey was a PCL. Shouldn't need surgery, but still about a 6-week recovery, so he'll be going to IR also. And the surprise one from the game was J.P. Mason. Ended up having a high ankle sprain, so he's going to have to go to IR most likely also.
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
Boy, we're going to talk to Baldy at 7:30, Dr. Brian Fely at 8:30 about these injuries. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And you heard from Kyle Shanahan yesterday. And, he started talking about Trent Williams, and he was very choked up about that. You saw a statement about Trent Williams, and this team's been through a lot, man. What a tough season for the 49ers. On the field, off the field. It's been a disaster, to say the least. It has been. Now, Christian McCaffrey, Shanahan mentioned he may not need surgery. He's not going to need surgery, but he's done for the season. PCL injury, he's done. I'm going to talk to Dr. Brian Fely about what this means for Christian McCaffrey, if it's connected to the Achilles. Then Jordan Mason out of nowhere. He's on IR. So now we're going to see a lot of Isaac Guerendo, Patrick Taylor Jr., and somebody the Niners will call in. Maybe it's Keyshawn Vaughn. I'm not even sure if he's still on the practice squad or not. I got to check out the practice squad. But the Niners are just dropping like flies. I'm having my doubts that we're going to see Drake Greenlaw. I'm having my doubts that we see Nick Bosa again. I'm having my doubts that we'll see Trent Williams again this season. So as you get ready for the Chicago Bears and that good defense over there, they're going to come in here with Caleb Williams and try to prove something. Top 2 running backs, gone, just like that. Top right receiver, gone, just like that. Who's next?
Here's what I don't want to hear today. Well, you're only 2 games out of first place.
Yeah.
Because you know what you are? You're 1 game out of a top 10 pick, and you're 2 games out of a top 5 pick. So if you want to play that game, we can play that game in the complete opposite direction.
Well, no, I think that game is done now.
You think it is?
Well, I know it is because I didn't mention it once yesterday, and I usually play that game. It's a game I like to play. But
I'm familiar with your game.
Honestly, once they lost to Seattle, you can kind of see the running. Yeah, it was a wrap. When Geno Smith went night-night on you. Oh, who was I talking to yesterday? Oh, Carter. Carter, he was in for London yesterday doing a great job.
Great job.
Great job.
I mean, tremendous job.
I was like, wow.
A lot of great work being done.
Wow, great job. Wonder why. Miami lost to Syracuse. That's why. I don't even know if that made sense, but they blew a 21-0 lead on Saturday in the Carrier Dome. Anyway.
So you were talking to Carter.
I was talking
Geno
to Carter.
Smith.
Oh, yeah. Walked off the field at Levi Stadium like he was Joe Namath.
Yeah.
And that's the moment where I said, yeah, it may not work out for the 49ers this year. Now, you got to play it up a little bit.
Well, yeah, TV Bonte made an appearance.
Yeah, made an appearance and say, hey, you're 1 game out. And look, they lost to Green Bay. Everybody in the division lost, so you still had hope. But you knew going to Buffalo was going to be tough sledding. No pun intended. And they got beat up in the snow. So you look at the depth chart in the running back room, I'm looking at our edge right now. It's Isaac Guerendo and nobody else. Now, you look at the practice squad, there's Patrick Taylor Jr. Is there another running back here? Nope, there's no other running backs on the practice squad. No other running backs. So they'll probably sign one off the street today. They'll bring somebody in on a Tuesday, work them out, have him as an emergency running back.
Bring Frank Gore Jr. in.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, seriously, I'm dead serious.
He's on the Buffalo Bills practice squad, right?
Yeah, just bring him in. Why not? Bring him in.
You know what? That's actually not a bad idea.
I'm dead serious on that.
You get some fans to go to the game.
I mean, just like, what do we got to lose?
Because aren't you thinking now about like
Patrick Taylor Jr.? Well, he knows the scheme. Dog, what's the scheme? Like this thing about the scheme. I'm just so sick. Like he knows. Brandon Allen knows the scheme. That's what he's got an advantage. He's been in the system. He knows the scheme.
He's got such an advantage.
Shut up with the scheme.
He's got such an advantage
that
he was inactive on Sunday, and Josh Allen was already elevated to the number 2 spot in the quarterback pecking order.
Bonte, you know who else is available right now as a free agent?
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he trucked Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh, my goodness.
Now, didn't Eno Benjamin retire?
No, he's out there. He's listed as a free agent.
He's short, man. He can't stay away.
Let me see. He was with the Saints. Wow. August 5th, 2023, it was announced that Benjamin has suffered a ruptured Achilles tendon in practice will miss the entirety of 2023.
Ouch.
So he may be ready to go now.
Yeah, now he might be good.
He might be ready to go.
He might be ready to
Can he
go.
run his own scheme?
Hey, Bonte.
Scheme? Can he run his own scheme?
Speaking of scheme, there's some people in Philadelphia that love to scheme on us.
Oh, the Crossing Broad. Yeah, I read across to somebody was like, hey, you guys got mentioned in the article.
What is Crossing Broad for those that are listening
It's
right
a
now?
Philadelphia Eagles blogger site.
Okay.
It's a blog site for the Philadelphia Eagles.
And I'm reading the headline right now
All right.
from your boy, Kevin Kincaid. I don't know who that is. But basically it says, you've got to be a sick individual if you're enjoying the 49ers' downfall. And then there's a photo of Kevin Durant in a hospital bed.
That was after the Raptor series. That was after the Raptor series.
I got to laugh, but here it goes. They're basically ripping. So circumstances being what they are, the 49ers were plus 600 over the summer to win the Super Bowl. Blah, 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 blah. They still got to play the Cardinals. The door is wide open for them to not make the playoffs. On one hand, you feel bad for 49ers supporters because they were so close last year. Then you remind yourself that they're a terrible fan base that likes to fight and stab, not just opposing fans, but each other. And here's my favorite line of the whole article. Throw in Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky ripping Philadelphia and Eagle fans, and Deebo Samuel for talking poop for a year straight. Throw in Nick Bosa accusing Philadelphia of planning construction outside of the hotel, and Diamondor Lenore for mixing it up with Eagles fans after the Super Bowl loss. And he just goes on. If you're enjoying the 49ers downfall and that makes you a sick individual, well, I'm the leper from Kingdom of Heaven.
Oh, good stuff.
The downfall is near and it's coming hard.
I take this as a badge of honor.
Well, I do too. You know
Years
why?
later, they're still chirping our names.
Well, you know what's funny?
I love it.
Well, you know what's funny? Not only that article, because I was like, oh, this is cute. They still got us on their brains, right? Jason Dubas, I'm on his close friends list on Instagram, and he's talking. He's talking that talk now that he's back in Philly.
Of course.
And I said, oh, I see you.
What's he talking?
I see
What's
you.
he saying?
It couldn't have, I can't, I'm a bust Dumas out. I love you, Dumas.
He's talking about Joel Embiid and Paul George.
Yeah, he ain't going to talk about that right now. Philly doesn't talk about losers. They stay away from that. They're kind of front runners. They are front runners. So he goes, here it is right here. He shared a text thread that he was having with somebody. Eagles win, Niners down 21-3 at the half. Debo, no stats. This is what heroin feels like. And then he goes, today's my son's third birthday. You know what he asked me? Who has more Super Bowls, Eagles or Niners? And then he goes, throwing on the Bill Walsh era highlight reel. I don't know who he's talking to there, but he had never enjoyed watching the Chiefs struggle more than them. That's Dubas right there. And he goes, bro, can't stand him.
Monte.
So, you know what? It's all good.
I love Jason. I love Jason, and I'm going to say this on these airwaves. I say we revoke his Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame vote and give it to me.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's all.
Of course. That's what it comes down.
Return the keys to the city.
For 3 years. He's been holding on to that for 3 years.
I ended up being right.
3 years. 3 years.
It bothers me.
It does bother me.
But you know what, though?
I was going to play all 82 games like LeBron, and now I'm reconsidering.
And now Philadelphia, you better win the Super Bowl because just like Sam Lubman knows from this morning, you don't win it all after talking that talk. I will come out of the cuts lurking. I ain't
like the Kool-Aid man. He'll come flying through the wall, ready to hit the hater.
Oh, baby.
Listen. I will sit here.
Baby.
I'm not going to sit here in week number, what is this, week 13, 14, 15. I'm not going to say nothing this week. I'm not going to say nothing next week. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm talking about the Niners.
I'm not going to sugarcoat.
I'm not going to do a sugarcoat job. But when you lose.
We'll be out here.
I'll be out here.
Like Chris Tucker with Debo, like Smokey says, like the minute Debo gone, I'd be talking again.
All right. The best running backs available right now, apparently.
Give it to me.
The Tay Train, Latavius Murray. You want the Tay Train?
Raider
what was he called?
The Tay Train.
No, there was another one. He had another
Pocket
nickname.
Rocket, Jalen Rashad.
No, but I thought Latavius, this is the dawning of the age of Latarius. I think Greg Papa did that one time. One of his many horrible bits.
No, he's got some great bits. Relax. Dude,
that
guy.
You
want to talk about Bay Area Hall of Famer?
Fire.
That guy's a Hall of Famer. Jerick McKinnon is available. The Jet.
That's your boy.
Airplane.
That's your boy.
Paper airplane.
We could get him and Kirk Cousins, and Kirk could throw paper airplane outs to him, and he could drop them, or they get picked.
But you know what?
Jet.
He does have a Super Bowl.
I hate him.
Melvin Gordon, Wisconsin Badger, former Charger, and Bronco.
He'll fumble the flight on the way over here.
He's always available in fantasy if you want 3.1 points.
Now I think Lovett's trolling me. Alex Arma, who the hell is that?
I have no idea.
I play fantasy football. I don't even know who that is.
I don't even know.
Eno Benjamin?
Bonte, I started a guy this week. I'm down so bad. I started a guy I'd never heard of him before.
Who?
I'm going to give it to you right here.
Giovanni Ricci?
Who is that?
Dwayne McBride?
Come on.
Cheetah. Matt Breed is available.
Kimani Vidal for the Chargers. I started this week.
James Robinson.
He's the 84th ranked running back. That's how bad it is in our league.
That's how bad your team is. James Robinson.
Everyone's hurt.
James Robinson. No, your team's just bad. I'm looking at playoffs in at least 4 of my leagues. James Robinson. Isaiah Spiller. Royce Freeman.
The only Spiller I recognize is CJ from Clemson. Always available in fantasy as well.
Underwhelming NFL career. All right, Lucky in San Francisco. He's got a concern that we have to get to. He's concerned about something as we get deeper into the Niners.
This is too much.
They're 5-7 right now. They hold the 14th pick in the NFL draft. There's a 3-way tie for the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Jacksonville, Las Vegas, to the New York Giants. How about the Jaguars getting the number 1 pick? You know they don't need a quarterback. Oh, look, it's fidelity.
But what if they want to trade Trevor?
In that contract? Would you be interested in Trevor?
I wonder what teams would be.
You?
Let me mull that over on the break.
Because you are flippity floppity. You know what I'm getting you for Christmas? Hey, Anna, cancel the Christmas order. We're getting Shasky flip-flops. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Hey, Mario Lopez here, and I got...
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
Well, K. Scott can't be doing too well. You see the Sixers record?
What, like 3-12?
I've lost count.
Pull it up here.
How many cases Paul George played? They're 4-14.
4-14. I was close.
4-14. 4-14. They did get a big win against the Pistons the other day. 111 at 96.
That's a big win.
Huge win. Tyrese Maxey, 28 points.
Cade Cunningham and them boys.
Paul George, 4 of 12, 11 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists. Kelly Oubre Jr., our good friend, 14.6 rebounds. But I guess, if they have the Philadelphia Eagles, and, there's no denying the Eagles are playing well. Playing really good football, 8 in a row, really good defense, 10-2. They are a legit Super Bowl contender. When you look at the Super Bowl division, I should say, it's Detroit, it's Philadelphia, it's Kansas City, it's Buffalo. I'm going to throw Pittsburgh in there. I know a lot of people don't like Pittsburgh, but Russ is cooking. Pittsburgh's cooking.
Russ is available maybe next year.
You want Russ?
No.
Would you want Russ as a Niner? You accepted Richard Sherman. You would accept Russ.
He is playing good football, though. I'll give him
playing really good football.
No, I don't want Russ. I don't want Russ.
If Russ signed with the 49ers,
we'd be dangerous.
Would you rather have Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it's not even close. Right?
I would rather have Russ.
Question.
I'd rather have Russ.
Nope.
I'd rather have Russell Wilson. At least Russell Wilson, it's not going to break apart the locker room.
What are you talking about?
Go look at Pittsburgh.
He ended the freaking dynasty that they thought they had in Seattle.
I watched all the Pittsburgh's press conferences because I like to listen to Tomlin talk. Tomlin's a hell of a talker. Najee Harris, TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, George Pickens. Those guys swear by Russell Wilson. They swear by him.
Because they've been walking the Kenny Pickett line for so long.
No, you honestly would rather deal with Aaron Rodgers than Russell Wilson?
For 1 year, yes.
Out of your mind.
Probably, yes.
You're out of your mind.
But you asked me a question beforehand, and it was the hypothetical Trevor Lawrence thing. And look, Brock has played at a higher level than Trevor Lawrence at any point in his career, right? But if it was out there, and again, I don't know what the guarantees are, so because that kind of skews things. Like, what's the price point on Trevor when you acquire him? I don't know, because the way that guarantees shake down. Yeah. Jacksonville might pay portions of his salary. Like, I don't know where it breaks down. I don't love paying him the money at all. I didn't think he deserved the extension in Jacksonville. I know, what are you gonna do? You got to pay it to him. But no, you don't. You don't have to pay it to him. He was the number 1 overall pick. He had certain guarantees already in his contract. He had a 5th-year option. You could have franchise tagged him. I don't know. The business strategy from some of these teams is mind-boggling. That being said, depending on the price point and what it would cost you, I would look into Trevor Lawrence.
I'm not letting you get away with that. As the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed,
you can find a deal. You can find a deal.
Let me read the read. They pay money for this. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Go ask for
I'm not.
my friend Carrie.
The way you've ridiculed and raked Trevor Lawrence over the coals, saying you want nothing. No, I'm not letting you get away with that.
It's like an Andrew Wiggins situation. I'm taking a number 1 overall pick who might need a new spot, and similar to you, I'm buying low on Andrew Wiggins.
You didn't buy
I might
low.
do the same thing on Trevor Lawrence.
Didn't buy low
but
on
Bonte, now I'm a mature man, and I've listened and I've learned from my mistakes, and I'm listening to what the king is telling me.
Spinoni, get in here.
All right, so Trevor Lawrence signed a 5-year.
This guy would rather have Rodgers than Russell Wilson.
He signed a 5-year, $275 million contract extension with the Jacksonville Jaguars this past offseason, $37.5 million signing bonus, and $200 million of that is guaranteed. Now, the cap hits per year for starting next year, $17 million, $24 million, $35 million. Then in 2028 starts getting really heavy, $47 million. Then there's a potential out in 2029. After that, though, then the cap hits $78 million, and then $74 million. But so it's not horrible. The caps, they're really not the next couple of years.
But what are the cash guarantees over the next couple of years? That's the thing that matters to me.
Like the dead cap?
No, just the cash.
He's got most of the guarantees.
Yeah, he's got 200 of it is guaranteed already.
Yeah, he's probably already got that money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it's the per year cap hit.
Interesting. I mean, it's a lot more palpable than I thought on the outside looking in.
Well, here's the free agent list of quarterbacks. If you do want to move off.
No, I don't want to. I'm just.
No, I didn't say you.
Yeah,
I'm just saying to everybody.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson.
I wonder what Sam Darnold.
Trey Lance.
Okay, keep going.
Jacoby Brissett, Taylor Heineke, Marcus Mariota.
It's getting worse.
Drew Lock, Jared Stidham.
Drew Lock fought the other night.
Andy Dalton. Justin Fields.
The red rifle.
I'm intrigued with Justin Fields. Joe Flacco.
To do what? Play running back?
No, he can spin it. He can spin it. Joe Flacco. Jameis Winston. Oh, here's a name.
Jameis Winston is actually an interesting one.
Just for the sound bites, Jameis would be fun.
No.
He might be the greatest roller coaster in sports history.
Yeah, Shanahan's not dealing with that. Come on. Here's the name that I think is realistic. Even in the backup role to start.
Don't say Nick Mullins.
Nope. Can you guess what I'm going to say? I'll let you guys take a guess. Everybody in this room, take a guess.
Daniel Jones.
You haven't mentioned him yet, I'm assuming.
Nope, haven't mentioned him yet. It's going to be a free agent.
He's going to be a free agent, so...
Joe Flacco.
Justin Fields?
Gardner Minshew.
Nope. Mac Jones.
It all comes back to Mac.
No.
Shanahan liked him coming out of the draft.
God.
You don't think Mac Jones? That's more realistic than any of these guys.
I actually believe in that conspiracy that he actually liked Mac Jones more than Trey Lance, and he was pressured into it. I actually
don't know who pressured him.
I feel like the media pressured Kyle into taking him.
No, because most
did.
of the media wanted Mac Jones. Do you think it's dad, Mike Shanahan?
I have no
Because remember
idea.
we talked to the North Dakota State coach, and he said Mike was at every meeting. Mike was there with the whole ride. Mike Shanahan was on the PJ with Shanahan and Lynch and everybody.
I think where we're going with all this is you're listing all these things. It is wild how everything's up on the table right now. And I think when you have a lost season, and which is what the Niners are having the season from hell. Yeah. Like, let's just call it what it is, the season from hell. And Purdy's been up and down. He's had some brilliant moments. He's had some down moments. And when you make a financial commitment that we thought they were going to make at the beginning of the year to Brock Purdy, you are locking yourself in for at least a couple of years. Now, I think most of us think they're going to figure out a way to give him a couple of years with some big money. But the talk of like resetting the quarterback market, like, whoa, we're pumping the brakes on all that. I will be the first to admit that I have got everything on the table. And what I mean by everything on the table is I want to see these next 5 games play out. Can Purdy stay upright? Can he stay healthy? What does he look like with diminished talent around him? Because that could sway me. If he looks great with very little around him, that could reinforce my belief in him. If he looks sketch, if he re-injures himself, because there's some body questions. Like today, you're asking me today, I'm like, yeah, I would bring in another quarterback either in the draft or behind. Like Brandon Allen's not good enough. Josh Dobbs not good enough behind him to push him. You can't have enough quarterbacks. But I'm still not done making assessments on Purdy.
Let's go to Lucky in the city. Lucky, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's happening, Baldinger? Man, look.
What's up, Lucky?
I just got off work, man, and I'm listening to you guys. I know you guys have to, have a topic and whatnot. Y'all driving me crazy, man. The names that you said as quarterbacks for us? Come on, man. Mac Jones, you might as well put me on there, Bonte. I'm 5, 6.5. I'll play, man. Come on, man.
Hey, Lucky. This team does have Brandon Allen on the roster, and they do have Josh Dobbs. I know he is. I know he. Hey, listen. Look. I don't like calling people trash, but you know what? I wouldn't have him on my football team. I'll just say that. But Shanahan does, and Shanahan seems to have guys like Nick Mullins and CJ Beathard.
He can win you a game.
Yeah, no, he can't. Lucky, but what's your concern, man? What's your concern with this football team right now?
Health, Bonte, health. And I hear what you guys are saying about Brock Purdy playing in these next few games. Him, Talanoa, Drake Greenlaw, Diamador Lenore, sit them all. Let the rookies, let whoever we got on the team go get, like you said, go get Frank Gore Jr., bring him on. And if you really want to, I don't know, man, Drew Lock, I guess, go snatch him up, man. And
just a backup. I'm just looking at backups like Mac Jones, Justin Fields. I would feel a lot better about them backing up Brock Purdy than Brandon Allen.
Why Mac Jones, out of curiosity?
I think Mac Jones he has a good arm. I think he hasn't been putting his rookie season. I thought was okay.
No, it was
I thought
really
it was
good.
okay.
It was good.
And Belichick did him a disservice by hiring
Yes.
Matt Patricia and Joe Judge as an offensive coordinator.
agree.
And that set him back tremendously. Now he's been able to work under Doug Peterson, who, look, Jaguars having a disastrous season. There's no doubt. But at least learning from Doug Peterson, we know he's a quarterback-friendly coach. I think Mac Jones will take some of that input, and Shanahan does have a quarterback-friendly system. Mac Jones ain't the worst thing in the world. I don't think Mac Jones is that bad. Now, can he start for you 17 games and be on a Super Bowl contending team? I don't know.
As a backup, okay, I see your point of view.
I'm not talking. I'm not.
I see your point of view.
I'm going to just make this clear. I'm not trying to replace Brock Purdy right now. I'm trying to build around Brock Purdy. Now, when we get to the price point about what he's worth and everything, I have question marks about that.
Yes.
And you have to be willing to play ball here. So would you get the same production from Mac Jones as you would for Brock Purdy? Probably not. Brock Purdy does some things very well. Pocket awareness is very good, but he has taken a step back.
The ball security's been the biggest issue for me.
Ball security's been bad. Very bad. But you don't think Shanahan would say, you know what? Let's give Mac Jones a tryout.
If you brought in Mac Jones, for me, you better draft a quarterback simultaneously. Right now, the way the league is set up, you get that emergency quarterback spot. That is a redshirt spot. That guy you should be redshirting someone and developing. And this has been one of my big beefs with Shanahan. He doesn't really want to develop the quarterback.
Now, we think about this. With Justin Fields, right? Because he's a number name. I'm intrigued with Justin Fields. I am. I don't know why.
Well, he lost his job.
He did lose. But no, they went to Russell Wilson, and look, it was the right decision. But he did lead the Steelers to a 4-2 record. They were 4-2.
Okay.
And Justin Fields' accountability saying, hey, look, if I put myself in this position to have this job taken away from me because I didn't play my best. And I thought that accountability for Justin Fields, I was like, wow, look at this young man. He's a very mature young man. But he wasn't having a bad season. 5 touchdown passes, 1 interception. Threw for over 1,100 yards. Had 281 on the ground. And when I think about the Shanahan system, he wants to get to 30 carries, right? He wants to get to 30, 35 carries, run the ball down your throat, and set up the play-action pass. Justin Fields on the perimeter is deadly. He is deadly. And I think he's learned something from Arthur Smith. So these are flyers, low-risk, high-reward guys I'm talking about here. Yeah. Not as starters, but Justin Fields, I'll bring him into the quarterback room. Maybe he's too much of a threat to Brock Purdy. I have no idea. But I thought he played well in Pittsburgh this season. I really did. I thought Justin Fields was playing. They were 4-2 when nobody thought the Steelers would be 4-2.
You would. I mean, this is funny how 3 years later, we're literally like thinking about the two guys that could have been draft picks at the number 3 slot, Mac Jones and Justin Fields being, backup options for Brock Purdy. It's just a wild sentence.
And you would think
I'm not mad at you for suggesting it.
Look at my boy Q on Get Up, man. My boy Q's out there on Get Up on the screen. Look at that. Getting that shine on ESPN. Sorry, Shasky. I had to give him a shout out right there. Wow. But you think about this for low risk, high reward moves with these guys. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at the backups because Brendan Allen's not good enough as a backup quarterback. If Brock Purdy's going to have arm issues and shoulder issues, and I know that durability, because that's what we're talking about here with Brock Purdy now, moving forward. Can he stay healthy for 17 games a season?
What's the bigger concern for you? The body or the up and down play?
Well, I don't think he's been as up and down. I think he's had a solid season.
He has not looked good the last month.
He hasn't thrown deep the last month, which is surprising.
But also, are they correlated, I guess, then is the question.
But everything has to work around you, right? We think about Tom Brady. I thought Tom Brady was washed his last year in New England. I was convinced he was done. Father Time knocked on the door, kicked down the door, and I was like, yeah, Brady's done. He's going to go to Tampa. It's going to be lousy. Tom Brady's done. But he was also throwing to Kimbrell Tompkins. I can't name another receiver on that Patriots team.
They had Jacoby Myers.
Okay.
As a rookie, as an undrafted rookie. The only reason I know is because I watched every Patriot game because I had Tom Brady.
I mean, so Brock Purdy is throwing to Deebo Samuel, who can't get separation. Juwan Jennings is a very good receiver, but he's not gaining separation. He's not a downfield threat. Enrique Pearsall's run 63 routes the last 3 games. It gotten 3 targets and no catches. So I don't know how good the receiving core is. So is that on Brock Purdy? Or is that on Shanahan and John Lynch on getting better wide receivers in here? I don't know these things. So what if he has just one explosive playmaker? Like when Brady went down to Tampa Bay, he had Mike Evans. He brought down Gronk. They bring in Antonio Brown, and the rest is history.
No, I hear you. That's like for excellence. But I see a lot of quarterbacks around the league that, for whatever reason, 1 week, 2 week, 3 week stretches, they don't have their top dogs. We saw Matt Stafford without Puka and Cooper Kupp. And although it wasn't beautiful in terms of a box score, the guy is a swashbuckler late in games, and he makes things happen. Brock's had moments like that when all the Avengers are out there and all the superstars, but you take a couple guys away, and that's the difference to me of, can I carry this organization for quarters, stretches at times, and I need everything humming on the right point. And there's times where I don't know, man. I think he's really good. But when you make a commitment of $55, $65 million, like, I have the same questions about Tua. I don't think Tua can do it, for long stretches without Waddle and Tyreek Hill and say, hey, get on my back, let's do this.
But you know what? When he's on the field, man, he is producing.
Tua?
Tua.
No, I doubt. But
he is producing at a high level.
But if it drops under 40 degrees, I have zero faith in him.
There's no doubt. But do you have faith in Brock Purdy under 40 degrees right now?
Right now, if it trickles a little bit of rain, it's like the over-under is 1.5 in terms of turnovers in the pocket.
Unbelievable.
So like that, to me, like, there's a combination of the body that I'm like, I don't know. And then there's like, dude, you're getting a little turnover happy this year.
I'm for the legal. All right, I was about to do the legal right now. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on a free Odyssey app. All right, Brian Baldinger is going to join us at 7:30. 7:30, Brian Baldinger.
Crack.
We'll talk to Dr. Brian Fely from UCSF. He'll join us at 8:30.
Crack.
Talk about some of these injuries on the 49ers and should they be long-term concerns, short-term concerns. We'll get into that with Dr. Brian Fely for about 10 minutes at 8:30. Baldy at 7:30, like I just mentioned. He'll break down the Buffalo game and what to do moving forward. But I want to hear from Niner fans. 888-957-9570. One, do you still think the playoffs are a realistic possibility? And if you don't, how do you navigate the rest of the year? Do you start shutting down? And I'm not saying tanking, trying to lose on purpose, but Fred Warner does have a fractured ankle. Nick Bosa does have a hip and oblique injury. Trent Williams is dealing with an ankle and personal issues. Drake Greenlaw has to step on the field since rupturing his Achilles tendon in the Super Bowl. Do you play him knowing that he's an upcoming free agent? 888-957-9570. If you were the GM of the 49ers or the head coach of the 49ers, how would you navigate the next 5 games? The next 5 games are Chicago, the Rams, the Dolphins, the Lions, and the Cardinals. How would you navigate the next 5 games with this football team? How would you do it, Shasky?
It's case by case. So, Fred Warner, the last thing I want you to be is Patrick Willis. Like, if you have a fractured foot and you end up, or an ankle or whatever it is, and it ends up hurting you long term, like, I can ill afford to have my Hall of Fame level middle linebacker go into another season with an injured foot. Like, that's the last thing. I'm just so gun shy with what happened with Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman that I would say, like, if we can, I would shut Fred down. Fred has nothing to prove to me, right? I need Fred, especially at that position where I treat it kind of like the running back, where if I can reduce some of the wear and tear, I think you owe it to yourself. Nick Bosa. Nick needs to get the whatever oblique surgery or hip surgery or whatever the exact issue is on the side of his body. He needs to get that shored up because I need him 100% next year. And then I need to have a long look in the mirror with myself and with Nick Bosa. Like, hey, bro, are you going down your brother's path? Are you just going to be like hurt one week, play the next, hurt the next week after that? Like, what is going on? Can I rely on you? I'm dead serious. I think this is a serious question that I'm having right now with Bosa, which I didn't even see 2 years ago. And then you get to Brock Purdy, right? And to me, Brock Purdy is the more complicated one. On one level, I watched Jimmy Garoppolo earn his stripes with no weapons. Lewis Murphy as the number 1, if you will, in a lost season and win 5 in a row and just basically inspire the fan base. And there's something to be said for that. But on the same level, when it comes to body and injury, if his shoulder is serious and it's affecting him and he has forearm or elbow or anything, and if there's connected and my doctors are concerned even in the slightest, as I watch this guy throw screen after screen after screen and can't throw spirals, like, there is a real conversation about shutting him down for the health of the kid and the health of the team and everything. And we'll worry about the contract when we worry about the contract.
That's interesting there. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. You know how I navigate? I talk about the Warriors. Well, they're on a 4-game losing streak right now, and we will get into the Golden State Warriors. They have to win tonight. It's an Emirates NBA Cup game. We know that. You're all into the cup game.
Well, the number one seed is at stake in the West for the NBA Cup.
Did you hear LeBron yesterday saying, I don't care about this tournament? The tournament makes no sense?
Of course.
After being the first guy to pop champagne last year in Las Vegas. What a joke he is. You wanted him, not me. D in San Francisco. D, what's happening?
What's going on, Bonte and Shasky? How y'all doing this morning?
What's up, D?
What's up, man?
Hey, you guys need to let the fans know they need to relax. It's not that serious. The bottom line is, look at the big picture. The coach has lost all of his key coaching assistants over the last 5 years, and what we're seeing on the field is a direct impact of that. The reality of it is, the special teams is garbage because of coaching. The doggone defensive coordinators, he's gotten a terrible one this year because he went to the Super Bowl and he had to pick up who he could at the end, which was somebody on his staff. I think that this is overrated. The Niners are going to be back next year, back in the hunt for the Super Bowl. The reality, when we get all of our players back healthy, he gets a good coaching squad around him. And as Shasky is far, go ahead.
I was just going to cut you off, not to cut you off, but I wanted to ask you, who would you be interested in as a defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator, some assistants here? You got any names in mind?
No names in mind. That's not my specialty. That's what them guys over there are supposed to be able to assess and find the right match for them. But I think the coaching staff and our entire staff over there is good enough to pick the right people. They just need to have the time in order to do it.
Good deal, D. Good deal. Yeah, he is right about the assistants. They need to. Something Steve Kerr did this past offseason. They upgraded the coaching staff on the sideline, on the bench, I should say, with Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse. Nick Sorensen and Brian Snyder seem like they're out of their league right now. You need to upgrade from them. Yeah, you can't come back with Brian Snyder and Nick Sorensen.
You were referencing Belichick earlier. Part of why Belichick kind of faded at the end, he ran out of assistants.
Yep, no doubt.
He just did.
Well,
his contact list, everybody was at other jobs.
And it's also why Shanahan reached out to Bill Belichick this past offseason saying, what do you want to do?
Belichick
you want to come aboard?
You work for me. I don't work for you.
Shanahan's like, yeah, that's not happening. Have fun on the Pat McAfee show. Brian Baldinger coming up, brought to you by Valvoline. Again, 888-957-9570. Niner fans, roasters, got 5 games left. How do you navigate the next 5 games with the 49ers? Do you start shutting guys down? Do you still think you have a shot at winning the division? How do you navigate the next 5 games? 888-957-9570 is the number. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check your fluids, your tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. And they guarantee safe holiday travel. Starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations or coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals.
18-point Bills lead. And Purdy had it come out of his hands, and Buffalo is on it. Let's see if his arm was going forward or not.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Baldy, coming up in 12 minutes right here on the Roast. Baldy, in 12 minutes, set your alarm clocks. Get to your computers, Coach Yak and everybody out there, Chase Sr., all you guys who are ready to aggregate Baldy, your time is now in 12 minutes, baby. Time to show out. Time to step out and show out, baby. I love you guys for listening. Tune in to Warriors Live today. We got Warriors and Nuggets. First time the Warriors will see the Nuggy Dogs. Nikola Jokic, Aaron Gordon's back with the Denver Nuggets. They lost to the Clippers the other night in the Intuit Dome. That was a really good basketball game on Sunday night.
Obsessed with the Intuit Dome.
It's just what it's called, the Intuit Dome. Tonight, the Warriors are in Ball Arena in Denver.
Ball Arena.
Yeah, Ball Arena.
As in,
He's
like,
very into it.
What's the corporation that's called?
It's just Ball Arena. I don't know. I don't look into the corporate
It used to be
sponsors.
we'd name it after people.
Used to be named after the Pepsi Center.
It's LeVar. LeVar's putting his name on it.
Yeah,
it's the home court of Ball So Hard University.
Yeah,
Terrell Suggs is a graduate. You should look into it.
There you go.
That is, I love that.
T-Sizzle. Going to be a future NFL Hall of Famer. Tune in to Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Hopefully the Warriors can stop this 4-game losing streak, man. I need them to get a win tonight. We need a win.
Speaking of injuries.
They have some injuries. Draymond Green doubtful with the calf.
That's
been upgraded to questionable. Steph Curry with the knee soreness in both knees.
Is he going to be able to pod through the calf injury?
He might be. He hasn't had a pod. He hasn't released one in a second.
I don't know. He has this Sloan nose thing that keeps getting dropped onto the feed. Someone else that they're trying to promote. So I've seen that a couple times drop in and I delete it. Not trying to hate. I just really only there for the Draymond content.
Yeah, we know you don't be trying to hate. You just hate.
Well, it's a byproduct of being real. There's just a lot of things to not like in this society.
Hating is not real. No. So 262 Comcast Business Text line as we ask the question 888-957-9570. How do you navigate the next 5 games with the 49ers with all these injuries? Christian McCaffrey basically out for the season with a PCL injury. Jordan Mason out of nowhere, ankle sprain. He's on IR. He's probably done for the season. So Isaac Grindle, the rookie out of Louisville, is going to get to start for the 49ers with Patrick Taylor Jr. backing him up. 262 the Comcast Business Text line says Debo needs to start taking 5 to 8 carries a game. Probably will. Got to find some way to get him the ball because it's not working in the pass game, right?
I refuse to believe that this is just going to be the end of Debo. Like what we've seen the last couple weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is, like that's what we're going to get. I refuse to believe it. Maybe I'm wrong, and he ends up just having even worse performances. But it cannot end like this. Bonte can't end like this.
Oh, by the way, I just thought about it since somebody brought this up. Who's paying for House of Prime Rib? And I saw my boy Fezzy Fella House of Prime Rib last night. Draymond, I need you to play, big dog. We can't let this
I didn't
injury.
even think of that.
We can't let this injury linger.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
We're 19 games in.
He needs to stay safe, Joe Shasky. He should maybe for a couple
At
weeks.
least a month.
They're flexing their depth, right? You got to lean into
Absolutely.
that. At this
Don't
point.
flex your calf, though, Draymond.
Why do you want Shasky to win the bet?
Well,
What
no,
you
I
me
want
win a
something
bet?
to be excited about if this season goes haywire, and that might be the one thing that we're going to be
I don't
keeping
want it to
track
go
of.
haywire.
I said if not, we don't want it to go
Just
haywire.
because your Lakers are
What does that
having
have
a
to do
little
with
downtime.
anything? What does that have to do with anything? Don't pivot to that, all right? Don't panic, Joe Shasky.
I won't.
Draymond Green just has to play 46 more games.
There you go.
46 more games.
By the way, the Ball Arena, it's an aluminum company. They make mason jars and stuff like that, too. Yeah.
Ball
Mason
Arena.
jars, underrated.
I like that. So Ball Arena, you got the Intuit Dome, you got Chase Center, you got Golden One. By the way, Kendrick Lamar and SZA just announced the Grand National Tour. They're going to be at Oracle Park May 29th, just in case you like Kendrick Lamar and SZA. SZA's got heat, man. She's good. She's got a voice. She's good.
Speaking of musical artists, your boy, Jay-Z, did you hear what happened?
No, what happened?
Well, he spent decades telling us how he was one of the great drug dealers of all time, only to have his marijuana company fold and file for bankruptcy within like 3 years.
Well, he was a great street hustler. This is corporate. The marijuana club industry is saturated by the government and everybody else. Doesn't mean that he wasn't a great hustler in the Marcy Projects. Dude sold coke. Dude had cold chains. It's different being in the marijuana business than being on the street selling marijuana. It's a different ballgame.
I just said a sentence. I didn't ask for your.
I'm just telling you.
Defend him.
I'm just schooling you because
Burner had no problem turning cookies into a mega billion-dollar corporation.
Well,
shout out, Bernal.
Yeah, shout out, Burner. Shout out, Burner.
I just said a sentence. I didn't ask for anything else.
You threw it out there. You obviously wanted an explanation, so you threw it out there.
I mean, why even bring it up if you don't want a response?
Right, you don't want a response. You want to just
is this your first day on the show?
A lot of marijuana companies go under. Shout out to Burner for making it cutting through, but Jay-Z's got bigger things on his mind. He's had bigger things on his mind.
Yeah,
you guys own the
Diddy Files
basketball team.
I'm just thinking of Joe Shasky at home saying that to Michelle. I just said a sentence. I didn't need your response. You think that goes over well, Joe?
There's no doubt.
That does not go over well.
Well, look, let me just I'll just lay this out. I do not talk at home the way I talk to you guys.
Oh no, Michelle checks him.
Yeah,
he don't say nothing.
You look.
The only time he talks back to Michelle is if she mentions that he doesn't season his food.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. That was BS.
At the wedding, that was great.
Oh, what's that great? Hey, Spadoni.
I didn't know you didn't season your food.
Hey, Spadone. She goes, Joe didn't season his food until I started dating him. Joe turned so red.
Biggest lie ever.
Joe turned so red. And Spadoni put his hand on his chin. He goes, oh, tell me more.
Like Confucius over there.
You don't like hot sauce?
You guys have all eaten with me. At what point I'm like, do not season my food.
So Sam goes,
I'd like buttered noodles, please.
Goes, oh, Joe, he didn't season his food until he started dating me. I sat back and was like, oh, material. See, I get you back just like that.
It's all right.
It's all good.
My point on Jay-Z still stands.
You hate. You love to hate. We got TC in Sacramento calling Shanahan a high-level loser. He spurred me to call you a high-level hater.
He's a high-level loser, bro.
On Jay-Z, I am at this point.
No, a lot of Baldy's going to join this. Who's not a high-level hater? Baldy just keeps it real. He says it like it is.
Crack.
Probably the first guy to say, the 49ers look slow. That was back in week 4. And now you see the graphic in the Buffalo game. Lasted separation on the routes.
Bad.
Lasted. What was the graphic on the rushing? What was it? I'm going to pull it up.
Their win rate is the worst in the league.
Yeah.
I know that.
Pass rushing.
They're just. Bonte, can you name any of the defenders?
No.
They're playing some guy Anderson with the Guardian cap. No one's ever even heard of him. Okawanu is getting what is it? Isaac Okawanu? Whatever the guy's name is. Sam Okawanu. Sam Okawanu. And everyone's like, who? And the guy made a play a couple weeks back against Arizona, and we haven't heard from him in a month. Until they showed his name as a starter. By the way, Leonard Floyd, another one. Leonard Floyd, I mean, thanks for coming this year. Really appreciate the guaranteed money, but whew.
That hasn't worked out.
I mean,
I was excited
there's
about
a thing called the diaper genie. I'm going to start throwing some of these contracts in the diaper genie.
What's the diaper genie?
It's like you push your foot down and the top spits.
It's a diaper trash can.
Yeah, you throw the diaper in there. Like that contract, just throw that in the diaper genie.
I like that.
Woo, PU.
949 is asking, because this is a very important question. I tried asking them yesterday, but got no answer. But will Willard and Dibbs be at the Doobie Awards? That I have no idea. But if Willard and Dibbs want to come December 20th down to Laughing Monk Brewery for the Doobies, come on down. It's going to be a party.
I don't know if Willard would show up, but he usually is, he's got like walks and fishing to do in the morning. I see a lot of, the guy's very adventurous and outdoorsy. He, in the morning, does like either a walk with the dog or it looks like he's going fishing with his kid. But on a Friday, I don't know. They might have school. They might
Dan
not.
Dibley here. Squirt.
Yeah,
but he is up in the morning.
I know but he's
December 20th.
But he's out doing stuff. You know what I mean?
Maybe he could do stuff at Laughing Monk Brewery.
Dibbs, I don't know. I don't know. Dibbs, now that he's got the different shift with the baby, I don't know what he's got going. I don't know. I can't speak for him.
The invitation is open. The invitation is open to anybody who wants to come down December 20th. Tell you to take the day off.
Willard shows up and he wants to moderate the entire morning roast. That would be funny.
That's not happening. That's not happening. Sorry.
He could do he can announce the awards.
He's like the Jimmy Kimmel or the Conan O'Brien for the Oscars.
No. We got to film on mic.
Yeah,
it's going to be Filmo, but just saying, it would be funny if Willard...
No, it would not be funny. What would be funny about that?
Well, are you two okay?
What would be funny? No.
Are you two okay?
No, I told Lubman.
I'm scared of Willard.
2 weeks ago. I'm not scared of Willard, so I'm not afraid to say I don't want Willard moderating the Doobie Awards. This is not his lane. This is not his lane.
It was.
This is not a lane. Stop trying to. We got this covered, Lubman. You just worry about what bowl game Miami's going to be in. Is it going to be the Sun Bowl, the Holiday Bowl?
It's going to be the backups are going to play bowl.
It certainly ain't no college football playoff game you're playing in. Blowing a 21-0.
You think Miami might get in there though?
Do you think Florida State might get in?
No, I know they're not going to get in. That's okay. Hey, when's the last time you guys won a natty?
guys, this ACC competition that you guys have going on, it's a very niche audience that you're reaching. Well, I guess now that Stanford and Cal are in the ACC, maybe it's a bigger audience.
It is.
No, it's still pretty
that
niche.
changes absolutely nothing.
Hey,
college football's huge in the Bay Area.
Let me tell you something. In NCAA in my dynasty, as I've gone from Eugene, Oregon to Ann Arbor, Michigan, the Stanford Cardinal win the national championship, and they're number one team in the country right now.
That's when you know it's a video game.
Hey, Andrew Luck's a GM now. Watch out now. Watch out now. Come on now. Miami.
I can't wait to ask Baldy about, like, what, I don't know what the Niners were trying to accomplish on offense. Like,
no, they're running the ball. They're running the ball very well.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, like, all of the
passing
screens.
game?
It was like screen after screen after screen.
How many times do we need to hear the Jay Gruden cut? Or the Patrick Peterson cut? Or Kirk Morrison? Or anybody out there who's watched the 49ers passing game say, yeah, it's a bit outdated. It's a bit outdated.
I'm not saying that you got to be exotic in the snow. Like, I get that. Like, I understand trying to simplify it. But how can you walk into a game against Josh Allen and you're down multiple scores for almost the entire game and say, yeah, I need to walk out of this game with one extra target after the first play of the game from George Kittle? I don't understand. What were you trying to accomplish? Now, maybe the counter is, hey, Joe, we got out there and it was totally different than what we thought. And for the life of me, man, you're okay to have a couple of duds here and there. No one's saying you got to be brilliant every play call all year long. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish on offense.
You keep reading and keep hearing from people saying that Shanahan's passing game is not built to come from behind, which I have a problem with. You need to have somebody you need to fix this passing game because you're going to fall behind in football games. It's going to happen. You're not going to be playing with the lead every single game. That's front running. No, you got to be able to have a passing game. Oh, wow, it's already 7:30. You got to be able to evolve with the passing game. All right, it's Shark Week, baby. Oh, we love this time of the day every single week on a Tuesday morning on the roads. Brian Baldinger joins us courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, presented by our proud partner, Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Go to State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Baldy, good morning to you. We heard you on the radio. I hear in the Bay Area, call it the Vikings or Cardinals game. You sounded good up there at US Bank Stadium in a thrilling game, 23-22 Vikings. But we're here to talk some Niners as they get beat up in the snow by Buffalo, 35-10. And let's just start with the quarterback and dive right into it. Don't forget, he's our Odyssey NFL insider. Of course, the best football show podcast. Baldy does it all. He takes no breaks during football season. So with that said, how would you evaluate Brock's performance in a snow game like that in Buffalo? Is it a one-off, or the overall picture is he's regressing? How do we assess Brock Purdy in that situation?
Well, I mean, I don't think he's playing great by any stretch, but at the same time, I don't know exactly what he's supposed to do. Like, you throw the ball on the first throw to Kittle, and he doesn't catch another pass. Now, they threw to him. He was interfered with. A couple things happened. He wanted to go to him. He got guys jumping up in his face. They ran the ball very well, which helps, but they're not getting any big plays, and that's kind of falls on the quarterback right now. So that's where they're struggling right now. And the finished drives, I mean, the turnovers are killing them, and they're not taking the ball away. So you're -3 on the road in that conditions. You got Juice fumbling at the goal line and, Debo fumbling, deep in his territory and a kickoff. Like, these things are killing his team right now.
You mentioned that Brock Purdy hasn't played great for quite some time. We're not seeing the deep shots. You mentioned the turnovers, 6 turnovers the last 2 weeks. They forced no turnovers against Green Bay and Buffalo. Where has Brock Purdy regressed the most? Is it a receiver issue? Is it a playmaker thing? Or is it on the quarterback? You mentioned that the quarterback's not seeing it. Where's he regressed, Baldy?
I just think, I don't know how much he's regressed. He's not making plays beyond the X's and O's like we are used to seeing on the movement type plays when the play breaks down and he can, scramble and find Kittle that goes, for 50. Like those type of plays aren't really happening right now. So I can't say there's just one thing. I think he still sees the field very well. I think he's still accurate with the football. All the stats say that he is, and they're still getting some chunk plays, but, they're not putting drives together. They're putting themselves in bad predicaments, and it's tough to they're not good enough to overcome it right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I just, maybe I'm searching here, but I felt for a while like he's not hitting the back foot and as boom, boom, boom decisive as he once was. And I don't know what to make of it when I'm watching the guy. Like I've seen him pump fake more and be reluctant to throw downfield and in the pocket more this year than at any point last year. And I don't know if he's not trusting what he's seeing downfield, if guys aren't getting open. Like I don't know what to make of the confidence that I'm seeing from Purdy. It just doesn't feel the same.
Well, Buffalo's not going to give you much now, Joe. Like those 2 safeties are going to be back there. Taylor Rapp, Hamlin. Like you're not going to get single high safety against Buffalo. That's why they ran the ball pretty well. At times they got some explosive runs. From Mason and McCaffrey both and Grandy. You got some good runs, and so they're willing to give those up, but they're not going to let you throw the ball over the top, and they kind of make you hesitate. You're not going to get a lot of man coverage. With Buffalo, you're not going to get them out of that too deep shell, and so they're going to keep it underneath. They do the same thing to Miami. They choke you out, Joe. You don't see Tyreek Hill ever get behind Buffalo. I'm just throwing one team out there, but that's how they have a system, and the linebackers are very disciplined, and their drops and what they take away, and they kind of make you hold it a little bit, Joe. And it's kind of unique, but look, they've dominated that division 5 years in a row. No matter who's in there at corner and linebacker, at safety for the most part, they kind of make you hold it, and they kind of make you think like this thing isn't really a great throw.
Interesting. You kind of referenced it. We were kicking it around. Kittle in the post game was like, "Yeah, I ran. I caught a pass. I ran like 6 or 7 other routes, and that was about it." For the life of me, during the game, I'm going, "We're down 2, 3, 4 scores at one point in the game, late in the third quarter, and you're not throwing the ball." Now, I understand you're running it well, but how can you go into a game against Buffalo knowing you're going to have to put points on the board and just not have George Kittle, a Hall of Fame level tight end, be a big part of the passing game? For the life of me, it just doesn't make sense. I don't understand it.
Real quick, Ball, did you hear George Kittle? Did you hear George Kittle after the game Sunday?
No.
Listen to this.
We'll pull it up in just 1 second here, but Ball, you could answer that, and then we'll play for you after.
It's just I don't get what they were trying to accomplish with Kittle. I know he's a great inline blocker. I know you got to keep guys in. He's one of the best tight ends the Niners have ever had.
Listen to this, Baldy, the back and forth after the game against Buffalo.
You got a pass the first play.
I did.
And then catch another pass.
I did not.
An explanation on why you did not?
No, I do not have an explanation. I think I ran like 6 more routes the rest of the day. Could be a combination of that, but no idea.
No, they were doing to you.
Oh, goodness gracious, no. No, I didn't feel that. I felt pretty open multiple times. This is what it is.
That's as critical as we ever heard George Kittle, Baldy, and he said he ran 6 routes the rest of the game. And I remember you 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They ran a route for Dross. Well, and you were saying, why can't you just run that for George Kittle? He's the best tight end in franchise history. He's elite. He's playing at a high level. 2 targets? Again, this is coming off a Super Bowl loss where he has 4 targets. I don't get it, Baldy.
Yeah. Well, I was in Minnesota on Sunday, and Trey McBride at Arizona's got 73 catches. He had 12 on Sunday. I didn't have any touchdown catches like George, but they call plays for him all the time. And if you looked at the body types, just the body type, George is a better blocker, but Trey McBride is a hell of a player, a great athlete, much like George. They call plays for him over and over and over again. It could be little whip routes. It could be stick routes. Like there's tight end delays. There's a million ways to get the tight end the ball. But back before they realized I had no speed, I became an offensive lineman. I was a tight end, and I mean, I could draw up, and that's all Kyle. It's all Kyle. Like, enough of the system and your offense. Like, get the ball to your playmakers. Like, I could draw up 5 plays to get George the ball because we know what he's like after the catch. You know that he's going to be a hard tackle, and McBride's a hard tackle. He runs through contact. But like I'm thinking, and I've never met Trey before until Sunday. So they got a good tight end room. So I went over there, I started talking to him, and I watched him warm up. And he's very similar to George. I mean, they're both 6'5", they're both 250 or thereabouts, and they both run really, really good. But one team features the tight end. He's got 23 more catches than George does. One team features the tight end, the other team doesn't really feature him. They just run their offense. And if he's the go-to guy because of what the defense does, then they go to him. Now they should have thrown to him a couple more times. They had one was pass interference down the field on Rasul Douglas or whatever it was, and then one they wanted to go to him on a seam, and the defense lineman's in Brock's face and he couldn't throw it. But regardless, I mean there's 5 different ways you can get your tight end the ball.
Wow, Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands guest line on the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Speaking of targets, how about this one, Baldy? They spent a first-round pick on Ricky Pearsall. He's had an up-and-down year on and off the field. But the last 3 games, I saw this, and it boggled my mind. He's run 63 routes the last 3 games. He's got 0 catches and 3 targets. Now, is it a combination of him not getting open? Is it a combination of Brock Purdy not getting him the football? Because you would think at this point of the season, with their playoff hopes basically dead, I know they got like a 6% chance, but let's be realistic. They're 5-7 right now with a bunch of injuries. It doesn't look likely that that's going to happen here, especially with their next 5 games. But how does Ricky Pearsall run 63 routes the last 3 games and only get 3 targets and 0 catches? Is he not getting open? What's going on with that, Baldy?
Well, what surprised me about that stat right there, because I did not know that, is that he's even run 63 routes because you don't even notice him. You don't even know he's on the field.
Wow.
Like, that's how invisible he is. Like, I'm thinking, well, where is he? All right, I see Jawan out there slipping and sliding. I see George doing what he's doing. Like, where's the ball even going for the most part? It's not really – I don't even know who it's going to. Obviously, it's not going to Pearsall. But I talked to him on the field before the game in Green Bay. He said he's here to beat man coverage. I haven't seen him get open. I haven't seen him even look at him where he's even being featured in any way right now.
Wow. And what are you seeing from Debo? I mean, the last couple weeks, and this pains me. Like, he's one of my favorite players, and he's a glorified $30 million kick returner because he's been excellent on the kick returns, although he did have the fumble. It's just I don't see him doing anything really on offense. What are they trying to accomplish with Debo? I know it's a nightmare right now. We sound super negative, but they got to get this thing going. What's going on with Debo?
Nothing. I mean, nothing's going on with Debo. I mean, he doesn't separate when he's not getting open. There's nothing that looks exceptional about him. I mean, we liked him in the dual role, but why would you hand the ball off to him if you had before this game McCaffrey and Mason, who both played really well, and Grandy? Like, what carries you want to take away from those guys to give it to Debo? You don't. So we've seen games where he lined up and started the game at tailback because of injuries and stuff. So you're taking that away from him. And now what is he? Is he a slot receiver? Is he an outside receiver? Like, he really doesn't have a position right now. He's just kind of a playmaker when given the chance, but he's not really going to be able to create a whole lot on his own by getting open.
Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands guest line on 95.7 The Game. We go over to the defense. Buffalo 4-4 in the red zone. James Cook untouched on a 65-yard touchdown run. What a terrible angle by Tig Brown. Jalen Graham just gets swallowed up in the hole. I was like, wow, there's no resistance there. This defense, I know they're without Nick Bosa. Dre Greenlaw's who knows if he's going to play. Fred Warner's on a fractured ankle that he said he suffered back in week 4. What are you seeing from this defense? Or, I mean, is it slow? Is it scheme? Baldy, this is a nightmare.
You look at the touchdown run by James Cook. And, it's the first play that Jalen Graham's on the field. So that's how you know. The first thing I noticed is, Fred's not out there.
Yep.
First thing I saw when I watched the play. So Fred's not out there. Now Jalen Graham runs into Tig, runs into Jair, and they collide. And they're both on the ground. And there goes James Cook. And really, but still, okay, so you have that collision. That stuff does happen. it's not going to happen with Fred Warner there, but it does happen. But that's how you know the lack of speed on that defense. Nobody goes 65 yards in this league. Like, you watch the pursuit. Like, James Cook ran away from everybody. And that's, I've been saying it for weeks now. Like, they look like a slow team. They're a slow defensive line. They're just slow in there. And, James Cook goes 65 like that. That should never happen, but, Fred Warner's not in there, and that's what happened.
I'm grasping at straws, Baldy. Does Malik Mustafa at least look good? Because he looked like the only guy who wanted to hit anyone on Sunday night. I mean, is there any silver lining? I know Renardo Green has made some progress as a DB. Yeah. Like, they didn't have Diomino Lenore out there. Poor Charvarius Ward and everything he's been going through. I don't even know what to say. But is there any silver lining with Malik or Renardo or any of these guys? I'm grasping.
They were both on Amari for no gain until Amari pitched it, Josh, and he played a little street ball right there and got in there. I mean, they made the play, but nobody had ever seen anything like that before. So, yes, Malik, it will hit you. Like, he shows up. But, if you're counting on your safeties to be, like, the safeties are the last line of defense for a reason. I don't see any defense lineman making a play. I'm watching Deion Dawkins just play out there with your Gross Matos, with Ukwamu. I mean, he's playing with those guys out there. Nobody's winning any one-on-ones. Nobody's getting off blocks right now. Like, it's not, the linebacking core is depleted. Like, they can't figure out who to play. Devondre, D, like, does it make a difference at this point? They just look very pedestrian at this point.
Even when they were healthy, Baldy, what was the capabilities of this defense under Nick Sorensen? Because there's been a lot of heat on this defense coordinator. Obviously, they fired Steve Wilkes a couple days after the Super Bowl. Nick Sorensen comes in. He was with this team the last couple of years as a position coach. What have you seen from Nick Sorensen's scheme and creativity, whether it's blitz packages or non-blitz packages? I know they didn't blitz Seattle at all a couple of weeks ago to the final drive, and they didn't work. So what did you see from Nick Sorensen and his creativity on the defense side of football?
Well, you can only... you got to have the horses, in order to kind of scheme some of this stuff up. But still, if you have no horses, you better figure out some scheme where you're getting a free hitter. I don't see any of that. I see Arizona doing that over and over and over again from Nick Rallis. Like, I see unbelievable. In fact, I texted one of the offensive line in Minnesota last week about some of these third down blitzes that got home to Sam Darnold like three times in a row. And they just out-schemed them. But I don't see that at all. I don't see that type of creativity from Nick right now. And maybe he feels like he can't hold up on the back end and he's afraid to do it. But, you can't let teams just go up and down the field like Green Bay and Buffalo are doing to you.
4-4 in the red zone, Shasky, Buffalo.
Monte, we're not good. But Baldy,
they got Josh Allen too now.
Right.
So Josh Allen he's running for one.
He's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a different animal now.
He's whizzing the ball through the snow like it's just nothing. I mean,
Well, that's the thing that bothered me, Joe, is nobody – I was saying this to Nahagian yesterday. Nobody practices in the snow. Nobody. Buffalo's got an indoor facility. If it snows in Orchard Park, they're indoors. Nobody plays in the snow. But from the very first play, I didn't see a Buffalo – I'm watching James Cook make these cuts. Like, no problem at all. Josh Allen, no problem at all. Like, even in his drops and his throws, I'm watching the 49ers slip all over the field from the opening drive. And I can't figure it out. Like, I understand. I don't care if they're a West Coast team, if they practice in Santa Clara. Like, your job, it was known from the very beginning of that game. Your job is to get the right cleats on. You're going to Buffalo, so you probably got 3 different types of cleats. Why are the only people that are slipping in that game are 49ers? Like, I've watched the defensive linemen come off the ball, and they're flat on their face, like on the ground. I didn't see one. I see that happen to Ed Oliver. I didn't see that happen to Greg Rousseau. I didn't see it happen to any Buffalo. Von Miller. I didn't see it happen to any guys out there. It's just amazing to me how one team could be slipping and sliding all game long, and the other team I didn't see slip once.
No, it was an embarrassing performance on Sunday Night Football. There's no doubt about it. And I got to turn around and play the Chicago Bears looking ahead on Sunday against Chicago, who had that debacle on Thanksgiving Day. We'll get to Matt Eberflus and how he got fired and the end of that game. But just Chicago, their defense is still solid. I thought their defense played very well in that second half against Detroit. What is the challenge for the 49ers now this Sunday against Caleb Williams and company? How do they slow that offense down?
Well, they're good. They're good defense. I mean, they give up too many big plays in the run game, to be honest with you. That has plagued them all year long. You go back to like week 1 against Tennessee, and they've done it. But for the most part, they've been very good. I mean, they don't give up a lot of explosive plays. They're a zone team. They've got an excellent secondary. If Jalen Johnson and Tyreek Stevenson and Kevin Byard, if they're all out there, Jawan Brisker hadn't played in weeks, but if they're all out there, they're an excellent secondary. Their slot defender is a great player. So it looks like Montez Sweat is back out there. The linebackers are playmakers. I mean, they squeeze you. They don't give up big plays, and they tackle well. So, that was an Eberflus coach group, and they played pretty well all year long right now. The improvement on this team is the moment that Thomas Brown took over the offensive coordinator position, the offense is completely different. And he's probably, I've heard he's already like the leader in the clubhouse to become the new head coach. He's a very impressive guy. But I think offensively, Caleb has really stepped up since he took over 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some throws that they were making. I mean, obviously the play clock situation notwithstanding, but we'd be remiss if we didn't bring this up. Like watching the game early on, for Bay Area fans, it was like, wow, it reminded me of KD. KD comes back with the injury. He's in the finals. Oh, yeah. He's cooking. And then all of a sudden, just a little cut and the calf rolls up. You know what I mean? And he tears his Achilles and he's out and you are just heartbroken. I'm watching CMC and he is on fire. And it feels like his eyes are matching his speed and he's hitting holes. And it's like, I texted the group, I'm like, oh my God, this is vintage CMC. And like, I started to believe again. I'm like, maybe there's something here and they got something going. And then he takes that little pitch to the outside and just goes down, and my heart sinks. And I felt gutted for him, and I'm thinking, are we ever going to see – I didn't know what the injury was. Are we ever going to see CMC come back and be what he was? I don't even know. They're saying it's a knee. I'm going to take him at face value. I thought I saw the calf roll up into the leg. Baldy, just – all your CMC thoughts. I don't even know what to say. This is devastating. He's the highest paid running back in the league. Cover of Madden. I thought he was the best player in the league last year. And I think he's one of the greatest 49ers in terms of an individual season I've ever seen. This is a huge loss.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's non-contact. The play before it, not right before it, but his last carry, like it was a shoestring and he was going to go to the house. Like he hit that thing. He had, and I talked to him up in Green Bay, and he'd been missing some holes, and it was on him. But his vision, exactly what you said, Joe, his vision and his cuts, the line did a good job for him, but he was on to the safety, and he's breaking tackles and running through contact, and he looked like McCaffrey for the first time all year. And then that non-contact thing, and I don't know what happened. I've watched it from every angle 20 times, and, as soon as that foot hit the ground, man, he buckled. And I don't know what happened. We saw the thing where it looked like something rolled up. Who knows what that is? I don't know. But he's going to be on the shelf. I don't know if he's going to need surgery or not. But he's not going to play again this year. No. And so that's probably not a bad thing right now. But at the same time, I don't know the answer to that. Because I showed this play the other day, Joe, of Derrick Henry taking his shot from Nolan Smith in the Philadelphia Eagle game. And I saw Derrick Henry buckle. Like he got hit in the hip, full speed. And I saw 250 pounds just buckle. He had a hard time getting up. And that's Derrick Henry, who's built out of Kevlar, right? Like these guys only have so many hits in them. Like these shots that these guys take, I don't know if McCaffrey can be McCaffrey again. Like I think he was guilty, and maybe I'm way out of line. So if it gets back to Christian when I say this, I don't mean it to be an attack, but I think he's guilty of overtraining in these off seasons. Like running backs need to, you need to stay in shape. You got to take care of your body, get it. But when you carry the ball 400 times or touch it 400 times, like you need a long recovery, and you don't need to be at the trainer's house, doing the stuff that these explosive moves. And I don't know if that's what led to the Achilles, issues, but I'm sure it contributed. His dad said so. And I think the hardest thing for some of these guys to do is just to rest. And that's what he needed to do.
Obviously, we don't need to talk about Eberflus and the decision to not call a timeout on Caleb or whatnot. That was a disaster. I've never seen anything like that. He's gone, so they move forward here. But I do want to ask you about the Al-Shaair hit. Azeez Al-Shaair in Jacksonville, he's been suspended for 3 games. And Jask and I were in agreement here that it's tough for a defender these days when a quarterback is sliding. You don't know if they're going to fake slide, and you're going full speed, and you're trying to slow down. Now, the forearm to the helmet was nasty. What's your take on this here? Was it appropriate to get suspended for 3 games? And then the hit itself, because Trevor Lawrence got popped, he's probably going to be out this week, and then the brawl breaks out. I respect Jacksonville for protecting their quarterback, but what is a defender supposed to do in that situation every single week, Baldy? Where do you stand on this?
Well, you saw Azeez in San Francisco for years. I mean, I asked Fred Warner about him. Like, is these run blitzes of him, or is this just him, like, attacking the ball? And he says, well, he just sees it and he goes. Like, he fires like, it looks like a run blitz. And so I've gotten to know Azeez over the years. Like, I don't believe for 1 second that he's a dirty player. He's got he's making this full speed collision. All right, the quarterback goes down. You can't stop in the middle of it. I think he's suspended because it turned out to be an injury. If Trevor Lawrence just got up and it was just a flag, I don't think there'd be a suspension. But the quarterback is hurt because of it, and I understand it. We want to protect these guys. I think it's a little strong, 3 games, to be honest with you. I can see a game. I mean, they're in a playoff hunt right now. They're trying to win the division. He's been in and out of the lineup a little bit, but he's a difference maker for that team. They played without a lot of the linebackers throughout the year. But it's unfortunate because I don't believe for 1 second he had any intent to injure Trevor Lawrence, and I don't know how you measure it if you did. Yeah. But I don't believe, knowing Azeez a little bit, that there was intent. We've seen hits like that from Dre Greenlaw. Yep. I don't think you get to know Dre. He's not a violent guy on a football field. He plays a violent game, and he's had a lot of late hits, and he's been flagged a bunch, or a couple of times at least. To think it's just a one-time thing from Azeez. I haven't seen that from him.
Where are you going to be at this weekend, Baldy? You were in Minnesota last week for a doozy. They seem to like the games of the week, man. I'm jealous. Where are you at this weekend?
Last week there was only 3 games that featured 2 teams with winning records, and that was one of them up there last week. So I'm going back. I'm going to see Atlanta and Minnesota. Kirk Cousins' return. Oh. Kirk Cousins was awful last week, just awful. So I don't know, if Michael Penix is in the warm-up circle right now or not, the on-deck circle. I'm not sure. But I'm a big Michael Penix fan. Huh. But this is Kirk Cousins' return to Minnesota. He's got his hands full out there against that team.
Baldy, we were talking about this yesterday. I was some random radio show. I don't even know what it was over Thanksgiving break. The word in Atlanta is that the ball just comes out of Penix's hands better than anybody down there. He's lighting it up in practice. It feels like if Atlanta loses another game, the noise will start to get louder and louder and louder about Michael Penix Jr. down there in the ATL.
Well, just think about this. Look at Bo Nix and the development that kid has gone through. But week 1 and week 2, he couldn't get a ball to a wide receiver to save his life. Now he's airing it out all over the field. And the confidence that he's playing the game with. He looks like he's back at Oregon, playing Oregon State. In some Apple Cup or something, whatever they call that stuff up there. But if you had played Michael Penix from the beginning, they probably might be running away with the division. The kid is an elite athlete. He's smart as a whip. He has got an unbelievable arm. Sometimes you got to play these guys and let them play through it. The quicker you get him on the field, the better you're going to find out if he's the guy.
Baldy, I believe Oregon State's Civil War, and I believe Washington State is Apple Cup because the Fuji Apple War, and I could be wrong though.
No, I think you're right about that, Joe.
No, you're right. Football. It's the Civil War, and I think they called it they changed it up because the Civil War. People got a little sensitive about that, so I think it's a different name or whatnot.
4 and 7 years ago.
We just called it a big rivalry game between Oregon and Oregon State. Baldy, you're the best, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Love you, buddy.
Thank you, guys, man. Yep. Talk to you next week.
Anytime. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, the best football show podcast. He was here on the River Islands guest line. Now it's time to talk about the injury report. Ow! All right. Christian McCaffrey, gone. They also lost backup Jordan Mason. He's on IR with an ankle injury, and head coach Kyle Shanahan said that Mason suffered a high ankle sprain at some point during the Niners loss. It was his best game in weeks. Did not know exactly when the injury happened, but he's going to miss the next 4 games. He could return for the last regular season game against the Arizona Cardinals.
You know the Joe Pesci scene in Goodfellas where he walks into the room and gets blasted in the head? That was me realizing, McCaffrey's out for the year, and I have Mason in fantasy. And I dropped Garendo.
Oh, that was smart. You're having a terrible fantasy year. Sounds like
I was running out of players.
Sounds like you're having a terrible year. It's called roster management.
I hate fantasy right now.
GM skills are not up to par, buddy. Heard something from Guido. Guido said you've been sneaking for a long time.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson. I'm telling you, I might be in the playoff in every single league.
Did Guido really say something? Because I have a pair of shoes of his in my basement. I might not give them to him.
You should. Well, he's talking. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I have a question for everybody out there. And the question is, we'll get to the Warriors a little bit later, but the question I have, and I'm still looking for Matt Nahigan. If you had to say one thing that pisses you off or disappoints you the most about the Niners this season, what would it be? If you had to say one thing that pisses you off or disappoints you the most about this 49ers season, what would it be? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk to you on the other side here on The Roast.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line.
Crack, 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 crack.
Crack, crack, crack.
No, I'm kidding.
Crack, crack, crack.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We're hurting out here in the Bay Area. We are hurting. The Niners are hurting. What about my Warriors? They've lost 4 in a row. Who's on the court tonight?
Warriors.
My Warriors. I love my Warriors. We'll get to the Warriors.
Go all the way.
We're going to get to the Warriors. Heavy Warriors last hour against the Denver Nuggets.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
Oh, and I've got a new segment I'm unveiling.
Oh, what's that?
Well, sometimes on Monday, because of the NFL, there's a lot of things that get left on the cutting board. You know, topics that I want to bring up to the table. And so I'm a big believer in reheating leftovers.
Oh, must have something to do with Giants baseball.
Last minute leftovers. It's a new segment. Things that we couldn't get to on Monday that we're going to get to in the 9 o'clock hour on Tuesday.
Well,
it's a hodgepodge of things. Bonte, sometimes you wake up and you got spaghetti left over from the night before and you have spaghetti for breakfast. That just happens. Sometimes you got a bunch of eggs in the fridge and you got to make breakfast for dinner.
It's not how you stay healthy. Eating spaghetti in the morning.
Well, it depends what else you're eating throughout the day and depends what time of the morning, but you get where I'm going with this.
Oh, let me turn my FaceTime off. My daughter's talking to me. She likes to hear me.
Clean it up,
and I was like, what the hell's going on here? What am I hearing? I'm hearing something. I want to do this.
She's hurling
the
golden pipes of Joe Shasky.
Yeah, she wanted me to shout out those watching on YouTube.
What's up, bro?
Do we still have people watching on YouTube, by the way? I haven't checked in our YouTube page. Are people still watching? They are?
Yeah, we're crushing in the YouTube game.
Really? We're still crushing it despite not having a chat? Damn. That must be desperate. I need to shout out a couple people, too. By the way, watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate all alone, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer because they're probably listening right now. And I call them Matt's troublemakers. You know Matt from Ceremony Ford.
Oh, yeah.
We all have been in contact with him in communication or whatnot.
I bought my beautiful Ford Maverick from Ceremony Ford, and a year later, I am loving it. It's the greatest vehicle I've ever purchased. And I'm not just saying that hyperbolically. I mean that sincerely. I got a hybrid, and I got the Lariat package, and it's a game changer.
You ever meet Suzette?
Yeah.
She's a big roaster.
Yeah.
So Suzette and the whole crew down there.
Yeah.
They're like Matt's go-tos. They call them, there's like, call us Matt's Angels. I said, no, you're Matt's
Matt's Angels. I like that.
But they are diehard roasters.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, our freeball audience, I had no idea.
I usually apologize to people when I meet them and they say that they're a roaster.
Well, I tell them, no. You know what I tell them? When people say, man, I listen all the time, I said, you got to find something to do, bro. That's not a way to start your morning. Listening to us, too. I wouldn't do it. I don't even like listening to myself. Boy. But shout out to Ceremony Ford and Matt's troublemakers. Just got to say that. They're the best. Those ladies they love their Warriors. They love their Niners.
Nice.
They're asking, who are we going to trade on the Warriors? They're ready to trade right now. Trade this guy, trade that guy. Say, whoa, 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 whoa. We're 19 games in. Whoa, whoa, slow down.
Oh, I'm ready to make trades.
Oh, I know you are. I know you are. That's why you're getting flip-flops for Christmas. You're taking over the meadow as flip-flopper from Guru.
Bonte, not sure if you know this, but when interest rates rise and fall, I make adjustments.
No, that's
the same thing that happens with player and their stock.
Has nothing to do with sports. Shout out to Carbell High Padres football, undefeated season so far. State semifinal this Friday. I know St. Ignatius is going down to Central in prison to play them for a D1 championship in CCS. De La Salle. Let's go, Jade and company. You know who they're playing in the Open Championship? Matter Day.
No way.
Matter Day.
Wow, that's a heavyweight championship match.
Yeah, that is a huge matchup. Pitt High's playing Folsom, I believe. So, you know what? Got a lot of high school football going on. You got football here with the Niners and the Bears. But basketball's already rolling.
High school.
Basketball's already rolling. Jefferson's playing third good. My boy Chuck Zilla, his son plays for Jefferson. I got to go to one of their games soon. A lot of games. Nephew's played at College of Marin. Nice. Got a lot going on out here. A lot going on in the Bay Area. But our pro sports teams are struggling. We know about the Giants and what they did last season, and I guess they're bringing back everybody for the championship years to try to get some fan interest. The Sharkies are rebuilding, but you know what? Macklin Celebrini.
1-0 on a 6-game roadie.
There you go. Beating the Crackheads in Seattle. That's what they call themselves, the Crackheads. The Kraken. Seattle Kraken. They call themselves the Crackheads. I just want to clarify that. We're not talking about drugs. We're not talking about 6th Street. No, we're talking about the Kraken.
Well, no, Daniel Lurie, the mayor, who exclusively was found on Morning Roast. You can go to our YouTube page. He's actually put out a video yesterday, which I echoed the sentiments of, congratulating him. He is going to start by trying to clean up 6th and Market. It's going to take a long, long time, but we need to do it.
It's been like that for 35 years.
It's worse. Trust me. We all shopped at Oxford's and Kaplan's and all the places on Market.
I don't think it's worse. I think it's basically the same.
I disagree. It's out of control.
No, it's been out of control like that for 40 years, Shasky. Trust me.
Bonte.
6th Street's been nasty. They had this underground reggae club there.
Yeah, I know.
For many years. 6th Street, the
it was called
club.
The Basement.
Yeah, I don't know what it was called back then, but I've partied there a few times. Had some good times there. I asked a question before the break. 888-957-9570, because I know Niner fans are exhausted right now. It's been an up and down roller coaster, starting from the Super Bowl loss in Las Vegas in this offseason. And everybody's talking about the 49ers. RG3's talking about the Niners. You know, how the Brandon Ayuk situation has affected this season. But Matt Higgin had a great tweet, and I want to steal it. I want to ask this question. If you had to say one thing that pisses you off or disappoints you the most about the Niners this season, what would it be? Because it's now turning into a disappointment season. And the last 2 weeks, you get beat by Green Bay. What was it? 30-10, 31-10. They got blown out. And then 38-10. 38-10 in Green Bay, 35-10 in Buffalo. You scored 20 points the last 2 weeks. 20 points while giving up 73. You've lost a turnover battle, 6-0. You've committed 6 turnovers the last 2 weeks, and you've forced none. So, what's been the most disappointing thing? What's the one thing that pisses you off, Niner fans, about this season? 888-957-9570. And I'll start with you, Shasky.
Yeah, the most disappointing thing, and I think this has been kind of a constant theme throughout a multi-year thing, but this year in particular has reared its head. It's not just the fans. It's also the players and the organization. The excuses and the denial. The excuses on why they've lost or they've come up short over the years, and in particular this year, and then the denial to acknowledge where you are and what you are. And I thought that yesterday, and I saw a lot of people arguing about this online, in my friend groups, on face-to-face. Shanahan basically came out and was like, hey, we're not as good as we were the last couple of years. And everyone was losing their mind. You don't say that when you're coaching a team. And, hey, look, I've coached lots of teams, and I'm not pretending to be a professional coach. But I believe that sometimes the best way to connect with people is actually being honest and telling someone, like, dude, you're not that good, actually. I love you. Like, you've got a long way to go. Do you want me to gaslight you, or do you want me to be honest? I actually appreciated Kyle finally acknowledging, after getting blown out 25 points multiple times in the last couple weeks, saying, like, yeah, we're not as good as we were the last couple years. And he's not wrong. And it's okay to say it every now and then. No one is saying that it's you're throwing the players under the bus and you're not taking accountability. No, I just thought it was a moment of clarity and self-awareness. And I actually appreciate Kyle being real about it, because I've heard Debo say, we think we're the best team in the league. Like, no, you're not. Like, I know you could feel that way, but you haven't won the ultimate prize. And there's been a denial at every sense of turn. And look, I agreed with them at points. Hey, Brock Purdy got hurt in Philadelphia. All right. Like, yeah, it sucks, but they also did knock you out. And there's no guarantee that you win with Brock Purdy in that game. In the Super Bowl, we knew the rules. No, you didn't. You didn't know the rules. You didn't know the rules. You screwed up. There were multiple points. Let's throw Steve Wilkes under the bus. Now, Bosa, how about you make a play on 4th and 2? You know, all of these things coming to roost this year more than ever. The excuses, the injuries, the contracts, the this, the that, the denial of the players and the fans to acknowledge, like, they're not as good. Finally, Kyle said that. Like, that's been one of the things I've been most frustrated with this year. Excuse making.
I don't know how many excuses I've heard, but the most disappointing aspect of this season to me, it's just it's the off season. It's the way the season started.
Okay.
That's the most disappointing thing to me. As we all go through the lulls of summer, and we're watching the sad sack baseball team in the San Francisco Giants. We're watching this guy, Farhan Zaidi. I mean, I know you guys talk probably Blake Snell on Wednesday as he signed to the Dodgers. Look, I didn't care whether or not he was traded or not. I just wanted the Giants to pick a lane. Are you all in or are you all out? Because if you're all in, you make trades for other assets. But instead, they sold off Soler. They sold off a couple other players, Alex Cobb, And they just said, "Oh, we have the best rotation in baseball. We're going to be fine." Wait, what?
Alex Cobb.
You made moves to save money, so you didn't pick a lane. That was the most frustrating aspect about that. But we were working ourselves up to get ready for a bounce back season. Okay, they lost the Super Bowl. Let's get charged up. It's football. We love football. Football is king. And we get to training camp, and there's the Ayuk situation. And you get to training camp, and it's, oh, wait, Trent's not here. And then Shanahan goes up to the podium and said, "Yeah, we kind of brace ourselves for Trent not being here." Wait, what? And Trent doesn't show up. Trent doesn't show up until the last, until the week before the season. So the most disappointing aspect of bouncing back from a Super Bowl loss in that fashion in overtime was that everything wasn't buttoned up going into training camp. They let these things just linger. The Ayuk situation lingered and lingered and lingered. Now, I'm not here to go back in the past and say, well, it was his fault. It was their fault.
Both parties screwed up.
Both parties are culpable, but the fact that lingered so deeply into training camp, and then you think about what happened in training camp. Oh, McCaffrey's out with a calf injury. Oh, later on, we find out week 1 against the Jets that it's an Achilles.
Well, that's the part of the excuses for me. Like, they let us on like McCaffrey was going to be ready to go.
No, and he wasn't. But you got to play gamesmanship for other teams. I get that aspect of it, that you don't want other teams to have intel on what's going on in your building. Hockey does it all the time with lower body injuries, upper body injuries. They're not going to reveal anything. But also, Ricky Pearsall, your first-round pick, okay, if Ayuk's not going to be here, well, let's see what Slick Rick has. And Slick Rick can't stay on the football field in training camp. And that was before he got, unfortunately, shot down here at Union Square. And then you get to the fact that this gets lost in the shuffle, and it should have been a microcosm, or it should have been a sign of things to come. And we were in denial as fans. They couldn't even scrimmage the New Orleans Saints because they didn't have enough healthy bodies. They had to cancel a scrimmage, cancel a flight down to L.A. to scrimmage. And it was like, wow, we should have saw this all coming. We should have all seen it coming. And we didn't, because we thought that they could overcome this because they have in the past, and yet they didn't. So that's the most disappointing aspect to me, was that they didn't handle their business before training camp, and they let things in the offseason linger into training camp and into the season, and here we are now at 5-7.
It's funny you referenced the offseason. The first practice, non-padded, we went to, and what did I come out saying the next day? It's like, man, they felt a little flat.
Well, there's no fans there.
No, I know, but there wasn't the same, because Greenlaw brings this intensity. Ayuk, for whatever we want to argue about, Ayuk and Fred went at it the last couple of years. There was an intensity. There was a level of intrigue and excitement, whether it was the Sam Darnold and Trey Lance stuff in the background of Brock Purdy recovering from an elbow injury. There was always something, and it felt like it just felt flat that first day.
Dude, it was flat, and I thought you were going to bring up the fact that Isaac Grandel popped his hamstring in the first practice right in front of us. Popped his hamstring. We're like, damn, he's out 3 weeks. Saw it right away. First carry, boom, pop, hamstring gone. And so Devontae Campbell getting beat on the corner route. It's like, wow, that was first day of practice too. So the offseason is the most disappointing aspect. This team acted as if they were the Cleveland Browns at time, and they've been one of the most buttoned-up organizations in the last 7 years. But this offseason, you drafted a wide receiver. Now everybody's saying, man, we should have had Lab McConkey. We should have had this guy. We should have had that guy. Cooper
That's how it works.
That's how it works. But Baldy talks about Pearsall. He goes, wait, I didn't even know that stat because I don't even notice him on film. That's our first-round pick.
I hate saying this, but like Rashawn Woods, A.J. Jenkins, look, Ricky's got a long way to go. It's his first year. But on a team that desperately needed impact across the board, it is not a great year-one impact pick.
Well, here's what Baldy had to say about Pearsall.
What surprised me about that stat right there, because I did not know that, is that he's even run 63 routes. Because you don't even notice him. You don't even know he's on the field. Like, that's how invisible he is. I'm thinking, well, where is he? All right, I see Jawan out there slipping and sliding. I see George doing what he's doing. Like, where's the ball even going for the most part? It's not really, I don't even know who it's going to. Obviously, it's not going to Pearsall. I talked to him on the field before the game in Green Bay. He said he's here to beat man coverage. I haven't seen him get open. I haven't seen him even look at him where he's even being featured in any way right now.
So he was supposed to be the man beater after losing the Super Bowl because everybody said, oh, the Niners couldn't get off man coverage in the Super Bowl. Kansas City and Spags just press man and bump and run, and they couldn't get any separation. So you draft a guy who apparently was a man beater, yet we're like the Kansas City game. That's why Greg Cosell, God bless his soul, he knows a lot more about football than I do. But I was in the press box for Kansas City, and I told you, I said, I didn't see him beat man coverage much against Kansas City. I saw him get choked up. Now, Greg Cosell said he looked juicy. It was juicy. Remember that? He said juicy. I don't know what that meant, but
then a couple weeks later, he kind of like walked it back on a different podcast.
What'd he say?
Well, that he wasn't getting off of coverage as well.
Oh, so he was just
I don't know.
placating to the marketplace.
I don't know. Look, he has a discerning eye. I'll bow down to his expertise and his discerning eye. You know, sometimes you're being asked things and you just say something and you're wrong. But sometimes also, like, the player changes week to week, right? There's been times this year, let me forget Pearsall, Purdy. There's been times I felt like he's been excellent. And there's other times where I'm like, I don't think he's seeing the field. I don't think he's trusting what he's seen. And is that me waffling back and forth, or is that me being honest and assessing what I'm seeing on a week-to-week basis?
I see the same thing. Here's what Baldy's seeing from Brock Purdy in the snow.
I don't think he's playing great by any stretch, but at the same time, I don't know exactly what he's supposed to do. Like, you throw the ball on the first throw to Kittle, and he doesn't catch another pass. Now, they threw to him. He was interfered with. You know, a couple things happened. He wanted to go to him. He got guys jumping up in his face. They ran the ball very well, which helps, but they're not getting any big plays, you know, and that's kind of falls on the quarterback right now. So that's where they're struggling right now. And the finished drives, I mean, the turnovers are killing them, and they're not taking the ball away. So you're -3 on the road in that conditions. You got Juice fumbling at the goal line, and, you know, Debo fumbling, you know, deep in his territory, and a kickoff. Like, these things are killing his team right now.
You know, Pete, here's the part for me that's tough to come to grips with. I supported Purdy so hard. It's like, man, he is so much better than Jimmy G. And I'm sure a lot of people saw that as me putting Jimmy G down, right? But, like, I really thought this dude was the dude. I thought he was the franchise quarterback. You know, pay him whatever he wants. I've been so unimpressed at times this year. He's had great games. He's had great moments. You know, like the Ram game in particular. But there's been a lot of other times where he's had moments in games, moments in drives to kind of like be the swashbuckler, the franchise quarterback, and just, for example, the Seahawks game, you make the throw to Debo.
Yes.
That game's over.
You make the throw.
You know, make the throw.
What about Arizona? You threw the pick. The pick. They're looking for George Kittle on the crosser to win the game. He's been one of, it's the most important position on sports. You can't talk about the top, 6, 7 teams without talking about quarterback, right? And, like, he's been disappointing for me. I expected better, and I wanted better, and I feel let down because I was championing him so hard, and and now it feels like I'm jumping off the pre. I'm not. I'm assessing what I'm seeing, and he's not as good. Listen, it's a year-to-year league.
He's not playing as good, and it's really. I honestly think it's been a blow to their psyche.
And look, Purdy may be good, not great. He may be good and not great.
That could be it.
He may not be elite, and that's okay. Can you win without having an elite quarterback? We've seen good quarterbacks win. We've seen quote-unquote game managers win, which I don't subscribe because all quarterbacks are game managers to a certain extent. But can you make that it play? Can you make that off-script play? We haven't seen that enough from Brock Purdy this season. So, look, there's been a lot of ups and a lot of downs with him this year. Now we got to think about the shoulder injury, the elbow, what's going on with that. But also, I look at Purdy's situation. I say, well, damn, his receivers aren't getting open. You got to hold on to the ball a little longer because guys can't separate. You got no speed on the outside. That's what I want. I want a guy like A.J. Brown on this roster. I've been begging for him for years. They're so damn slow on the outside. It's not even funny.
Yeah, but
so
how many teams would die to have Kittle?
I don't know how. Yeah, I get you got Kittle, but maybe teams are doubling him at times. Maybe with the exception of the Buffalo game.
Okay.
I hear Kittle, but for the most part, I'm thinking to myself, damn, I'm looking at these wide receivers every single game. When I'm at the game and I'm in the box or I'm in my seats, the 49ers wide receivers don't get separation whatsoever.
Drake May's throwing to nobody. Like, and you know, Daniel Jones has got Malik Neighbors for half the year this year. Like, that's the plight of the quarterback in the NFL. You know how many teams would die to have a top 5 rusher and Jordan Mason to start the season, or George Kittle, a Hall of Fame tight end?
It's not enough. It's not enough. I mean, I'm looking at the receiver core. But I'm looking at this receiver core, though.
Throwing to?
Yeah, but no. Cortland Sutton is a really good wide receiver.
Okay.
Really good wide receiver.
Is he better than George Kittle?
And they're scheming him up Bo Nix. They're doing a great job. I do subscribe to the fact that you need to just force feed George Kittle. I'm with Baldy on that one. But at the same time, I'm looking at the outside. Baldy said he doesn't even notice Pearsall on the film.
Yeah, but Jennings is a solid 2. I think he's a solid number 2.
Solid.
You don't think so?
He's a solid 3, in my opinion. He's solid.
I think he'd be a solid 2 in a lot of places.
The problem is you don't have a 1 or a 3 right now.
That I agree with. But even when they had Ayuk out there, they weren't really clicking.
And we know why they weren't clicking.
Well,
we know why they weren't clicking.
I don't know.
Let's go to Anthony.
Like, look, who's the number one for Josh Allen?
Right. Well, they've got a bunch of weapons, and you have Josh Allen. He's elite. That's the difference. He's elite.
If Shakur came here, would he be a number one?
No.
Would he be a number two?
Josh Allen is elite.
Okay.
And I don't think they have a true, like, they traded for Amari Cooper for a reason.
Yeah.
You still got Keon Coleman. You got Matt Collins as his red zone threat. When they're healthy, Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox are very good tight ends. So you got 2 tight ends. You got some good players out there in Buffalo. Okay. Anthony and Fresno, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, man?
Second time caller, man. I called in after the Super Bowl, man. But today I just want to talk about.
It's been a long time. Hold on, real quick.
It's been a long time, man.
What have you done since the Super Bowl? How long did it take you to get over that? Or are you even over? Who gets over a Super Bowl loss like that?
Hey, you know what, bro? Sometimes some Niner fans have, man. But after losing, with Harbaugh and then in 2019 and this one, you just move on, bro. I hate to say it, man, but you get battle tested, man. But today I just wanted to talk about Kyle standing by Sorensen. I think it's pretty crazy, man, because when you look on film with this defense, man, all they do is line up in base defense. They give up everything underneath. There's no exotic blitzes. There's nothing to scheme about. And I get it. They want to run this wide 9 defense, but they just don't have the player personnel to run it. So like I said, coming into this offseason coming up, I really think they got to go back to that 3-4 defense. The wide 9 had its little run with Seattle back in the day. I know, the Rams ran it. New England ran it in their Super Bowl when they beat the Rams. But unless you have lockdown corners and you have stout defensive linemen that can hold their gaps and get off, you give up a lot of yards in the run.
There you go. Good call, Anthony. Good to hear from you out there in Fresno. We get to everybody else. Clark the Shark, I see you on the line. Maybe we'll get to Clark the Shark. We'll get Dr. Brian Fely coming up to talk about the injuries, not only with the Niners and Christian McCaffrey and Mason and everybody else, but I want to ask him about Steph Curry and Draymond Green and these injuries with them as well. Dr. Brian Fely will join us on the River Islands guest line coming up on the other side. If you're on hold, stay on hold. I want to get to everybody here because it's a fascinating conversation about Brock Purdy. He's good, but obviously not elite. So what does that mean? What does that mean? If he's regressed, who is that on? Is it all on him? Because I don't think it's all on him. I think it's a little bit of play calling. I think it's a little bit of injuries. I just think it's a little bit of talent. The lack of talent outside. But we'll get to all that. 888-957-9570 is a number. Dr. Brian Fely coming up on the other side, brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from.
From San Ramon, you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Shanahan, run the ball.
Shanahan did run the ball last week.
Hey,
the problem was
no.
Shanahan and the Niners couldn't pass the ball.
I got beef.
They couldn't pass the ball. Nope.
I got beef.
No beef. No
I got beef.
Nope.
No, it is because listen, we have Baldy on every week. Let's take people behind the scenes. We have Baldy on every single week for those that are just turning in. All right, and we have conversations with Baldy. That's what separates us. All right, conversations. This is not us asking a random guest like behind enemy lines. Let's talk to Bill. He covers the Nuggets in Denver. No. I said a statement, then another statement, and how I felt, and then I asked a question to Baldy. Y'all are trying to set me up saying I asked the longest question of all time to Brian Baldinger, and I'm not letting it happen. I'm not letting it happen.
Hold on. Can I talk, please? Because you're like red right now. You know you're
pissed.
wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. You're in denial. That's why. You're defensive right now. So I go to line one, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, and the guy who had the previous record for the longest question in the history of 95.7 The Game, Darren the Guru Johnson.
You're leading the witness.
No,
You're leading the witness.
No, hold on. I was on that show too, so I'm the perfect guy to be in this position. I was on that show. We talked. Hey, Guru, did we not during the BSCG days talk to Jim Barnett every single week?
Yes, we did.
So we would have conversations with the great Jim Barnett, right?
Guru, your connection's as good as your attendance record the last year.
So you have.
Goo, you know what, Goo? This is what we're going to do. The last 5 minutes of the show, Goo, I want you to come into the studio. I want you to come into the studio and put Shasky in his place because the first thing I called Guru, I called you during the break. And I didn't even have to say anything. And Guru goes, yo, Shasky just shattered my record for longest question in the history of 95.7
Who's the biggest, best broadcaster we all know? I'm going to say it's Roxy Bernstein outside of Dave Fleming. Roxy Bernstein taught me as a young non-journalist major, never went to college. He said, Shasky, I was taught by the ESPN executives. You make a statement, then you ask a question. That's how it works. I'm just doing what Roxy taught me. Please explain.
Dr. Bryce. So you always throw somebody under the bus. Let's go to Dr. Bryce.
Please explain.
Dr. Bryce
Roxy as one of my key testimonials.
We may need to work on Shasky's ego, Brian Feely. How do you repair his fractured ego? His ego's injured right now, Dr. Brian Feely, as he joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, UCSF Medicine. Dr. Brian Feely, good morning. Thanks for joining us this morning, man. How you doing today?
I'm good. I think my ego's better than Shasky, so we're all good.
There we go. Calm down, love, man. I got it. We're good. We're good. Everybody here. Dr. Brian Philly. Everybody's injured around here. Christian McCaffrey, what can you tell us about the PCL injury?
So I think every orthopedic surgeon who saw that when he fell on that hard turf, essentially frozen ground, landing directly on your knee, that's a perfect mechanism for a PCL injury. PCL injuries in general are graded by how much of the ligament tears and stretches out. Usually, unlike an ACL injury, a PCL injury can be essentially a partial, and it can actually heal on its own. So if it's a partial PCL injury, he had some laxity on the sideline. It can be treated non-operatively, essentially with just bracing and protecting him, but that's still talking about 6 to 8 weeks of protecting it, getting it to heal in the right position, and then slowly returning to activity. So unless there's a miraculous run at the end of the year, it's kind of hard to see him coming back this year.
Do you think it's related to the calf injury / bilateral Achilles tendonitis?
Not at all. So I think things that we think of that we worry about with Achilles tendonitis would be a Achilles rupture. I think if you look at the mechanism of his tackle, he almost made it through. He landed directly on his knee with 200 pounds of force. That's how you tear your PCL.
It's so this is like, because I've seen people speculate weather related, workload related. This is more of a traumatic blow.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we see these when you land directly on your knee, or if you're in a car and you hit the dashboard. Those are the two mechanisms for PCL. Not Shanahan did something wrong, McCaffrey did something wrong, he came back too soon, too late. This was just really unfortunate luck.
And now you watched the game live like I did. When they went to the back angle, I mean, I know he has giant calves, and so when they're like landing and planting on such hard surface, they're going to move a little. But like, I think we all winced thinking it was the Achilles that ruptured. What did you make of the video and all of the internet doctors out there that are claiming that it was an Achilles injury?
Yeah, I think when you look at McCaffrey's calves, they always look spectacular on TV when you go into super slow motion. I think everybody's worried about that because of his previous injury history over the year. But once they came back and immediately said it's his PCL, it's a pretty obvious exam. So when the doctors brought him into the tent, examined him, I'm sure they examined his calf, his Achilles, and his knee. And with Christian saying, hey, it's my knee really hurts, it feels unstable, then that's the obvious answer. The other thing is, if you remember from Aaron Rodgers, Dre Greenlaw, when you tear your Achilles, you go down, you don't run a few more plays. So the fact that he jogged back and then even tried, that's much more consistent with a PCL injury.
Yeah, because I was thinking of Kobe hitting the 2 free throws and kind of waltzing off the court, if you will, even though we knew he had tore his Achilles. Anyway, what about Mason?
Fred Warner. What about Fred Warner and his fractured ankle? How much pain is he in right now, Dr. Brian Fely?
You know, obviously a lot. Even if you have a very small injury and you're in a stress fracture or a stress reaction, you know, a non-displaced fracture, it's going to hurt a lot to play football and to be able to run up and down at the speed that he's going. I mean, he seems like he's a little bit slowed down, but at the same time, the defense is missing so many players that he can just be covering more ground than we would have been expecting him if we had a healthy defense.
High ankle sprain for Mason. Is he done for the year, you think?
Yeah, same thing. Even with a mild high ankle sprain, you're looking at minimum 4 weeks, maybe 6 weeks. Our season's not looking too long. At least Garendo's averaging over 5 yards a game.
Look at you. Doc, look at you. You must play fantasy football, Doc. Do you play fantasy football?
A little bit, but...
A little bit.
I like it. I respect it. I respect it. Dr. Brian Fely here on the River Islands guest line. All right, switch over to the Hardwood because I got some questions about the Golden State Warriors. Steph Curry, we know he's been in this league for 16 seasons, still with bilateral knee tendonitis. And he says maybe this thing is going to linger. Can you tell us something about this injury and how long it can linger or will linger for Stephen Curry?
Yeah, I think the hard part with tendonitis is it's not a good name for it. So it can be a little bit of inflammation around your patellar tendon and quad tendon, but it also can be a little bit of degeneration within the tendon itself. As we know from McCaffrey, once you have this tendon degeneration with some inflammation around it, it takes a long time to feel really good. The thing is you can probably safely play through patellar tendonitis or knee tendonitis more than you can Achilles tendonitis. So if he feels good and maybe not perfect, it's a little bit safer for him to play through this compared to McCaffrey. That being said, he still has to feel good enough to be able to perform at his level. My guess is, you know, he was playing high minutes early on. He may have to be cut back a few minutes every game just so he can make it through a longer season.
Oof. The calf strain, is that what it is, Monte?
For Draymond Green.
For Draymond,
this injury just popped up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're not seeing him specifically, but what does that mean?
Yeah, I think anytime there's a calf strain, you worry about recurrent injuries. And it's kind of an injury that we've all experienced as we hit middle age. You get pain on the inside of your gastroc. It's hard to push off, so you can't really jump with it nearly as well. And you need to give it rest. So typically 2 to 3 weeks to feel decent, 4 weeks to feel really good. And that's what Joe Burrow had last year. You know, he basically was in a boot for all of preseason. He came back, he played really well. So if you give it enough rest, players do pretty well with this. If you try to keep coming back too soon, it becomes an aggravating injury, and you just can't get all the way better.
Oof, man, we got to bet about how many games Draymond's going to play.
I have Draymond playing 65 games, and if he plays 65 games, Doc, Joe Shasky has to take me to the house of rib.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll make sure he gets all the best treatment then, so that you can get house prime rib.
Hey, Doc, I got a question. You're talking about middle-aged men. I'm one of them. Just turned 42 last week, and so I was doing some baseball drills on Sunday and cone work. I was doing cone work, right? And so you go around all these different cones and you squat like you're fielding the ball, whatever. My groin and the back of my hamstring is barking 2 days later.
Wait,
How long,
Doc, Doc, we didn't pay you to talk about Shasky's injuries.
Should I just get right back? Should I play hoops tonight?
Exactly.
What should I do?
Doc, we're talking about high-level athletes here, professionals who make millions of dollars, not a radio host who's out here doing coal work in his backyard with baby LJ.
Comeback season, Doc.
Oh, come on.
I'm bulking up.
You know, I think for you probably have a sports hernia. I think you need to go in and get it fixed right away.
No.
No, you'll be fine. Just give it an extra couple of days and more squats.
Yeah, that's so okay. Right. The squat thing, should I be doing the dumbbells or barbell squats? Like, what should I be doing here? You know, the kettlebells? Like, I've seen various ones. At my age, what do you think?
At 42, I think kettlebell squats are the best because they keep your core strong. As we get old, we sit way too much. Our core gets weak, and then we try to go out, run fast, and turn left on the base path.
Let's get back to real athletes here. Nick Bosa, the oblique in the hip. Will we see him again this season? What is he doing? What was it, both obliques? They haven't even clarified these injuries, Doc.
Yeah, I think it's hard. Anytime you have an oblique injury or these muscular core injuries, we honestly don't know a ton about them in orthopedic surgery, in medicine. The way your obliques come down and attach to your pelvis is really complicated. This is what we see in hockey players and soccer players sometimes as these sports hernias where the muscles from your obliques come down, attach along your pelvis right next to where your groin muscles attach. So once you start having oblique pain, your groin doesn't function as well. Everything kind of feels off. You can't do a sit-up, let alone fire, twist. Think about all the times he has to twist and get around a tackle. You just can't do that effectively, and it causes sharp pain. So like Shatsky trying to do his third day of squats, it might be a little while before we see him back.
Dr. Brian.
Doc, I'm feeling this. We should do this more often.
We should do this, though. The afternoons try to steal you and Dr. Narab Padya. We're the ones who are worried about health stuff. We're the ones who are out there running sprints and playing basketball all the time. You need to be on our show.
Anytime, guys.
Dr. Brian Feely, you're the best, man.
See you, Doc.
All right, courtesy of the River Islands guys.
UCSF.
And we got him out in 10 minutes. How about that? How about that?
I had to squeeze in a little. My buddy Joe Jaime, who
nobody cares about your injury.
Dr. Joe, he knew right away it was a PCL injury. He had DM'd me on Instagram. It was like automatic PCL on McCaffrey. If that's where he landed right on the knee, if that's taken at face value. So I guess we all, and myself included, we all overreacted to the backwards video of McCaffrey.
We're already about to jump the shark with Clark the Shark in just a second, but not over here. You're doing cone work in the backyard? What kind of cone work?
No, in the backyard.
You're doing cone work.
With a bunch of the 13, 14-year-olds. I jumped into the drills to show them how it can be done, and I got great work, and I burned like 900 calories on Sunday morning.
Did you think that he was just doing cone work like on his own in the backyard?
By myself?
Like DK Metcalf?
I didn't know what the hell he was doing.
3 cone.
Okay, 3 cones.
So basically there's all these different cones. You place different cones, and you go around them in different shuttles and shuffles, and then you go down to like receive the ball, and it's working with paddles and working with gloves, and it's getting down low. It's a great workout. I don't think you guys could last 10 minutes.
Wow.
Did it in an hour and a half.
510 says, Comcast Business Text Line, in the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger, the body doesn't know the difference between kettlebells or dumbbells. Just lift.
No, not dumbbells. I meant barbells. The barbell goes on like your back, and I'm afraid of hurting my back at my age. No, I am. I'm like genuinely afraid of like tearing and ripping stuff.
Well, just don't add any weights on there. The barbell itself, the Olympic bar one.
Stick, dog.
Well, it's 45 pounds. That's fine. Just you don't push yourself too much into it. That's the problem with people. They put too much weight on. You think you're macho. You work your way up in the weight. All right, it's all right. All right.
Speaking of Arnold, I do the Arnold presses. I'm up to an easy 45 per dumbbell. Hey, that's big progress. Your boy started off with 15s.
You just started lifting 2 years ago?
Yeah. Honestly, it's on.
No,
I mean this sincerely.
I'm proud of you. No, listen,
it's something I look forward to.
Before I start being
and Damon Oakland was right. I've turned it into a lifestyle. Like I live for it. I go on the Saturday morning before the baby wakes up.
I'm proud of you.
Back before 7:30.
Listen, I'm proud of you. I'm happy that you're working out.
I just can't get rid of this.
I'm happy.
Rooster gullet.
I'm happy that you're getting in the gym.
I'm happy that you're getting in the gym.
But this discovery of the weight room at the age of 40, right? It's kind of some jokes there. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Well, look, you know what I would say is I have cross-addicted from video games.
Shout out Stretch Lab. You need to go to Stretch Lab. I got you, dog.
I should go to
Use my
Stretch Lab.
promo code.
I should.
Go to
You have a
Stretch Lab.
promo code. Promo code Bonte.
No, it'd be promo code King. I'm just playing your game now. I'm just playing your game.
I love it. I do love it.
Now we got Gino in Vacaville. I'll send you some great back workouts and lifting pages in IG, Joe. Gino in Vacaville.
Well, my buddy
always be
Scott,
texting never out my name anymore.
I broke my back. My buddy Scott Hernandez, great guy. I mean, this dude's jacked, and he gave me this full workout, and my literal text back to him was like, "Hey, bro, like, wow, like I don't know if I'm doing that. Box squats, and he's got all these different box squats, and deadlift, hip thrusters, full body crunch, setups, planks, and I'm like, we'll ease into that one." Above the waist, I'm crushing it. Below the waist, not so much in terms of
some people say if you're trying to get rid of the gullet, you got to do some jaw exercises.
I've been doing those.
Doesn't work.
It's called talking every day.
That's the 3.
Yeah.
But you need more jaw. Like you need to put some weight on that.
No,
thing.
but it's genetics too.
Right.
Like my family has. This is where we store our fat.
Let's jump to Shark now. Let's go to Clark the Shark. Clark the Shark, what's happening?
Hello.
Hello. It's been a long time. Clark. Talk to me, brother.
Bonte, Belafonte, and Cup of Joe's. How are you boys doing? It's great to hear from you.
Hey, man, I'm doing great. Despite my teams, the Warriors been on a 4-game losing streak, and the Niners just basically playing themselves out of the playoffs. I'm actually doing pretty well.
Hey, life is good, huh? You can't always get what you want. I'll tell you one thing. One of the things about Purdy is you got to talk about his offensive line. It was 23rd last year in pass protection. This year, Brendel and Banks are terrible. He's getting pressure right up in his face. I think it's Kyle I know he's in charge of that draft. It's obvious, and they need to build the offense and defensive lines in this coming draft, or else I don't see them improving a whole lot. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do know what you're saying. They're getting dominated in the trenches. How are you doing, though, Clark the Shark? Everything good out there, man? You good? Wifey's good?
I tell you what, we sold our house. We had a pretty nice house, or decent house here. And we moved to this little shack down by the beach, and the heater went out. And now it's really cold here.
Where are you?
It was down in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yeah, he's always been in Myrtle Beach.
For some reason, I thought you went to the Philippines.
Oh, yeah. Didn't you go to the Philippines for a second?
Well, no, we got some land there that we're going to build on, but we're waiting for this permit to come through, and things move pretty slow over there. And so it's still not in the Philippines yet, but we're hoping to have this place here and maybe a place in the Philippines, but we'll see.
Maybe the King can expedite some of those permits for you.
I might be able to do something. I got some people in the Philippines. I do.
Oh, really?
I got some people who know some people.
Save that drop.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, we could use all the help we could get.
Just let me know where you're trying to live. Manila? You trying to live in paradise? Where you trying to go? Beach life?
Belair, it's a beach community with surf and all that kind of thing.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that place.
Bonte's more of a Bodega Bay, the tides in kind of a guy. That's the beach that he likes.
In the tides.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
Baby. Get it right.
I love how I'm selling your bit better than you.
In at the tides, baby. There you go. Clark, good to hear from you. Always.
I do love
and you're
the in at
spot
the
on
tides.
about the trenches. They have to fix the trenches. The defensive line, this makeshift defensive line, you got to invest in it. The Rams reshuffled their defensive line. They got 2 rookies who are playing like studs out of Florida State.
And Young is balling.
Young is balling as well. So you got to reinvest in his defensive line. Who's that?
That's Guru.
Guru's going to come in here. He's trust me, he's going to put you in his place. Ryan
he's going to put you in his place?
I mean, he's going to put you in place, or however that cliche goes, whatever. Ryan and Irvine, what's happening? We got wacky, man. I'm telling you, I'm throwing off a little bit. Right. Seriously, I'm throwing off. I got my guy over here asking the doctor about his injuries. Not Nick Bosa's, not Fred Waters, but his injuries. Just because he bent over and grabbed a bucket of baseballs and hurt his back.
When you got an expert on the line, you got to shoot your shot.
Exactly.
You got to ask.
Yeah, I'm not bad at that.
Thank you.
I
they call me the rifleman for a reason, Chuck Person.
Now, you had asked earlier what pisses you off the most about the Niners, and it's already been stated, a couple of my points about the defensive scheme, the offensive line, but overall, it's Kyle's stubbornness. Because when you think about it, the O-line is the way it is because Kyle's philosophy on the offensive line, he doesn't prioritize it. You know what I mean? He thinks like, if I have good skill players and my offensive scheme, we don't really need this elite offensive line. But yet you look at like the NFC teams right now that are crushing it. What do they have? They have strong offensive lines because they prioritize it, right? They're always looking to upgrade those positions on the offensive line while we don't. And it's festering right now, you know?
Yep.
I have to think that Pearsall pick was totally Kyle. I mean, that was Kyle right there. He handpicked Pearsall. And then after that pick, he's like, all right, John, go ahead and pick whoever you else, like go ahead and fill this roster, right? So that's number one. Number two, Kyle's stubbornness when it comes to picking the defensive coordinator. He interviewed Vic Fangio. And Vic Fangio said, I want to run a 3-4. You have the personnel for it. Let me run my 3-4 scheme. Kyle listened to some of the players on the team and ultimately likes the wide 9 because it's a defensive scheme that Kyle likes. How's that working out for our team right now?
It's a great
How's
point.
it working out for the Eagles?
No,
It's a great
not good.
point.
Not good at all.
And the Eagles now, Jalen Carter is seeing his full potential. Their linebackers are playing out of this world.
Toby Dean.
I mean, he took a guy who wasn't a linebacker and has converted him into a great linebacker in Vic Fangio. I wanted to see them go to a 3-4. I think that's on the table. I would do it. He gets more speed out on the field. You can hide some things. But to your point, like, it is on Kyle. Kyle did want to run the exact same thing. His obsession with this Seattle defense from a decade ago, I would love to have a philosophical conversation as to why he's so hell-bent on that defense. I just want to know what his reasoning is because maybe I'll have better insight as to why he's so obsessed with it.
Now, I heard so much about, paying Brennan Ayuk and why you pay a wide receiver when you only give him, 5 targets a game or he gets 4.5 catches a game or whatnot. And you're not a passing team. You're a running team. So why invest so heavily into wide receivers? Well, the wide 9, I'm not mad at the wide 9 if you have speedy edge rushers. The 49ers do not have speedy edge rushers. Leonard Floyd's a little older. He doesn't have the same speed off the snap, and he's getting off the ball very slow. Nick Bosa's a power guy. He's a power rusher. He's not a speed rusher. And he lines up so far wide outside of the tackle. Like, Nick Bosa's never getting to the quarterback. The quarterbacks are going to get rid of this ball in 2 seconds. It's going to take Bosa about 3 seconds to get there. So the personnel just feels like it doesn't match the scheme that you want to run. So could Bosa be a stand-up 3-4 linebacker like TJ Watt? I have no idea. No
Could he be a hand in the dirt DN like not Justin Smith per se, but
maybe like Casey Hayward inside?
Well,
kind of like Justin Smith.
Hayward's so more of a D tackle, but I think he could still play inside. Somewhat inside if you had a fast guy on the outside of him.
You need faster guys on the outside.
Absolutely.
So it's a personnel issue. So can you get some fast linebackers like Will Anderson Jr.? You know what I mean? A guy like that who could play opposite of Bosa or on the same side of Bosa. I don't know. But the wide 9, I don't mind sticking with a 4-3. I just don't like the wide 9. The gaps are too wide. Teams are running the ball, especially if you don't have a good linebacker opposite of Fred Warner.
Good point.
And you know what? Play action pass is susceptible to it because you got young safeties.
Can I ask this one? Are you more pissed about the defense, or are you more pissed about the offense?
I'm pissed about the offense. The offense is disappointing. They've underwhelmed because last season, I thought the offense was going to have to carry the defense, especially after the bye weeks. This offense has been underwhelming. We know the red zone numbers, right? There were 1-3 in the red zone last week. We've discussed the red zone every single week. Red zone efficiency. We weren't sure about this defense, right? Without Dre Greenlaw, with some young safeties, Hufanga's coming back. He wasn't right. Hargrave gets hurt early. We kind of saw this with the defense, right? We thought that, boy, the offense is going to have to step up. But the offense is 27th in red zone efficiency. They haven't done their job. It's been underwhelming seasons from Deebo Samuel, underwhelming season from Brock Purdy, because a lot of people have set the bar high for Brock Purdy. Christian McCaffrey played 4 games. really 3.5. Got hurt in Buffalo. How many games did IU play? 5? Or it says 7 games played, but
I mean, not a lot.
Not a lot. He didn't score a touchdown this year. So I'm more disappointed with the offense because you have an offensive-minded head coach. You have a top-heavy offensive roster where most of your premium players are on offense. So I'm disappointed in the offense.
If I would have told everybody the Friday before the season was about to start, Ayuk and CMC would have 0 touchdowns combined at this point in the year, there was no scenario where I would see that. The other thing you brought up was Brock. And, Lubman, you did a great job with this in terms of gathering the statistics. Brock, before the Ravens game, was 17-3 as a starting quarterback. 42 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. 42 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Almost 70% completion. Since the Ravens game, 65% completion, 15 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Something's happened since that game. I don't know if it's the league adjusting. The team itself has been worn down.
I think it's a little bit of everything.
He's not even close.
The playoff games, too. And I don't know if this includes the playoff games or just the regular season games. But the playoff games were not great. He didn't play a full 4 quarters in the playoff games. He had the great quarter in the fourth against Green Bay.
Second half, third quarter was great.
Detroit, second half.
Yeah.
Boom. And even in the second half, he threw some throws. Oh, my God.
There were a couple that he
Oh, my God. Whoa. He got lucky there. In the Super Bowl, he was solid. Not great. Solid. But you think about the 3rd and 5, you get a first down before the end of regulation, you seal the game. Now, Jake Moody has to make the field goal. He had made a 50-yarder or whatever. But Shanahan, you got to have CMC here. Instead, Brock Purdy's looking the other way to Ayuk, and he throws right into the cover 0 blitz. McDuffie bats it down with no problem whatsoever. So, he hasn't been the same. And the roster around him hasn't been the same.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, Debo is just fading here in the last month. For whatever reason, Ayuk, the Niners couldn't get a contract done, and he comes in, and he wasn't in shape, and boom, there he goes. He's out in Kansas City. So I think it's a little bit of everything.
I mean, it's so bad. I can't. You're basically got less than 1,000 yards from Debo, Ayuk, and CMC this year. It's incomprehensible. I don't understand how that could happen.
And look, I think Purdy, now that I'm thinking more and more about it, I would like to see the 49ers build around him because I do think he's proven that he could take this team to the NFC Championship. He's proven that he could get this team to a Super Bowl, and I believe this guy can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that was when he was making $1 million.
Yeah, but
you could spread the money around.
But you know what though? If he's making $30 million a year, I can live with that. I can live with that for Brock Purdy. 60's a lot.
Yeah, 30's a lot. Yeah, I would agree with 30.
But 30 to 40, I can live with that if you put the right pieces around him. And right now, I don't know if Pearsall's a good piece around him. I don't know if Jawan Jennings. If you want your quarterback to be the franchise quarterback, then build around this guy. Like the Ravens have built around Lamar Jackson. Buffalo is built around Josh Allen. The Bengals built around Joe Burrow. The Lions, they know who Jared Goff is. Let's get a power running game in here with a great offensive line that can run and pass block and get some speedy wide receivers out there because we know this guy can throw the ball around the yard. The Eagles have built around Jalen Hurts. The Commanders are building around Jaden Daniels. Have the Niners done a good job of building around Brock Purdy?
I think their philosophy was not build around the quarterback and then we build around. It was the other way around. It was let's build the whole roster and the quarterback just don't mess it up. So that's kind of the philosophy. And maybe not don't mess it up is a little harsh, but like the philosophy of how they built their team is the reverse of all those other teams. Like when I think of Lamar Jackson, he runs, everything flows through him.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of the opposite of how the Niners operate. No?
I would like to see them operate differently.
Yeah, that would be a philosophical change.
Yeah, well, I would like to see that. Build around your quarterback. Yeah. It's the same thing with Trey. I don't even know if Trey's going to be any good. He may be a bum. Who knows? But damn it. Damn.
Well, I think they're always going to be a run-first team.
Yeah, but
under Shanahan.
But build your passing game around the quarterback. What can you do to make your quarterback function at the highest of highest levels? Last year they did it. Now, I see here on the text line, Did I hear you correctly, Bonte? You're writing off Ricky Pearsall halfway through his rookie season? No, I'm not writing off Ricky Pearsall.
We're saying his first year is...
But 415, I want you to hear me correctly here. What the hell is going on with Ricky Pearsall? Do you want to hear from Baldy on Ricky Pearsall? Because he has run 63 routes the last 3 games. 3 targets and 0 catches. Again, 415, 63 routes the last 3 games, 0 catches, 3 targets. Now, ask Baldy about that. Here's what Baldy had to say.
What surprised me about that stat right there, how do you not know that, is that he's even run 63 routes because you don't even notice him. You don't even know he's on the field. Like, that's how invisible he is. I'm thinking, well, where is he? All right, I see Juwan out there slipping and sliding. I see George doing what he's doing. Like, where's the ball even going for the most part? It's not really, I don't even know who it's going to. Obviously, it's not going to Pearsall. I talked to him on the field before the game in Green Bay, and he said he's here to beat man coverage. I haven't seen him get open. I haven't seen him even look at him where he's even being featured in any way right now.
So that's Ricky Pearsall. You know, I'm not crushing Ricky Pearsall. Relax, 415. Damn.
But the other part of this is, like, I think it would be a different story if they were in tight ball games. Right. And, you know, like, if you're watching the flow of the game and it's just, hey, they didn't pass a lot or whatever. You were down, like, pretty heavy in every one of these games the last couple of weeks.
Green Bay and Buffalo. And my man has 3 targets.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I want to see more Pearsall. I want to see if this guy can be a stud. And because it's not just me who's going to be looking at Ricky Pearsall, it's going to be you, because we look at the 3 wide receivers selected directly after Pearsall. Wide receivers in the 2024 NFL draft went 31, 32, 33, 34. It was Ricky Pearsall, Xavier Legette, Keon Coleman, and Ladd McConkey. And right now, everybody's talking about Ladd McConkey and the Chargers. Right now, people, look, Keon Coleman got hurt, which may set him back, but he was ascending with the Buffalo Bills. Just watch the games. And Xavier Legette with Bryce Young, there's something there. Right now, Pearsall, out of those 4 picks, has been the most underwhelming. And I'm not even trying to crush the guy because he did get shot. And I don't know what the hell he's going through. And I don't know if he can get right. But let's not act like Pearsall was on the field during training camp. He had multiple shoulder injuries. Guy had like 6 practices in August. And that was before he got shot. So we had question marks then.
Well, I'm going back to the day of the draft. Like, I remember the day of the draft, it was, I don't know, man. Are they going to trade Debo? Are they going to trade Ayuk? Then they take a receiver, and we're all like, whoa, receiver. One of the 2 guys is gone, right? Like, that's what we thought.
Yeah.
Not only did they not trade one of the 2 guys, they kept everyone in-house. Like, go back to where we were the day of the draft. If I told you the day that they picked Pearsall, not only would they keep Pearsall and he would be buried on the depth chart, they were also going to keep Ayuk and Debo. I think most reasonable people would be like, you got a lot of holes. Are we sure about that?
And then you don't trade Debo after everything that happened in August. And you had the Pittsburgh rumors swirling and the Brown rumors swirling. And what the hell is going on around here?
It hasn't been good bang for the buck.
415. What I'm doing is, why can't my first round pick get more targets in the last 3 games? How's he running 63 routes with only 3 targets? And yet we get our expert on every Tuesday, and Brian Baldinger at 7:30, and he says, I don't even notice him on film. That's from the experts.
That hurts to hear. That hurts to hear.
So that's what that is. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to West Oakland Sam. Long time no talk,
Hey,
West
Sam.
Oakland Sam. What's going on?
Hey, man, what's up, my brothers, man? I hope y'all had a great Thanksgiving.
You too.
Work on that gullet.
Thanks, bro. I'm working on it, man. It's tough.
Hey, man, I got love handles I can't get rid of, so I'll feel you, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Brock Purdy, you see, the bar, whenever Brock Purdy came in, the bar for our quarterbacks that we had at the time was Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. So whenever Brock came in, it was like, oh, my God, we finally got somebody that could see it, that could throw the ball more than 5-10 yards down the field, that can actually see it. And, yeah, he could scamper around, like he could run. He got some little Mighty Mouse feet that he could do. But we got to understand the bar was so low for what we got. And as, like, 49er fans, we've been waiting to see somebody who could be just as good as, like, Jeff Garcia or what Kaepernick was for a glimpse. You know what I mean? And it hasn't been that way. And I really feel like the Ricky Pearsall pick was a glimpse into what Kyle Shanahan thought he was as a wide receiver at Texas when he played. So like that pick to me was his pick because he saw himself in Ricky Pearsall. And it's impossible to build a team around a guy. It's so early in Brock's – it's still young in Brock's career. So it's like we can't really say that we haven't built around him. He actually came to a team that was already built.
It's true.
It's built for –
That's a good point.
But it was built for a guy not like Brock. Like Brock is low-key a glorified, amazing backup quarterback, in my opinion, now that I'm seeing enough tape on him now.
I'm not going there, West Oakland, Sam. You were
it's his opinion.
It's his opinion, but I'm not going.
I think he's a starter.
Quarterback. A starter. The guy was damn near an MVP last.
No, I know. I'm saying I didn't mean disrespect.
I
meant like he's a starter.
Yeah,
to me, he's a starter.
Let's say he's a glorified great backup quarterback. What have you been watching? All right, come on.
But look, this does happen. Like he brought up the glimpse of Kaepernick. There was a point in time where I was like, Kaepernick is an all-pro.
Yeah, but we understand what happened with Kaepernick. The coaching staff left. The roster around him eroded. And by the time he was here in his final season with Colin Kaepernick, it was a joke of a roster.
But this is like players aren't static or they don't stay stagnant as to what they are. There was a point in time, Derek Carr was playing like an MVP. You know, Carson Wentz was playing like an MVP. And just a couple years later, that's a ridiculous sentence to say out loud.
Well, it's not when you know the context. When you understand what happened to Derek Carr. That guy was a gunslinger. That guy was next. And he broke his fibula on Christmas Eve in 2016 against the Colts. And he comes back to a roster that has Todd Downing as his offensive coordinator. Todd Downing. And the rest is history. And he hasn't really able to get right. Now he's got stage fright. Looks like he's skittish in the pocket at times. Injuries will destroy you. Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL. Has never been the same since, right? Before Jimmy Garoppolo, he was like slinging it, taking hits on it. Remember the hit he took by Clowney and threw a dime to Carlos Hyde who dropped it? It was like, oh, yeah, we have one now. But we got a quarterback.
But are we in the middle of seeing that in real time right now with Brock?
I don't think so. Not yet. I think it's too premature to call.
It's
too premature to call.
42 touchdowns and 10 picks over a 20-game period. And the last 14 or so, 15 and 12.
Doesn't the context matter too, though? No Ayuk. No CMC.
Yeah, but moving forward, you might not have those guys. If you're closer to the 15 and 12 guy than the 42, it's like, ugh.
But at least moving forward, if CMC's hurt, you can make accommodations for that. You can maybe draft, you can maybe sign, you can maybe bring some talent around here. I don't know. I'm not ready to give up on Brock.
I'm not ready to give up either. I'm worried, though. I am worried about where we're at.
I know. I understand you're worried.
Physically, he's like, something's up with the arm, shoulder thing. Just confidence. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff that's on the precipice here.
Let's go to Nick at San Rafael. Nick, what's happening?
Hey, Nick. I'm Nick. Just want to talk about the draft. And Kyle, everyone knows someone who knows somebody, right? Mm-hmm. And I happen to know somebody. Inside the building, it is known, and it is the truth, just take me at my word, that he owns the first 4 rounds. And if you look back at all his drafts, go back to Joe Williams out of Utah, John Lynch said he was off the Niners board, but Kyle had to have him, so they picked him. What did he last? A year and a half? The tall running back tight end out of Tennessee that was hurt every year, another Kyle pick. Just look at all the first 4 rounds since he's been here. They're all Kyle picks. All of them.
Can I ask you a question, Nick?
Cooney and those guys, but,
Nick, can I ask you a question?
Was Trey his pick?
Yes. Trent who?
Williams? Trey.
Yeah, Trey, absolutely.
Interesting.
Can I ask you a question?
Trey Lance. I thought you were talking about the tight end. Sorry.
Yeah.
It seemed like Trey was just picked for sure.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why wouldn't they just give Kyle Shanahan all 7 rounds of draft? Why just 4?
I don't know, man. Maybe they just feel like they need to, that's not really
pretty
that's
deep.
A good question, but he seems like
I'm curious.
He puts his fingerprints all over the first 4 rounds, and then you can see 5th round and on in free agents, we get good players.
That's a good point.
But why wouldn't they give them all 4? Probably because, all 7, I don't know.
Well, that's why you have scouts, B. That would be my counter to you is like, you need those guys for the deeper rounds because you get deeper and deeper down the barrel. You got to have I don't know. Look, I'm listening to him. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm just listening.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to make it make sense. He gets the first 4 rounds to pick, and then it's like, all right, Kyle, we got it from here. You can have some input, but we got it from here. Like, Kyle doesn't have input on every single pick.
Yeah, but he may not be as informed once you get deeper and deeper into the weeds. Diamond Lenore, 5th round pick. George Kittle, 5th round pick.
It's an interesting question.
It's a concept. I don't know.
At the end of the season or the draft combine, I would love that question to be asked to Kyle Shanahan. By the way, we're going to talk some Warriors here on the other side. Plus, we still, if you want to talk Niners, 888-957-9570 is the number.
Last-minute leftovers?
Oh, no, Cougar's coming in for that. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source. For 40
today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Day. We'll see if he plays today. We'll play some Steve Kerr sound in just a second. If you're listening to the Morning Roast, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams like 49ers and the Warriors and the Giants, stations or radio shows like Steiny and Goo. Catch the basic interviews you missed too. Like Steve Kerr joins Will and Dibs every single week. So the Warriors. We haven't talked about Warriors over the last 2 days. We talk a lot of Niners, and it's starting to get a little hairy. Starting to get a little wacky when it comes to Niners talk. Later, talk about, he's a glorified backup. I'm not ready to go there. Come on, man. The guy just broke the franchise record in passing yards, threw for over 30 touchdowns. Really, you think Brock Purdy's a glorified backup? So it's getting a little wacky, and I'm scared to see where that goes. Maybe we'll just table that until tomorrow.
I know it sounds absurd. There was a point in time where Jimmy Garoppolo, I could only see him as an upper echelon starter in the league, and then he became a glorified backup. So I never write anything off. It is absurd today, though, to say that.
Today.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But it could become a backup. We never know. It could become Andy Dalton. Who knows? Who the hell knows? Could become Jameis Winston. Maybe the jig is up. Maybe it is. So then do you pay him? And that's a conversation we're going to have all off season on the roast. But the Warriors. I brought out the panic meter Saturday night.
I should get royalties for that.
No, why should you get royalties for the panic meter?
Because you always panicking, like the whole panic thing started with me. Panic at the disco.
No. It was worrying. You were a worrier.
Pivot Don't Panic has been around for 5 years.
No, I brought up on the Morning Roast when they won the championship. I said, so everybody's panicking now. What's the panic meter? And so NBC took that from the show, which I said, but you want royalties for it, fine.
Pivot Don't Panic has been a staple of the Shasky lexicon for decades.
I should just give you royalties for my entire career.
It goes back to Steve Phelps in the 90s, teaching me basketball back in the day.
I should just give you royalties for my entire career.
Just a little shout out, maybe just a little blurb. Follow Joe Shasky on Instagram.
Like you don't get the blurb every single night on. That's not enough though, huh?
Well, I'll be a little more.
Okay.
It's never enough.
Yeah, no.
I'm greedy.
No, I know it's never enough.
I'm greedy.
Story of my life. Everybody in my life. It's never enough. But are we panicking about the Warriors right now? After a great start, 10-2 start. 10-2 start. Hold on. 10-2 start. They've lost 4 games in a row. They were 12-3 after beating the Pelicans. They blew a 17-point lead to San Antonio a couple Saturdays ago. Last Monday night, they blew an 18-point lead to the Brooklyn Nets.
That one hurt.
They lose to the Thunder Wednesday night. We didn't really get to discuss that game because
it was
Pat
the Thanksgiving Spencer
break.
Game.
It was Thanksgiving break, and
you got the Pat Spencer game.
Look, you got the Pat Spencer game, and you got a game in which the Warriors missed 14 straight shots in the last 5 minutes of the game. Clutch time situation. They're up 96-93, 5:45 left at their slow-mo and one. And thinking, okay, we're about to steal one from Oklahoma City. And they missed 14 consecutive shots and didn't hit a field goal until 19 seconds. Until the 19-second mark when Draymond hit a layup. So you lose that game by 4.
Isaiah Joe was hitting everything.
Well, and so now you get Phoenix. And Phoenix goes 14-21 from the three-point line. Now, Phoenix, they average about 15 makes from 3 a game. They made 14 in the first half alone.
Yeah, they won that game in the first half.
Tyus Jones averages 11-7.
Hey.
He's a hell of a pickup. 19-9.
Glorified backup or starter?
Well, he's starting on the Phoenix Suns, and he's cooking right now.
He's had a good little run here the last couple years.
Oh, he's been good with Memphis, and he's a solid player. I didn't think he would be in the pros that long.
He played really hard when Ja got out of that playoff series in 2022. Yep. He was the starter after Ja, right?
He was.
Yeah, and he's played really hard. I mean, I like him. He's a really solid player.
Really good player. So now they played the Denver Nuggets, the Nuggy Dogs. And you got to be careful because Michelle Pito made a mistake when he came to that nickname. You always got to say Nuggets.
Don't talk about I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Not a big Michelle Beal fan.
That doesn't surprise me.
Well, I mean, she said she was going to stop watching the NFL like 7 years ago. It's complete BS. I mean,
maybe she has. She's covered the
NBA. She was on Willard and Dibs talking about the NFL a couple months back. Yes.
Was she out there?
Selling something Super Bowl week.
Oh, well, that's why. It's making money. You'll sell your soul for Super Bowl. That's what we all do. When the almighty dollar comes into play, we all sell out.
That's not watching football. That's just getting the bag. I respect
there
that.
you go.
So my Nuggets breakdown, I was doing a little deep dive on the Nuggy Nugs, and Nikola Jokic, still amazing.
Yep.
Basically 30 and a triple-double the last however many games. He's unreal.
He is unreal.
And then Jamal Murray shooting the poorest he's shot since his rookie year. They're obviously missing the local kid from Mitty, Gordon, and
well, Gordon's back. Gordon was back Sunday night against the Clippers.
Okay, but it seems like in his absence, Michael Porter Jr. is actually taking the ball to the rim more.
Michael Porter Jr.
And Braun's been shooting like crazy.
What does Braun have to do with the Denver Nuggets?
Christian Braun, or whatever, Brown, or however you pronounce his name.
You said Braun. I was like, what?
Brown. Is it Brown?
It's Brown, but it's spelled B-R-A-U-N.
Yeah, okay.
Brown.
He's made 4 threes or something like that in every game in the last 6 games.
I was like, wait, how do we go from Denver to Braun? Braun. But no, Gordon came back against the Clippers on Sunday. They lost to the Clippers Sunday night. It was a fun game as the Niners were getting blown out. I was like, let me go to league pass.
That? Yeah.
I went to
wasn't
league
league passing it.
I was league passing it.
Yeah, I was watching 49er post-game shows.
No, I was league passing it. I was like, I know.
Ours here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I went straight. Sorry, Kyle Matson. Sorry, Grandy. Sorry, Stormy Bennett.
Oh, it was
I did not
excellent.
listen to 1 second.
I did.
I was building a Gabby Dollhouse watching Clippers and Nuggets.
I went straight to it on YouTube.
And the Clippers now 13-9, won at home. And James Harden scored 39 in that game, 39 and 11 assists. He was really cooking in that one. But Aaron Gordon came back, and he gives him a nice little he came off the bench in that game, 10 points, 4 assists. We'll see if he comes off the bench. They still have Russell Westbrook, who's going to be a speed demon off the bench. But they have Jokic, and they play at a slow pace. Now, one thing to know about the Denver Nuggets, and you got to look at these numbers here, folks.
Give it to me.
4th in three-point percentage in the league. 4th in three-point percentage. But they take the second lowest amount of threes of any team in the league. They average about 32 three-point attempts a game.
So they're
the second lowest in the league. So they are efficient from the three-point line.
Okay.
So what's been an issue for the Warriors in the last couple weeks here? Blow-bys again.
We're back to that?
We're back to that. Guys are blowing by them and getting to the cup. And you know the one thing with the Warriors, and I don't know if it's just me, 888-957-9570 is a number we haven't opened up to Warrior fans. Over the last week, they've looked a little older, and they've looked a bit slow. Kind of like the 49ers.
They need a trade.
Probably.
I mean, look, the other day, I'm watching the game, and I'm like, why is Moses Moody on this team? Like, well, honest to gosh, like, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just asking out loud, like, what's the point of having him on the team? What was the point of extending him if you're never going to play him and use him? I don't get. Possibly. I'm not even saying. Look, it's year 4.
Yeah.
And we don't even know what he is.
Yeah, I don't know. If
so
he's good
to
or
me,
not.
like something's got to give. Either you play the guy or you get rid of the guy. Like I don't get what we're doing, and I'm not using Moses Moody as the litmus test for the whole Warrior team, but I just think it's a small microcosm into my frustration this year, where it's like we're year 4 with Kuminga. I'm still not 100% sure on Kuminga, and then like Moody, I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, I don't know how good Moody is. He played 3 minutes Saturday night in Phoenix and went 0 for 1. The shot was from the three-point line and 1 turnover, 3 minutes against Phoenix. Pat Spencer played 8 minutes in that basketball game.
See what I'm saying?
Kyle Anderson played 7 minutes in that game. Kuminga was 4-12, over 3. He's kind of out of sorts here. He's got to get back on track off this bench. Buddy Hield has come back down to earth. He had 11 in that Phoenix game in 16 minutes, but his splits over the last 10 hasn't been pretty. He's shooting in the 30s again. So, you know, the bench, as well as the bench, and the points off the bench, remember they were averaging like 60 points a game from their bench. They're down in the low 50s now.
Well, it feels like TJD has taken a little tiny step back. If you flip-flop Looney and TJD, that might, I don't know, that might help. It might not. I'm not really sure. But it feels like he's taken a little step back. And then the Pods thing, like, I think a big part of the last 3 weeks has been Pods is on a milk carton.
Well, could have been the case for the season.
No doubt, but I'm saying it's exasperated or whatever with the loss of Melton.
Well, yeah, no doubt. I thought Pods was starting to find it in the OKC game. I thought he was solid. He had a big spurt. What was that, the third quarter? We scored 8, but
couple layups,
to your point, you need one thing this team is lacking, from my eye.
Yeah.
Another playmaker. They need a playmaker.
Agreed.
And they need a rim protector. Guys are going to the cup at will now against the Warriors, and they're going at them. They're going at TJD. They're going at these guys, but also just a playmaker outside of Stephen Curry, who, by the way, has bilateral knee soreness. I'm going to get sick of this word bilateral.
Did you see the report all over the internet, whether it was real or not? NBA Central? The Warriors are inquiring on Jordan Poole?
No.
I swear to God.
Is that a real report?
Well, that was the rumor. Rumors are NBA executive says the Warriors are sniffing around Jordan Poole again. I'd take him back.
No, that's NBA Centel, not
that's
Central.
a fake account.
That's the fake one.
Fake account.
You got bamboozled. You got ball sacked.
Damn.
Oh, man.
You're sure?
Yes.
I hate the internet.
Oh, man.
I was honest to God. If they were, I was like, let's do that. I'm down with that. You're not down with that?
They need a playmaker.
I would do that.
They need a playmaker.
Okay, well, I got bamboozled. I feel like
you got bamboozled, but I'm looking at the Chicago Bulls and Kobe White. God. I'm looking at Vucevic. I'm looking at Robert Williams in Portland. I'm looking at Dennis Schroeder. Cam Johnson says he wants to stay in Brooklyn, but he knows business is business. So there's a lot of players. If you want to look at hoop rumors, I suggest you go to hoopshype.com. Hoops Hype.
Oh, that's that much more credible?
Yeah, it's a lot more credible than NBA Central.
I swear. I sourced it by seeing how many followers they had. And I was like, oh, that's legit.
That's how you sourced it.
That's how you get ball sack tweets on the show. The Iguodala work on your calves, that one?
No, it was biceps. He has bicep implants.
Yeah, bicep implants.
We all thought that was real, by the way.
I got bamboozled by Kuminga grew 3 inches over the summer, and he's 7 feet tall now.
Who came up with that one? Oh, my God, who said that?
Brian Windhurst instead of Windhorst.
He grew 3 inches. Unbelievable.
I'm dead serious, though. If there was any validity to that, which clearly there's not, but if there was, I would do that. I would take Jordan Poole back in a heartbeat.
I bet you would.
You wouldn't?
They need a playmaker.
Would you rather pay Jordan Poole $28 million a year or Kuminga $38?
Probably Jordan.
Exactly.
Probably Jordan. But there definitely is something there's something brewing with the Warriors, and I think they're fishing for something. I don't know this. I have no account. I'm just saying I'm just being Bonte Hill, the radio
Kuzma
guy.
and Poole?
Relax on Kyle Kuzma. Have you watched him? You got to watch League Pass. Dude.
No, I don't, but I know that they've been trying to move that contract for years.
Kyle Kuzma, you want to stay away
barely plays.
From. Yeah, it's a reason for that. He is who he is.
Bonte,
you want to say
the businessman and you would pivot immediately.
You want it? No, I wouldn't. Kyle Kuzma, no. I told you. I looked into his face, and Levi said, thank God y'all didn't trade for Paul George. Thank God. And I didn't even want marketing. Thank God. Imagine if they traded for Paul George. Oh my God. Oh. You still have your assets. You have your draft picks.
Okay, well,
you have players. You can make some moves here. But also offensively, they're just sputtering here. The crunch time numbers against OKC, against Brooklyn, against San Antonio, even against Phoenix. Phoenix goes on a 14-3 run. Warriors try to get back into the Phoenix like, well, here's a dagger 3. Here we go. They need a playmaker bad because when Steph is not on the floor, who's making a play for somebody?
Nobody.
Who can dribble by their man?
Pods does. Then he comes to a jump stop in the key and then pivots 7 times.
So here's what Steve Kerr, because if they don't have Draymond Green tonight.
Who's guarding Jokic?
Exactly. Here's what Steve Kerr said about his status yesterday's shoot-around.
So obviously doubtful tomorrow. I think Raymond told me questionable. I would call it doubtful.
Yeah.
We got to be careful for the reasons you're asking this question. So doubtful tomorrow. We'll see how he holds up.
So right now on the injury report, it says left calf tightness. Draymond is questionable.
He was not good in the close. He's not alone, but he wasn't good in the closing minutes. Him and Steph, they turned the ball over a couple of times. Just some bad, unforced turnovers in half-court situations. And so to your point, that extra playmaker is dramatically needed. And I felt like Steve Kerr has been searching. Yep. He's tried GP2. He's tried Lindy Waters. He's tried various combinations, and not a lot of them are working.
Now, Stephen Curry's injury, we know about that. He spoke Saturday after the game against Phoenix. He only took 5 shots in the first half, byproduct of Phoenix playing very good defense. But he erupted. He missed the game Wednesday night.
Yeah.
He erupted for 15 points in that third quarter. He was 5 of 9, 3 for 3 from 3. He started moving around a lot better. He was a little rusty in the first half, but they asked him about the rotation. First, you know what? I'll play the sound about the knee tendonitis, and then we'll get to the rotations.
has the potential to be like a nagging type thing if you don't take care of it. And thankfully, Rick been great trying to give me a protocol to kind of stick with on a day-to-day, and knowing that's something I can get ahead of and not, chase throughout the year, which is the plan. So I'm not worried about it, not concerned about it at all. It's just the deeper you get into your career, the more things pop up, and you just got to, figure it out.
Now, what about the minutes per game, Steph? Just shy of 30 minutes per game. Here's what he had to say about his minutes.
What game? What is this?
19, I think.
This is maybe not a new record. The first 2 weeks was weird. We were a couple blowouts and missed the fourth quarters. There were a couple games where some extended breaks that you understand it's a long season. Every player wants to play more minutes, including myself. I think I can. I know I can, but you try to figure out a way to take advantage of the minutes that you're out there. And, our rotations are a little different this year. We only have so many guys. And when you're winning, it's fun. When you're not, questions pop up. That's how the league goes. We have to respond as a team. It's not just about how many minutes I'm playing. It's how do we get everybody in unison on what we're trying to do out there, no matter what the combinations are. So if that means playing more minutes, then you do it.
So that's Steph on the minutes. And they're already trying to manage his minutes. And, this would be game number 20. We've got a long way to go. Nobody on this team right now is playing more than 29.9 minutes a game.
Right now, again, last, let's say, 2 weeks, I feel like Andrew Wiggins has played the best on the team.
Andrew Wiggins is playing some really good basketball.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that call.
Yeah.
No, but
broken clock's right twice a day, right? That's what they say.
I'm trying to throw you a bone on this one, dude.
I'm just trying to be self-deprecating.
Yeah, it's not like authentic.
No, it is authentic. I'm a self-deprecating guy. I'm not.
They look stagnant. They need a little mix. To me, there's a jolt that needs to happen, and I think it's long overdue.
No doubt. So maybe that's a trade. But here's what Steph Curry had to say about the rotations, because that's been a big thing. You're playing 12 deep, and we'll get to calls in just a second. Playing 12 deep, is that going to work? Well, here's what Steph said Saturday night about the rotation.
The only thing I say is it is hard for anybody to know or try to get a rhythm and know, what you're going to be asked to do. I think the first quarter, second quarter, we should play 13 guys. That's tough. We are a unique team. It's a unique situation. I don't think that's been done in the league probably ever, but it is an 82-game schedule, and you got to figure out what adjustments need to make. To your question, do we need to shorten it? We probably need to be a little bit more predictable on a night-to-night basis so guys can get a little bit of a rhythm. Just let's shorten it, one or two guys maybe. The first unit, we didn't start off well tonight, so that was a little bit on us. Try to claw our way back, into the first, and then we hit a little low. Whether that's rotations, whether that's lack of execution, whether that's guys just not being in rhythm, whatever it is, we got to adjust.
You got to adjust. So what is the adjustment?
I feel like it's Steph talking to management through the media, like, "Hey guys, 13 weeks. This isn't real NBA. Yeah. This is unsustainable. This isn't going to work much longer."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's strength of numbers. I get it, but you take away a Melton, it's a big piece to the puzzle. Now you're trying to figure out who starts at the 2. Is it Podziemski? Is it Kuminga? Is it Lindy Waters III? Is it Buddy Hield? You want to keep Buddy Hield on the bench, but an interesting thing with Buddy Hield. Maybe this is it. I know it's not. It doesn't come down to this, but I'm just looking at Buddy Hield's splits. In wins, he plays 24 minutes a game. He shoots 50%, 48.5 from 3, and averages 19 a game. In the losses,
under 10,
9.6 points.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
34% from 3, 34.8, really 40%.
The second he cooled off, it felt like the whole team cooled off. They had something cooking with him and Kuminga off the bench, and the other element of this is like the Podziemski. You said, hey, maybe Podziemski starts at the 2. To me, Podziemski's a backup point guard.
Yeah,
that's how I view him. I feel like the Warriors view him different, and that's fair. So, I view him as a backup point guard.
Honestly, I'm with you there. And I get why he starts, because you've got another ball handler. Really, Steph's best at playing off the ball. So do you put the ball in Draymond's hand? But here's the deal. I think it's next man up. I personally would like to see Moses Moody get a shot just to see what you have. Maybe they already know what they have in Moses Moody. They see him every day in practice. We don't. They see him every day in warmups. We don't. Maybe they know a lot more about Moses Moody than we do, and I'm going to trust them on that. However, I would like to see him get more than 3 minutes in a game against Phoenix. And Pat Spencer's a hell of a story. Great lacrosse player. But he's already catapulting Moses Moody in a minute pecking order. Something's weird about that when you give him a 3-year, $39 million contract. Maybe you give him the contract because it's a team-friendly deal. I don't know. But I would like to it's just fascinating to me that it's year 4, and I don't know whether or not Moses Moody's good or not. I just don't know.
I guess my question
Am I alone there?
No, but if this would be my question to them, like, okay, if they're telling you, like, through their actions that they don't think Moses Moody's that good, then why do you keep coming to the podium and saying we have a 13-man rotation? Yeah. Just say we have an 11-man rotation.
No doubt.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I don't get it. And you're talking about, hey, they still have their assets. They should have sold their assets while they had, their highest value. I don't know what Podziemski's value is currently.
Yeah. Yep. Let's go to. I'm with you. I don't know. I don't know, but maybe some Warrior fans out there do. Let's start off with. We'll save that for last. Austin to San Jose. Austin, what's happening?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Austin?
Hey, Shasky, you nailed it, Bonte. Let's speak directly, man. A couple things. One, I think it's kind of a sell job. I might be off, but the whole Melton thing. I mean, all of a sudden the guy played, I think, 8 games, and Kerr went on about, he was so perfect for the Oilers. I didn't quite buy that, frankly. I thought Melton was okay, but let's not lose our minds over the fact that Melton's not there. The roster just isn't built right. And if we're playing people like Podziemski, I'm sorry, people out there hate to say it, but Podziemski should not be starting, dude.
He's a backup point guard. Austin, right?
He's a borderline backup on a good team. On a good team.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to throw him under the bus because the guy hustles, but at the same time, man, if we're putting him again, look at the lineup the other night. We're playing the Suns, and we got Podziemski, we got Trace Jackson-Davis. Bonte, we got 3 guys in the starting lineup that can't shoot.
Yeah, well,
let's be honest.
But
I mean,
Austin,
NBA.
Austin, let's be real. We've had 2 non-shooters on the floor for the last 3 years, basically. The problem, you know what the problem is? You know what the problem to me is, Austin? To your point about Podziemski, to me, I don't really lose sleep over who starts or not. My thing is, I think they desperately just need another playmaker, a guy who can say, clear it out. I can take this guy one-on-one when the shot clock breaks down.
Yeah, but they're waiting for him to be that guy.
Yeah, but he's not. I don't think they want him to be that guy. They want Podziemski to be the dirty guy. Put the ball on the right, move the ball, 0.5 basketball, pass it, rebound, do all those things. I don't think they're looking for Podziemski to score. Draymond just said that a couple weeks ago.
Well, I'll tell you, but I get a little concerned when they had a beat writer on the other day, and I think he said, forget who it was, but he said they were prioritizing developing Podziemski. And I'm saying, come on, man, if that's the case. And Shasky, you made a great point, man, about Moody and Kuminga, man. I mean, if we don't know by year 4 what these guys are, I mean, come on, we got to stop fooling ourselves about these guys. We're still waiting. These guys know. They got like 20 coaches over the last couple of years. You think they don't know where these guys are?
I just said that. Austin, are you listening? I just said that. They know a lot more than we do. So I'm not going to bitch and moan about Moody's. I just said that, right? Spinoza said we don't know.
Then what are we waiting for?
Maybe they're trying to make a deal. It takes a long time. Grant Liffman, who joined us on Warriors Pre when the Hawks were in town, and you guys can laugh at Grant if you want to. But one of the things he told me off the air and then on the air, was like, I did not realize, coming from my position and working next to these front office, Landry and everybody down there in Atlanta, I not realize how hard it is to make a trade. It is a long, grueling process to make deals in this league. It is hard. They told me it was like tried to make a deal for a player for a year and a half. Finally got him. But it took a year and a half. These deals just don't happen overnight. So maybe
Mike
they're
Dunleavy
waiting to
said
make
the same
a deal.
thing, Bonte. Mike Dunleavy, remember, started free agency when it happened. He said the same thing. We all kind of poked fun and made fun of him because everyone wanted the Paul George trade or they wanted the Lowry Markkanen. It's like, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. Well, it clearly is.
It clearly is. Teams don't want to get snookered, as Steiny would, the word Steiny would use.
I don't know.
And then Danny Ainge is like one of the most. Come on, we've watched Danny Ainge for years running, so I don't know what the deal is with Moses Moody. I would like to see Moses Moody start just to see if he's good or not. But again, the coaching staff knows a lot more than I do.
Yeah, but but here's the thing: if this was like the Giants, San Francisco Giants, you got a long runway. It's Steph Curry and Draymond Green. We got a very short runway here. So there's a sense of urgency that I think absolutely you have to overpay. Like you almost have no other choice to get someone to break on this. I don't know.
It's easier said than done.
No, you're right. You're probably
easier
right.
said than done. Right. You know what I'm saying? But maybe it's not getting a move for a superstar. I look at the Dallas Mavericks, and we'll get this big smooth in a second. Look at the Dallas Mavericks. They made a deal not for a superstar, but some guys that just fits the pieces and fit around Luka and Kyrie and Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington. The Phoenix Suns, who we just saw. We said all last year Phoenix needs a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a point guard. Well, they went out there and got a point guard who has one of the best assist-to-turnover ratios in NBA history right now in Tyus Jones. And Tyus Jones is not a household name.
No, but he's
perfect. Don't know
fit.
who he is, but he's perfect for them.
Yeah.
So what is the pieces for the Warriors? I know Austin and San Jose ripped on DeAnthony Melton, but he worked.
Yeah, but to his point, the guy barely played.
No, he barely played, but you can see what he did play. It worked. It worked. That's the type of player you're looking at. And we were all high on DeAnthony Melton. Now that he's hurt, it's like, well, he only plays 6 games, blah, blah. I get all that.
I guess my counter would be you've needed a 2-guard for multiple years.
They finally got one, and he got hurt.
I mean, a guy on a 1-year deal. All right.
You get what I'm saying? It was a low risk, high reward move, and he got hurt. But everybody wants to star. Sometimes you don't need a star. You need some players that just fit around the superstar. Like the Warriors, their last championship. How many superstars did they have on that roster? They had one. It was Stephen Curry.
Yeah, but Wiggins played like a superstar.
He played
in
like
the
a great
3 months
player.
or whatever he did.
He fit, and you're getting that from Wiggins right now. You're getting that from Wiggins right now. He's playing his ass off.
They also got lucky. I mean, things bounced there. I'm not saying they got lucky like that, but I'm saying things bounced their way. The West is more difficult today than it was during that landscape.
Yeah, but we can't say luck. I'm saying like things bounced. Every championship is lucky.
No, I'm saying like they got favorable matchups, right? Like they did, and I don't think that the road through the West is as easy as it was that year. Ja broke his hand or whatever.
They were so favorable. Everybody picked Memphis to beat the Warriors. Warriors are up 2-1.
OKC is better than what Memphis was then. And I think
OKC's good.
I think that Denver is now a champion, right? Since that point. And so
no doubt.
I don't know. I think the West is a little more difficult.
There is no doubt the West is a little more difficult. I think
and the Warriors are older.
I don't even know where that comes into play here. It's just more so about the Warriors trying to find the right pieces to fit around Steph and Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins now. And Looney's playing his ass off, but obviously they're short a playmaker and they're short some rim protection. So how did they do that? Obviously, they're going to have to look outside the organization for that possibly, or these guys on the team are going to have to take a massive leap. And right now, we're just not seeing it. Big Smooth in Oakland, what's up?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. You know what? I've decided, man. I'm going to trust Dunleavy. Who are we, man? I'm a couch potato. Not really, but these guys do this for a living, 8 hours a day. We're just talking this for a couple of hours. But these guys do this. So I know they see what we see. We think we have the answers. But here's something you said, Bonte, that's very, very, very credible is this. We don't need the big superstar. I think you hit it on the head. DeAnthony Melton, when we traded for him, I knew who he was because he was doing it on other teams. I think the key is a couple of guys, maybe like Melton, that just fits what the Warriors do.
Yep.
I do feel for Moody because he's not working or you know these things, you see him every day. Keep him or trade him.
Exactly.
Let him go play. Do you love him enough to let him? Instead of saying he's a good guy, he's a professional, and we love him. Do you love him enough to let him go flourish, man? Because it's kind of unfair. I'm not even talking about playing time. I'm talking about let him go play somewhere else. I believe Moses Moody has more upside. I think he's going to end up being a better player than Kuminga, but I've said that from jump. Now, I'm just saying, man, if he's not working out here, I just don't know. This is what I don't understand. And maybe your guy, Bonte, you were talking to the guy who used to do the Warriors show, who's now a bigwig. Man, I guess there's hope for me yet. I mean, this dude just came off the booth, and now he's a big-time guy.
Keep going, Smooth.
You might be a GM, man.
No, I'm not going to. No. Nobody wants me in their front office, man. I'd be reckless. I hear you, Big Smooth. I hear you. I hear you.
But who's scouting people from local media and saying, you know what, I think this guy might be a box office front office guy. I'm just saying, man.
I'm waiting for Larry Bear to call me one day.
Well, Grant Lippman is good friends with Landry Fields, so it kind of helps you kind of know some people. That's what I've learned in this business. It helps to know some people in this game. It does. It does. Can we get Guru here for a second? Get Guru. But the Moses Moody deal, when they gave him a 3-year, $39 million extension, got to also realize, too, it's an asset to trade that contract, that you compare it with something else. That's where it's going to help the most, that Moses Moody deal. So I get why they re-signed him, because it's a team-friendly deal. Somebody else out of there is going to look, but you know what?
Use the restroom or get off the pot. You know, that's the way. I think that's the feeling. If this were 1 year, okay, it feels like it's been like 3 years brewing.
Yeah, well.
You know, so it's exhausting.
I know, I hear you.
Hi, Guru.
Oh, Goo. Warriors lost 4 in a row. They're playing Denver today.
And Draymond's out. What's in the water?
Is he out?
In the
he's
bay?
questionable.
Well,
he's questionable on the injury report.
What's in the water, Butch?
Kerr downgraded him to doubtful.
I looked at the injury report right now. It said questionable.
Oh.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five.
I lost. I'm out.
We have Derek Guru Johnson there for Fast Five, and you know what, Goo?
I'm a roaster.
I called you during the break, and I didn't even have to say anything. Because you already knew what I knew and what Spidoni knew.
They put this jacket on me like I ask long questions, but that's what smart, intellectual people do.
Exactly.
Butch, you are on fire. You did nothing wrong.
Thank you.
Hold on, Monte.
You know what?
I'm in Union City. Then I'm in Hayward by the time you finish the question. I go.
The private jet?
Yeah, dude. I said, keep going. I'm in the car like, keep going, Butch. So you blasted the record. It's his now. He got
21 seconds.
First off, it was a statement. I'm talking to my boy Baldy.
Yeah.
I'm not asking some beat writer from Denver about the Nuggets bench.
I'm like, did Baldy fall asleep?
No, he was locked in. He actually said, Joe, great questions. He kept reading. You should hear his answers.
He did not say that, but okay.
He heard it.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, good. Don't come in here.
We were emotionally and spiritually spooning, me and Baldy.
Keep the same energy you had on the phone.
Oh my God, Butch. During the show, I go, something's wrong. I go,
you know what was wrong.
This is my favorite part.
Audience is asleep.
He thought you were going to come in and kingslay me. Instead, we've turned on you and it's a mutiny.
But I'll say this as I leave.
That's why I'm Team Steiny.
You are
He's a realist.
You and Steiny are the same guy.
He's the realist. He's the realist. He's the realist. But this guy wants quarterbacks on a flip phone, Goo. This guy wants a quarterback with a flip phone.
Yeah, I do.
Come on.
I do.
That's what Dak Prescott is.
Yeah.
Prescott or whatever his name is.
I want my quarterback only thinking about football 24/7.
Simply going to a strip club is not unprofessional.
That's who I work with. But hey, listen, last thing. Listen, I'm not going to tell you what time. I'm doing a gripe today, and you're in it. So
Over what? Over what?
Something about Twitter. You hurt my feelings.
He's got his monitoring Twitter fingers now. He's monitoring tweets.
And I need glasses. I'm fighting it, but just relax.
What are you fighting?
Every tweet is not, or a post on Facebook's not a term paper. So all the teachers out there that follow me, my friends, quit judging me. I'm blind. I can't see crap. And then Butcher's like incoherent. That hurt,
man. It was better than the drops. Sports, man.
This guy had the audacity.
That's how I read the tweet with that voice.
You know this guy during the Cal Miami game, we come in Monday morning, he had the audacity to tell me, you were tweeting a lot during that game. And what's your point? It's my Twitter account. It's my Twitter account. I can do what the hell I want to do. People like my tweets.
Steiny, real quick, Steiny and Dibs have a ratio of how many followers you have where you should be tweeting.
Dibs, that's the weirdest thing to obsess over.
It is. You know what, I'll say this. I'm going to flex right now. I'm going to flex right now, go on both of your asses. I'm going to flex right now. You know the great Fred English.
Yeah.
KTVU channel. I had no idea he was following me. Okay. So a couple weeks ago, I go, oh my gosh. I hit the follow
dust
button.
Off the 70s.
Listen, the guy who sniffs Marky Banyas' jockstrap. Listen, Fred English went right next to him. Mark is the guy. Oh my God, Marky Banyas texts me. So Fred English, I DM'd him. I say, hey, Fred, man, you're a legend. I had no idea you follow me, man. Thanks so much. I hit him up. He goes, you're one of the few in the Bay Area I trust when it comes to credible news. So that's why I tweet.
Now that's a flex.
You're one of the few.
That's Hercules right there.
Did you tell him that during Warrior season you shouldn't take it as serious?
Hey, real quick. DMs had me you're down on fantasy, up 49 last night. I had Denver D and Judy. I'm like, I'm not winning. 67. Jameis, we love you.
Are you going to the playoffs?
Yeah, I secured the bag.
Oh, wow. He doesn't care about fantasy because his team. Sorry,
they do.
He was bragging about it the first 6
Can I ask you guys a question? Quick question. Bonte just blew right through my last minute leftovers. But here we go.
That's what you do to love it every
Golden
day.
at bat in the Major League Baseball being proposed. You can put one guy at one point in any game to come up to the plate and disrupt the lineup. Are you in or out on even trying this out in an All-Star game? Forget a regular season game.
Fight. I want to. What are we doing?
Golden bat. Are we that desperate for ratings in baseball?
Hey, Babe Ruth, come up. You got a minute? Come on, Banks is loaded. Come on,
Reggie Jackson. They got a home run.
That can't be real.
Hey, come on, man.
What's wrong? No, I'm asking.
It's too fantasy. Come on, man.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
In the All-Star game, I want to see it. I want to see it.
All right, All-Star game only. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, a Guru edition at Fast Five. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good day, everybody.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Donut butt.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
So I get a text from the boss this morning at 6:42 a.m.
That's early. Okay.
And he says, if you had to pinpoint one thing and one thing only that pisses you off or disappoints you about this 49ers season, what would it be?
Wow. I wasn't on that thread.
I was at 6:42 a.m.
That's early.
And I thought, and I started typing, and I didn't like my answer. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to jump into the shower and think about it.
All right.
And I thought about it. I thought about it some more, and then I got back to him.
And the answer was?
The answer was this, Goo. The answer was they lost sight of the common goal, and they fractured like a normal team.
And who is they?
The 49ers. The 49ers lost sight of the common goal.
That's what you're most disappointed in?
Yeah, absolutely. Early, Evan.
Absolutely. They came into a championship season unprepared to do championship things.
It was like you wrote a poem in the shower.
Yeah.
Hey, Evan.
Use bar soap or the gel soap?
Never gel. Gel's the worst.
It is the worst. But
so there you go. Courtesy of the boss.
Good about your answer?
888-957-9570.
I feel like that's your answer, and I'll wait for your apology about yesterday. You were clearly agitated.
If you had to pinpoint,
the show started yesterday, so I'm here for you.
What?
You were agitated with me, and you didn't know you were.
No, it was just a normal Monday where you get to run down the list of stuff that the 49ers stink at, and there's no hope. If you had 49er fans, if you had to pinpoint one thing and one thing only that pisses you off or disappoints you about this season, what would it be? 888-957-9570.
All right. I respect yours, but mine and the piss you off part is where I'm at. This inefficiency and inability to score in the red zone, it pisses me off. Even with or without McCaffrey, it's been nonstop. And Steiny, I really, truly believe, and this doesn't mean I want him fired, but I'm really bothered that I'm wondering if Kyle even thinks he's responsible for any of it. I think he's the most responsible for it. I think now Purdy's having a pedestrian season. I wonder how much constraint or head games is Kyle, not on purpose. He's got him in a straitjacket. Debo's been rendered ineffective. But then when he runs those kickoffs back, Steiny, I'm like, well, that's what we fell in love with. Bottom line, the red zone, the inefficiency in the red zone for the Niners.
Well, then why did you say 17 other things? You said the single most thing.
I get excited, man.
I mean, if it's the red zone,
it's the red zone.
You said it was Kyle. Is it Kyle or is it the red zone?
No, the red zone's the answer. But then if we want to dig deeper, it's like who's responsible for that?
And not the players.
No, the offensive coordinator.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Because do you think it's real? And when you say Mason's not a good red zone guy.
By the way, he's hurt.
Well, no doubt about it.
And why do you think he got hurt? Because they ran him too much. Yeah. Oh, let's go to Mason more. That's what happens.
But he got
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
He got you 5 weeks to lead the league and broken tackles.
This team, the most disappointing thing about this team is they're not a championship team. And they all thought they were, and they all talked like they were, and they all had an off season like they were, and then they came out and they never played one good game through 12 weeks. They still got a shot at it. What? I don't know.
The division?
Oh,
right now they're last in the division, but they're 2 back of Seattle.
Yeah.
And when Willard hit me yesterday with Goo, you're the king of the math is still there. It is still there, but I'm just dealing with being flabbergasted at how the season's gone.
415, I don't believe the 49ers believe that they can do what we believe they can do. I think they've got a confidence issue too. I do.
Well, now you got a rookie holding it down in the backfield. I'm not saying he's not James, Donnie. He's not worthy, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. Oh. So how would 49er fans answer that question? The single biggest thing that's been most disappointing this year.
Injuries is going to win,
7.
right? Is that even an option?
If you want to use a cop out, they were not hurt the first 10 weeks of the year. They were missing their running back. That's it. They had a guy miss here and there. They couldn't overcome it. And I don't think, and it didn't help that Ward had his thing with his daughter, and Trent went through what he went through, and Pearsall went through what he went through.
Man.
They weren't, this team is not together like a championship team needs to be together. You can call it agendas.
Well, how do you get
want.
that back if you're right?
Well, maybe next year. Maybe they can get it back next year. It's too late this year because now they're too hurt. Now they can't go anywhere without McCaffrey, without Mason. We'll see about Bosa. Who do you got? Who we got to find out about Sunday? We got to find out about Trent Williams.
Yeah, we'll see.
Nick Bosa. Go ahead and hit. You can hit it after everything. Trent Williams.
We'll see.
Nick Bosa.
We'll see.
Diamador Lenore.
We'll see.
Aaron Banks.
We'll see.
I mean,
it just keeps going, man.
We'll see. Yeah, well,
the Rams beat you when they were a mash unit. That's the one loss, Sonny. The Rams beat you when they had more injuries than you.
Yep. Yeah, everybody.
I just wonder where this puts the team moving forward. I don't want to.
Steiny, Ayuk got hurt week 1. What season are you watching? He played 7 games this year, Brandon Ayuk. 7 poor games he played. He got into camp late. He wasn't ready, and he had a bad season and then got
traded.
hurt.
Almost got traded.
Maybe. I don't know. How close were they to trading him? Man. Anyway, that's what my thing would be. That they showed this year that they weren't prepared to do what they've done in the past. It was just too arduous a task.
And everybody gets the blame of that for that?
Of course. Of course. Because nobody really, who can walk into the locker room, look in the mirror and say, I've had a great year? Probably a handful.
Yeah.
Less than 5.
Well, Kittle's
and now take Warner off there.
Okay.
So maybe Kittle's the only one?
Pooney.
No. I reject Pooney because their offensive line's the worst.
But
might be the worst position group.
Position of the 5.
Yeah. Right. So I can't
recognize him.
No. The offensive line was one of the worst aspects of the team. So
that's
I lump them all. I lump them all in a group.
Decipher and give a guy his flowers.
You know what they say? Offensive line, when they're clicking, they work like a hand in hand.
Yeah.
It's all one team. All one team. They work together. So
I feel like it
doesn't matter if one guy's having a good year. If another guy's not having a good year, then you're going to pay the price. Evan, they want to know what you would say to the question. Let me read it.
What pisses you off?
What is the single most disappointing part of the 49ers season?
Their disturbing lack of edge.
Okay. And you mean edge rusher?
No, just the entire team. They just get bullied around. They've been getting pushed around all season by people that don't typically push them around.
Not
used to be the bully too, Evan.
We're on the same page-ish, Evan and I. You're on an island.
No. He lost. His is edge, and yours is arrogance. Like they all came in thinking
same thing, and then they lost their edge. It's relatable.
Can you get it back before the season's over?
We'll see. Well, they might be able to, but the damage is done, as Neil Young would say. It's just, I'm asking 49er fans what they think. What went wrong this year?
Everything.
Everything.
Kyle got everything.
And the other thing is,
I'm being honest.
If you think everything went wrong, what makes you think everything's going to get solved in a year? If they had a couple issues, maybe you could address those in the offseason and feel better about it. But where do you even start right now?
Yeah.
When you look at the team,
yeah,
and now and that's the other thing.
You got to tell them, break the news to them. to Brock. Like, we'd like you to come back and play on this last year. We can't afford to give it.
And then you know what's going to happen? He's going to hold out. He's going to hold out, which is exactly what I would do. You can't. Brandon Ayuk can't play for $14 million because.
Yeah.
What about if he gets hurt?
Well,
why can Brock Purdy play for $1 million?
I hadn't thought of that, but.
All right, 888-957-9570. You saw and heard the question from the boss. Just imagine what it's like having to answer those questions day in and day out like Guru and I do. So now you get your chance to answer them. What's the biggest single disappointment or the thing that makes you the most angry about this year's 49er team, which is 5-7? What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com. Also, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. It starts 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
It's the Bears.
We're not a championship level team right now.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, I can read people. I know what's happening around. I know what's happening around here. I know what's happening in the locker rooms around the Bay. I know what's happening social scenes around the Bay.
Well, tell us then.
This is
What's happening here? What specifically?
What's happening here?
At 95.7 The Game?
Yes, sir. You said here. That would be here, my friend. And I got a gripe later, 1 o'clock hour.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm irritated.
What's happening here? I believe that if the 49ers had the camaraderie and the togetherness that we have as a staff, they'd probably be 7-5.
I think
but
it's
they
bigger
don't.
than that, Stoney.
Yeah, I think that's as big as it gets when a team doesn't like each other.
Well, the only sign we've gotten is
Agenda City. It's just like the
George
Warriors.
Kittle said he was open. That's about as much as...
you seem to conveniently forget Juwan Jennings tweeting out after Brandon Ayuk wanted his money. People think they're better than they are.
Sense of self-worth. And then he retracted it saying it wasn't meant for that.
Of course not.
We'll see.
Of course not. And Bosa with a MAGA hat didn't mean anything.
No, man.
And Deebo Samuel going after salt and pepper. That's...
I'll give you a 3.
That's nothing.
I hear you.
All those things. Anyway, the boss texted me at 6:42. I was up and pretty much getting ready to come in by that point anyway. I like to get here early. And he said, what's the single biggest thing that makes you the most mad about the 49ers if you were a fan? And you want me to say it again exactly how I said it?
Yeah.
Because Evan thinks it was pretty well written. Okay. I said, here's what I said. Losing sight of the common goal, and they fractured like a regular team. Just like any team, like the Jacksonville Jaguars or the Chicago Bears or the Arizona Cardinals. They just fractured. They fractured.
It's the Bears. But they still got time. Yeah. Willard reminded me of that yesterday, Stoney.
Well, as long as Willard reminded you, then it must sink in.
Numbers are numbers.
All right, let's go to. You got anything to add before I go to the calls?
No, just I told you my answer would be the red zone inefficiency.
Yeah. Yep. Alamo and Richmond, get us going. But I'll tell you what, I reserve the right to hang up on people if I don't think that they're. Yeah. So if you say injuries, you're done, Alamo. I'm just kidding.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey.
It's a plethora of things, man.
Yep.
And we'll talk about way before the season even started. Like, let's talk about the camp, man. We didn't even get off the snide there. A lot of guys, of course, weren't there, holding out, et cetera, et cetera. So when you think about maybe just one thing, you got to come up with a bevy of things.
Yeah.
B.B. King once said, "The thrill is gone."
Oh, that's a 4.
I'm just going to be honest with you, man. I like to keep it a buck with y'all, man. I'm not going to sugarcoat or put the 2 on the 10. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. We've lost our motif. Teams have figured us out. We come in with this expectation that we the big bully on the block, and we got chipped. And everybody see us, man. Everybody see us for what we are. The chickens have come home to roost, guys. I mean, let's just face the fact. Let's just fake the music, and let's just be real with each other.
Hey,
5
Alamo.
and 7 is not. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick, you know what my favorite B.B. King song is? Back in L.A. You ever hear that one? Back in L.A.?
No, I'm a little younger than that.
Back in L.A.
You got me thinking
Waiting
the
for
thrill
the
is
time to
gone.
come. But yeah, Back in L.A. Check it out. It's a great B.B. King song.
He's too.
No, he's not.
Is he there? We lost him?
Yeah, we lost him. But Alamo.
Man.
Back in L.A.
He said the thrill is gone.
That's the big one that everybody knows. I like to go deep into albums, though, not like scratch the surface.
You big Bobby Blue Bland fan. That's Nora's favorite. Bobby Blue Bland. Evan ain't heard of him.
No, he was he was one of the people that Van Morrison was very much influenced by. Mm-hmm. So, yes, I'm very familiar with him.
I'm fascinated at the songwriters that don't have the skill to go sing it. Like, I wouldn't want to write you a #1 hit. I write it, but you don't get the credit for it. I just have to go out there and do it myself.
Back in L.A.
No, Tupac's got to live and die in L.A.
No, this is different.
To live and die in L.A.
All right.
You in a good mood today.
You don't know that.
Yesterday was bad.
I'll switch on you in a second.
I got a lot of calls and texts about you yesterday, but it was you were just you were Spider-Man. You had venom. You were just shooting about this.
I talked to Nahegan about it.
You and the boss getting close, huh?
Yeah, I talked to him about what happened, and he said, "You know what, Steiny? Understandable."
What happened? Well, you raised your voice at me. Call me dumb.
Okay.
Yeah, you remember? Call me dumb. Dude, my phone blew up. I said, I still love him. That's my guy.
I guess the thing that bothers me most about you, if I had to pinpoint the one thing about you, it's you tend to gaslight.
That's one of the words my kids are using.
Yeah, you do it. You gaslight.
No, you
gaslight.
You asked me a question and get mad at my answer. It's like, I've never met anybody. Hey, Goo, you bring you in. Hey, Goo, come here. And then slap the hell out of somebody when they don't say what you want to hear. All I was saying yesterday was I would not have my prized linebacker with a fractured ankle playing. And then I'm driving in this morning like, Steiny made it feel like I was saying, they have no chance.
Steiny made me do it, Mommy. Mommy. Matt Steinmetz made me do it.
Oh, boy.
I'm a good person, but he was the devil on my shoulder.
Not till you call me
Let's go to Wendy in Castro Valley. Hey, Wendy, what's going on?
Hey.
It's a bad start. Hey, Wendy.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. Don't say coaching.
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm going to put this on the coaching staff.
Okay.
From game 2, Shanahan's stubborn. He wants to play the way he wants to play, and they're not adapting. They have too many people injured, and they're just not adapting. They're so predictable. I can sit on my couch and I can say, okay, he's going to run McCaffrey. First down, second down, now it's 3rd and 9, and we have no receivers except for Jennings. Kittle, yeah, but he's technically a tight end. We don't have anybody that can get out there, so who's he going to throw it to? But there's no changes. It's just over and over again, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, come on. Defense, same thing. Let's just play zone all the time and get beat all the time. And rush forward. Not all the time. 90% of the time. When you're 3rd and 13, you can stop them and you're still rushing forward. I don't understand why they're not adapting and changing. I don't get it. I think that it's not fair. And the players, I'm sure, are probably thinking the same thing. It's like they're not changing anything.
Well, let me just throw this at you, Wendy, real quick. Is that a year? Sure. Is that a 2024 problem? You think that could be a problem moving forward?
I think right now it's a huge problem. I mean, Shanahan's always been stubborn.
Right.
He doesn't like it. He's a creative genius, but when he gets his mindset, he doesn't adapt. We had McCaffrey back, and we had Mason, and he's just running McCaffrey. Why not put 2 back?
Yeah.
And run something a little different. I don't understand the stuck in the mud situation, and I think if he hasn't changed now, or the defense hasn't changed now, I don't see moving forward if they're going to make any changes. I don't get it. I just don't get it, which causes unrest in the locker room because, if you're not getting leadership from above and not making the changes, I'll give you one classic example on defense.
Okay.
Bosa goes out, Seattle runs down easily, and they're continuing to rush forward with somebody that's not even as good as Bosa. So why don't we help them out a little bit?
Yeah,
maybe rush 5 on one of the downs.
It's a good point. Yeah. Thanks, Wendy. Yeah, they scored 2 touchdowns when Bosa was gone. By the way, coming up at 11 o'clock, Ross Tucker, NFL Odyssey Insider from Berks County, Pennsylvania. Local boy made good.
Yeah.
My local boy made better than me.
And I'll tell you what, to Wendy's
point. Ask him what he makes now. I bet he makes a lot.
He won't tell you.
I know. He's got 7 jobs.
And he's doing the MACtion, too, the MAC games
have to ask
on Tuesday and Wednesday night. He was doing Miami, Ohio, and Bowling Green last week. I was like, we talk to him every other week. But I would tell Wendy those not blitzing is not on Kyle. It's on Sorensen. And we got some sound that's disturbing for me.
Oh, let's take a listen.
Okay, here we go. This is
I'm very satisfied with Nick. I mean, I'm not at all satisfied with the results and how it's going right now. But, some of the mistakes that we've made, I don't think what's happened here in these last 2 weeks, I don't think that's a schematic issue. It's a little bit more of a fundamental issue. And that also starts with me. That goes to all coaching, and it goes down to the players. It goes to everyone in this building. So, the results here these last 2 weeks haven't changed my opinion on Nick.
Do me a favor and ask me, why does that bother you, Goo?
Why would that bother you, Goo?
Because he's given the benefit of the doubt to one Nick Sorensen, and I'm not hating.
It's called loyalty.
That Wilkes did not get. How can you like what this unit's done from day one, Donnie, to me?
Well, they've been hurt.
See, I'm not using
that. No Greenlaw.
How many people, non-coaches have called and said, why don't they bring blitz more, Nick?
That's not who they are. Let's listen to this one more time.
Yeah, I'm very satisfied with Nick. I mean, I'm not at all satisfied with the results and how it's going right now. But, some of the mistakes that we've made, I don't think what's happened here in these last 2 weeks, I don't think that's a schematic issue. It's a little bit more of a fundamental issue. And that also starts with me. That goes to all coaching, and it goes down to the players. It goes to everyone in this building. So, the results here these last 2 weeks haven't changed my opinion on Nick.
So I'm known for my
Look
analogies.
at him taking responsibility.
I am known for my great analogies. Here's another one. Hey, Daryl, we like you so much, we're not going to even look at the F you got on your test. We like you so much. Keep up the good work. But this 56 you got on the test, don't even worry about it, bud. We like you. That's what that was. How can you like what's not up to par?
I heard him take responsibility. Said it's on the coaches, me.
So are you telling me?
He muttered it, but
I know
it counts.
we're going to get calls, but nobody liked it. It was uncomfortable, but can you understand how a Niner fan could look back and say, why wasn't Wilkes afforded that luxury of getting the benefit of the doubt? And he was the best performing unit in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Just by the way. If that interests you at all.
Well, they played 18 games. So that's great that one game they were the best unit.
No, he's got Nick's back. He didn't have Wilkes.
Exactly. I don't know what to make of that, except the guy sticking up for his coaching staff.
He said very. Huh? He said he's very happy.
Very satisfied. He's sated is what he is. Ross Tucker, half hour. Let's go to Will in Marin. Will, what are you singling out about this team that's been the most frustrating?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I apologize if the acoustics are poor. I'm underneath the house right now doing an inspection. But the one thing that I will say is I agree with Evan. It's the edge, but it's also the lack of just urgency on defense and just the lack of the next man up mentality. Like you look at a lot of teams and it's like I agree, Steiny, like the injury excuse is garbage. Everybody in the NFL, even the teams in first place in their division, everybody's hurt right now. And you know what the difference is that all those teams are successful is because they have the next man up mentality. I get it. When you have players that are only as good as they are, you're probably only going to perform as good as, they can that they can kind of output. But it just seems like there's just a lack of effort around everywhere. And it just seems that there's just been kind of like a little stigma of selfishness. It's all about been getting me. And instead of having it just seems that there was a big goal for a championship season, but everybody was worried about getting theirs. And then just the underwhelming performance of like the stars has been atrocious. It's been very, very difficult to watch, but it is what it is. That's why they say in the NFL, your windows are very, 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 they're open very tiny. And I think that they're going to have to rebuild, and the Niners probably aren't going to be good for a while. They're just kind of back at that area. So thanks, guys.
I appreciate the call.
Yeah, that's the
I don't know about
nightmare
that
right
yet.
there. But yeah, I'm just saying it's a possibility. How about that? It's on the bingo card.
Well, if they're not, well then, okay. If they come back next year with essentially the same team, and they're bad again, then will people admit this team's talent level wasn't as good as they thought?
Yeah, and this iteration of what they've built has come to an end. It's come to a head.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Like I said, I got a text from the boss today. It's 6:42 a.m. And 222. I was just getting done with my 5-mile run, and he asked me,
walk or run?
Run, a big run. It was a big run today. It was a big run. He said, if you had to pinpoint one thing, Steiny, and one thing only, that makes you mad or disappoints you about this season, what would it be? I said I feel like the biggest disappointment is they lost sight of their common goal. I don't want to say selfish. I think that's a little strong, but the focus wasn't all in from everybody from day one to try to get it done.
So you said disease of me? Because it's got to be selfish.
Did I use disease of me?
No, that's what it sounds like you're describing.
Yeah, I say selfish is a strong word. You know why? You know why I'm taking selfish back? Because I do think it's unfair to say, like, Trent Williams is selfish. Now that we know everything is going on. Now I can say, but now maybe you can say is, man, look at those two guys. Ward, heck, put Pearsall in there. Ward, Pearsall, Trent Williams were dealing with stuff.
Real life stuff.
And maybe they
haven't recovered.
Exactly. And that's, that's those three. And then, Brock Purdy maybe felt the pressure of this contract just looming. Maybe that's part of it. And McCaffrey was never right in the first place, other than the paycheck that he started to get. Yeah, I don't think they were just together as they've been in the past. And I think it's kind of naturally coming to an end.
I'll tell you what, I hope you're wrong about the Brock Purdy part, because if they try to play hardball, Steiny, and have him play next year out, do you think that's going to be less pressure for Brock if he's kind of feeling it this year?
I don't.
Like, you're getting closer now to where,
so it's actually an interesting question. Because if you're telling me that the Niners are going to ask Brock Purdy to come back and play for $1 million, then if I were Brock Purdy, I would hold out. Right. And now we're in another situation. And
I feel like you would have the leverage if you're Brock, but if it came to that, but what about the wandering eye? I believe Kirk Cousins, Steiny, would not be an Atlanta Falcon, and who knows with Sam Darnold. I'm just throwing that out there.
Sure, that's fair.
And if you guys are right that have brought that up, I mean, it would be game on almost.
If Brock Purdy's not the starting quarterback next year and it's Darnold or Kirk Cousins, I don't know that they're any better or any worse than
But they would feel better about what they're paying the quarterback, though. They wouldn't feel like, we're giving $60 million to something we really don't know what he is. How much is that worth? Peace of mind, I guess, Nani.
Well, the other thing is, I don't know. Sam Darnold is having a great year. There's a chance somebody may pay him big money for multiple years, maybe, if they think he's the answer.
Got McCarthy coming back.
Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? What's going on?
Good. Morning, guys. It's like, for me, it's hard to criticize Shanahan because of his success, but it's also hard not to criticize him for, the negative things that he's done. I don't think he's much of an evaluator of talent. I mean, you can look at their drafting at the top of the draft to, glaring right in your face. And the biggest one was Trey Lance. And we've got no depth. We missed 3 first-rounders and a third-rounder for Trey Lance, and that's been a big effect on this team. And his why, I said this before, I said it last season, I was surprised how well the offensive line played last year because, I don't think much of McKivitz or Brendel. And, and they didn't.
We lost him.
No, I mean, Dennis was a guy who was talking about the offensive line before the season. A lot of fans were talking about the O-line and the D-line.
Yeah.
In there. Let's
and you can't go ahead, because my whole thing is, and you were kind of painting me into a corner yesterday.
Here we go.
Yes, I keep bringing it up.
Yes,
but I can criticize Kyle and not want him fired.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah,
that's the easy way. That's the easy thing to do, to rip him, but say, well, we can't fire him. Because then you get to rip him. Then you get to rip him forever. Yeah.
No,
that's fun. Come on, it's fun.
No, stop. What's fun about that?
I get it. You can just rip with no consequences. It is funny. Yeah. That's sports talk radio.
You sound so sinister. What do you mean it's fun?
Kyle Shanahan absolutely is fair game to be criticized. Absolutely.
About his play calling, yeah.
Sure. More than that.
Well.
More than that. Kyle Shanahan, can you elaborate on this team not being last year's team? You said that a couple days ago. What do you mean?
the thing I got asked, does this team not have the same fight as last year's team? And, everything goes to the team the year before. And I was just trying to imply this isn't last year's team. And so we wanted a reason for why our record isn't as good as last year's. And when it's asked about fighting and stuff, that's, I don't see it at all that way. I was making the point that this isn't last year's team. Last year's team was obviously a better team. I'm not saying just from the roster. I'm just saying from the beginning to end, the way we started out, the way we felt in training camp, throughout the whole year. We've been trying to build that with this team. We've had times where we felt that we were on the right path to it. And then we've had some setbacks that I think it's always been one step forward, two steps back. And we really haven't grasped the full potential of this year's team. And that's why I don't like comparing it to last year's team or the year before.
I mean, that's the closest I've heard Kyle Shanahan to saying, yeah, this thing was off the rails very, very early.
I can't be mad at anybody that would come to that conclusion after that. He clearly
and that's kind of what I was saying all along.
You want a party?
Not a party.
You want a cookie?
Just go to, just take care of me one day when we
Call
go
you
out.
Denzel.
Good for you.
By the way.
Thanks.
You're in it for the glory.
By the way.
Great movie, Gladiator 2. I saw
it's
it
not the best movie of all time, and I don't have to see it to know it.
To me, it is. It's my grade. I left the studio yesterday, solo, Emeryville, watched it again, Spadoni, Get a Life.
Russell Crowe was better than Denzel.
Well, they were
Well, Gladiator 1's better than Gladiator 2.
Gladiator 2, oh my. And the correlation that they had with Gladiator 1, it was perfect. Yeah. Oh my god.
Spadoni wasn't crazy about it. And I consider him more of a film connoisseur than you.
I'm putting too much. The Italian Stallion, you loved it.
What?
You loved it. He says it was okay, and I'm saying it's the best movie.
How was Gladiator 2? I didn't talk to him before the show.
I loved it. What did you like?
Should I go check it out, Spadoni?
It felt very, as Steiny would say, contrived.
Oh boy, that's the worst thing a movie can be.
Yeah.
Worst thing a movie can be.
Oh boy.
It sounds like it's maybe a bad movie.
No, it was great, man. It was.
What's
when
it
you
about?
See good acting,
fighting lions in the Coliseum. Come on. I mean, that's not exactly a new plot.
It was in Rome.
Right. That's where the Coliseum is.
Oh boy. I love good acting, man.
That's not acting.
And
that's action.
Right.
You like action movies, which is fine.
I hate
a lot of young people do.
Action. Come on.
A lot of simple people.
I thought the villain was not as good in these one. The villains.
Not even close.
Joaquin Phoenix was very good as Commodus in the first one. And the hatred from Russell Crowe, Maximus Decimus Meridius, obviously. You could feel that throughout the film. The antagonist.
I had a little problem with older Denzel action part when he was fighting.
Then it couldn't have been the best movie of all time.
No, but it knocked it down, but then they picked it back up.
See, this is what I mean.
This was great.
You started the show thinking Gladiator 2 was the greatest movie of all time. Kind of like everybody thought Trent Williams was the greatest offensive lineman of all time. And then you realize halfway through the movie, well, you know what? It's not the best movie of all time. It's pretty good. Well, guess what? That's a big drop-off, and that's why it will get no award nominations. Neither Trent Williams nor Gladiator 2.
Well, when it comes, seriously, Stoney, I just got in the car yesterday just thinking about life and what we do for a living and critique and me dealing with you. But real life stuff happens, and it's happened to Mooney Ward, and it's happened to Trent Williams, man. You just hate to see things like that and think of put yourself in their shoes, but it all comes back to it puts things in perspective, partner.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Ross Tucker coming up in 20 minutes. And we're getting into what's the one thing, if you had to pinpoint it, and I'll say it like the boss said it, it's the one thing about this 49er year that has pissed you off more than anything else. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, experience a European-style holiday market. And where is that, Steiny? It's in downtown Los Altos. Find unique gifts, holiday decor, and special treats Thursdays, December 5th, 12th, from 4 to 8 p.m. That's December 5th and 12th from 4 to 8 p.m. It's presented by State Street Market and Los Altos Village Association. Find out more info at downtownlosaltos.org.
Tune into 95.7. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What? I want you to hear something, too.
Okay. Speaking of wanting to hear something, this is from the 510 on the Comcast Business Text Line. Would be nice to hear some Warriors talk. None yesterday, and none so far today. Niners talk getting stale. Thanks. That's from the 510.
We can't forget about the Dubs, baby.
Yeah, we'll talk Dubs.
4 in a row.
After they've lost.
Yeah.
Okay. They're still on a 50-win pace. What's your point?
Things are changing. That's all. That Melton injury, man.
Oh, God. Okay. So, hey, Evan. So, DeAnthony Melton's a player that hasn't played for the Warriors his entire career. Has been hurt his entire career.
2 games.
They signed him in the offseason despite coming off a back injury. He plays 4 games, gets hurt again, but you know what? Now they can't win it. Now they miss Melton.
I didn't say they couldn't win it.
No, they can't. I didn't say they couldn't win it. How do you miss something who's never been here?
Well, they identified him as a starter, and it was, it made all the sense in the world.
Yeah, it makes sense, though. Like, you saw Brock Purdy, quarterback, 3 games, and you said, give him a blank check, give him $60 million, and you saw Melton play 3 games, and you're like, well, he's the best player the Warriors have signed in the offseason.
And I am
15 years.
No. Brock Purdy was a little more than 3 games, but yeah.
Less than 2 seasons, though.
TNT game tonight.
Is it?
Yeah, at Denver. Man.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Let's go to Frankie. Frankie's in San Rafael talking 49ers. Then we'll get to Ross Tucker. What's up, Frankie? How you doing?
I didn't say Frankie eyelashes. I didn't want you guys to know who I was.
We got you, Frankie.
Hey, I'm sorry. You know what? I have a lot of friends that are Niner fans, and this one guy, he doesn't like me because I'm a Raiders fan.
Sure.
And he made fun. Yeah, he made fun of me, so I let him have it. He was drunk, and I said, "Well, you guys let that Super Bowl. How'd you hand away that first Super Bowl?" I said, "Kyle Shanahan's a loser. This is 4 years ago." I go, "He ain't never going to win you the big game. So what they need to do, they need to fire him and grab Belichick."
Okay. And then would you want Shanahan as a coach of the Raiders?
No, absolutely not. He's a loser. He's arrogant, too. I don't like anything about the guy.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel.
Well, no, listen, it's all about hoisting the trophy.
Yeah.
We got into this before, and you're firing all these guys around him for years. See, they gave him the big contract because they thought they were going to win the Super Bowl, but they forgot about the Chiefs. They thought the Chiefs, they were doing so good last year, all the casinos. Like now, everybody's hammering Detroit. Yeah. Everybody's hammering Philadelphia. Well, if Kansas City's there, your ticket's going to be worth 0.
Well said, Frank.
Because if Patrick Mahomes gets to the promised land, he ain't losing.
Yeah, doesn't seem like that. Thanks, Frankie.
Well, 3 rings and counting.
You know what's amazing? I was thinking about this the other day. Who are the active quarterbacks, active quarterbacks outside Mahomes who've won a Super Bowl?
Stafford.
Okay.
Russell Wilson.
Okay.
Russell Wilson. Boy. Aaron Rodgers.
I said active.
Okay.
I think that's it. Right?
3 more.
So you've got, this is what I was thinking. So you have 3 old quarterbacks who have done it.
Okay, gotcha.
So there's not one am I forgetting somebody?
Joe Flacco.
Perfect. In other words, no quarterback in the NFL in his prime has won a Super Bowl.
Right.
Outside of Mahomes right now.
He's the Jordan.
And so
to the NFL, what Mike was to the NBA.
And that's why when we run down the list of all these quarterbacks, well, Josh Allen, he's pretty good. He can't win the big one. Lamar Jackson, the playoffs doesn't get it done. Joe Burrow, he went to the Super Bowl and didn't get it done. It's like nobody's gotten it done with Mahomes. Like nobody.
I mean, if you like that, well, I get it.
Those are facts.
But if you watch the game, they're not facts. The Niners outplayed the Chiefs and let them hang around for a litany of reasons.
Is that there's no quarterback in his prime who's beaten Mahomes in the biggest game.
Well, Joe Burrow did 1 year to go to the.
Okay, but then what happened?
Okay, I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm saying, like,
but he can. I got you.
Let's just put
he
a
can
blanket.
Be beat though, man.
Well, he probably can, but in the meantime, all we do is rip every quarterback who hasn't won a Super Bowl. When the reality is, none of them have won it. Who's 30 years or younger?
Well, Lamar and Josh, right? They've got all the promise in the world. They haven't even been to one.
Okay,
and you could make an argument.
So are they losers?
No, hell no.
Well, what are they?
Guys trying to aspire to be champions, and I feel like the time's running out for both of them.
But my point is,
they're not champions, though, Steiny. That's what I guess I'm saying right now. But I wouldn't say they're bums. But I feel the way I do about certain, like Dak will never win it, right?
I don't know.
He could be Andy Reid, but I'm telling you, I feel like that dude will never hoist it.
All right, what about Lamar Jackson?
It's a wrap.
It's not the last couple of weeks, huh? But you know how we went 15 rounds on him. But I could see it happening. It just hasn't. And the more years go by, last year they had home field advantage, right? Mahomes came in there limping with that offense, won. Not saying it's all Lamar's fault. And Joe Burrow, what's going on there? I mean, he's doing his job. They're 5-7.
They can't. They have no defense.
Yeah,
they have no defense.
I don't think they got 4 wins.
Couple other things. What was I going to say on the? No on the Comcast business text line.
I don't got it up.
Why hasn't York spoken publicly in support of Trent, Ward, Pearsall, also addressing the state of the team? Seems like DeBartolo would have been out front during these times. I don't know. You want to hear from Jed York? What's he going to say?
Exactly. Just like Kyle talking about Nick. I'm very happy or satisfied.
That bothers you, huh?
Yeah. I just feel like it's a double standard, and Nick could say, and some might give him the pass, and I get it. Hey, I didn't have what Steve was working with, so that's why we've taken a step back. But when you got the average bear or average fan calling in, and it's true, Baldy's talked about it, you don't like to blitz. Well, you got to manufacture pressure when you know you don't got it up front, and this was even when Bosa was playing. So those things are not why they're 5-7, but I think they are why the defense hasn't been anything to write home about.
Here is Brian Baldinger on the defense as a whole. He was on with the Morning Roast.
I've been saying it for weeks now. Like, they look like a slow team. They're a slow defensive line. You know, they're just slow in there. And, you know, James Cook goes 65 like that. That should never happen. But, you know, Fred Warner's not in there, and that's what happened.
Man, slow. I don't think there's anything you could say worse, Donnie, about a defense.
I think, well,
soft. I
wouldn't want soft.
I think soft is first, but man, how's it get better?
Let's talk about, and maybe we'll do the Purdy prognosis at 11:30 or 12 o'clock.
All right.
But so I'll save the Baldy comments on Brock, and let's have him address the newest crybaby on the Niners, George Kittle. I'm kidding, but
I hadn't heard this. Let's hear.
This is Baldy on George Kittle, who said he only ran 6 routes on Sunday.
You know, I was in Minnesota on Sunday, and Trey McBride at Arizona's got 73 catches. He had 12 on Sunday. I didn't have any touchdown catches like George, but they call plays for him all the time. And if you looked at the body types, just the body type, George is a better blocker, but Trey McBride is a hell of a player, a great athlete, much like George. They call plays for him over and over and over again. It could be little whip routes. It could be stick routes. Like, there's tight end delays. There's a million ways to get the tight end of the ball. But back before they realized I had no speed, I became an offensive lineman. I was a tight end. And, I mean, I could draw up. And that's all Kyle. It's all Kyle. Like, enough of the system and your offense. Like, get the ball to your playmakers. Like, I can draw up 5 plays to get George the ball. Because we know what he's like after the catch. You know that he's going to be a hard tackle. And McBride's a hard tackle. He runs through contact.
All right. That's part 1. This is part 2.
Wow.
But like I'm thinking, and I've never met Trey before until Sunday. So they got a good tight end room. So I went over there, I started talking to him, and I watched him warm up. And he's very similar to George. I mean, they're both 6'5", they're both 250 or thereabouts, and they both run really, really good. But one team features the tight end. He's got 23 more catches than George does.
one team features a tight end, the other team doesn't really feature him. They just run their offense. And if he's the go-to guy because of what the defense does, then they go to him. They should have thrown to him a couple more times. They had one was pass interference down the field on Rasul Douglas or whatever it was. And then one they wanted to go to him on a seam, and the defense lineman's in Brock's face, and he couldn't throw it. But regardless, I mean, there's 5 different ways you can get your tight end the ball.
That's all I'm asking, Stoney. And what we got into it a bit yesterday was evolve or change. And I wasn't saying, come on, 180 change or facelift, but the fact that he says, there's more than it sounds like more than one way to skin a cat. And if you want to get Stoney the ball, damn it, there's other ways to get him the ball. To hell with the system, especially when it's not working.
If it's so easy to get the tight end the ball, when we can ask Ross Tucker this. On the line right now is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. Ross, what's going on, man? How you doing?
RT.
I am doing a lot better than I was on that drive back Sunday night after that snow game in Buffalo, that's for sure.
Ah, yes. Ross comes courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time you discovered the islands, River Islands in Lathrop?
Hopefully he was in an SUV, Stoney. Ross, hopefully you were in an SUV and all that.
Ross is very familiar with Buffalo, right?
Yeah,
Ross?
I mean, come on. Guru, this is not my first rodeo. Yes, I played up there for 3 years. I had the 4-wheel drive on. The craziest thing, I guess somebody told me that they said this on TV. I was doing the radio broadcast. When I tell you guys that 15 minutes northeast of the stadium, there was not a single drop of snow, I promise.
Yeah, it sounds to me.
And yet on top of my car, just even after the game, on top of my car, there was a good 6 inches.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it's not dissimilar from the microclimates we have out here in the Bay. But it's hard to fathom once we saw it how hard it was snowing. But let's get to that game, Ross, and just. I mean, it's been 2 weeks in a row now where the Niners have been blown out. What are you seeing or what are you not seeing from the San Francisco 49ers right now?
Well, so what's crazy about it to me is you guys know I have that betting podcast that I do on Tuesdays. It's the Even Money Betting Podcast. And my co-host, he teased the Bills down, basically just saying, for people who aren't familiar, he was very, very confident the Bills are going to win. I didn't do it, guys. I couldn't do it. I mean, knowing that they were getting Brock Purdy back and knowing how prideful that group is, I just couldn't pull the trigger on it. And obviously I regret that now. It would have been a lot better if I did. And they came to play. The opening kickoff, 53, I think Winters blasted someone. They get the 3 and out. They're running the ball right down the Bills' throat. And then I forget whether they stalled out. I thought Kyle called way too many passes. I would have called a run every play, I think, the way they were running it. And so they settled for a field goal. Then they get another stop with the Bills, but Charvarius Ward had illegal contact penalty. It was going to be another 3 and out. And they were going to get the ball back again. Now, I'm not suggesting they would have won the game, but it just felt like they came to play, and it felt like they were in that thing. And then after that Ward penalty, and then obviously after that, the Bills went all the way down and scored a touchdown. It just kind of felt like it broke them. And then they moved the ball, but then they missed the kick, and it was just over.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit
Ross,
Union.
as soon as I saw the conditions, I'm like, my gosh, you're telling me Fred Warner's playing with a fractured ankle? You played this game. Fred hasn't been the same, and I came in yesterday, and it came out wrong. It came out wrong, Ross. I don't know if you ever said you want to say one thing, but it sounds like another, and I'm like, how can they let him play? You played. What are your thoughts when you hear said linebackers out there on a fractured ankle, even if you kind of know he can't make it worse, but what's that signal to you?
Well, first of all, I have tremendous respect for Fred and the fact that he's out there battling for his team in what looks like it's going to end up being a lost season for those guys. So I have a lot of respect for that. I would need to know more about the specifics of the injury. You know, there are other guys that, I mean, I blocked for Travis Henry in a game against the Jets where I think he ran for 170 on a cracked fibula, which I'm guessing is what Fred has. You know, he says broken ankle. You know, Travis Henry had a cracked fibula, and I don't know. I guess it doesn't bear that much weight or what. I don't know, but he ran for 170 yards
right
in an NFL game against the Jets. So what he's doing, I guess, has been done before, and I give him a lot of credit. And he made some plays, but he's clearly not the same guy. I noticed that watching the Packers tape. He's not like the normal Fred Warner. That's for sure.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. So the Niners right now, Ross, are 5-7, and it's feeling like, you know, it's going to end maybe with either no playoffs or a quick exit. And one of the things that some 49er fans are saying is maybe this will be like the Eagles of last year. You know, the Eagles went 10-1 last year, then they fell apart and lost in the first round. But boom, they've done something, and now they're 10-2 this year. Is there, like, what did the Eagles do in the offseason to turn that around? And is there a comparison to be made with the Niners that they could kind of do the same thing?
Well, so look, the number one thing for the Niners has been the injuries. Okay, and we all know that. I mean, that's been the number one thing. And so not making the playoffs will give those guys a lot more time to heal and get ready for next year, which they need. You know, they've been going too many of these long playoff runs, which I know doesn't sound like much, but you know, a 17-game regular season, then they're playing 3 or 4 playoff games every year. I don't care what anybody says. I will always believe that these injuries are in part just a compilation of everything else that's happened, all the other the wear and tear from recent years. But I'll tell you what the Eagles did. They did 2 things. They already had a really good core, okay? But then, and I'm not saying the Niners need to do this, I'm just telling you what the Eagles did. The Eagles were very deficient at both coordinator positions a year ago, so they made significant upgrades with Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Significant. And then the reality is, every move it seems like they made, except for one, has worked out. I mean, you signed Mekhi Becton, who's never played guard before. He's only been a bust tackle for the Jets, and the guy plays like almost a Pro Bowl right guard. Saquon Barkley, you know, the Eagles kind of zigged everybody else out. Everybody, don't play running backs, don't play running backs. Eagles thought, you know what? What if we had him with our line? Because once he gets that speed, look out. Well, that worked. And then defensively, you know, in the first 2 rounds, they draft Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. They're both really good players already. And then they got very fortunate with Zach Bond. I mean, Zach Bond was an outside linebacker on the ball. They saw him play like 20 to 30 snaps where the team would motion and he'd have to go back inside the box and play there. Well, guess what? He's going to be a Pro Bowl linebacker this year. Gardner Johnson's been awesome. I mean, I don't know that the Dotson move worked out that well. The Bryce Huff move, they paid him a ton of money, and he's done nothing. But all the other moves worked out so well that they're a very, very good team again.
Ross, I've been down on Debo. You know, he took the world by storm. I give Kyle his flowers for making Debo and having the vision. But all of a sudden, I got to be careful here. I don't want to say it's a fall off, but a lot of people are calling fans what's going on with Debo. So I'm asking you, what's his value around the league, you think, right now? And how much of Debo basically being rendered ineffective is on Kyle?
Well, he's another guy that I have absolute respect for. that guy, no matter what, when he's returning kicks, late in the game, which I was a little surprised some of those guys were still in the game when it was 35-10. I would have not have done that if I were Kyle. Just not smart in my mind. But for those guys, I love the way Debo plays, but the drops, he's clearly not been what they needed him to be this year. And what's interesting to me about that is I actually really thought like a snow conditions would be perfect for him. You know what I mean? Like he's that type of rugged run through tackles. He seems like a snow guy type of thing.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you about Purdy. Hasn't had as great a year as he has the previous two. The owner said he might reset the market before the season started. I mean, what do you do with Brock Purdy if you're the San Francisco 49ers? How much do you try to get him for if you're going to try to sign him to a long-term deal?
We talked about that during the broadcast Sunday night. They're in a weird spot here. I think you clearly want him to be your starter, and I think he's proven that the first couple years. What's he going to be looking for, though? Is he looking for Dak $60 million a year? I would have a tough time doing that. And I know people say, well, it'll just go up. I don't know. I think there's got to be a little bit of give and take there. It's a weird thing because he's played at a high level, but I do think there are probably other quarterbacks that could also play at a high level for Kyle Shanahan that aren't $60 million a year. So that's one they're going to have to work through. I think that they would absolutely do it if he doesn't feel like he needs to get the very, very top of the market, right? Like they eventually got done with Ayuk, and they could have done it earlier if Ayuk wasn't thinking he needed top of the market. I think if Purdy comes in with $50 million a year, and doesn't have to be the number one guy or even the top 2 or 3 highest paid, but still get a ton of money, I think the Niners would do that. But I think if he wants the top, they should really consider their options probably.
Wow. Hey, Ross, real quick here. The Niners are 2 back, last place in the NFC West, but they're, again, only 2 back. Do you trust Seattle, who were lucky to beat the Jets? Arizona played Minnesota hard, lost, and the Rams. Do you give the Niners a chance maybe to overcome this 2-game lead?
Well, so I haven't gone through the schedule yet, and looked at everybody's schedule. There's still a chance because they do have a heart of a champion, and I talked about that Sunday night. But especially now with the McCaffrey and Jordan Mason news, that's going to be tough, man. That is really, really going to be tough. I don't see it happening. I would agree that perhaps, these other teams aren't that great either, but there's multiple of them. I thought the Cardinals were clearly the better team against Minnesota on Sunday. They somehow blew it. Yep. So, I don't think it's going to happen for the Niners this year. That would be very impressive if it did.
All right, Ross. Hey, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. And we'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right. That was Ross Tucker. Odyssey NFL Insider Calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. It'll be delicious, Goo.
Yeah.
All right. On the other side, I want to get into something Ross said about what we're going to do with Brock Purdy. That segment was brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source.
If he starts yawing at a ref, sit his down. Put him on the bench. Oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. I got good news for you, too.
Oh.
My guy Hawk, sometimes you rub him the wrong way, but you're going up the charts fast.
H-A-W-K?
Yeah. Remember I told you, friend in the Yoon. He said, ask Steiny his favorite Donny Hathaway song.
I've never heard of Donny Hathaway.
Oh, boy.
You know,
you'll come back to
I'm not a country guy.
She related to Ann?
Now, there you go. Okay.
Now, this is it, because I don't know.
No, I know. Okay, so here we go.
Evan knows
Baseball's come up with this idea.
Well.
And I want to get some listener input, because I know what it is, and Evan, Tim Kirchin, Giddings,
I love it,
also wants to weigh in on this. Now, when I told Evan I wanted to talk about it, he said, Guru said, am I going to like it or not? And Evan said yes, and I said no. So
I can't wait.
Okay, so we're going to tell you what baseball is thinking about, and I think you're going to be like, you won't like it. Evan thinks you're going to like it. All right.
Well, okay.
Go ahead.
I don't know if he'll like it, but if it actually happens 2 weeks into the season, he would love it. If that makes sense.
All right, you ready?
I'm boy.
Rob Manfred, baseball commissioner, says there's a buzz right now around adding what they're calling the golden at-bat rule, where a team can choose one at-bat in every game to utilize its best hitter regardless of where they are in the lineup.
You missed the last 5 minutes of the roast. I went off on this. They brought it up. I came in with Bonte and Shasky.
Damn it.
This dude, what are you doing to the game? I've already told you there's nothing more sacred in sports than first base in a Major League Baseball game. And now you want to, little Johnny, you're the best, come up. No, you got to earn that. Luck has to be on your side that you're in that part of the order. Steiny, what are we doing? We are selling out for what naturally used to be excitement when the stars were aligning. You can't do this. Oh, hey, bases loaded. We need let's put up. No,
let's put Ohtani up there.
No, stop.
What?
We're selling out for the wrong thing.
Looks like Evan's right, though. 2 weeks into the season, you'll love it.
Or you'll be calling for it, because when the Pirates send a 180 hitter to the plate with 2 outs in the ninth inning and you need a knock, you'll see, where the hell's Brian Reynolds?
Just think about all the soldiers that have played this game. Bonds, rest in peace to Tony Gwynn, Kent, Rod Carew, your guy, Molitor. You got to earn it. You don't just get to, hey, we're going to check. Come on. I'm telling you, as a society, all we care about is the drug now that is the quick fix, and we don't even care how we get to it. Hey, you put your best. Steiny, I'm just. Manfred, man, that ain't it.
Well,
you were right.
There's a buzz.
I'm out.
There's a buzz about it. I mean, and that
come on, Steiny.
I mean, what are we doing?
What would Kruk and Kipe think about some cockamamie rule like that?
I don't know. But anyway, they're thinking about it.
Well, don't think too long. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you know what?
Who would the Giants send up?
That's a great question.
Chappie, yes, I do. Ramos.
Maybe they bring Bumgarner back to be that guy. They can just go to Bumgarner.
Yeah,
at the
Shasky was saying Eldridge, bring him up.
I think they pull straws.
Eldridge Cleaver?
No, the Donny Hathaway hurt.
I don't know who he is. Is he a singer?
Yeah,
not a good one apparently.
But it's a she.
Oh no, it isn't. Is it?
Yeah.
Well, what kind of music does she play?
I want to say
you don't.
No, I
mean, you don't know.
And it's a he.
Okay, so 2 things you were wrong on with 1 sentence. What's a fair criticism of the 49ers this year? Like if I guess Evan and I were talking about this yesterday. Is there what's fair to criticize the Niners for, and then what's unfair? Is there anything that's unfair that the 49ers are getting criticized for that's just, it's not fair? Like, it's not fair. You know what I mean?
Well, I do, but they've had so much stuff off the field That's what we don't even second guess, and we haven't. Things get real, and they've gotten real for this team and a few of their players. Not one almost losing his life, and the others, 2 teammates losing children. Like that. That's where, and nobody's done that. But other than me saying the red zone issues, or I asked Ross, and I'd like your question. Do you think now, real quick here, that Debo has no value that he's done? I'm starting to think to myself, how much is the coordinator responsible for Debo being rendered ineffective? Well, you know what? I'm starting to think there's a correlation maybe, man.
Well, let's do that.
Ricky Pearsall all of a sudden, and again, I'm not saying he's Lynn Swan. 3 games in a row with not even a tar. Like, why even? What? Like, that's got to be systematic, though. There's got to be something to. I don't think Ricky Pearsall is a bum.
Well, I don't either, but he's a rookie.
But when he was catching a couple balls, had a couple
were losing.
But he was making contributions.
Okay. In losses. Well, he won. He scored a touchdown.
Well, when he was making the contributions, Stoney, you didn't know if it was going to be a win or a loss.
I want to get to the heart of this with 49er fans, because this has been one of my frustrations. And it's that I'm looking at some of these players, and I don't think they've had good years. Debo Samuel's 1 and 1A. It's like you're having a bad year.
Yes.
Okay, so now you're a 49er fan, and we know Debo Samuel's having a bad year. How much of that's on Shanahan?
That's all I'm asking.
I don't think much. I mean, I would, if you want to break it down into percentages, I would say less than 20%. It's on Kyle Shanahan. That's me. I'm interested to know what 49er fans think. It's like, who else isn't having a great year? Pick a player. Nick Bosa.
For his standards.
How much is that? Like,
and now he's not available.
Does Nick Bosa even get coached? Or does he just go out and do what he knows how to do? So, I can't blame the coaches for Nick Bosa. I don't.
Okay.
Brock Purdy. How much of Brock Purdy's regression is on Kyle Shanahan?
That's a real question.
And I think it's less on Shanahan and more on the function of he's regressed. He didn't have McCaffrey. They didn't adjust well when players were out. And he's feeling a little pressure, like 2 kinds of pressure. One, maybe the contract, and one, he's feeling more pressure from defensive lines. And I put the regression mostly on the players.
All right. Well, Debo, then, Stoney, they know more football than us. If they really feel like you do and a lot of other fans that this is all Debo's fault and this is what he is right now, they're going to, I'm going to say uncomfortable, but he's playing himself out of a spot on the team. And maybe he knew that coming in. I don't know. Maybe that's why he went at Pepper. He was frustrated at himself. But this can't be the Debo Samuel. This can't be the norm for him. When Ayuk went down, it was supposed to be you take us to the promised land like you have before, and now all of a sudden the guy is a liability trying to catch the ball downfield. I don't know.
I mean,
has his hands gotten that worse, or is it the scheme for a guy like him?
I don't know. Let's ask 49er fans at 888-957-9570. And let's not forget that when the Niners were talking about Brandon Ayuk and when they caved and gave him everything he wanted, when they did that, we all realized, well, this probably means
one of them
somebody's gone.
And the guy, it's got to. But the
problem, but the problem now is if Debo's gone in the offseason, what happens if Ayuk's going to miss half the year?
Which I think could be a possibility, man.
So
he had an ACL and MCL. He's got some stuff to come back from, but I don't know, Stoney. It's a question I have. And again, if Kyle wasn't the head coach, whoever, if it was Matt Steinmetz as offensive coordinator, I'd keep it consistent and be like that person. I just have questions.
888-957-9570 is the number. You know, one of the things that I've done all season is looked at these star players and kind of talked about how most of their star players have not lived up to expectations, and I don't put that on the coach. I put that on the players, but I might be in the minority. Obviously, Shanahan's got to get take some responsibility for that, and I'll give him about 20%. But as far as guys declining, like I can't blame Kyle Shanahan for Trent Williams not having a great year. Like I don't. Brock Purdy, Like for a guy like Trent Williams, I give Kyle Shanahan 0% of the responsibility. For a guy like Brock Purdy, then I'll give some of the responsibility to Shanahan for that. But that's the way I look at it, and I'm wondering how 49er fans are looking at just the disappointing play from some of their big-time stars and who bears the accountability for that.
Let's look at the we could easily do the season, but these last two games, the Niners were just outclassed, and they got embarrassed in both. Is it fair? Forget the coordinator part. Let's just come as the head coach to question Kyle as to why his team wasn't ready in both of those games? Or do you think the easy default, and I'm not doing it here, is injuries? They were clearly not ready to play 2 weeks in a row.
Okay, now we just had Ross Tucker on, and he completely disagrees with you there. He said they came out, they ran it down the Buffalo Bills' throat, they used half of the first quarter, and they get a field goal. And then things go sideways. But I'm just saying, like Ross would say, they were ready to play. They just, once again, stalled in the red zone, and then they couldn't stop anybody on defense.
They couldn't make field goals and fumbled.
Well, and that Jake Moody's horse bleep year, I put no responsibility on Kyle Shanahan. I'm just wondering what 49er fans say to that. Let's go to Brett. Brett's in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Brett? How you doing?
Hey, guys. The sun is out. It's blue skies. And, I know we've all been wallowing a little bit in our misery. And it's actually, I think, a good thing. And here's how I'm going to try to put a little sugar where there's been a lot of salt in our wounds over the last, let's just say, the entire season for the most part. Football's a hard game. And to be good and to be perennial good in any sport, especially at the highest level, is really, really, really hard. And the Niners have continued to show and continue to be able to beat the odds and be a competitive team. But, it's not that hard to fall off, and it doesn't take much. Guys, I mean, you can look at 3 games and say that we really easily should have won that. And now we're 8-4, and we're complaining about, we're not getting in the red zone. But you could literally just take 3 plays, and it's a huge difference.
Right.
And I don't think that makes us that much better or a worse team. But I think it's a little bit unfair to just think we're just supposed to, like it's our given right to be in the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl every year because of who we are. And, it's not Kyle Shanahan's fault. It's a collective underperformance of the team, but really, let's give it the snowball effect. And granted, everybody has injuries, but you can start with McCaffrey. You lose your number one running back, offensive player of the year, and not only lose your number 1 running back, you lose your number 2 running back. Elijah Mitchell hasn't even seen the field. You lose your one of your top all-pro defensive linemen, and Javon Hargrave. You never have Dre Greenlaw, all-pro linebacker playing. You don't have Hufanga playing, all-pro safety. When he comes back, he goes out. And not only do you get McCaffrey, then McCaffrey's guy goes out. Mason's out for a couple of games. Kittle's out for a couple of games. Trent Williams is out for a couple of games. Aaron Banks is out. And so snowball effect. So I don't care if you're Tom Brady. If you don't have blocking, Brock Purdy is going to have regression. Brandon Ayuk goes out. You've got a guy that got shot and didn't even come into the play a snap until, I don't know, week 6.
So let me stop you and just ask you this: if it's been a snowball effect, are the odds that next year the things are just going to get back on track?
Well, I think it's a little bit premature to say they're just going to get on track, but let's kind of look at like the Eagles, over the last few years. They were a Super Bowl team. They come out, they're on fire. They're one of the best teams in the league. And then if you look at the last 6 games of last year, the first 5 games of this year, they were 3-8. Jalen Hurts looked lost. The fans wanted to fire Nick Sirianni.
Yep.
They had no idea what they were doing. They had no identity, and now all of a sudden they're picked to be, aside from Detroit, one of the best teams in the NFL.
All right.
And what really changed?
I got you, Brett. Thanks for the call. Things are never as good as you think they are, and they're never as bad as you think they are, is what I'm hearing from the caller. And I don't have a problem with that.
It also sounds like to run it back would be okay with him. But already at the wideout, I think Ayuk's situation's so serious, Stoney. Again, I have no intel, but I don't believe he'll be ready for week 1. So already what's happened this year is following you into next year just from from that position, wide receiver.
Yeah. That's one of those where I don't know. I get it. Ayuk got hurt, and now the start of next season's in jeopardy.
That's just, man.
But 9 months from now, he's not going to be there week 1. So deal with it until he comes back.
And that's why it's disappointing that Debo, for whatever reason, has not, been his normal self. It's incredible, to be honest with you, Stoney. And then you see him with the ball in his hand, and I know he's getting a head start, and it's cold, and guys don't want to hit him, but he did the same thing in Green Bay. It got called back 70 yards, but it's like he still has something, but how do you find that something if all of a sudden now it's just about, he's a beast when he's got head start, and he's coming downhill.
I believe that. I mean, I don't think that,
and that's why I think that was a bad sign, Stoney. It's like they're saying, we'll take you getting hurt because this is the only way we could get you the ball and you be anything close to what you've been. Just think about that.
Well, I actually look at that
I expect him to return the rest of the year. And
he should. Why shouldn't he? Why shouldn't he?
Well, before it was because, and I said it, you didn't want to get him hurt because he was getting you 1,400 yards, 1,300 yards in the air is the way he would do it and downfield, but his hands are not the best by any stretch, but I don't think they paid him as much because of his hands. It was just everything worked.
Used to.
Wow.
It used to work. It used to. How come it's not working right now? How much is the players? How much is the coaching staff?
And we know the Rat on the Table brought to you by Atco with him, Stoney. There are whispers he can't beat man coverage. And if that's real, then you're
let's not act as though we haven't heard that for 4 years. We have.
Well, I'm talking to myself, Stoney. Now it's, do you believe it? And I'm there
course.
now.
I believe that the best route runner on the Niners is probably Jennings, either close to or maybe it's Ayuk. But those are the two best route runners on the team. Clearly, we've heard that Deebo Samuel is not a great route runner from so many people in the game that I have nothing other than belief for him. He's not. And how are his hands? They're all right. But it's clear they've got to make a special effort to get the ball to Deebo Samuel in a different kind of way than you'd get it to just a normal everyday receiver.
And right now, that's on kickoff. Real quick, Stoney, a Warrior nugget. Draymond Green will not play tonight. So that's official.
Yeah, Steve Kerr said he was doubtful yesterday when he talked to the media.
Man.
It's always fun game.
Not tonight.
Damn what?
I want to see him battle Jokic.
Well, maybe that's why he's not playing.
He don't have Jokic's flu.
Oh, he doesn't?
Stop.
But it's his first game he's missed all year, so let's calm down.
Oh, no, I am.
No, you did.
The team's lost 4 in a row.
Goo.
Is it going to not be more difficult to win?
You walked in today and you said, Draymond tonight. And I said, yeah, probably not. He's doubtful. And you said it again. What's in the water out here?
I said it to the guys, too, this morning on the roast. What is in the water, damn it?
You actually think, that's fine. This is great. It's just
but you'll look at me and say
built-in excuse left and right.
No, they're not excuses. They're reality.
Right,
but
the water is causing Draymond Green to get hurt.
Now Curry's got he's
36.
But the bilateral tonight is like that. That's McCaffrey. But they're saying that's what he has in his knees.
Okay, he's 36. The older a guy gets,
I understand.
When you hear that he's hurt, it should be less and less of a wow.
But I'm getting tired of it, I guess. Just
from
Bay Area sports.
Who are you getting tired of?
All the teams. They're not doing it on purpose, obviously, but now Mason's out. You lose the starting running back that was battling. Yeah. He's gone. Yep. And the backup goes out in the same game.
That's because they overworked McCaffrey the last couple years.
My father would call it buzzard luck. That's all.
It's not buzzard luck.
Yeah, be careful
Ross
now.
Tucker,
you're talking to Norm.
Hey, Norm. Ross Tucker in your face saying that the last fight. Why can't you understand this? We saw it with the Warriors. They went to the finals year after year. Clay and Durant got hurt. Now we see it with the 49ers. They've played deep into seasons. 4 of the last 5 years, and now they're getting hurt.
Yeah, but it's happening fast.
Well, that's because they're old and they've played more games than most other teams. It's not buzzard luck. It's actually predictable.
But what about the Chiefs on the other end of that?
What about them?
They've played more than the Niners.
They've been hurt. The Chiefs have overcome injury, probably in large part because of their quarterback. West Oakland Holloway.
My man.
What's going on, my man?
Hey, what's up with you, man? So you know the meme with the frog sipping the tea.
Yeah.
I told you so.
Yes.
I'm almost that close. Not there yet, but I'm almost that close. So, Steiny, it's only one person having a great year, man, and that's you. But I got to talk to you about something on the other side of that. But hey, so listen,
you got take your time.
So, Christian McCaffrey should not have played one single down this year. It's like the 49ers didn't learn nothing from Kevin Durant at Golden State. That's a very serious injury. You can't just rush somebody back because you're trying to win games. It don't work like that. Let the man heal up and come back and be right. He haven't been right since he came back. You wouldn't let him play on the turf at the beginning of the season. Okay, well, you in Buffalo now. I believe that's some type of hard turf. It's snowing. It's cold. Why you got this man playing out here in these conditions? That was ridiculous. So that's on Kyle. As far as Debo, look, he's a glorified running back playing wide receiver. And he's fragile. You know, so that 49ers, look, the season is over with. They need to thank the heavens that they in the division that they in, because Seattle, Arizona, Rams, I don't know what. Shouldn't nobody in that division go to the playoffs? Period.
Come on now.
Steiny. Yes.
Now, for real. No, Steiny. You ain't got a little bit soft.
What?
I'm going to tell you why.
Give it to me.
No. Let me tell you what I'm talking about first.
Right.
On your 60th birthday, Steph came in there and buttered you up.
Yeah, he did.
See, I like the Steiny that used to get on Golden State.
All right.
That's the Steiny I want. When they lose this fifth game tonight, Steiny,
you know what?
I need you to be the old Matt Steinman.
All right.
Forget the gift. Be the old Matt Steinman for me tomorrow, man.
You know what?
You do that
they might win West Oakland Holloway.
West Oakland, you got my word.
Wow.
You got my word. Yeah, and you know why? Because I thought this team was going to win 46, 48
they still
games.
Can.
Yeah, but I don't like the way it's going. And you know what? Somebody's got to get ripped. If you can come in here every Monday and just rip everybody under the sun who wears a 49er uniform, let me tell you something. You better win tonight, Warriors. You better win tonight. I don't care that Draymond's not playing.
He said he wanted old Steiny. But that's a big deal. Just a big deal. Come on now. His impact.
You know why they want old Steiny? Because they're getting old Curry, and they're getting old Trent Williams, and they're getting old McCaffrey, and old Kittle, and old Draymond. They may as well get old Steiny.
Yeah. Well, there's a joke in there about old Steiny.
Old Steiny.
He's on the mic right now.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. You'd think I'd like the older players more than I do. I'm so old.
Steph got to send another jersey, man.
Hey, by the way, I got to find out where that thing is. Okay. What's coming up in a game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. And don't forget to tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. You know what? Bring on the good stuff.
Heading out to catch the next big game? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights.
Are your eyes green?
They're brown.
But they're a different color. They look green today.
This guy.
His eyes are green.
Well, I've been told I do have beautiful eyes.
I didn't
but
say
they're not
that.
green.
I root for Africa.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
Let me tell you something real quick.
Oh.
We got our fantasy league here at the station. It's going down. Dibbs had a 36-point lead on me going into last night. I had the Broncos defense. Thank you, Jameis. And Judy, who looked like Rice. I put up 63 points and won. I'm going to make the all, Steiny.
I'll tell you what.
And you're on my ass.
Nothing will get the boss into the studio faster than an extended segment on our fantasy football league.
Well, at 5 in the morning when you guys do whatever you guys do without me, just text them, lay off good.
We do a lot with that.
Yeah, I'm learning.
Yeah. Evan, you have fun yesterday? We had a good time. Good talk at the after work, you and I.
Yeah, we were doing, post-show prep.
Post-show meeting.
You guys did not hook up after the show. Because then you were really mad then. If you didn't ask me.
If I were really mad, I wouldn't have hooked up with Evan.
Well, you weren't mad at Evan. You were taking it out on me.
Mad at everybody.
You were agitated. Some people asked me what was going on.
And did you tell him?
I said,
well, he's sick of me coming in every Monday, just running through the 49er roster and ripping everybody under the sun and still under this crazy illusion that they're actually a Super Bowl contender.
Well, that's taking a hurt, but I can't. I'm a new leaf.
Hey, Goo.
It's in front of him.
Can I tell you what he said yesterday?
I want every verbatim, please.
He said, boss caught me as we walked out, said, good show. And I'm thinking, if that was a good show, I got a lot of work to do between now and tomorrow.
My man, did he give you that? Wow.
Oh, it's a good show. And I was like, kind of like, really?
But, I mean, you were hot the whole show.
That doesn't make it a good show.
You weren't right, but yeah.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Energy is half this job, bro.
Every knowledgeable football guest who comes on our show and who's come on our show in the last 3 months has at one time or another repeated something that I've said. Now, you know what? I think Steiny might have been right. Ross Tucker said it. Steiny might have been right. Baldinger said it. Steiny might have been right. Willard said it.
About what? Like,
you guys,
you're in your own world. I love it, man.
You're like a Dodgers crowd. You're late to the party. You're late. I said in August, this season is not trending well at all. At all.
Yeah. I'll give that to you.
All right, let's go to Phil in Daly City. He wants to talk about Kyle Shanahan. Hey, Phil, what's up?
Hey, guys. First of all, Donny Hathaway sang the theme song to Maude from the 70s.
Wow.
Back to Kyle Shanahan. It's funny, my father's perspective.
Okay.
My dad's 94, and he can't stand Shanahan because he says he never looks at the field. He's always looking down at his plays.
Yeah.
He never looks up. He's like a teenager in his phone. He's always looking down. And so, and he talks about a Bill Walsh coached team. We used to always say that, a Bill Walsh coached team that was disciplined. So even when they had all their players, man, you'd get these weird neutral zone infractions. Guys would be jumping off sides at the wrong time. It's like, yeah, they don't seem very disciplined. And I think a coach has more responsibility for that type of non-discipline.
Right.
I mean, you look at basketball, and I mean, I've always thought about what coaches have most important in their sport. And like in basketball, Kerr would make Iguodala coach for a day to see what would happen. And so they would still win because they had these great players.
Right.
But because the football coach always has the plays in front of him, and every coach has it, and they design everything for the game, I feel like they garner a much greater responsibility for the performance.
Oh, than in other sports. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah.
Let me see.
He's wearing two hats. He chooses to do it that way.
So we got football, baseball, basketball. Which coach or which sport does a coach or can the coach make the most difference? I wouldn't disagree with football.
Yeah, no, that is up there.
I wouldn't disagree with football. That's why you got to give Kyle Shanahan credit for the run he's been on. Just incredible. Incredible run.
He's a good coach.
Yeah. And the players, something was amiss. Something was amiss this year. That's what it felt like. Former 49er, I kind of want to get into this. Aziz Al-Shaair. This is what happened on Sunday.
No doubt that Trevor represents that well. And oh my, that'll be Al-Shaair, who's flagged for the big hit on the slide, and that's going to start a little bit of a scrum afterwards as the Jaguars come in to protect their QB.
All right, so Al-Shaair got a 3-game suspension for essentially hitting Trevor Lawrence in the head when he was trying to slide.
Well, he was in the slide, though. That's why I found it offensive as Steiny, and he had his foot on the ground. One was off. He popped him. Like, you cannot have that type of play. So I know a lot of people are saying 3 is too extreme, but I went on Twitter and with my incoherent tweets, and I put one out there, and I said, you know what? Yeah. That is wow, man. That's a suspension. But I never thought it was a suspension. I never thought it would be 3 games.
I mean, like, to me,
you're looking forward.
This is always going to happen. I just think it is. Did you hear what D'Amico Ryan said?
Oh, no, I didn't.
This is interesting.
Stand behind Aziz and everything, that came from that. Of course, he unfortunately hit on the quarterback, but it's twofold, right? I mean, a lot of the quarterbacks in this day and age, they try to take advantage of the rule where they slide late and they try to get an extra yard. And you're a defender. A lot of onus is on the defender, right? Whether it's on the sideline or where it's on the quarterback, you don't know what a guy's thinking. You don't know if a guy's standing up and he's continuing to run. You don't know. And then you get a late slide and you hit the guy. Unfortunate that Trevor got hurt. We hope Trevor is okay, but it's also, if we're sliding, we have to get down. If we're getting out of bounds, we get out of bounds, and that rule is there to protect the quarterbacks, and we want our quarterbacks to be safe in the league, so we just have to be safe. If we're sliding, make sure we're keeping our heads down. So, and the entire thing is, Aziz hits the guy, but their sideline overreacts, and it turns into a melee. It wasn't our guys, it's their team overreacted, pushed our guy, dragging our guy to the sideline, so that's uncalled for on that side. We have to be better on the sidelines as well.
All right, so that's D'Amico Ryan's head coach of the Houston Texans, and I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree with him more. I'm not saying Al-Shaair shouldn't have been suspended. Maybe he should have been suspended, but what's happened is what you expect to happen. Is now the quarterbacks, to me, are trying to take advantage.
We've seen Mahomes do it against the Niners when he tight-ropes it. But this was, you had it clearly in front of you, though, Stoddy. So if you know it's the quarterback, again, I've never played in the pros, he saw him coming forward, so you already know you're at a disadvantage with the rules. And then when he went in the slide and you still were able to hit him in the head, it's like, now the sideline thing is different. And you're right. They do take advantage. You thought I was going out. I got 6 more yards. But this one was kind of in front of Shai's to where I thought, you want that shot, but you can't deliver it or there's going to be penalties. And
it's a bang,
you said this
bang, bang play.
I don't think we see this type of hit a lot. This type of hit.
This is going to happen. I think it's going to happen,
man.
Because inevitably the quarterback, before they get into the slide, wants to get an extra yard or 2, and it's going to hold the play up just a hair. And you also can't ask a defensive player, when a quarterback's running at him, to you have to assume now he's going to slide. And if you assume he's going to slide and he doesn't, then you look like a fool.
Do you have a problem with the 3 games? A little excessive? I mean, it was a hit.
I guess he's had a little bit of a history. I know that the league put that into the press release that, this wasn't the first time. So I don't have a problem with any of it other than it's going to continue to happen. And especially the slide bothers me infinitely less than when a guy is tightrope walking the sidelines.
Right.
And you know damn well you can't touch him, but he keeps on tiptoeing. He keeps
Mahomes
tiptoeing.
is good at it, man.
He keeps tiptoeing, and you got to just kind of just nudge him. You can just nudge him a little bit, and even if you nudge him, it's a good chance you still get a flag there.
And I don't know if you saw Lawrence, Steiny, on impact, he clutched both fists, so his body was going through something. You know how when you get your bell rung, but the whole body. So it was scary and nasty.
Yeah. Here's one of your favorite. You You like Moose Johnson?
Yeah.
The former Cowboy fullback?
Yeah, and announcer.
Yeah, let's hear what he had to say about this.
A brutal hit from Azeez Al-Shaair.
It's everything you're not supposed to do. Everything. You'll see this in slow motion, and Azeez Al-Shaair does everything you're trying to prevent in this situation. It's reckless. It's disrespectful. There's an honor that you give to your opponent on the football field, and you respect him, and there's opportunities to be physical and give big hits and play this game in that manner, and there's other times when there's a respect that you grant to your opponent, and especially in the situation with Trevor Lawrence and that shoulder injury.
D'Amico Ryan's out there now saying to Azeez Al-Shaair, get to the sideline.
Get to the sideline so you can go up the tunnel and get off the field.
Fox Sports, Darryl Johnson on the call there. I mean, I don't look. He played the game.
Yeah.
It's the game is so fast. These things are inevitable. They are. And if you want to penalize him, you can. And if you want to suspend him, you can. But I don't think
if that were Fred Warner and you're going to be without him for 3 games.
Well, they've been without him for 3 games, essentially.
Well, I see you trying.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. See what I'm saying?
Donnie Hathaway, Little Ghetto Boy, one of his classics. Little Ghetto Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are totally wrong. He slid, and the defender hit him high. You guys are cooked if you think that hit was okay.
I said
this
it was
could be
dirty.
your worst take ever.
Coming from Steiner. Come on, don't put me in there.
Did you just hear what I said?
Totally.
If you're gonna, guys are going to penalize. Guys are going to get suspended. My point is this: It's not going to stop. The game's too fast. It just is. He made a mistake.
Yeah. But the last time a defensive player got suspended this hefty, it's been a while, though, for a hit on a quarterback. That's all. Like that. This first time I remember 3 games, and it was violent.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, again,
you make some valid points.
I just don't know how you get it. It's football. It's a violent sport. And... Yeah. Defensive guys want to stick offensive guys.
And they want to hit the quarterback any chance they can get because of what the rules are. And that's why I think he was overzealous, Steiny trying to, thump him. And boy, did he thump him.
We know Trevor Lawrence's status for upcoming games. Obviously, he's got a concussion, I would imagine. Speaking of injuries, let's finish up talking about the Niners, and then we'll get into the Warriors. Okay. We haven't heard from Kyle Shanahan. He talked to the media yesterday, and here's just specifically what he said about the 2 running backs, Christian McCaffrey and Jordan Mason.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Kevin Givens did have a torn pec. He'll end up going to IR. Christian McCaffrey was a PCL. Shouldn't need surgery, but still about a 6-week recovery, so he'll be going IR also. And the surprise one from the game was JP Mason. Ended up having a high ankle sprain, so he's going to have to go to IR most likely also.
All right.
Yeah, the IRs are not even, who calls 90? I'll never forget it. Guru, hope is not a strategy, but when you go to the IR, it's 4 weeks minimum.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the Purdy prognosis.
Yeah.
We've had 2 nights to sleep on Brock's performance.
Here's Purdy, takes off, and goes head first for 10. Leading by 6. Purdy protected, floats it for Kittle. Kittle with a catch and out across the 35. Play action, Purdy, use check. The catch, first and goal.
Now it's time for Steiny and Guru to break the huddle and deliver their Purdy prognosis.
He's losing money.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
We talked to Ross Tucker, and, he was saying, can you get him for 50? I'm more in the, can you get him for less than that now?
35?
35, 40? You think Brock Purdy would really turn down a 3-year contract at like 35, 40, 45?
I love this question, and again, I'm acting like I know him, Steiny. the good old boy, the guy next door. He's different, but it's about the chicken. But the fact that he would go from what he's currently making to that, I think I think there could be a chance. And then what if he's a cutthroat? Like we taking him to the cleaners, the Jeffersons. So forget what you saying, Guru. But when I think about his story, Stoney, why am I robbing him of wanting to get as much as he possibly can? But if you do the Kuminga thing and ask for the whole house, and all of a sudden I'm watching this game Sunday, and I know he didn't play the week before in conditions in Green Bay, but Stoney, I'm just thinking about, do you really have a stud quarterback when in the elements before kickoff you already know your guy's at a disadvantage because of Mother Nature? I don't know. How much is that worth?
It's a good question.
I don't know.
I mean, the 49er fans acknowledge.
Okay, there we go.
Do they even acknowledge that Purdy's got a weather issue at times?
Did you see the fumble? I mean, and it happens, right? I know. But, Stoney, that was like, and then he threw one Jimmy G ball over the middle that should have been picked off. It wasn't, but it's something I can't shake. But that fumble, let's just talk. That was because, he's not comfortable in it, right? No harm, no foul. Like, who would call and say that's a myth? And I should have brought it up. Ross Tucker talked about his turnovers in college. But I know these were conditions. I'm just like, damn, he lost it. It happens. But, is it, like you said, Stoney, is there something there?
Well, as it relates to Brock Purdy, I would say this. Here's the one thing that if I were a 49er fan and it happened, I would fume.
Oh.
And that is,
shout out Flume,
if he holds out. If he holds out and it lingers, then they deserve everything they get. I mean, how many times do you have to see it play out of having a guy hold out and it hurt? That's the one. Look, if you can get him for 35, get him for 35. If it takes 40, then pay 40. Hell, I'd rather pay him 60, even though he's not a $60 million quarterback, if he gets into camp on time. But the one thing that I know won't end well, or won't start well, I should say, is if Brock Purdy is just the latest 49er. And, listen, here's the other thing. Oh, Brock Purdy's a great guy. He's a great guy. He's a nice guy. So Steph Curry. Steph Curry never walked away from any money. And on the one hand, I think that Brock Purdy will be reasonable. On the other hand, I'm thinking he's just watched everybody get paid that just said, I want to get paid, and they've paid them all. So if I'm Brock Purdy, I'm saying, yeah, now I want to get paid.
But do you open your coaching staff and your team up? Do you open up Pandora's box to where if they could get a Sam Darnold in here, like if I were to ask you right now, just no shade, who would you want right now quarterback in your team, Purdy or Darnold?
I would actually want Purdy.
Okay, but I understand now that I wouldn't be mad at any answer. Like, I'm sure there's some that would say Darnold, and it wouldn't be a diss to Purdy. I don't believe.
But, like, Brock Purdy can be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Right, but how much again, what's the number? Well, and then what's his number does he have?
What would another team pay him?
I don't know.
Bet you another team would pay him 35, 40.
But I believe that would have been 60 last year had you got that Brock Purdy.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't have to pay him last year. And it's like when you have a house. It doesn't matter what the house's value is right now. It does not matter. It matters what the value of the house is when you sell it.
Or if you refinance.
But the issue is, who cares what Brock Purdy might have been worth before he played a game this year?
Man.
He wasn't up for a contract extension.
But it's up to Kyle and that wandering eye. Like, this has gotten interesting. And again, Purdy's probably going to get it. Stoney, you're right. And they lock him up. But what if there was to be another move to where Kyle could get what he deems something a little more experienced and better or talented?
Oh, so that's on the table now.
I believe I do believe.
Oh, it's on the table.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, remember suggesting that. People
but you don't want
crazy.
Cousins, though, Stoney. He's showing you.
510. Well, I don't. Okay, I'm not going there. He's had 3 bad games.
Yeah.
And here's why I'm not going to say that. It's because how many of us said, not me, oh, Brady's washed. Brady was washed. He threw a pick six his last throw.
Against the Titans.
Oh, he's washed. And he won a Super Bowl. So I'm not going to say Kirk Cousins is washed or he's done. He had three bad games. Okay. Oh. So is he washed?
You want to acquire a 36-year-old quarterback after taking the last 2 days to talk about how getting older is not the place the 49ers want to go?
Did you hear me advocate for Kirk Cousins?
No, but you were about to.
No, I actually wasn't.
Well, it's about Kyle. We know there's a connection. Do you think that's dead?
I would say it's probably not dead, but
it comes at a good time if you're Kurt, right? Because they got to make a decision on an unknown. If the Niners feel like they don't know what they want to pay Purdy, and especially if your scenario is the exact opposite, he wants to bring the house down.
If you're asking me if I would bet money that Cousins will be the quarterback of the Niners next year, no.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But that's what I'm saying. Let's go to Danny in the city. What's going on, Danny? How you doing?
Steady, man, steady.
Steady. All right.
One thing that you mentioned, that Brock Purdy, that you think that he could be a starter. But what kind of starter? Like, I really liked him his first, year and a half. He was on fire. But I think this year he's just showing us, a lot of flaws and limitations. And going forward, what kind of starter is he going to be? Is he going to be a Daniel Jones, a Baker Mayfield, or is he, can we get more of what he was? I just don't know, what we can expect from him. So it just, it kind of makes it hard. And one last thing, I was watching that game, and I was just waiting for the moment for the ball to slip out of his hands like it did. I knew it was coming. And when it happened, I wasn't surprised. It's just, like I said, he's showing a lot of his flaws and limitations, and I don't know if he's going to be that blockbuster quarterback. I want him to bounce back and show that he's everything that we thought and that we saw from him, but he really hasn't adjusted to, the challenges that he's seen this year. And one thing that I did see from him, even, during that time when we had that run when we were doing real well with him, is that against elite defenses, against those really good defenses, he kind of struggled. He wasn't able to excel against, some of these other, B teams, maybe even B-plus teams. He looked good. But against those A defenses, he struggled. So I just, it's too much of a question mark.
I'm with you, Danny. Appreciate the call. Somebody misunderstood, which wouldn't be the first time. 408, did Steiny compare Purdy with Steph? Is Steiny on that Thanksgiving-ish? Yes, yes, I did make a comparison, and it was that they're both really nice guys, but that doesn't mean they're going to take a discount.
We'll see. Well, one's at the top of his craft, and the other, is a great story.
Right, but what I'm saying is Steph never took a dime less than he earned.
No doubt.
And if Brock Purdy plays the same game, and you say, hey, what about $35 million? He may say, hit the bricks. $35 million. No.
You see the market?
55.
And I've taken you to a Super Bowl and NFC Championship game.
Yeah. Well, he's a quarterback on those teams. Nobody let Jimmy Garoppolo say he took the 49ers to the Super Bowl. So I'm going to say that he had a great team around him. What's coming up next in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
It's time. Shop.
What are they talking about?
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Denver tonight. See, you've given up on them
I have
already.
not. See, that's when you get me radio
Warriors
mad.
Denver tonight. Oh no,
no, we get just. I don't like what's going on right now.
It's
That's
not
all.
a haunted
Nobody's
house. It's a basketball game.
Well, give me your starting five with no Draymond tonight, then. I got mine written down.
Okay, well, let's hear it so that I can disagree with it.
Over the weekend, the holiday weekend, Steve Kerr said after the loss to Phoenix, they weren't playing with force. And if you saw that game, Looney started the second half, and he started the second half because he's a goon, he's got girth, and he's strong, and he was setting picks to get Curry off. I think you might need to revisit that to get Curry off early, Stoddy, and not wait for the second half. But with that said, if you're talking about force, I take that. The Guru computer is your best. And I'm lobbying, and we can't see it tonight, for Jonathan Kuminga to get back in the starting lineup with Wiggins.
He had a great shot at it the other night. He's having a bad year.
I would, you know what? I'm going to defend him like Gladiator too.
Sure.
I wouldn't say bad. I'm not going to say
Not
bad.
having a great year at all.
Well, Pods is not having a great year. GP2 shooting the ball in the corner, and now I feel like he's passing up those shots. Let him fly. But damn, Steiny, 4 in a row. I'm not giving up at all. But it's like now this deep rotation. What did John Madden say about quarterbacks, Steiny? When you have 3 of one thing, you don't have one. So when you got 11 or 12, we need to hone that in now and clean that up and get back maybe to your best 8 or 9. But you're trying to savor Curry too while he's dealing with what he's dealing with.
What's he dealing with?
Well, just the knee issue to where his minutes are not, he's not playing his normal 32, 33 minutes.
Right, but let's talk a little bit about Steph.
Okay, let's do it.
How do you think he's playing this year?
Steiny, man. I give him a B-. How about that? God. What would you give him? Seriously. Because he's still making his shots. He's still from 3, all that. He's efficient. I like what I see from there. It's about, again, can Wiggins play any better? Let's just put the rat on the table. I mean, does he have another level? Because they're both going to need more help scoring. And that second unit scoring without Melton now is why I just bring his name up, because it seems like they had something going from the start. You pass the baton to the starters, but I'm with Coach and Vallejo, Steiny. I can hear him now thinking, like, I need more Jonathan Kuminga. There can't be games to where it's 15 minutes or less. That's just me. And I'm again, he hadn't been setting the world on fire, but he's a talent, and I'm looking around at what they have. Spencer now I'm not mad at him, but he's getting a crack at it. Waters, like something, we got to shore some things up, and maybe they're part of that. But Steiny, 4 in a row, I don't like with the game. Denver without your junkyard dog.
Jonathan Kuminga.
All right.
Last year he averaged 26 minutes a game. This year he's averaging 23. So he's down. He's actually down 3.5 minutes.
And I would hope that would go up coming into the season. But go ahead.
He's taking the same amount of shots, 11.6 per game. So he's taking more shots in fewer minutes this year, and he's shooting 43% from the field compared to 53 last year. That's a monster drop-off.
It is.
He's shooting 29 from three-point range, 29%, which would be a career low.
How many a game, Donnie?
More than ever, 3.6. Okay? You want to talk about his free throw shooting?
Oh, no,
he's down to 61% as a three-point shooter.
Outside of Steph and who else?
His rebounds, let's go per 36. Because that's more, he's rebounding at the exact same rate as he always has. He's assisting at the exact same rate he always has. And he is, blocking the same amount of shots, which is few.
Could I find out, because I feel like
He's
I'm
not
watching
having
it.
a great year at all.
Well, what if we said how much of those minutes are with Steph and Dre? That's why I wanted him to start. I think you get the better version of the best version of him when he's out there with those two, and a lot of times he's not.
Yeah, I don't want Jonathan Kuminga like that. Like that's the thing. If he's going to play with Steph and Draymond, then he's probably not going to get as many shots as he would without playing with Steph and Draymond.
Is the concern that that's all we're focused on is how, like, he's got to find out other ways to be impactful other than scoring.
Okay, this is his
this,
his fifth year or fourth year? I think it's his fifth year now, isn't it?
JK.
Fourth year, my bad. Fourth year for Jonathan Kuminga. So let's go to Matt in Oakland, see where he wants to get us started. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
Matty.
Hey, fellas. Glad you're talking about the Warriors. They did something smart because they got off to a good start, and they're going to need it badly.
Yeah.
So I have them coming out of this extremely brutal December at a best 17-14, maybe 16-15. If they win 4 of these games or 5, that would be great. So I'm not that worried about it. The Kuminga thing, though, I mean, they have to trade somebody. You cannot put a guy who's shooting 29% from 3 out with Curry. His gravity is useless if there isn't somebody to pass it to. So I asked you yesterday what you thought about this one. If you take Melton and GP2's salary, you can get Vukovic straight up. They might want like a second-round pick or 2. Fine. What do you think about that? And then I also think they desperately need somebody to replace Milton. I think that's going to be Kuminga, and it's not his fault. He's a good kid. He's just not far enough along. And, you know, by the time he's great, Curry's going to be out of the league. So I was wondering what you thought of that.
Let me ask you this before you go. Would you be opposed, and I brought this up to Evan and Stoney before the show, with the DiVincenzo reunion? I know you mentioned big, and I would take Vucevic in a second, but what about Dante?
I don't think that's that bad, and you probably wouldn't have to give up Kuminga to get him. That's a thought. I trust Dunleavy. But is Dante really that spot shooter that they need? Would they start him? I mean, he's certainly a very good defender. I mean, that would be maybe like a plan B for that position. If that's all they could get, I could do it. I think if you put Vukovic and DiVincenzo into that rotation, and say you lose Moody and GP2, and obviously Melton, and I don't know, somebody else.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Kuminga or Wiggins.
I don't want to lose Kuminga for DiVincenzo, Stoney, but Kuminga would be the big fish if you got something big out there, if you could.
So the Bulls are 9-13. And I'm trying to so the only way they would, how many years does Vucevic have? Because GP2 and Melton are both coming off the books. So unless they want to dump salary, they're not really getting two meaningful players for one of their big boys, if you will. Let's see. One more year. Okay, so Vucevic.
He's 34 years old.
Yeah. Are you out on Vucevic?
I like him.
Yes.
Oh,
you break the tie.
Well, then it's a no.
And that's being real. Why?
No, I just
like wow.
I don't. I like him. I don't love him. I don't know that he'll make a huge difference.
But Stoney, he would give you somebody. He could step out and hit the 3 and give you some post game on a good night. Like, they don't have that on their roster right now. And I love me some TJD, but he's not that. And maybe I just know they need some more firepower.
Vucevic shoots.
He's played very well this year.
He has. He shot 29% from 3 last year.
Yikes.
This year he's up to 47.
Oh, well, see. He's in he's going through his Buddy Hield phase.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's averaging 20 a game. Doesn't really have the ha-ha, so I don't know.
But he's a big man. He does a little bit, and he's got some girth. Buddy Hield, real quick, Stoney, I feel he's not playing bad, but yeah, he was shooting 62%. Now it's 47. But
if you make a list of who's had the best season of any Warrior, I mean, to me, Hield's going to be in the top 3.
And Wiggins would be in the top 3.
I'll give you Wiggins.
But then who would be the third? I think that's the problem.
Draymond's been all right. Maybe Draymond.
All right.
I mean, look, and you used to do this all the time when you say, look, Curry, 29. You know what he's averaging this year?
28.
Who?
23.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about minutes.
22 and a half.
Yeah, that's whoa.
Steph Curry,
Yeah.
22 and a half. I mean, that is a significant
that's a dip. Yeah.
And let me ask Warrior fans if
I wonder what he would say to that. It's early.
Look, I watched the game on, who was their last game?
Saturday. Phoenix, yes.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
He didn't score in the first half.
I saw it.
He didn't score.
I saw it.
Then he comes out and has a great third quarter.
When Looney started and made some of the shots easier, but are you saying Steph never needed that before?
I mean, if Steph Curry...
Because Looney was giving him some space.
If he's going to go long stretches where he doesn't score, they're in big trouble.
Man.
And, what happens when a guy gets older is, if he's playing 34 minutes a game, it's hard to play 34 great minutes a game.
And Slater asked him about the knee issues, with the knees. And he kind of said, Stoney, he's in a good place now, but and I hated to hear this, but it's going to linger pretty much for the season.
Let's listen to Steph Curry. What's going on with the knee, the tendonitis, et cetera, et cetera?
Has the potential to be like a nagging type thing if you don't take care of it. And thankfully, Rick been great trying to give me a protocol to kind of stick with on a day-to-day, and knowing that's something I can get ahead of and not, chase throughout the year, which is the plan. So I'm not worried about it, not concerned about it at all. It's just the deeper you get into your career, the more things pop up, and you just got to, figure it out.
Yeah, he's not running from it, and he's a lot of miles on the trip, right? So, but Steiny, that 23, I saw that the other day, 22, that shocked me. And again, they got a great record, and he missed a couple games, but man, it's just imperative that they somehow, and I thought they had it, and that's why I'm so fixated on Melton, because now it's like musical chairs, but it's musical chairs in the wrong way in a sense. You're getting a pulse and more from Wiggins, but now Curry, why would you say he's averaging that number's that low?
Because he's more guardable now than he's ever been. He's playing a few less minutes than he's played in the past. And it's harder for him to get the shots. But I guarantee you his shot attempts are way down. They're probably more down than they should be.
Remember, what was the game last week where all the shots were threes, but one, I believe.
Exactly.
That was
let's go to Telmo in the city, and then I'll get some numbers for Steph Curry. What's up, Telmo? How you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
So just to kind of address Guru's comments about Kuminga, one thing Guru does is if you bring up Kuminga not playing well, Guru goes, oh, well, Pods isn't playing well and GP2 isn't playing. Well, none of those guys want $40 million a year. None of those guys think they're a max guy.
Right.
So it's a different situation. We're not comparing apples to apples there. And the other thing is, Guru, you're talking about wanting him more starting minutes, more minutes with the starters. First of all, like I think Steiny mentioned, that's not going to help Steph because they can, if he's not shooting well, they're just going to double team him and tempt Kuminga to take shots. But if you're looking at his numbers, and those are his numbers against the other team's bench players, how do you want him to get more minutes against the other team's starters? He's going to be cooked chicken on defense. He's going to have tougher defenders on him when he's playing offense. So I just don't think he's playing well. I know everybody wants him to be that guy and that potential and this thing. I just really don't think he is. And maybe he'll be somewhere else, but I just really don't see it. And for his production and for the money that he wants, I think the Warriors need to get off of him. They need to get something in return before it just kind of ends up a big nothing burger for the Warriors.
Telmo, before you go, seriously, man, I'll give you the win on that because it looks like the Warriors in a contract year or a big year for Kuminga, not that they robbed him of everything, but when you look at where he is and how he's used, and he's not even the sixth man on the bench, I would say the ship is going in the wrong direction for him to be around here. I hope I'm wrong. But when I look at what Steiny just reiterated in regard to the minutes and now he's not a starter, even when there's openings, like I'm getting worried about his tenure. That's all. So, yeah.
But, you're saying the Warriors are robbing him. It's not robbing him. If he's coming out and putting up performances that are undeniable, then they have to play him. He's not doing that.
Oh, yeah.
So he's not
Timo, no, I said they're not robbing him. So I agree on that. Yeah, they're not robbing him. It's there for him to take it, and he's not.
Thanks, Telmo.
Yeah. I'm just saying, Steiny, man.
Yeah,
Imagine this production had you broke him off some Benjamins like Barnes or Wagner, who's playing his ass off. Just imagine what we'd be thinking about right now. And good God, Moses Moody, Steiny, I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm him when he's running up and back, but I will say he's got the conscience of a cat burglar. He's shooting 39% from three, but he knows I'll probably be out of here even if I'm playing well in regard to the game.
Well, he's
still letting them fly, and he's hitting them when he does shoot them from deep.
Of all the guys, Moody's going to be the hardest to trade because he just signed a contract extension. So he's making a little bit of money now, and then it jumps up. I think he's called what they refer to as a poison pill. So I don't know that Moody's going anywhere.
16 minutes a night for Moody.
And I'm sure if you looked at all the minutes of all the players, they're all down a little bit from either where the player would like to be or where they've been in the past. And that's going to be a function of trying to play as many guys as they're trying to play.
Real quick, so who are the Warriors in 2024? The team that got off to this hot start? Or I'm just asking you, I know it takes a lot for you to overreact, or how concerned are you about this 4-game losing streak? The fact that in 2, they squandered 18 and 17-point leads. I know it's the NBA, but Steiny, now I'm starting to look at the game, even without the score, like, oh, they need a little more of this. And maybe it's not in the building right now.
I mean, they're 12 and 7. That extrapolates to 48, 50 wins. They've lost 4 in a row. They've got some shortcomings.
And the schedule's a bear.
Yeah, the schedule's, schedule's the schedule. Yeah. It's the same for everybody, so it'll eventually get evened out. But, yeah, they haven't played well the last few games. And it looks like they're missing something, but I don't know what it is. Yeah. Some days it feels like the way they played defense against the Suns in the third quarter was really good.
Oh, man.
But, it's hard to sustain that.
Because they sure didn't do that in the first half when Phoenix couldn't miss. Steiny, there was one possession, the Suns passed the ball around 7 times, and Tyus Jones hit a 3 in the corner, and I'm like, man.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like the writing's on the wall for Kuminga.
I couldn't be mad at you, I hope you're wrong.
But I also think that they are in a brutal spot with Kuminga.
And, real quick before you finish, the worst part about this whole thing, Steiny, is they need him more now than ever to take that leap. Yeah. Like it's there for him.
So tired of hearing that.
But it's called the roll of the dice. They've been waiting for it. I mean, that's all I'm trying to signal to you, man. They need a functional Jonathan Kuminga, man. And for whatever reason, it's not happening.
And, we can get back to the way we think of the 49ers. Well, Deebo Samuel's not having a good year. So whose fault is it? His or Kyle Shanahan's? I mean, Jonathan Kuminga has... How much has he improved in 4 years? How much has Jonathan Kuminga improved? What has he... He came in and was a player, and now it's 4 years later. What does he do significantly better? And I'll give you mid-range. I love his mid-range game. I think he's automatic from 15, 16 feet.
Well, if I say come downhill, he's done that from day one, right?
I think so.
All right.
I don't think he can change direction in a hurry.
Damn.
I don't. I don't know.
But it's there for him, to Telmo's point. Before anything pops off, and it's not. He's still a Warrior. I'm rooting for the kid. But damn it, Steiny, it's there for him to take it, to seize it.
Yeah, it's about opportunity 15 that he's had.
Man.
And here's the other thing. I'm going to ask a serious question. If you're another team in the league, you're not the Golden State Warriors. Answer me this question. Why would you trade for Kuminga? Why would a team trade for Jonathan Kuminga knowing that the Warriors didn't sign him to an extension because they didn't want to give him big-time money?
What if, here I go, I'm taking a crack at it. What if another team said, you know what, he was playing the NBA version, the Princeton-style offense. He had to think too much. He couldn't just be natural, and that's what he brings to the table, his uncanny gifts. If he were in a dumbed-down system, maybe a team that didn't have aspirations to go far and just let him grow while playing, Steiny, who's to say he couldn't average 23 to 25 points?
On what kind of team?
A team that's not a rebuilding team.
Yeah, see, and that's why I think he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Who's a bad team right now?
The Wizards.
The Wizards. I'll tell you right now, the Washington Wizards do not want to trade for Jonathan Kuminga, knowing that they're going to have to pay him $40+ million a year. It's like, okay, and I don't know that the money works or it doesn't work. Let's go get Kuzma and Valanciunas for Kuminga and somebody else. Okay. I mean, if you're the Wizards, you're like, well, we're not any better with that trade. We're not better with Kuminga and somebody else.
Those two boys.
So
I'm just saying.
I'm not ripping Kuminga.
So what's got to happen for him to change it around?
I think it's
just his play.
I think it's over.
Wow.
I mean, I think they're going to have to move him. And I think they're open to it, and I think that may be the move. I mean,
and right now it seems like the right move was not breaking him off this summer,
or
they tried to break him off, and he wanted more.
A lot of people would say, "Well, you know, hey, when you bring a young player back and you don't give him guaranteed money, maybe this is what happens." It's a tough situation for Kuminga, especially when he sees all the other guys who have gotten paid. 888-957-9570 is the number. Gu asked a real good question. Who are the Warriors? Are they the team that started 10-2? Or are they the team that is, 2-5 since then? And if this team's one or the other or somewhere in the middle, I want to know about it. 888-957-9570. But, I think, I was saying this, we're 25% through the season.
And that's why Curry at 23 points a night is starting to, I don't have the answer, Steiny, but it's starting to get concerning. But if it's just about, it's more difficult, and you got dudes picking them up 94 feet. That Brooklyn game, and that Schroeder's always been like a gnat, but they were making it difficult, man.
Yep.
And you see Tyus Jones with Phoenix, he's not Gary Payton second, but they got foot speed. And that's why I feel like I'm not looking at Curry at all, Steiny. He don't need the bailout. But if you had other threats around him, that makes what he does easier, and they can't blitz him. They're blitzing him now like he's Vinny Testaverde.
And he's no longer capable of doing the things that he did a few years ago. Like, he needs more help. Well, you know what? He didn't need as much help in the past. Now he needs more help. He's 36. I get it.
Wow, man.
But, it's like this is kind of the other thing, and it's, we talk about it all the time. It's like Trent Williams. He's the best offensive lineman in the game.
He has been.
Well, no, he hasn't the last 2 years. And it's like Steph Curry is one of the greatest players the league's seen. 5 years ago, he's a top 3 player. Maybe now he's just a top 10 player. Well, that little dip from Curry, and then the people around him, his teammates aren't able to keep it, to maintain it.
Okay,
they're just not.
I know we're up against it. But Steiny, that Olympic performance.
2 games. It's 2 games. Nobody's saying he can't do it in short stretches, but it's an 82-game season. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors and the Denver Nuggets tonight.
TNT.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also presented by the California Lottery. We'll get to your calls on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many
Lamar Jackson stinks. I've been watching a show called Below Zero. It's about life in the bush.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
The chef. Big game tonight coming from Curry.
Oh, okay. Is he going to get 24 tonight?
No, it's just because Barkley and Kenny are going to be running their stuff. Warriors need a good night, you know? I don't want anything with a Warrior loss, and then they go to those dudes at halftime, and they're going in on the Warriors.
Who do you think will start tonight? All right, here's who I think.
All right, give it to me.
Curry.
All right, check.
Podziemski. Wiggins.
Check.
Kyle Anderson.
I had him
Trace
down.
Jackson Davis.
I had Kuminga.
Oh, did you?
Why can't Curry be the point, Wiggs be the 2, JK the 3, Slow-Mo the 4, and TJD the 5?
I can tell you what I think.
Give it to him.
I don't think Wiggins is a 2. But you know what?
He's playing right now.
He's
saving them. How about that?
I don't know about that.
I mean,
put it this way:
without
he's playing
Wiggins,
just well enough not to be ripped.
No, it's not. That in Wiggins, Steiner, you could look at him like he's really the only offensive help that Curry a threat. How about that? A threat.
Yeah, okay, I'll buy that.
But Kuminga can do it. It's just he hasn't.
Let's go to let's get some calls in here. How you feel about your Warriors? They started 10-2. They're now 12-7. Are you worried? They lost 4 in a row. Are they more a 10-2 team, or are they more a 2-5 team? Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
Oh man,
he's a guy who likes
a big Kuminga fan.
Oh,
What's
boy.
up? Happy holiday, Coach.
Poor guy. All right, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey
guys, how you doing?
All right, baby.
Hey, you know what? You guys ripping on Kuminga pretty good as usual. However, he's still having a better season than your boy Podziemski.
Yeah.
Now, but I'm not here to rip on Podziemski. Here's what I want to say though: when Kuminga doesn't do well, he's not playable. He shouldn't be in the rotation. When Podziemski doesn't do well, he's in a slump. He never loses any minutes. You guys are talking about minutes. Podziemski hasn't lost any minutes from last year. He's been unplayable this year, and they will not sit him on the bench. And the main thing is, again, Kuminga is playing tight and scared again because he and Moody both know one mistake, Kerr pulls him out. So they're both tight. Kuminga knows he's going for the big money. He is so scared out there. He's always trying to score every basket. He's trying to make every three. He's trying to drive every time to show his worth. He's not playing relaxed because he knows that he's on a very, very short leash with Kerr. But Podziemski, he played the entire third quarter against Phoenix. He played 32 minutes against Phoenix.
Yeah.
He made 2 of 3 3-pointers, and one of them was luck. Remember, he banked it straight away.
He called it. He called it.
He's still shooting 20% from three-point range.
Pods has been terrible.
Not a great ball.
He is not.
And Coach, I want your thoughts on this. And I just told Stoney, if you were listening, I'm in Kuminga's camp on this Warrior team so much so I would let Curry run the 1, switch Wiggins to 2. I know there's some drawbacks, but all that so I could have what Kerr said after the loss, more force on the court. And you are right, he's thinking too much, but I just can't see a scenario to where he's your 8th man on this team. That doesn't sit well with me, man. Like, I ride till the wheels fall off with Kuminga, and I mean that.
The starting line, I agree, Gould. The starting lineup, I would like to see this for 5 games, okay? Kuminga, Moody, Curry, Trace, and Draymond. Give them guys 25 to 30 minutes. Listen,
one more
Kuminga
time.
and Moody
Hold
are
on.
champions.
Give it to us again.
One more time.
Give it to us again.
Okay? Curry at the 1, Moody at the 2, Kuminga at the 3, Draymond at the 4, Trace at the 5.
So Wiggins is coming off the bench.
Yeah, let Wiggins come off the bench. Okay? And listen, Kuminga and Moody are champions. They have a championship ring. Their tenure, they're only behind Looney, Draymond, and Steph in tenure on the team. So let these guys play. Give them 25, 30 minutes for 5 or 6 games.
Wow.
Then you know what you have.
And I'll leave you with this, Coach and Vallejo, about Moody, 39% from deep. Oh, by the way, it seems like that's getting lost, and he's letting them go, but 39% from three is 39% on a team. If you look at outside of Steph, nobody, and Draymond, nobody's really shooting it well.
No, Wiggins is.
No, Wiggins
is shooting it well this year.
Yeah.
So I'm looking, Buddy Hield's been shooting terrific.
Come on, Goo.
Absolutely terrific.
But Buddy's attempts, I feel like from the naked eye, Steiny, are becoming too far and in between because they're playing him different.
Yeah, they're defending him.
And he don't have the Curry I can dribble and let it go. That's something crazy.
The thing about Pods, and people don't want to hear it, and listen, here's the problem.
He's arguing with the refs like he's Draymond. I love him, man.
What Steve Kerr thinks, it doesn't necessarily jibe with what I think, but the bottom line is, I'm sure that when Steve Kerr looks at Podziemski, he says, well, he's not what? He's not shooting the ball well, but he's doing other things. And people don't, but you know what? I hate to say it, but coaches love the charge. They love the charge.
It's amazing.
And he leads the league in taking charges. He also rebounds from the guard spot. So in other words, I think what Steve Kerr's thinking is if Pods isn't scoring, he still can help us. If Kuminga doesn't score, then what? What is he giving you? And again, that's what I think Steve Kerr is thinking about all this stuff. 888-957-9570.
Do you see the rotation? It could start tonight. Do you see him going way away and back to kind of more normalcy in regard to how many guys he's trying to play, Coach Kerr? I mean, because what's going to change?
Draymond's not playing tonight, so there's 30 minutes there.
That's just
where you have a good defensive. By the way, Draymond Green's having a nice year. He's not a defensive player of the year candidate.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he's having a nice year, but
watch the San Antonio Spur game.
Can anybody really say that Draymond's locking guys up like he always has?
But he got off to a great start, Stoney, and his thing always, to me, has not been just an individual defender. His best version of himself is a team defender.
No doubt.
And that's why he gets frustrated. Look at him sometimes when they give up buckets.
But this is where, again, like nobody's saying Draymond Green isn't an upper echelon defender.
Because he is.
But when you drop from the best defender in the game to the 15th best defender in the game, like that means you're not quite as good as a team.
They haven't scored 110 points in 3 of their last 4 games. And you're telling me now the best guy on the team with the biggest package, Curry, offensive package, Stoney, that dip is, again, they got 12 wins, but I need that to get healthy fast, and I'm sure Kerr's thinking the same thing.
Couple texts from the Comcast Business text line. Pods garners a lot of reaction. Pods has the leash that Kuminga doesn't. Does Kuminga hurt you more than Pods if they're both not playing well? That's Jay. 510. Pods is a shooting guard who can't shoot. It's his job title, for crying out loud. That's from the 510. The 925. Pods plays within the system. Jonathan Kuminga doesn't. 510. Pods hustles and competes every play. Kuminga doesn't. Pods had more hustle plays in his rookie year than Kuminga's had his whole career. It's from the 510. It's from the 650. When will people realize, yes, Pod's been awful, but there isn't the depth at his position like there is at Kuminga's position? Mm-hmm. Hard to cut minutes the same way.
Well,
good point.
No doubt. That's a great one.
Let's go to Bud. Bud's in Oakland. Hey, Bud, what's going on?
What's good?
Hey.
I kind of feel like the season is like a freeway. I think they are the 10-2 Warriors that started the season. But the NBA season is like a freeway. Some mornings you can get on the freeway and it's just flowing.
Yes.
It's just all good. Some days you can get on the freeway and it's a traffic jam. The Warriors just were one of those cars. The Warriors were one of those cars that just got on the freeway and it was free flowing. Other teams around the league, they had traffic jams. So right now, what you're seeing is the balancing amongst the league. Everybody's getting their wind up. Everybody's starting to play amongst each other according to their teammates. Everybody's starting to fill in their roles. But I do think that the team that started the season is a glimpse of what they are. I think there'll be a glimpse of what that is. Now, they may not be the full 10-2, but I think they may be a 7-3. You know what I mean? They might be a 6-4. That, you know, that might be the more so real telling story of how they started. In that record, that may may high. But my thing is the position that Podziemski plays is, yes, there's not a lot of depth there.
Right.
But what people got to understand is Kuminga doesn't handle the ball. Todd's going to bring the ball up the court. You want to try to keep the ball out of Curry's hands as much as possible because he runs 5 miles throughout a game. So take the ball out of his hands. But you need somebody on the floor that can handle the ball. Now, if Kuminga could shoot the three better, if he could handle the ball to somewhat of a Sean Livingston handle, you know what I mean? If he can even bring the ball up on a Sean Livingston handle game, then yeah, I think he have more playing time. But you got to make it easier for the superstars. And if Kuminga's not making it easier for the superstars, it's hard for me to pay him and it's hard for me to play him. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah. Good stuff. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I think you'd be hard-pressed, according to the 510, to find anybody who hates pods as a 15 to 17-minute-a-night backup point guard whose minutes are staggered so he never shares the floor with Curry. It's more the whole future of the franchise area of development, highly valued in trade discussion. Narrative doesn't jive with his ability as a player.
And we're seeing him more now at the end of games, and like he's out there, Steiny. Just to that caller's point, like not seeing him out there with Curry.
I mean, I think it's a fair point that the way Podziemski's been portrayed, either through a Joe Lacob quote about calling him a future All-Star or somebody telling the media that Podziemski was off limits in a trade, I would agree that I watch Podziemski and say, well, that's a little much.
Yeah.
I mean, if Brandon, like, why is Brandon Podziemski theoretically, forget untouchable, but why are you so reluctant to include Podziemski in the deal? And the only thing I can conclude is the player they were going to get for Podziemski, they didn't think was worth it. So I think they would trade Podziemski, but it's got to be for the player that they won.
Right.
It's, maybe Markkanen wasn't, hey, you know what? You want Markkanen? We need this, and that. We're not giving you Podziemski for Markkanen. We'll give you this guy, that guy, but not Podziemski. We'll give you this guy instead. And maybe Podziemski was a bridge too far.
And Stoney, I just look at this Warrior team. Lindy Waters, who had him making the contributions and even starting this season, coming into this season. I know he was a great story. I got to see him in preseason, and I'm not saying he's playing bad. I'm just like, man, he seized the moment. How long is that going to last? He can defend, and then you talk about all the guys struggling from behind the arc. But on top of that, Stoney, I'm looking at Spencer against the Brooklyn Nets, Pat Spencer, and I'm sitting there like, there's another, like if I'm Moody or somebody, I'm like, I should be in there. But I know Moody's thing is not handling the rock. But the way this roster is shaping up, the team is telling you what they fear and who they are or what they feel like they're deficient in, Stoney. And that's why I know you keep calling me a one-trick pony in regard to bringing this up. But the fact that they finally identified early that Melton, had a little jiggle, could play some D, had some moxie, IQ on point, could shoot the three. I don't feel like they've replaced that injury. And now it's a domino effect. And again, I know it's bigger than him, but that came at a horrible time, Matt.
First of all, he's shooting 40% from the field. So he wasn't nailing everything.
But he played some D. He can handle the rock.
But the other thing is you can't say we're 13 deep and then you lose a guy like DeAnthony Melton.
Well, I never said that.
I know, but I'm just saying that, Melton getting hurt stinks. But it's DeAnthony Melton.
Well, should this team as currently constructed have problems scoring? I feel like they're having problems scoring against elite D or just good defenses.
Yeah, but you don't want to know why I think so.
We didn't even talk.
Okay, where does it start? And I know you're going to hate this.
They missed 14 shots to end the The Brooklyn game at home.
What's the number one reason they're having trouble scoring?
Help for Steph.
Okay, and I would say Steph. People are going to hate me for it.
Well,
but
just
the bottom
break that
line
down
is,
a little more. I'm like,
the bottom line is, if it's harder for Steph to get good shots, and he's taking fewer shots, and he's taking 16 of 17 of his shots in a game that are all threes and not going to the basket.
But if his minutes are down 2, that's a big part of that.
2 minutes a game. He's averaging fewer shots per 36 minutes. He's taking 3 fewer, per 36. He averaged about 22 shots a game in 36 minutes. This year it's 19. That tells me that it's getting a little tougher for Steph to get his shots off. And when you're used to Curry being the number one guy that players can play off of, if he's having trouble, it's going to have a ripple effect. And while he's still a great, great player, that's what I'm saying. Just that little drop off from 2 years ago, 29 a game. Last year, 26. This year, 22. That they've got to figure out a way to stay a very good team as Steph begins to decline. And it's not going to be easy. But I'm not saying he doesn't need more help. He could use more help. But one of the reasons he needs more help is because he needs more help now at 36. Let's go to Chris in San Jose. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen? Man, I was calling because that caller, I think it was 2-3 calls ago, he calls in every single week talking about Kuminga versus Pezet. Yeah, every week he says the same stuff. We get it. We understand, buddy. But you know what, Steiny? I called in maybe a month ago talking about your esteemed D3 college basketball knowledge. And, man, I just disagree with you on Melton. I know a name like DeAnthony Melton. It's not sexy. Okay, here's a guy. He's bounced around the league. How many people on our team can defend, rebound, pass, score? You know what I mean? He's like one of a couple of guys maybe. So for us, he was one of our 5 best players. He was one of our 2 best wing defenders. So all this, Pajemski's not getting it done. Those were DeAnthony Melton minutes. So I disagree with you just being nonchalant. Whatever, it's DeAnthony Melton.
No.
He was integral. I'm listening, Steiny. Talk to me, brother.
All right.
What's up?
What I'm saying is, you have a guy if DeAnthony Melton has been hurt for a chunk of his career.
Yeah.
So I would not have expected him to play 75 games. But what I'm getting at is, can you really not blame the guy? The guy has played 6. He played 6 games this year, and he played 6 pretty good games. And I'm not saying you don't miss him, but we are still talking about DeAnthony Melton, a guy who has struggled to put together a full season where he plays like he played in those 6 games.
And I hear you. And Dunleavy had to, Dunleavy had what he had to work.
You're right.
What's up?
No, you're right.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was a good move, you know what I mean? And you're realistic. I agree. 75 games out of a guy who's been constantly injured. I'm just saying, the roster was constructed. To lose a guy like DeAnthony Melton is a killer for this team. It hurts.
All right. I would. Okay, Chris, thanks. Appreciate the call. Killer is strong. Anthony Melton's injury is a killer.
Well, not killer because
that's strong to me. Does it hurt? Yes, but
it seems like they haven't figured out life without him.
Well, one of the reasons
they have available.
One of the reasons Melton was playing as much as he has is because there's no difference between the 3rd best player on this team and the 9th best player on this team. That's why he's playing as many guys. Well, but that's why he's playing as many guys as he's playing.
Man, I'm just looking at the schedule. It starts tonight, man.
9-2-5. I'm not blaming Steph Curry, but I'm saying when he has been as focal of a point of your offense for 15 years, and you could count on him getting 30 a night, and you could count on playing off his gravity, and everybody plays off him, when he starts to decline and to get a little older, a player like that, it affects everybody on the team because he's so important. And he's having trouble generating the shots and the scoring like he has in the past. I'm not blaming him for anything. I'll be the first to say he needs a little more help. So, there you go. Buddy and Coach Stotts are lobbying Dunleavy for DeAndre Ayton. Oh, source?
I love me some Ayton. He's a skilled big man, that's all. He's not Shaq. He's not coming to the party.
Seriously,
his ability to hit the 12 to 15-footer, he's a big. You can give it to him on the block when he wants to be mean. I just like his offensive package.
Of course.
What you got?
Let me just be the first to say this. He stinks. I don't think he can win with Ayton.
He's got, I didn't see that's a whole nother story. You couldn't win with Wiggins, but then you got him here and he blended in and he did his part. But if you could have him on the Warriors, my God, Stoney.
My God, what?
I mean, I believe you become better.
Yeah, I don't see him.
Well, I'm just throwing this out real quick.
You realize
when's the next game the Warriors can throw it down low? And I know the game is played differently. A guy, you could throw it down low. Steph, you ain't going to shoot this one. And a big could to post up or get you a little mid-range like Vucevic. Like, they don't have that at all. Like, that's not even on the table. And I love me TJD and Looney, but that's just a part of the Warriors that doesn't even exist.
Yeah,
and if you were to get a guy like that,
I don't think he's a post-up player. He hates playing with his back to the basket. Ayton.
Well, what? But when I see him
what does he want to do? He wants to take 18-foot shots.
Oh, man.
I'm not saying he's terrible, but I just don't think Ayton impacts winning. He's out there and he'll get you 15 and 10 and your team will go 35 and 47.
You and Evan are going to laugh.
Well, we already did, but go ahead.
Laugh at this, but in today's NBA, I look at a guy like Zubac, Stoney. That's
He's different.
I would love him the Warriors need something like that, a guy that could do that.
Well, see, I would say Ayton's not in Zubac's league. And I don't know what Zubac's numbers are, but I like the idea that Zubac has played with really good players, so he's a solid role guy.
And he knows what he
Ayton still thinks he's a star. And I don't think he is. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Bill in Bolinas, Jose in Oakland. We'll get to your calls. Warriors, Denver, tonight in Denver. TNT game. Means Barkley will be commenting on the guys.
Terrible.
I got a feeling that he's not high on the Warriors this year. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Also, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with E.G. and Lorenzo Neal. That's Evan Giddings, ladies and gentlemen, live 2 hours before the start of the game. So that'll start right around 11:30. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas. The pioneer.
Steiny, you've been soft.
We go down the tough road, Steiny. Toyota Tundra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors Denver tonight.
Let's go.
Lost 4 in a row. Ugh. And I should have been teasing this all day.
What you got?
And this is what the boss means when he says I'm not a real host.
It was traditional.
So
he didn't say real, traditional.
See, I should have been teasing this all day so that people would have been here at 1:20 just for this. Guru's got a gripe today.
Oh, I do.
I will ask Evan. Ask Evan Giddings to play that sounder.
It's time for Guru's gripes. Fire away, Guru.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore! You're starting to piss me off. It makes me so mad!
Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
King Kong ain't got on me!
It's time for Guru's Gripes. Mother sucker!
Now, I woke up this morning, and I went to bed thinking about it the last 3 nights. But this morning, I decided on our show, Evan, I know you have a relationship with this individual, and so do you, Steiny, and I hope I don't come in between that with this. But I'm the guy of the show. I put myself out there. I take things for the team, for the betterment of the program, the show. That's what I do. I don't get flowers for it. It's fine. But I think it's often overlooked. So last week, I got down on the floor in that corner and did 50 push-ups. Because the Hall of Famer should be, Lorenzo Neal said, Goo, $200 says you can't do 50. Forget what they look like. I put myself out there, Steiny, and had I stopped at 30, I would have caught hell. But it's what I do, and I felt I could do it. But you know what, Steiny? I ain't got paid. I have not got the 200 smackaroos, and I just can't shake it, and this is what I got to share with you all. Friday, Black Friday, I sent Lonell a request on Zelly because he told me send him the Zelly. So, Evan, I put a request like a deer hunter in the woods, like this will get the 200 to come back. And it's been crickets, and I feel played. Because I went down there and did what I was asked. I didn't set the money angle or Don King it. Lowe did. But for him not to pay me, Steiny and Evan, I'm feeling something. I feel used. Talk to me. I just, Lowe, if you're listening.
It's a tough one.
Evan, where's the 200? Even if they were bad push-ups, y'all said bucket good.
I'm going to be honest. I thought you guys agreed to split the difference.
No, he said 200. What's your Zelly good?
I think he should pay you $100.
You know
I
what?
really do.
At this point, we'll take 100.
If you have to keep putting a disclaimer on the push-ups, I think there should be a discount.
See, Evan, and I knew that's why I knew we had a rat on the table between us two, because you weren't impressed. They were okay. But the committee saw them, the review board saw them, and logos will count the bucket. Impressive.
Yeah.
But I did send them a request on Zelly. Nothing came back.
I mean, the 415, really a friend of the show, says, but this is the same Guru who doesn't pay up front when it comes to fantasy football.
Check the archives. So, I paid. Yeah. I don't owe the commissioner anything. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
But you are disappointed a little bit, Lowe? It looks like you are a little bit, because normally your side against me. You kind of see where I'm coming from.
I'll meet you halfway.
Were in here. Yeah.
I'll meet you halfway.
The boss
there.
heard it. 200 big, true friend.
I will.
Come on, Lowe Daddy.
But okay, now you've made it clear, and I think it's fair, but now you got to quit begging. If Lowe's going to stiff you,
I hear you. Okay.
Then Lowe's got to pay that
it rests right there. I got you.
Okay.
All right. I love you, Lowe.
Yeah,
a little less every day, but man.
I'll see him on Sunday.
Let him know if I don't hear from him. I'm sure I won't by then.
Let's go to Bill in Bolinas. Oh, one of the beautiful
It's got to be Salinas.
Bolinas is in Marin, and it's one of the beautiful places in the Bay Area.
Wow.
Have you ever been? You've never been to Bolinas?
I'll go this weekend.
You won't, but
no,
you
seriously.
Should. Bill,
I like scenery.
Bill.
A little out of the way.
Bill, you live in Bolinas? You and 19 other people.
Yeah, really more Stinson Beach.
Okay.
But I happen to be out in Bolinas.
Gotcha.
Happen to be out in Bolinas today, enjoying a nice day. Hey, love the show. A couple of quick thoughts.
Sure.
Get your take. I think the team falls in between where they are. If you look at that initial schedule, not only was it really weak, they hit some lucky games with injuries. Boston had a couple guys out. Chip from Oak City was out, Ja Morant, and Buddy Hield was losing his mind in those early games, really lighting it up. So I think they really started, they were getting fortunate and playing extremely well. And then kind of switching gears with Kuminga, I haven't been a huge fan, but I want to see him succeed. I think he's really missing Chris Paul. He needs somebody to get him the ball, whether it's in transition so he can get the easy dunks, whether it's cutting in the lane, open, he's going to get the ball on the move, again, getting more dunks. The guys now, especially a Wiggins, really a Curry, Draymond will get him the ball, but I don't see anybody else really looking to say, how can I help Kuminga like a Chris Paul certainly was doing. And my last point is, and maybe you can answer this, it seems like Kuminga is playing the point quite a bit.
Man.
He's got the ball at the top, and again, he then looks to just take it hard with that left, which he can do, but the ball doesn't move at all, and I just don't see what that does. A lot of that probably has to do with Melton being out, but anyway, I think they're somewhere in the middle. There's a lot of good there, but they're missing a number two for sure, and I think Kuminga needed that help for him to get a little closer.
Good point. And before you hang up, if he hung up, Stoddy, Bill, his best attribute right now is coming downhill, so I'm with you. I noticed he has the ball, and Stoddy, that's why he has it, because he's comfortable, and I got it. Nothing else needs to happen but me to go be Dark Knight and dribble and go to the rack with reckless abandon.
Yeah. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate the call.
I hadn't thought about the Chris Paul.
He needs to be spoon-fed at times. He just does. But he's when you're getting what are you going to do with him?
When you're requesting the amount of chicken and that his draft class has gotten paid and he's requesting, Steiny, I don't think I'll tell you what, I don't like hearing spoon-fed because that means you're codependent on somebody else.
Well, he is.
And there's got to be some chicken that comes off of what, if you need help, nothing wrong with it, then you're not that guy like a Wagner or a Scotty Barnes that don't need to be spoon-fed to get off.
He's not. Like if Jonathan Kuminga has the ball on the wing at the three-point line and you're guarding him,
I would give him the three for sure.
Exactly. But even if you come up on him,
but on a good night, Stoney,
he can't cross over. He can get, he's great when he gets you on his side. I can't believe how many times I've seen him go into the lane and it looks like the guy's there.
No,
and
you're right.
He can get there. He still can get there. But he's a straight line guy.
He reminds me of the NBA versions. Tell me what you think. Give me a letter grade for this, and I'm being real. Debo, once that engine and that motor is at high speed, watch out. But it's about getting them there, right? And that's why I feel like that last caller Bill was pointing out, Steiny, once he gets the rebound or they give him the ball, it's almost like the team in offense is saying, we know what you can and can't do. Go try to do it. And he's reading that like, I got to go take it to the rack. There's no reason he's not a better post player using those shoulders and that explosiveness down there, man. Steiny, I'm telling you. And when he comes in the game, what happens? Now, we won't talk about percentage. He's going to get to the foul line. There are some teams like, holy hell, when's this dude checking back out the game? Like, I got to put respect. That's what he represents every time I see him. And that game against the Clippers, I felt like in L.A. they lost, and the last 5 or 8 minutes he didn't play. It wasn't that I was saying he was perfect. I saw the Clippers athletic defender say to me what I thought, Steiny, like, good God, this dude's a bear. But when you keep him out, I feel like you're helping the team, other team.
I also think there's like just that intangible with Kuminga that's not good. right now, and that is he's not making free throws.
Oh, man.
So at times, he's a ball stopper. Then he gets to the line, and he doesn't cash in.
Man.
Like those, that's a psychological thing that a whole team's got to deal with.
And the whole team is not doing well at it, Steiny.
Well, Curry's doing fine.
But outside of him.
Buddy Hield's doing fine.
That's 2 of your 12, 13 men playing. This is the worst free throw shooting team in the league collectively.
And
that's not good. And that's why was able to run you down Friday night or Thursday night whenever they play Brooklyn.
Okay. I'm looking at their free throw percentages. Are they a bad free throw shooting team, or are guys having bad years? I mean, do you think Jonathan Kuminga's a 75% free throw shooter? If you do, then he's going to come up.
There's no reason he shouldn't be.
I would agree. He should be able to shoot 75.
And what about Pods?
Pods is at...
No, I know it's bad, but what's like, you got to be better than that.
What do you think Pods is shooting from the field? From the foul line.
I'm going to say 67.
Yeah, 74.
Well, damn.
Yeah. The problem is Draymond Green.
What's his?
60. Kuminga, 61. Your boy Melton wasn't making free throws, but we won't.
Give me Wiggins.
Wiggins is 76. So look at this. Curry, 94, you take it. Wiggins, 76, you take it. Draymond Green, 60. He's usually 70. Brandon Pajemski, 74. I think you take it.
What's TJD?
Buddy Hield, 92. You take it. Kuminga, 60. No. He's got to be up at 75 for as much as he goes to the line. Lindy Waters, 80. Fine. Trace Jackson-Davis.
This is big. This is going to keep him out of games at the end.
Exactly. 57.
Oh, man.
57% from the line. Moody, 73. Kyle Anderson, 61.
That's that one right
Looney,
there.
48.
Man.
Gary Payton, 62. So
that's and all of the guys are playing, and you never know when.
Exactly. So I don't know what to tell you there about the free throw shooting. It won't be as bad. I don't think it'll be as bad all year as it has been.
It's not. I love it. You would think, but I was the guy that thought they were going to go on a run last year, and it never happened.
Yeah. What was? Let me ask you this: Why was Gladiator 2? You think such a good movie?
Because it was operating from a vantage point of I went in thinking the first one was so well. The second one and a lot of sequels die. It didn't have a chance. Russell Crowe was incredible. Are you not entertained? So just from that standpoint alone, Stoney, I was like, it's an uphill battle. I'll go watch it with the kids, IMAX. But I got to tell you, Russell Crowe got to run for his money because this young actor was acting his ass off. And then Denzel was playing a role that I had seen in the original Gladiator. He was acting his, and it was a collective. Everybody was on point. The cinematography was just off the chain. And it's my list. So I understand if you got a problem with it being top 5.
Yeah.
And I went by myself in Emory. I need a life.
Yeah, you do.
Well, where did you go after work yesterday?
I met my friend Evan.
Oh, right. So I went to the movie and saw it again.
You saw it twice?
2 hours and 39 minutes. I did it, man. And I felt good I love movies.
The only movie I've ever seen twice was Grease.
Well, Olivia Newton-John.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I watched something fascinating last night.
Oh, boy.
It's called Alone, the Beast. Have you heard about this show?
No.
This is unbelievable.
Oh, it's a show.
Oh, it's a show. You know what I'm talking? So,
kid knows it?
No, probably not. So they go into the Arctic, which is one of my favorite places. It's an unforgiving land. Anyway, what they do, and they put this disclaimer on it before the show, is they kill an animal. But it's called harvesting, and it's okay because it's population control.
Gotcha. What was it though? Bear, deer?
Well, it's been the first one was what's it called? A muskox. They killed a muskox.
I don't even know what that is.
And the second one was a moose. So what they do is they kill the moose, Then they shoot a flare up.
Okay.
And it's 3 people. They work together. They have to go to where the flare is shot. Yeah. Then they see the dead animal. Then they got to deal with it immediately with
you know what that means.
With no tools, nothing.
Well, you have a knife.
No, they don't. They gotta find a knife with a rock. And then they've got to utilize that piece of meat or that animal and survive for a month. But, of course, because the animal's dead and they cut it up a little bit, then the predators get involved. Because
how do you stave them off?
Well, that's a great question. You have to put the meat in what they call a blind so that other animals can't get it. You have to camouflage the smell. Sometimes they put it in the water, which helps.
But what's the concept?
You got to survive for 30 days out in the Arctic.
Oh, that's some good meat. Elk?
No, moose.
Moose, wow.
Apparently muskox doesn't taste that
What is
great.
that, a bird?
It's like a big yak.
What's a cognac?
No, like a bison.
Ooh.
But it's one of our planet's oldest
how do you
animals.
find these things?
In the Arctic.
No, but when do you on TV?
History Channel.
I'm watching games.
Yeah. I was going to watch a game last night. I thought, well, actually, that's why I went. I'm watching the Cleveland Browns, and my guy Nick Chubb's not playing.
Oh, dude.
I'm like, I need 6 points. I'm going to lose.
Yeah.
And he sat out like midway through the first quarter all the way to half, and I'm like, the hell with this. I'm going to Alone the Beast. And then luckily I woke up this morning and Chubb had a touchdown catch yesterday.
Well, you woke up this morning to a text from the boss, right?
Who's Puka Shells?
That's me.
No.
Puka Shells.
That's Grandy. By the way, Jameis Winston threw 6 touchdown passes last night.
Hey, I'm telling you guys, when Dibs comes in here, lay off. Don't bring up fantasy.
Yeah.
This was the worst loss of our league's season. He was up 46.
It wasn't close, by the way.
And it happened with 10:26 left in the third. You don't care when I'm saying my fantasy victories.
Stormy, this is the elder. Somebody called me Stormy. This is the elder description of the show. That is not alone. It's not 30 days. It's the longest. This is different than alone. They're not. It's different. It's a new season. They don't have tools. They have to.
I don't know how you could carve it.
You get a rock and you shave it off and you make it unforgiving land. It is. It's truly unforgiving land.
I've seen that done. Right, Norm's done it.
Here's the other show I've been into, Montana Wild. This is about these people that live in Montana and they're weird.
But you like this stuff.
I love it.
And what were the people that you watch that they don't shower and they just...
All of these shows, they never shower.
But you know what I mean.
Naked and Afraid.
Oh, Naked and Afraid.
Yeah, like...
Naked and Afraid.
You gotta use deodorant, man.
They don't have it.
But
now, Naked and Afraid, you're allowed one item. One item. So somebody will take like a hatchet, and somebody will take maybe a net.
I need the ratings on these shows.
See, this is the kind of camping and hunting
I don't want to
survive.
Yeah, I would, because it's not that.
Yeah.
It's kill or be killed, it sounds like.
You're not man enough. And here's the surprising part.
Let me be clear,
woods, bro. Let me be clear. Women do so much better than men out in these environments. It's not even funny. It's just a joke. Because men gotta get out there and they gotta do stuff they don't need to do. And then they use up all their energy. Then they get sick, and then they gotta tap out.
Do your homework and get back to me.
Women are on such a more even keel.
I agree with that.
They save their calories. They are so efficient when they work.
Shout out women.
Mm-hmm.
But do you know that I've used bushes for toilet paper in the woods? You have no experience like that.
I used a rock once. How about that? I was camping in Yosemite, and it was the real kind of camping where we had a backpack. Not a backpack where you got 12 beers in.
I don't know why I'm acting like
a rock.
That sounds painful.
Dude.
It's a little scraping, but we took no, you can't use toilet paper because you can't leave it up there.
But a rock is too rough.
Well, it's not ideal. But the point is when you go into camp at a high elevation like this, you cannot leave anything there.
I actually think the point is the problem.
It's kind of like Burning Man.
See, I've never. Yeah.
So there you go.
Real quick, is that on Prime? What service?
I'm not sure. I think Prime.
You're the
Pluto
worst type
TV.
of. Yeah, dude. You're supposed to. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Hey, what can I watch? Sonny? Oh, I don't know.
Anyway, women
good for you.
Women do so much better in those.
Did you watch this alone, or you had somebody with you?
I watched it alone. Apparently, never mind. Apparently, I was in a little fight last night with Susan, but I didn't even know about it till this morning.
Oh, what are those?
And I mean,
I take it you lost, right?
No, I got.
Is that why you decided to watch a show called Alone?
Dude.
I got a text this morning. She's like, I'm sorry about last night. I was like, what happened? No, and I wasn't. No, I was completely sober. I was just like, well, I shouldn't have done it. I was like, God, that didn't even register.
Man.
Let's put that one in the back pocket for the next time you really do.
You didn't say that, though, right?
Of course not.
Yeah.
I said, no problem. Everything's fine. Yes. Yes, I used the rock.
I don't know what Evan's thinking, but I know him pretty well, Stoney. I kind of.
Not Dwayne Johnson, that's for sure.
Man, that's a 4.
Yeah, I had to, do some things that were uncomfortable, but we saw a bear on that. That was a long time ago.
The one thing about bears, they're way faster than people think. People think a bear's just slow. A bear can move.
Who thinks a bear's slow?
Oh, a lot of people out there think they're slow. That's why I brought it up.
I don't think so.
I'm telling you. Now, going downhill, they're even faster. But when you think of a bear, you think they're slow.
I don't. Those things are...
They move.
They can also climb.
Oh, yes. Most animals are faster than you think.
Yeah, these IG videos of like bears getting dogs, I don't like it.
I don't... Yeah.
I'm out.
I am too.
There's a lot of stuff
Hold on. I got to...
Take your time.
No, I can't.
Shasky asked an 81-second question this morning. I don't know if we...
I can't. I knew there was one thing.
I've been waiting for you to ask this question. We don't have enough time.
Oh, no.
I love him. Stadium was 81.
It's because it was so long.
And I kept yelling in
Why
the
didn't
car,
you tell me we got to go to it?
Because he just shattered the record. He said he was giving his thoughts, but... I know some stuff about Butch a lot of people don't know, and I know he used to rap. He can rap. Evan can too. But that's called in a cipher when it's time to pass it and somebody else's turn, but they keep going. You're hogging the mic.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. It's an unforgiving land.
Hey, Mario Lopez here.
the whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
By the way, let's find that B.J. Armstrong sound for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we didn't get to
it.
Yeah. He was distraught.
Crossover time. Willard and Diggs in the house, and,
this is not Scott Van Pelt, but Diggs took a bad beat in our fantasy league.
Don't kitty foot about it.
He took about 3 bad beats, all in 1/2 hour.
Let's just start with Fade the Dibber. This whole thing about Fade the Dibber, it's a bit we do on our show where I pick the primetime games, and their whole bit was I lose more often than I win.
Gotcha.
And it's kind of funny because I've been around 500 all year, and last night was my chance to get back to 500. I think I would have been 20-20 or 19-19 with the win, and I had the Browns.
And it's about the 7th time he's had a chance to get back to 500.
You're the last year's Giants.
And it has not happened.
And I'm
not
getting
once.
6.5, and they've got the ball on the opponent's 38 with 50 seconds left. Either make or miss the field goal at the buzzer, and I win. I cover, and I'm back, baby. And good old Jameis Winston with the throw and the pick 6. Okay, now we're down 9, and now it's like, oh, snap. This is not going to happen. But then they drive down to the 4, and I've got another chance. And they need to kick a field goal and a touchdown. So if they just would have stopped at the 12, they would have kicked the field goal, been down 6, I cover. Instead, old Jameis, you've done it again, you wily fox. And he throws another pick.
Oh.
Yeah.
For my defense, who you were playing in fantasy.
Yeah, that caught my ear.
Well, it caught your ear because it was an adjective followed by a noun.
It's like when you say mother, father.
That's completely different.
Wow, it's the same thing. I was just,
Wiley Fox is different than you crazy.
You know what? As long as we're on this subject, let me just use it to say, by the way, Goo, it's not Wild E. Coyote. It's Wile E. Coyote. Wiley.
Now, why'd you take that opportunity
because
to put
we're
him
talking
down?
about
It's true.
I'm putting him down.
Oh my
I let people roll with that though, because
I've let him roll with it for 7 years.
All of us have those
My
things
life's
in life that we've been doing for 40 years.
Wow.
Before you find out that you're like, oh, really? That's the
Why didn't
lyric
you
of that
say it
song?
earlier when I
I didn't
said
know
it?
that.
Yeah.
Wow. The lovely Christy, you know the Who?
Our girl.
Who are you?
Yeah.
Who? She thinks they're saying cool water. For her whole life.
Man.
Cool water. Cool.
Wow,
Dibs.
Wow.
I didn't, and I was the bearer of the bad news.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it now.
I used to think,
Wild and Coyote is not wild.
Was it Paul
He's
Anka?
actually a homebody.
My eyes adore you. My eyes adore you.
I got you.
thought for the longest time it was miles of torture.
No, that's San Francisco Giants baseball, actually.
And the other one is the Who song that everyone thought was Teenage Wasteland. Teenage Wasteland.
Yeah.
And what was it?
It's Baba O'Reilly.
Yes, they do say Teenage Wasteland.
Multiple times.
But the name of the song, Baba O'Reilly.
That's correct.
Yes.
Many people, including myself, thought that it was called Teenage Wasteland.
And it probably should be, but they were wasted when they named it.
Yes, and
is
they
my
were not
guess.
teenage anymore.
No.
But it still works.
Still not.
Anyway.
You guys are the
What a
best.
game last night.
Yeah.
Super fun.
Yeah, Jameis Winston, that's the moral of the story to me. Jameis Winston is the embodiment of a drunk night in New Orleans. Everybody, the ups, the downs, you get 4 touchdowns, you also get 4 picks.
Twice, too.
Everybody
Much like
scores
being in New
on it.
Orleans.
So don't
And I
bet.
had Denver's defense against Dibs.
Well, that's the other thing.
And I knew I was losing.
We didn't even mention the worst beat of all of his bad beats. This guy says to me during a commercial break yesterday, he goes, look, I got Goo, and I'm up by 35 points.
Over.
It's over. All he has is Jerry Jeudy and the Denver defense.
I just need to survive a Judy eruption and Denver going gaga.
So he goes,
Jerry
once I
Rice.
beat Goo, because he and I play each other this week, and I'm already in, and he goes, I need you to lay down so I can get in the playoffs. Which to me, it might have been karma last night. Because you were getting...
You already were like,
plotting.
lay down.
You were plotting, and then it turned out...
Look at him.
Jerry Jeudy went for 1,000 yards. The Broncos got 800 interceptions and a touchdown.
Amazing,
You actually got blown out last night.
Okay, first of all, I wasn't plotting. It was a line. It was a one-off. And I know full well that no one's laying down for anybody else in a league that is small peanuts like
I do anything
this.
for my partner. What do you mean?
Yeah, you do next to nothing for me, and that's other than crack open your. Is that the best?
Because it makes me think we're almost out of here, and if I want that, I can go.
See,
you
the whole reason I do it.
Go get a fizzy water is what you can do.
That's a sound that makes people feel good.
No doubt.
It just does.
The other part of it is when he throws the can in the middle of an interview and it clangs off the rim, and it's audible.
I did that during Cosell last week.
Okay, when's he this week?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
How about Kerr?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
We got a big show tomorrow.
Yeah, big time.
No, Draymond did not. What's in the water in the bay?
Oh my God.
A calf strain.
So wait, you're saying that a 35-year-old,
a
35-year-old, and you like to say this a lot of a tread on the tires.
Okay.
And it's really tread off the tires, but I'm going to let it go because I'm not Steiny. But a man who has played as much basketball as he has with the myriad of injuries that he has had, are we really surprised that this individual has a calf strain at this juncture?
It's not surprise. It's the timing. It's this season it got off to a stellar start, and it still is. But out of nowhere, when people are still dealing with the Niners things that went on Buffalo, losing the two running backs, and now Curry out of nowhere, Willard has bilateral knee tendonitis, and he said that Slater over the weekend, this might be something that follows me. And then Draymond, I know you're not going to play 82. He's been playing his ass off. He didn't look anywhere near his age, and things happen. But just to wake up in the morning, find out calf strain, and he's not playing. They've lost 4 in a row. What's in the water?
No, it's not. I don't think anything's in the water. And I want you to answer your own question. You may have already, but I didn't hear it. Who are they? Are they the 10-2?
Oh boy.
Or are they the 2-5? 'Cause you threw it out, and Steiny loved it, and he repurposed it. And then I got to my parking garage and started my walk, and I didn't hear the answer. So are they the 10-2 Warriors? Or are they the 2-5 Warriors?
Cool water.
Look at it. I don't know. Cue up my. I don't know. Like I don't know who they are.
They played
I'm leaning more towards the 12, but he hates this. Melton was a big part of that. I know he missed games. They haven't replaced that.
Well, I'm kind of with Steiny on that one. I heard you guys talking about this. I love Melton. But he has played 6 games as a Warrior.
And they were
I don't know that we even saw enough to say that this was an integral piece.
But they identified him early as a starter, and it just felt right.
He's very
That's
good.
all.
He's very good. In the tiny bit of basketball that we got to watch him play, I was excited about what he brought to the table. I thought that was a great fit. I thought it was a great use of their exception. All of that. I thought all of that. But to then duck out.
I hope I'm not saying it's all of that now.
They were 10-2 largely without him. You know what I mean? So
what's happening now to you when you watch him?
I lean toward what Steph said. I thought what Steph said over the weekend was a huge comment. And to say that a 13-man rotation
I heard that
makes it very difficult for the people on the bottom half of that rotation to be in rhythm. It's very hard to be asked to go in the fourth quarter and hit shots when you've played 6 minutes.
Wow.
Or whatever. Now, the other side to it is the same thing that we've all been talking about for a year and a half. You remember the quote because you've brought it up a lot. The number 2 scorer for the Warriors
is
not in the building, and he's still not.
That's wow.
Now, Andrew Wiggins, I love what he has brought to the table this year.
Can you ask for any more? You can't.
No.
And Kuminga, I thought, would take a jump.
Yeah, and he's not. He's not. He's just not. And
23 a game for Curry.
Your sort of catch-22 with Jonathan Kuminga is this. A lot of you want him to. I hear a lot of people want him to start. You want him to start, but that's not a good fit. He doesn't play well with Wiggins. He doesn't shoot the ball well enough to earn that stuff next to Steph and Draymond. Because,
but he's better when he played with those two.
But they're going to create open threes for someone who can't knock him down.
That's Steiny said it earlier.
So then now you put him in the role that everybody wants him to be, which is when everyone else, let them leave the floor and be that dude. Not good enough. He's not good enough to do it. Not yet, at least.
Not in this system. And that's where, for me, that is the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. And I look forward to Friday when we talk about the December rat of the month or the pest of the month.
Guys.
Rather, I'm into it. I'm into the bit, but I don't think that he fits. And the idea of what you said earlier, Steiny, about they have to deal him, I think the league is kind of on to the reality of the fact that the Warriors don't love him. If they loved him, they would have signed him for something in the offseason. So if I'm another team, and you mentioned Washington before, and I know that's Travis Schlenk, who is part of the front office, and I do think that, he's aware of who Jonathan Kuminga is. There are teams out there who maybe can see the highlights, and they might fall in love with Jonathan. But if I'm another team out there, and I see that the Warriors, a very reputable organization, didn't sign him in the offseason, and now they have him coming off the bench, I'm going to go ahead and not trade for him, and I'm going to see what happens in the offseason. Wow. Because if you offer him, let's say, 4 years and $105 million, which would be about $27.5 per year, which is not max, it's more than Moody, but if that's the offer, if you offer him 4 and 105, do the Warriors match that?
I think they would.
4 and 120?
That's 30.
I think they would.
That's 30.
But I'm more interested.
That to me becomes interesting.
I'm need more information.
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
I think they've seen everything they need to see about, whether or not he can fit with what they're trying to do.
If he turned down 30, Stoddy, he needs new management. To have that conversation, like, look, dude, you got all the...
We said that about Brandon Ayuk's age.
Well, and the thing would be, another team would offer him 4 and 120 in the offseason, and then the Warriors have the right to match.
Exactly.
Because he's restricted.
And if the Warriors were to trade Kuminga to the Detroit Pistons, then he's still restricted, and they can just, that's what if the Warriors don't trade Kuminga, then what's going to happen? Then they're probably just going to say to him,
see what you can get.
We'll give you 30, but see what you can get, and we'll make a decision. And that's never... Other teams don't like to negotiate for the team that the guy's going to end up playing for if they match. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So, what do you... we left the show yesterday... we got the McCaffrey news. We got the Jordan Mason news. And did I tell you, did you hear what I woke up to today at 6:42 from the boss? And I'll just pass it along to you guys. 6:42 a.m. If you had to pinpoint one thing, and one thing only, that makes you mad or disappoints you the most about this 49ers season, what would it be?
Oh, I actually did hear you bring this up. Yeah,
I saw the tweet.
Wait,
he tweeted.
No.
He didn't tweet it.
He texted.
I think both.
The tweet.
I think both are true.
I saw the tweet.
This is a Ralph Barbieri moment. He texted you and he tweeted it.
Two things can be equally true.
You're both right.
And the morning guys
he texted me a tweet.
Well, the question is,
I don't know which one
what happened first. Well, we can look that up.
I'll look it up.
But the morning guys threw it out there too. Yeah, the morning guys, the Rose had it too.
Yeah, so. All Twitter says is 7 hours ago. Kind of like Scott Hansen. 7 hours of... Okay.
Well, that's
7
right
hours
it could be before, it could be
7
after.
in the morning. I think you win, but it's close. It's close. I think he texted you
first. It wasn't
first.
just you. I love it.
We'd have to look at his phone. Yeah. We'd have to look at his phone.
The tweet was exactly at 7 a.m.
Okay, so you win.
So you win. Yeah, you got it first.
He thought of you and then the world. Doesn't that feel good?
Tim said I seen the tweet.
You're 18 minutes more important than the rest of the world.
It matters not.
All right.
He said that, and so I was like, oh, that sounds familiar. And I remember I saw the tweet when I was, doing my thing this morning.
What would your answer be?
For me, it's the self-inflicted stuff. There is so much that has happened to the 49ers this year that is out of their control. I have a short list of things that I think are somewhat self-inflicted. And to me, the one that bothers me the most is the contract stuff in the offseason. Because I think it set the boat heading in the wrong direction from the beginning. And that's on Brandon and the Niners. The Trent stuff, we have a different view of it because I don't know how much of that might have been what was going on with his wife.
Oh, right.
I like sitting
Thoughts
out
and
camp.
prayers, man.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But the Brandon versus 49er battle was stupid. It was ill-advised. It was not only handled poorly by both sides, the outcome was ill-advised. And we sit here today. We sit here today with a player who barely even played this year, is locked up for way more money than he's worth, and you also got everybody's feathers all ruffled for 6 months and set your whole camp off on the wrong foot.
Now, real quick before you go,
that's what bugs me
to that
most.
point. So you're telling me the Niners have been Billy Badass for 5 years, 2 Super Bowls, and 4 straight NFC C championship games, Willard, and the guy pulls the card or does what Brandon, their locker room or their as a team are not strong enough to get past that to where.
Oh no, I don't say that.
So you're not saying that's why they're 5 and 7.
No. See, and there's so many answers to this, and I know that we're super hyper focused on like, wait a minute, don't use this as an excuse or don't use that as an excuse. I'm just telling you the one that disappoints me and ticks me off the most. That's the one where I'm like, well, that was incredibly avoidable. That was stupid. Why? For what?
They thought he was worth it.
Well, to give him 30. You could have given him 30 in March, is the point. In March, you could have given him 26 or 27. Instead, you let it go, you grinded it out, he held in, he called your bluff, and then at the very end of it, you blinked and you gave him 30.
No doubt.
And even if he didn't get hurt, he's not worth 30. And Mark made this point before about the wide receiver market. Every time a wide receiver comes up, we all want to reset the market. They want to reset the market. And well, you're not a reset the market guy on a team that doesn't run a lot of 3 wide receiver sets, a team that doesn't throw the ball very often. You're not that guy, yet the team blinked. And they blinked with Debo, and they gave him a new deal. So now he is really largely untradeable as well. And you're kind of sunk. You're kind of stuck with it. And you hope that Debo would be better, and he's had a bad year.
Man.
And Brandon Ayuk now is gone until probably October, I would imagine, based on his severe knee injury. And so, yeah, that was a bad calculation by the front office.
Well, let me take it to possibly next season. So Purdy's going to make, what, $1 million next year?
Yep, no matter what.
I mean, maybe even 1.1.
But that's
exciting for him.
I mean, if you're the Niners, you've got to reach an agreement with him, don't you?
I don't think so. I think that's very prickly.
Like if they say, hey, we need you to come in under the $1 million, won't he hold out?
Maybe. That's pretty risky on everybody's part.
I know.
But I think the reason I say that is we sit here in a moment that's lacking clarity right now. I think it's actually very interesting that we all came in here yesterday and that Brock Purdy was a big part of the conversation. What an odd 2 weeks to have a Brock Purdy conversation. You had 2 incredibly difficult road games. One of them he didn't play, and the other one was in a blizzard. And we want to come in and go, Brock doesn't look like the guy. I'm like, of all moments of the last 2.5 years to assess Brock Purdy, this is not it. But I will submit that it has not been as good as the last 2 years. And if you're lacking clarity and you don't get that clarity over the next 5 weeks, I mean, you don't have to do anything.
Well,
here's Steiny. Here's what I mean.
We said that about Ayuk,
right? But I don't know what Brock's agent's going to come in and say. So if Brock's agent's going to come in and go, well, he's better than Dak and Trevor Lawrence, so 60. Well, and then my answer is no. We're going to wait. Now, if Brock comes in and goes, look, I don't want to take another step on a football field without big dollars because I've only made 4 in my life. You know, thank you, Toyota. Maybe I've made 8. But I want something, and I'll have a conversation in the neighborhood of 45 to 50. All right. Yeah, we probably got a deal then.
Yeah, I kind of think that too. Like and I'll just use a number just a little lower than that because there's a 45 threshold.
Yep.
Like there's a 50, 45. Brock Purdy going to turn down 40?
Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe.
I mean, he probably should. He'd have a right to.
We did the conversation yesterday where Daniel Jones was at 40.
Okay.
And I know he signed a little bit before, but I see him more in the Goff range. And, you've got Kirk Cousins, what he makes about 40.
Yeah.
His deal was a little different because he was coming off an injury, but I think the Goff number is one to look at. and also Jordan Love, who's making 50 and change. I do think that is where Brock Purdy could slot in. And yeah, you're right. Mark is right. They don't have to sign him, and Brock can do whatever he wants to do. He doesn't have to go to OTAs, and he doesn't have to go to the voluntary stuff. And he wants to do that, and they want him to do that. So it behooves them, the Niners, to learn from their mistake and sign him early and figure it out early, get it done early, unless you decide that you don't really love the quarterback.
And that's what I was going to say on Kyle.
I think they've decided that they already love the quarterback.
Yeah, I think they do, but
I would understand it.
I love your word, early. Like, hello, before free agency.
March, exactly.
Because find out if you have a problem. And if you have a problem, call Sam. Call Sam and offer him 2 years and $40 million.
Like, that's out there.
That'll
be out there.
That'll make you blink.
But I wonder if the Vikings win a playoff game or two, if Darnold's going to get big money.
And Mark mentioned that they have Daniel Jones now in the building, too. So.
And a first-round draft pick who will get healthy.
No doubt. And it's his job.
That's what a complex situation that is they're 10-2.
And the other piece is there are no real good free agents out there. And you mentioned Kirk Cousins, and we'll get into it on our show.
Could you imagine?
If you want to trade for him, he's making $40 million plus for the next couple of years. So would you rather bring in Kirk Cousins at, 35, 36, I think, 37?
Cousins.
Or would you rather give Brock Purdy 50?
Awful, man.
Would you rather give Cousins 40 for 2 aging years or give Brock 50 for potential upside?
Cousins is a non-starter.
I would go the potential upside.
I mean, Purdy's still got another year on his deal.
Exactly.
Well, so, I mean, unless are you going to bring in one of these guys and then just predict that Brock's going to hold out? Or are you going to knowingly create the most awkward situation, more awkward than the Jimmy G thing?
Yeah, which was awkward.
You're going to have Cousins there and then Brock show up? All right. Who's getting the jersey today?
Well,
like, what? You want to talk about
that,
no. So I don't know. To me, it all starts with what is Brock going to ask for?
I wonder, they got to have some idea.
That's so amazing, man.
Sure.
You think you know him?
We got to go into who his agent is and all that kind of stuff.
And it's also the guaranteed number, too.
No doubt,
like, if it's, let's say it's 5 and 250, $50 million a year, but 200 of it is guaranteed, then that's a fine deal for Brock. Or if it's 5 years and $300 million, but only 150 is guaranteed, then that's that same funny money where, he may not eventually recoup it. I'll answer the question that the boss tweeted, and apparently he shared it with you, not me. It's the defense. It's the defense. It's the run defense. It's the defensive coordinator. It's all of it.
Who Kyle said he's happy with, though, by the way.
Sure, he's happy with the scheme. He said it's not a scheme problem. And what we were talking about yesterday when we played it is he pointing the finger at the players? And I felt like he was pointing the finger at the players. And, you don't have Nick Bosa, and so you still don't blitz. So you rush your 4 mediocre rushers, and they all kind of chippy chop at the line of scrimmage. We all try to make it look like we're going to get home. And then the quarterback, Josh Allen, just stands there like a statue, knowing full well they're not going to get home. And then it's boop, boop, boop. It's the defense that's the problem for me.
I think that whole subject to me was actually lost in the offseason. I mean, think about, so you could look to, okay, Bosa gets hurt. Warner's playing on one leg.
Yep.
Lenore's now missing a game. But Greenlaw,
Charvarius Ward missed 2 or 3.
Ward, and not just missing. I think mentally he might have been missing this whole year.
And physically he was hurt early in the year.
Absolutely. But Greenlaw, for example, you knew that he was missing at minimum half the year.
That's a big one.
So what'd you do in the offseason? Your big thing was Leonard Floyd. I think that's largely been a miss.
No doubt.
It's not been horrible, but it's a miss.
Yeah.
Devondre Campbell, same thing. A couple good moments, but that's a miss.
No doubt.
So those are the 2 spots you needed to fill. You didn't do it well. And then I'd also add the depth in the defensive backfield. So you knew you had Ward. You knew you had Lenore. You drafted Green. You didn't know if it was going to work out. Looks like it did.
Yep.
But if anybody's going to but if anybody's going to get hurt, you know what I mean? And Jair Brown, by the way, I don't think is very good. No. And you knew that Hufanga
his angles are not.
No. So all of that, what's your depth? Isaac Yadam?
Yep. Rock Ya-Sin.
God.
But who does that fall on? Is that on Lynch?
All of them. All of them. They've all got their fingerprints on this. You know what I mean?
Especially when you have that much cap room. And, you chose to save your cap room because you want to sign Brock Purdy, and I get that. But for this year, You didn't fire a lot of big-time cap-eating bullets, and so you brought in, you counted on the rookies, and you brought in some middling guys, and it hasn't been good enough.
You brought up depth in the preseason, and I think that's the word that plays on. They did not do a good job of being ready for the unexpected, and my God, has the unexpected happened.
Man.
All right.
Oh,
all right, Jess.
There it is.
We'll be listening.
They're soft in the B gap. Just watch the film.
First of all, it's tape. They don't use film anymore.
It's not even tape.
Yeah, do they use tape?
They don't use tape.
It's digital now, isn't it, son?
Don't try to correct me with a miscorrection. Thank you.
You know what?
That felt good, Grandy.
I'll teach you guys more about professional jargon in a.
Hey, Steiny, where do you need to have the microphones on for them to work?
95.7, Mark.
That's right.
The game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this darn thing. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, Steiny, Kyle Strongen, or Strongen, I don't know how to pronounce it. That's Brock Purdy's agent. I looked it up for you. There he is.
Not Kyle Weekend.
No,
Kyle Strongen.
Kyle Strongen.
That's a 2. You don't even have to tell me, Grandy.
But it made me laugh.
I'm coming in edgy.
2.5.
All right, I'll take it.
All right. So here's the thing. And by the way, Tim Kawakami's going to join us at 4:15. Tim said something that I disagree with. He did the whole pack it up, pack it in, let me begin.
Right.
2025, talk about that. That's a sin, whatever. Tim says it's over. You and I may disagree, but here's what I want to say about this 49ers season. Let's see if you agree. And I get it if you're disappointed, if you're frustrated, and if you're mad. I totally get it. I can certainly, at minimum, agree with the disappointment. We had such hopes for this season. And I do have a short list of things where the 49ers as a whole, whether it's certain individuals or the organization as a whole, deserve criticism for what has happened this year. I have a very short list. But here's the thing, Dibs. I think it gets overwhelmed by some of the things that are out of their control. And I'm not going to just say injuries, because I know that sounds lame, and all of the NFL teams deal with injuries. But you're looking at something collectively that has sort of sapped the soul from the 49ers. And my observation is this, and I mean this mainly about the last 2 or 3 weeks, Dibs. I think that the Niners' morale is shot. That's my observation. No one has said that. I don't know that they would admit that, but they look mentally defeated. They didn't just lose these last 2 games, and I get all the reasons why, snow and backup quarterbacks and all kinds of things going on. It's just absolutely ravaged by injury, but they can't even put up a fight. They look slow. They look disinterested. They look like they have lost belief. Their morale, to me, is absolutely in the trash can. And I get it. And for that, I give them a pass.
Yeah.
I give them a pass.
You can give them a pass.
For their morale.
Sure.
To me, their morale is shot. And the reason I give them a pass is, A, you've had, your first-round draft pick was shot. You have had 3 child deaths in the family. And you have had not just injuries, but catastrophic injuries to the most key leadership pieces that have just
zapped this thing from the inside out. And I get it. There have been so many things that have happened that are completely bizarre and out of their control. And I'm going to give them a little space just for that part.
Okay. And you're allowed to give them all the space you want. And, I'm also allowed to give them next to no space for that. And individually, Trent Williams, what you've gone through, I can't imagine. You lost one of your twins in utero, and the other one was a stillborn.
Yep.
And that is, I can't even imagine the devastation. And Charvarius Ward had an almost 2-year-old who was sick her whole life, and she passed away about 8 weeks ago. And that's also unbelievably devastating when you have to go through those days, even with a child who is that sick. And she was sick from day one, I believe. And so that weighs on you nonstop. And so I give those individuals all the grace, and I give the team a certain amount of grace as well. The injuries piece, that's football. And I don't know the injury status of every team, but I would imagine they're not the most injured team. They're definitely not the least injured team. They've had a lot of injuries. And
we can look that up, by the way.
You can go team by team
Just
and
curious.
player by player, and you could look at where they fall. Ultimately in football, something you said maybe last year rings true to me every time we have this conversation. The injury rate is 100%. So you're going to have guys who miss games. Very few players are going to play in all 17. So that, for me, is a part of it. And the idea about the morale, and if you think that the morale is down, and I can't refute it because it's your opinion of what you see and what you think about this team, if the morale is down, for me, that's a coaching issue as much as it is a team issue, because your job as a coach is to get your team ready physically, schematically, mentally, emotionally. Your job is to get them ready. And so you can't afford to have the morale be down when you're still in a season that can be saved. And I disagree with Tim Kawakami as well about, fold up shop. And I'm reading Matt Mayoko right now on NBC Sports Bay Area, and the opening line of his piece from earlier today is, "This was not the 49ers season. Sometimes it's just that simple." And he's saying it in a past tense form. So is it over at 5-7? Are we willing to just capitulate and lose the next 5 games and go 5-12 and start to chalk up where we want to lay the blame? I don't think about it in these terms. And if the morale is down, for me, that's a Kyle Shanahan thing that he needs to fix.
It's interesting. I get that. Look, I mean, nobody gets to escape. You know what I mean? Sure, that's his job. But let me share it this way. And you and I know this, because we're close. We see each other all the time, and we talk a lot off the air. What goes through my mind, and I don't mean to be evasive, and I don't mean to be overly serious, but you know this. In my house in this calendar year of 2024, my children have dealt with some unspeakable tragedy, just absolutely unspeakable tragedy. Doubt. I am the head coach of the house. That's my job. And if somebody told me it's your job to make sure that their morale on a daily basis is in good shape and that they are ready to play, let me tell you something right now. If that's my job, I'm fired. I am fired, because there is so much going on behind the scenes for me to be able to snap my fingers and say, come on, off you go. Play well today. They're not playing well. They're not playing well. They're not playing well at all. And that's a different answer for each one of the 3 kids. But my point is this: you can't just make morale. You can't do that. I cannot sit here and say that Kyle Shanahan, you're in charge of the mental welfare and output and production of 53 plus other human beings who are going through God knows what. God knows what. And he said it best yesterday. He's like, I get it. We're judged on wins and losses no matter what the hell's going on. And I understand that. He understands that. And that's the way it works. That's the deal. That's what y'all signed up for. But to just snap fingers and say, you're the head coach, morale is your job, I don't think one human being can do that. I don't think you can do that. I can't look at Trent Williams and be like, come on, let's go. Come on, Charvarius.
Again, it's not about Trent Williams or Charvarius.
It's about all of these guys. I can't look at Fred Warner, who can probably not walk 6 days a week, and be like, chop, chop, dude, feel good. Let's go. Come on, your best day, your best output. Let's do it. I don't think a human being can do that. These guys are just going through hell.
Sure.
I mean, McCaffrey. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Be good today.
And he was good. And then he got hurt. He was fantastic until he got hurt.
For one quarter. But the other two games that he played,
he was ramping it up. No doubt.
It didn't look good.
And I do think that and I really appreciate you sharing your story about you and your kids, but I think it's a little bit different when you're dealing with adult pro athletes. And I'm not saying that they can all flip the switch, but what you do here with me every single day, and I know what you've gone through personally, and I know what you go through professionally and all the other things, you have an ability as a almost 50-year-old to compartmentalize more than a teenager or a preteen can do. So I look at these athletes, and yes, what they've gone through, Trent and Charvarius, I would never even expect them to show up again to the field. And Fred, yes, you're hurt, you're playing through injury, but you're still playing football. And so for me, the whole idea about morale is something that if the team culture is as good as we all think, morale shouldn't be an issue. Yes, you've lost 3 in a row. Yes, you blew 3 games earlier in the year, but you're still right there at 5-7.
They can't even stay on the field, though, these last 2 weeks.
If we want to sit there and sulk and mope around.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
If our dauber is down, then what are we even doing here? And this is where the leadership of a head coach, this is where the leadership really shines. When you've got a defensive coordinator who's experienced, he's not. You got a special teams coordinator who can right the ship. They're getting better on special teams. And you've got a head coach who can, get everyone rallied up together and realize that, okay, now this might actually be a must win.
Yeah, you can rally them up, but it's very, very different to go perform. And here's where I will, like I told you, if you want things that you, in my opinion, are totally fair to criticize the 49ers this year. Your offseason handling of contracts, absurd. And Brandon's behavior was just as bad. But your offseason handling of contracts, absurd. Whatever the hell happens with special teams and the 49ers, absurd. Like, your ignorance to the issues there is clearly something that is worth criticism. And then I'll also go to what I said during the crossover, which is your offseason signings for depth. Your approach, especially on the defensive side of the football, has been uninspiring, to say the least. Leonard Floyd, Devondre Campbell, the depth in the secondary, all of the things that you went about doing to create a defense that is not only good, but is ready for the unexpected. It's ready for injuries. To me, those 3 things are totally fair. But then when you get Kittle is hurt, Purdy misses a game, McCaffrey is out for the majority of the year, Fred breaks an ankle, Charvarius' daughter. Now there's the Trent Williams situation. Diamador Lenore gets hurt. Dre Greenlaw is still not back. Ricky Pearsall is shot. When you get all of these things into a bucket, man, I think you got to give them a little something. You got to give them a little something, for my God, that is out of their control.
Of course.
And there's going to be a fallout from that.
I don't believe that the way they're playing is any fallout from any of that. I just think that you've got a team that is not good enough. You've got a defense that is not good enough. You've got a scheme that isn't good enough. You're not making adjustments on either side of the ball. Your special teams suck. And you blew 3 games earlier in the year.
I agree with you on those.
If you didn't blow those 3 games, you would be 8-4 right now. And we all would be singing a different tune about morale.
888-957-9570. I get it if you're mad. I get it if you're frustrated.
Not mad at all.
But no, well, not you.
I think people are like more in give up mode, I think.
Well, and if you're there, I get it.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't get it, but do you give them any bit, like even a half a pass for some of the crap that they've had to deal with? I do. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami's on the show. Doc Pandy is on the show. Let's ride. It's Willard and Dibs.
This holiday season.
European-style holiday market in downtown Los Altos. Find unique gifts, holiday decor, and special treats Thursdays, December 5th and 12th, 4 to 8 p.m. It's presented by State Street Market and Los Altos Village Association. Find more info at downtownlosaltos.org. Are you in the spirit? Are you in the spirit yet?
Getting there, yeah. I saw your tree is up.
Tree went up.
The tree got bought. The tree is up. The tree is up. Looks good, too.
And the tree is decorated.
And I like the tree. It's a classic, mostly white lights and same color ornaments. Nothing too ostentatious. It's a nice, classy tree.
Well, thank you.
Saw it on the gram.
We go with the all-white lights for one reason and one reason only.
And I get it.
That's what I have. That's
I thought it's because you're Jewish.
No.
No, because the Jewish thing is white lights.
I know.
It's funny. I'm only saying that. A quick aside is because my wife, who is Jewish, and my daughter is also Jewish, and I'm Jew adjacent. I asked her about putting up holiday lights on the house.
Yeah.
She said, no, thank you. I said, what if we do the all white, the motif? And she said, I said, no, thank you.
Okay.
And I said, okay. Asked and answered.
We have lights on the house. And I don't want to offend anybody. Thanks. Judaism sees me as Jewish, but I don't feel like I've been up to snuff on that.
Okay.
And here's what I mean by that. Well, my mom.
So you're not making the Jew playoffs?
My mom's Jewish, which means by rule, I'm Jewish.
Yep.
But I'm also like, well, hold on. Who sat down and made that? But my dad's not. Does he have a say in this? And then here's the other side to it. I ain't never been temple, church.
No. None of it.
Football. That's what Sunday's for. So, what did I do? We celebrate both. We do Hanukkah in a really weird way. We always did it on one night because that was the night my grandma would host us.
Okay.
And we'll eat latkes, applesauce over sour cream. That's me. Do it your way.
Yeah, it's allowable.
It is.
For sure.
Minority opinion. It's what I'm going to do here on the show today, by the way.
Menorah opinion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's a 3. You're moving up the board.
Grandy, whatever. You're a hater.
Grandy's in a bad mood.
I need a little love today. I am down in the dumps today.
No, see, you do. Why? Why are you in the dumps?
Because the fantasy bad beat combined with the fade the diggers. You guys are so lucky. Knock it off in there. Dude.
I mean,
the Browns, that thing was home.
Brother.
That thing was in the house, his house.
Another quick aside.
Oh, boy.
Because speaking of religion,
phones in a minute.
That was a religious moment for me.
Yeah.
For those of you who weren't listening late yesterday, fade the Dibbers. The Dibbers goes with the Browns plus 6.5.
Easy call.
I start clapping because I'm going Broncos.
You all were clapping.
Hey. So, thank you, Director of Sports Lucas Alexander. Good clap. So, I'm like Broncos minus 6.5.
Yeah.
And you're watching the game, and every time it looked like the Broncos were going to pull away and cover that thing, Jameis would huck a 118-yard touchdown or something crazy would happen. And you're like, man, they can't shake these guys. Well, we're buying the tree, so I'm off also doing the whole thing. I come in here for the end of the game, and there you are. The Browns are up by 1, and the Broncos are on the move, and they go kick a field goal. 2 minutes to go. I'm like, well, I lose. Like the Broncos, unless there's a pick 6. Within a minute, there's a pick 6.
Well, first the Browns got into Denver territory.
No, that's followed by... Then the Browns get the ball again and go to the 4-yard line.
Yeah.
And Jameis throws a pick. I still don't even know who the hell he was looking at or what he was trying to do. So
somewhere Jimmy G was smiling.
My thought was not, yay, I win. My thought was,
that poor sucker.
Well, if you don't believe there's a higher power at work on Fade the Dibbers now.
Dude, fade.
Then you need to watch this game.
My God.
So my religion, not Jewish, not Catholic. I'm a Fade the Dibberist.
You're a fadist.
That's what I am.
I get it.
I subscribe to I'm fading, and I want y'all to fade with me. There you go.
That combined with a horrific fantasy football beat that knocks me out of the playoffs, I come in today a little edgy.
The Church of Fade.
So
that's where I worship.
If you want to ask me if I'm giving the Niners a pass on this day, December 3rd, coming off a double, dare I say a triple bad beat, no, I'm not giving anyone a pass.
You don't have to.
You are what your record says you are, and when you line up on Sunday, your job is to win football games, not to have your dauber down and feel sad about being 5-7.
I totally get it. Like I said, if you are
if you want to just tap into the disappointment of the season, it's not that I'm not with you. I'm super disappointed too. They're 5-7. I can't believe this. But the larger thing for me, and again, this is not to say that you can't point to this thing over here and that thing over there. Kyle messed this up. They don't throw the ball to Kittle enough. Sure. That's all normal football stuff, and I can understand that. But to me, it is overwhelmed by the unfortunate, the unexpected, the out of their control, players getting shot, dealing with unspeakable family stuff at home, injuries at key positions, just catastrophic. You want to call me soft or a cream puff or whatever, go ahead and do it. But here's my take. I'm giving them a pass, and I am in no way feeling like the organization is off the rails. I don't feel that way. I feel like this is recoverable. It might be next year. By the time they can recover, they have gotten a big, huge crap sandwich. They've been forced to take a bite. And to me, that's the bigger side of this conversation. That's all.
Well,
that's
for
what
me,
I'm saying.
I'm not giving him a pass.
That's fine.
But
Yeah.
I also don't think that the organization cannot be recovered. I think that this is just a bad year. It's a bad year that, yes, injuries played a factor. But for me, the bigger factor is the reality that there were 3 games that you could have won, 2 games that you should have won, and you didn't win them. So as we get through the end of the year, we can look back and hopefully answer the questions about why. And I hope that Kyle Shanahan has the courage and the strength and the wherewithal to actually do that and look at why they didn't win those games. Is it special teams gaffes? Yeah.
Yep.
Is it defensive breakdowns? Yeah. Is it bad clock management? Yeah. Is it ineffectiveness late in games? In the fourth quarter, they've been bad all year. So we can look at injuries, and there have been some big ones, and we can look at personal tragedy, and my God, they've had a lot of them. But for me, in the NFL, you can use that as an excuse if you want. Ultimately, it's next man up. We hear all them say it. We all say it. Everybody believes it. So when you go to a next man up mentality, then go ahead and be next man up and get the job done.
But what is your expectation of next man up? There's no sports team out there that we look at and we go, like, okay, the Warriors play the Nuggets tonight, all right? If Steph Curry, I don't even want to say that out loud,
no,
right?
Draymond's not going to play,
No
looks like.
Draymond. And then let's say Steph and Wiggins and Hield and Kuminga are all unavailable. Are you really going to be like, rub some dirt on it?
Well,
next
this is
man
a mixed
up?
metaphor because
Why?
you're talking about 4 out of 12 as opposed to 3 out of 22.
3? Well,
Brandon,
the whole team is completely decimated.
George has played almost every game.
But not all of
Debo's
them.
played virtually every
But
game.
not all of
he
them.
missed one.
So
let's talk about the games they did play and what happened in those games.
Understand.
And that for me is where I look at it.
And that's fine. I'm not refuting that. But those things, to me, are small potatoes. Like, in other words, that 49er team, that team that you're talking about, you're healthy enough, go win games.
Right.
That team was disappointingly 5 and 5.
Right.
Rather than being what we wanted them to be, which was 7 and 3.
So I look at the last 2 games as small potatoes. That's
right.
small potatoes. I
Agreed.
don't even look at those 2 games.
But if you're 5 and 5 instead of 7 and 3, that's not, hey, major changes are needed. I don't think that.
No, but changes are needed.
I don't
I'm not
think
saying
that.
major changes.
I don't think that.
I'm saying changes are needed.
Such as what?
Such as your head coach bringing in somebody to help him, because clearly what he's doing this year, it didn't work. And whether it's he's too married to the play design or he's not tuned in enough to help the morale, because you seem to think that the morale is down.
I think morale is gone.
It's his job to build the morale. You're the head coach. You're the CEO of the football team, and you need to do what you can do to make it so their dauber is not down. And I'm not just looking at the last 2 games, because backup quarterback against Green Bay, I don't like your chances.
Yep.
And you go to Buffalo against a team coming off a bye who's better than you anyway in the snow. I don't like your chances.
I want to adjust the daubers down thing, because that's not what I'm talking about. That's sort of, you're making it sound like this
I want to know what this means. Like the morale is down.
It means that they have completely lost belief, and for good freaking reason. They are complete. They are a shell. They are a carcass. They are a puddle on the ground based on what we thought they were going to be and what we would think that they would be able to do because of who they were. Like, honestly, to think that the 49ers could navigate this says to me that you actually think very little of these great players we were celebrating coming into the year.
No, I think very highly of Kyle Shanahan and the players that they did have.
But I don't care what coach you are or who you are. If you lose more than half of what's in your holster, you're not going to have the same output. Well,
they did have the same output, but they had 3 or 4 plays that they didn't execute. So even when they didn't have McCaffrey, you had the second leading rusher in football, and he fumbled. And you had a kick return that you couldn't contain, and you had a deep throw against your former All-Pro, and he couldn't make the play.
And Ronnie Bell dropped the ball. And so what I'm saying is,
and that had nothing to do with all the injuries.
No, but all of that counts. But to me, those are fine line issues that would suggest, no, not major changes are needed. Those are annoying losses, and everybody has them throughout a year. And if the team were fully healthy and not dealing with family tragedies, I would argue they had every chance in the second half of this year to sort of rally back the way they have almost every year when annoying losses happen early.
Well, they still do. They've got 5 more games to
go. But it's a little bit different animal now than it's been in years past.
Yeah, you're going with Isaac Garendo, and you don't have Ayuk.
Well, and you're
whether or not you're going to have Trent Williams or not.
And it's week 14. Normally this happens around week 9 and after a bye.
Sure.
And, okay, let's boogie. So that's my point. I don't think that major changes are needed.
I don't either, but you need to make changes. And if you think that you just, you get through this year, however it ends, and you just run it back.
Well, no, changes.
You're just going to run it back?
Organically, there are changes every year. You got free agents. Of course,
yes.
Right? I do think that, obviously, look at the coordinator situation.
You're going to bring back Sorensen. You're going to bring back
I don't know.
I'm saying no.
Yeah, okay.
I'm saying right now, definitively, you don't bring back the defensive coordinator. You bring somebody in with experience, and you fix the defense.
But I don't know.
You take the special teams coordinator, who has been bad. Your special teams have been bad all year.
Yeah, the special teams, yes.
It's a reflection of the coach.
But I can't assess.
You don't get to have your unit be this bad and keep your job, Mark.
I can't assess Nick Sorensen when Bosa, Lenore, Ward, and Warner, and Greenlaw, I can't tell you this is a coordinator issue. I can't do that with a straight face. I would be like, that's complete remote control argument.
Right.
I can't sit here and tell you the coordinator's bad just because the Packers and Bills, 2 really good teams, are going hot knife through butter against the Niners preseason squad.
Well, let me ask you this.
I can't tell you that.
Let's go back earlier in the year when you had Bosa and you had Ward and you had Warner, playing maybe on less than a fractured ankle.
They were better.
They gave up gash runs to the Rams and you lost. You gave up gash runs to the Arizona Cardinals and you lost. This defense has been the same no matter who the personnel has been.
That's not true.
They don't pressure the quarterback.
2 weeks, that is not true.
They don't get the ball. They don't turn the other team over.
True.
They don't get a lot of sacks.
It's not true.
They give up a ton of yards on the ground. Look at the game log.
Yeah,
look at James Conner.
Look at your
Kyrie
favorite.
Williams and all the rest of it.
Why don't you look at your analytics that had the 49ers at that point as only one of 8 teams that had both defense and offense up in the plus.
Right, defensive value over average.
DVOA, yes. Like, again,
and where are they now?
They're awful.
Yes.
Because they don't have any of their players. Like, again, I'm sitting here telling you, I understand the frustration of the early season losses. And we can talk about those, but that's sort of like, that's the micro. That's the micro. The micro is, good Lord, you screwed that play up and you screwed that game up. The macro, I'm not at macro. Get the coordinator out of here. You suck. Everything was bad. They had some poor offseason signings. Again, I'm admitting what you can point to. I don't like their offseason signings.
So it's the player's fault, not the scheme or the coordinator.
No, whoever signed these people. That was a poor assessment.
So it's Floyd's problem. It's not the fact that the scheme is maybe not good enough to where you help him out by, blitzing every now and again.
I don't know that that's going to work either. My point is if it's not Floyd's fault if Floyd is not necessarily good. It's also the fault of whoever brought him in. And that's John, and that's Kyle, and that's Parag. Everything is the whole picture. It's the whole organization, and I am granting you that they were not good enough when they had their horses. but they don't anymore. So to make any assessment about the Niners based on the last 2 weeks is bananas to me.
No, I'm making the assessment based on 12 weeks.
Right,
and your
and
defense has been less than good. Your special teams have been awful, among the worst in football.
I already said that.
And yes, so I'm looking at changes, and you said no changes.
No.
You said no major changes, and I said
no major.
Well, is changing a coordinator a major change? I don't think that's a major
change. Is a coordinator a defensive coordinator, or are you talking about the special teams coordinator?
I'm talking about both.
Yeah,
your defensive coordinator has never been a coordinator in his life, and he was your coordinator, and he had a bad year. They had a bad year.
I don't know what to do about Nick Sorensen yet because, again, they were still technically a plus defense prior to everybody who's good leaving the field. I don't know what to tell you about the last 2 weeks. I can't assess anything.
I'm not assessing it on 2 weeks. I'm assessing it on 12.
As for special teams, if you want to make major changes there, I would not refer to that as a major organizational change due to the fact that 98% of the people listening to us couldn't even tell you the name of the person that you'd be replacing. So, yes, there are organic changes on every staff and roster.
Well, normally the organic
year.
changes are that those guys get promoted to other jobs.
Yeah, but
this is not that situation.
This is not that year. But major these ideas. Oh, Kyle needs less power, and you need to. No. This has worked, and I believe can work again.
But why isn't it working now? Is it just because of the injuries and because of the low morale? Is that the only? We're not going to look at Kyle at all and say, you know what, Kyle? Maybe you've got too much on your plate.
Who's not looking at Kyle?
Maybe Kyle is too married to that play sheet, and he doesn't have enough time or enough bandwidth to do the other things.
I just don't understand
when
why.
the year is going bad, you have to look at everything.
Sure, look at it. That doesn't mean you need to make.
I'm not saying you fire Kyle, but
even fire Kyle.
Maybe you look at Kyle Shanahan and you try to add a piece to his coaching staff, somebody who can help him, somebody who can get his offense back to where it was. Because this year, the offense has been, in my eyes, predictable and stoppable.
And why?
In many ways.
Why?
Because they're running the same stuff, and teams see that on tape now.
So
teams are onto it.
They weren't running the same stuff last year.
They were.
And they weren't running the same stuff the year before that.
But defenses now have seen it, and now that they're stopping it. And Deebo Samuel is not the player that he was.
So after 2019, they could replicate it. And then in 2021, replicate. 2022, replicate. 2023, replicate. 2024, oh, now we figured it out.
Are you saying they don't now have tape on Brock Purdy? After a full season and a half. Now they've seen Brock Purdy. They've seen Deebo. And they've seen everything that the Niners do.
They had tape on Purdy when he went.
Why are they stopping him now?
For a ton of reasons.
Because they don't have McCaffrey and they don't have Ayuk?
Starting with they don't have their horses.
I think that, for me, that is a cop-out. Okay. And I look at defenses, even when they had McCaffrey and when they had Ayuk. Ayuk was a non-factor, and you could say it's because he skipped camp. Fine. Trent Williams was okay. He's getting older. I do think that Deebo has been largely neutralized outside of kick returns. Either he's getting older and slower,
you know what's funny?
Defenses are seeing what the Niners want to do with him.
Do you know what's funny about this whole idea that prior to everything going bad 3 weeks ago, that the offense had all of these problems? Then why did they have all of these fourth quarter leads that they blew? Why were they? And I'm not saying they were as good as last year. I'm not going to move the goalposts on you. But why were they seemingly always ahead?
Because they couldn't score touchdowns in the red zone. These are games where they should have had 40 points on the board, but they didn't.
Good. Like, what a request. I mean, that's, to me...
Can I request a team to actually score a touchdown inside the 20?
Can you request your team to score 30 or 40 every week? To me, that sounds like a spoiled fan.
Can I request a team to score more than 50% of the time in the red zone?
Yes.
Because that's what mediocre teams do.
Yes, Dibs. Again.
And this team doesn't.
No one's claiming perfection, but what was going on prior to all of this discord was not up to par, but it wasn't a disaster. It wasn't a disaster. We've said it all year, and I still believe it. You can be mad about it all you want, but if Ronnie Bell has a catch, and if this and if that, and I know people hate the word if, but the Niners were a breath away, literally a breath away from having a record that wouldn't have even, no one would have even brought up a problem. You would have had the normal Niner conversation where we would have come in here and been like, I would have liked to see him get the ball to Kittle more. Or, boy, I wish their red zone percentage were a little higher. The things that we did last year. when we could just roll the ball out and win 30-13. It doesn't always work like that.
Well, why are you even playing Ronnie Bell when 6 weeks later you cut the guy?
Because two receivers were hurt that day.
You had other options you could play.
Ricky Pearsall got shot.
Chris Conley was a guy who you could have played at the time. And instead, you play Ronnie Bell, rather, and you throw him the ball and he drops it, and then 6 weeks later you cut him.
Yes.
That sounds to me like a you problem, Kyle and John. So you identify a guy who's not very good,
really?
And then you play him, and then you scheme a play for him and he drops it, and then 6 weeks later you cut him.
Your fantasy team has never had to start someone where you're like, well, this is a crappy option, but that's what we got this week.
My fantasy team should not be commensurate with the 49ers, for God's sakes.
Any fantasy team, any life, any office, any job, any family. There are days where you're like, crap, you literally just said next man up mentality.
Right.
And now Ronnie Bell's not allowed on the field.
Well, he's allowed on the field, but if you end up cutting him 6 weeks later, that tells me that you misidentified him.
No, you didn't misidentify him.
You should have cut him in the offseason.
In favor of who?
Anybody. Anybody who you thought could stick on this team.
Ricky's shot. Debo's out. Brandon's out. Sometimes you got to get to the end of the bench. Ronnie was exactly where he was supposed to be, the end of the bench.
Yep.
And Cowing wasn't ready, and on and on. So, all I'm saying is that, to me, to bring up Chris Conley's name is a little disingenuous. To be like, oh, well, why'd you put Bell out there? You should have had that journeyman no one cares about on the field instead.
More reliable than a guy you ended up cutting later in the year.
You don't know that? You don't know that.
Well, I know that they cut him, and I know that they didn't really ever play him except for the one time when you needed him, and he dropped the ball.
They didn't want to play him. You could have signed someone else off the street.
You could have kept Dante Pettis, who's out there actually making plays for other teams.
Because we loved it when he was here.
Well, he's better than Ronnie Bell.
That's not what we said back then. Everybody hated Dante Pettis. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right, let's let everybody else weigh in on this, and we'll do that next. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
River Islands is finishing up the year with so many things to celebrate. It's the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California with 5 neighborhoods offering new models, and it's one of the fastest-growing cities in America. If you don't believe me, just Google it. Del Webb is building its own active adult community for people 55 and over with 9...
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
The Niners have made a move.
When they move, we move.
Just like that.
Yeah. Wow.
Possibly.
What kind of move? New coordinator?
No.
Okay. It'd be a lot cooler if they did. And I'm not here to try to ask for anyone's job, but you talked about changes, and for me, yes, roster changes. There will be changes. Let's make some real changes if you wind up 6-11.
I want to mention this, the signing. I also want to go to the phones. But can I challenge you on something real quick?
Do it.
Okay. I've not heard you say that you wanted Nick Sorensen out until this week. And I want to know why you didn't feel that. If your point today is this has been a problem all year, I didn't hear you say that 2 weeks ago. And I'd argue that the last 2 weeks, when the Niners have turned the ball over 6 times, they played in a blizzard, they played with a backup quarterback, they played with no Nick Bosa, they played with no Diamador Lenore. We find out that Fred Warner's got a broken ankle. Charvarius Ward plays in one of those games, but it's his first game back. You get my point. Now, Nick Sorensen needs to go. And you're saying, but the last 2 weeks did not affect your opinion.
The last 2 weeks have been further evidence to what I've seen all year, which is a team is very milquetoast and bland, and I've said it all year, no matter who you've had personnel-wise, you rush 4 when you have Nick Bosa, he gets double-teamed, and you get nowhere, or he actually gets through and pressures, and he gets a sack, or maybe somebody else, gets in there and gets a piece of it, Floyd or Sam O or whoever. This defense, to me, all year has been too bland and too ineffectual. And I know personnel-wise, up the gut, in the A gap and the B gap, teams have been running right over you. I've seen no adjustments. Whether you play more base and you bring more linebackers in there to stop the interior run, for me, it's been the same old thing week after week.
Yep. I see that too. That I can agree with. I just don't. I'm not at the end of that story yet. And these last 2 weeks, I just don't. I don't know how to assess the 49ers the last 2 weeks. They're a puddle. They're a puddle on the ground.
I do think that
they're a snowman that melted.
Right. And against Buffalo, I will excuse the offense to the extent that you lose McCaffrey and you're playing from behind in conditions where you can't really throw. But defensively, and I'm looking at the drive chart in the second half, they had their way on the ground. All they did was run. Yeah. Run, and run, and you had no answer.
Josh didn't throw the ball either. Look at the pass attempts. Nobody even got to 20.
Now I'm looking at it right here. His last pass of the game was on the third to last drive. He hit Knox for 17, and my comment below it was all day. He had all day.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely all day. All right, the Niners, get the music ready, Grandy. And he doesn't know what I'm talking about, but he will after I say it. The Niners have claimed a running back off waivers from the Jets. His name is Israel Abanaconda. Abanaconda don't want none.
Unless you got buns, hon.
Exactly.
We can do side bends or sit-ups, but please don't lose that butt.
Yeah, Israel Abanaconda.
Ding, 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 ding.
So, and he is immediately the youngest player on the 49ers.
I like big backs, and I cannot lie.
22 years old. I don't know if he's big. Is
5'10",
he big?
216.
That's
big enough. Bigger than McCaffrey.
Yeah, he's big. And they also signed former Bucs running back Keyshawn Vaughn.
Former Niner, I think.
Really?
Wasn't he a Niner for a minute there?
I don't think so.
I'll Google it.
Yeah, Google it. Maybe I'm wrong. But he goes to the practice squad. The Abanaconda guy goes directly to the active roster.
Okay.
To back up new starter Isaac Guerendo in the Niners backfield.
Yeah, Keyshawn Vaughn, Tampa.
Yeah, Tampa Bay. That's what I said.
Yeah, okay.
Bucs.
My bad. No, I thought that he had. Yeah. I guess I was thinking about him as a possible fantasy football free agent for a time.
Maybe.
Because he had a little bit of a stint where he was there too.
Speaking of,
he was with the Niners this offseason, by the way, but they cut him before the season.
Points for the Denver.
There you go.
I'll take it.
All right. So, and by the way, is it dorky or cool that as someone with Bucky Irving on his fantasy squad, and thank you to all of you on the show thread who suggested I start him over the Giant Dibs, you didn't weigh in, but no, Grandy and Lucas.
I realized it was for a different league.
It's a different league.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask you about our league. What do you think? I'm a weirdo? Anyway, is it cool or lame that I sit in front of the TV and I call them now the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Is that cool or lame?
That's cool.
That's okay. The pause, I took the pause to mean lame. I took it to mean that.
I mean, if
and then you jumped in with the
Bucky wasn't an Oregon Duck, it would be lame, but it's cool.
Got it.
It's lame.
I knew you'd say that.
Lame.
You think everything's lame.
Untrue.
Except for your jokes.
Untrue.
No,
there
true.
are things that you say that I think are pretty cool, and I think the whole idea of, Akinawanda ain't got none.
Abanaconda. Yeah, anyway.
That to me is cool.
Look, you can criticize the Niners for a lot of things this year, and I don't think you can escape that. But to me, the stuff that's out of their control overwhelms the stuff that was under their control, and the stuff that they messed up, I just don't find them to be like wholesale change problems. So I'm not saying run it back. Everybody has to look at themselves all the time and make adjustments. But that's, to me, what needs to be made. Adjustments rather than changes. That's what I would say.
And I wonder what those adjustments would be.
Oh, we got to wait. I would ask for 5 more weeks before we can define them.
Okay.
Right?
Just things that you're looking at now.
I mean, we can start with special teams. And
what would that adjustment be?
Well, stop ignoring it. Like, to me,
he's always ignored it.
Exactly. So stop doing that. Like, that's my point. Kyle Shanahan, I don't want to look at these last 6 weeks and go, well, the last 6 years are actually not as good as you think they were. No, they were good. They're really good. And I'm not going to let all of the crap that's happened this year let anyone think that now the Niners, it doesn't work and they're bad coaches and they all need to change. Mike Florio today suggesting trade Kyle Shanahan to the Bears. Good Lord. Just get out of here with this crap. Okay? Adjustments, one of them being the actual thing that has been bad for 6 years. Your special teams. Why do you seemingly ignore it? The Niners treat their special teams the way Farhan Zaidi treated outfield defense.
Yeah.
He's like, it's going to be okay. Just stick Jock Peterson and Darren Ruff out there, but they'll homer, so it's okay. No, it's not okay. So that's one. That's one.
One adjustment.
That's one.
Okay.
Safe at third in the city. Hi, Safe at third. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby.
Hey, how you guys doing? I hope you guys are friends, man. You guys are going at it.
Of course we're friends. Of course we're friends.
Always love, brother.
Yeah. Actually, I never talked to him outside of the show, but go ahead.
Okay. What I like to see is I believe this season's gone. I'm giving them a pass because this season's pretty much gone. They've gone through too many physical. Now they're going through mental strife with loved ones leaving. I would really sit the team down all the ones that are hurt, set them down, get them ready for next season. It makes no sense in playing these guys till they're on nubs at the end of the season. Then you got to sit them down in the off season, hope they make it back through, the season coming up. Set them down now, see what you got in these young guys that are backups, and you need to see them anyway, so play them the last 5 games in real game situations. Get these guys ready. Let me say this. What was Philadelphia last year? Nothing. Philadelphia was dismal like the 49ers are now. What are they doing this year? Just like you guys said, they made adjustments. They made adjustments in the offseason. That's why they are where they are now, playing extremely well. The Niners are in the same boat as the Philadelphia Eagles were last season. Give them a break. Let them get through this and see what happens. And when it comes to personal issues, Freddie Freeman, World Series MVP, had challenges with his family and his son. What did Freddie do? He took off because baseball wasn't important at the time. Let these people grieve. Freddie came back, his son was better, and he played better. And he won a World Series and became an MVP. You got to let that human side come in because that's what life's about. I've been a 49er faithful since 1953, and I'm going to continue till I get in that pine box and they put a Niner uniform on me with my hands crossed.
Oh, well, good luck on that. Yeah, save it there. Thank you for the call.
Who
it's
you
a good
getting
call.
buried in would be my question.
What's that?
I mean, he says he's going in a pine box in a jersey. I was just wondering who he's going in with.
Who's the jersey? Ronnie Bell.
That's a great question.
Yeah. Ronnie Bell.
Well, he's 53-year fan, so he might be going John Brody or anyone in between Brody and now. I mean, that's a It's a good long run as a Niner fan.
I'll also, to address his part about, because we talked about it a little bit during the crossover yesterday, the idea of anybody who's hurt, let's just shut them down so that they're okay for the offseason. One of our top questions, I know one of my top questions for Doc Pandy at 4 o'clock is, does Fred Warner gain anything by shutting it down now? Because my perception on that is if they've already gone through that question and answer as an organization, and he's decided to play, and it's a bone, I don't know if you can make it any worse. And even if you could, that's something that will be completely healed by August. So that was kind of my point yesterday. I'm like, what do you get to lose? What do you got to lose?
It gets more fractured.
Okay.
And then you're done and you get a cast and then
you're
that's
back
it.
And you're back in 2 months.
And I don't think that a fractured ankle normally would be qualifying for surgery, depending on how bad the fracture is.
Right.
Normally you put a cast on that thing and it's 4 to 6 or 6 to 8 and then you're back and the fracture will heal. But in the meantime, if you can tolerate the pain, then you play. And I didn't really agree with the last caller in that it's time to shut it down. And you and I had this conversation yesterday.
I agree with you.
At 5-7, and you're only a couple of games out. And after this Sunday, you might be 1 game out with a little bit of momentum and some head-to-head still to go. For me, it's not time to shut it down.
I'm giving them a pass on where the Niners are, largely. Overwhelming the things that do deserve criticism. If you feel differently or the same, whatever, weigh in. 888-957-9570. Rich, Telmo, those of you on hold, we come straight to you. Coming up next, Doc Pandy at the top of the hour. Tim Kawakami in 1 hour. The Warriors are in Denver tonight. Tip-off at 7. Warriors Live with Grandy starts at 6. It's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And we're sponsored by the California Lottery. Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect
Moses Moody. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Steve Kerr. He'll be on the show tomorrow.
Can't wait. He's got some splaining to do.
Maybe.
Are they the 10-2 team that started, or are they the 2-5 team that we've seen of late?
You're going to hate my answer.
They're both, Dibs.
Of course they're both.
Oh, God. Where's the barf bag?
They're both.
I'm just kidding.
Oh. I mean,
you know,
I know y'all hear it. I know y'all hear it. You hear it. You hear it in sports media. You hear that. Oh, you got it.
You've got to take a stand.
It's a black sheep, man.
That's
this or that. This or that.
You can get with this
or that.
Or you can get with that. You can be 10-2, or you can be 2-5.
Where it's at.
Yep. Engine number 9.
Yeah.
Look at you. Never cease to impress.
Come on, man. But
I think they're more the 2-5 team.
Do you really?
Yes.
Well, hold that. We'll get to that. We're going to have time for that today. I promise.
All right.
I promise.
I think they're both.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to pick.
They are.
I'm trying to pick at you.
Yeah, no,
I'm coming from a place of hurt today, and you know that.
Well, hey,
wounded.
Hey. I mean, they're both. They're both. Those wins were real, and they were flirting with being a team that had a lot of blown fourth quarters to begin with. They've won a few games where they blew massive leads and then won. Houston comes to mind, all of those. So they started off this 4-game losing streak with that, the Spurs game, the Brooklyn game, all of that. Now you're at a stretch where, they're trying to figure out what their rotation is and all of that, and you're going against some road trips to really, really good teams. Now let's see what they do tonight with no Draymond. I am reminded of this, and this is where we'll probably start the conversation with Steve tomorrow. Do you remember what he said a couple of weeks ago when we asked him, how long do you want to do the 13-man rotation thing before you want to, start really figuring out who you are? Do you remember what he said?
Not offhand.
About 20 games.
Yeah.
What's tonight? That would be game number 20.
Right. And
So what are you? And who are you? And who's playing? And I do think that it's time to have a conversation about a couple of people getting a little whoop, down there to the end of the bench.
Depending on the health, and we'll get into it with Doc Pondia at 4 o'clock with Draymond Green and a calf issue, and Steph Curry with bilateral knee soreness.
I'm done with the word bilateral, by the way.
He's got it.
That has killed the entire last 3 months of sports.
You've got a 36-year-old with a couple of sore knees. You're going to need to sit him more than people want to talk about.
He used the word manage. We're going to have to manage it. Yeah, no question. The Warriors are one of the favorites to win the NBA Cup. Did you know that? That just popped up on the screen. Them and the Thunder are favorites to win the NBA Cup.
That makes sense. They're already on to the next round, the knockout round.
Yeah. Rich in Mountain View on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Rich. Thank you for waiting. What's up?
Hey, no problem. First of all, Dibs, I feel your pain. I needed 12 points from McCaffrey on Sunday night to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
He was going to get it, too, Rich. He was going to get it.
Yeah, first overall pick in the draft, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we got a guy here who took him number 1 overall, and he's in last in our league, so there you go. Sam Lobman.
He's been out for 5 weeks already.
Yeah.
Sam was eliminated in week 6 somehow. But anyway, go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, to your point, at 5-7, the Niners, they've lost arguably 9 out of their 10 best players have either been injured, hurt, or they're out for the season. And to be 5-7 at that point, it isn't great, but it's not terrible. And if they can win out, which is unlikely, they're 10-7, right? Which, it brings me to my point. At Detroit, they're 10-2. They have half their defense missing, but Campbell's motivating them. So it's time for Kyle to step it up. Find some heart in these backup players and get them to win. Maybe even 4 games, 9-8, maybe we sneak in. I don't know. But and then to your point with Fred Warner, with playing on the bum ankle, look at Kurt Schilling, for the Red Sox, the bloody sock, right? He won a World Series on a broken ankle. So, just if these guys can suit it up, I think this week's a must win. If they lose this week, then shut it down. But I think we go all out this week.
I mean, Rich, thank you. Dibbs and I are both with you that I would love, I've sort of spotlighted the next 9 days. And if the 49ers can win 2 football games in the next 9 days, that reboots the conversation a little bit. I get it's not where most people's heads are right now because of just all of the disaster, everything that's falling with the 3 losses in a row and 2 of them just not even being competitive. I struggle with this. If you want to talk about injuries on defense, and he said it's, Detroit's lost a bunch of their defensive players and they're 11-1. If you're going to, this is me now, if you're going to criticize something on the defensive side of the ball with their performance, particularly in the last 2 weeks when all of their top starters have been hurt, I would not be criticizing their performance in the last 2 games. I would go back to the months of March, April, May, June, and July and criticize the defense there. Kyle Shanahan once said it is his job to go through all of the scenarios and be ready for all of them. So in other words, a coach has to go into a season and go, all right, what happens if we lose our QB? What happens if we lose Christian McCaffrey? And you're supposed to be ready for that. I would argue the 49ers were not ready for this. And you could even talk about Warner and Lenore. I would focus in on one player. The 49ers are not prepared for a Nick Bosa injury. Period.
Well, no team is. Well, other than Detroit.
But you gotta have something that you can go to. It looks like what they've gone to is, well, we'll just huck another body in there, and as you've pointed out, not change our scheme at all, and just ask people to do. And this is kind of what I'm getting at. We're like, well, you gotta, come on, win one for the Gipper, and you gotta get. Well, you can't just tell people to go be good and then they're good.
Right.
You can't tell Ronnie Bell, go catch the ball because I told you to. So, they don't have the people. That's not an excuse because that's still on them.
It is on them.
It's on them to get the people, and they didn't get the people. But here we are, and now they don't have the people, so I'm not going to come down their road for saying, you got to get these guys to play better. They're not good enough.
Well, then you need to get players who are good enough, and this is where I look at Kyle again, and maybe he needs to be less involved in the draft process because I'm looking at the 2024 draft, and I see of their 8 picks, no defensive linemen. Last year, they had 9 picks, and I see, counting up, no defensive linemen. And I see 2022, you took Drake Jackson in the 2nd round, and he's been hurt. He hasn't really panned out. You took Kalia Davis in the 6th, and he's a rotational guy, and he's
6th round guy. Whatever.
The year before that, you took, nobody on the defensive line, so you don't want to address it, and you go back to Javon Kinlaw.
But why would you? Back then, the defensive line was humming.
Well, you would look to the future. That's what you do. And you drafted Javon Kinlaw, and now he's still playing.
But do you notice
he's playing for the Jets?
Now, you notice what we do? 2 years ago, no one was saying draft a D lineman. We're screaming for 2 years, you need to be drafting more offensive linemen. And now we're going to go back to 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, they haven't done that very well either.
And suggest that they should have been drafting for 2 or 3 years down the road to be ready for that.
You drafted a wide receiver this year when you already had a wide receiver. Well, in the 1st round.
Yeah.
Could you not have taken a defensive lineman, a defensive tackle, a defensive somebody on the D-line with the 31st pick?
You could have. You could have taken an offensive lineman.
You could have done anything. But instead, you took a wide receiver who... Yes, he got shot and his season got derailed, but since he's gotten back and gotten healthy, the one thing he's supposed to be able to do, beat man coverage, he's not doing. He doesn't get open. If you watch Ricky Pearsall in the All-22, he doesn't get open. And the offensive line doesn't give Brock time to where he can even find him. Ricky Pearsall went from, man, good to have you finally, you're an impact player, to now, my God, is he even out there?
I mean, how many games has Ricky played?
He's probably played 5. Yeah, since he came back.
And one of them was with Brandon Allen.
Yep.
And another one is in a blizzard where they attempted 17 passes. I'm not, put it this way.
The last 3 games, no catches.
I'm not concerned yet with Ricky Pearsall. I'll be concerned with Ricky Pearsall when they trade or cut Deebo Samuel and he still goes out there and doesn't produce or whatever.
I get it. He's played 6 games.
I never thought Ricky was about this year. You talk about
Agreed,
the future.
But when you look at this team, you could have used some players who help you this year.
Yeah, you could have used all kinds of stuff.
Like a defensive tackle who can actually defend and tackle.
And to John Lynch's point, maybe there was no defensive tackle that they liked at the bottom of the first round or whatever. You know this. There's 6 positions they could have addressed. They could have got a safety. I don't like their safety room right now. I don't like their safety room. They could have done that. You get 1 pick. You get 1 pick. You got to address a position of need plus go from your board based on who you really love. They love Ricky, and the jury is still very much out. Maybe Ricky's going to be a star. I don't know.
For this year, there are holes that you have that you could have filled as opposed to drafting, to my point, you drafted Ricky Pearsall as a future piece. And you made this point back in April where you can't expect a rookie wide receiver to come in and make a big impact. Correct. And you're right.
Especially when he gets a bullet.
Right. I mean, unless he's Puka Nacua, and Ricky Pearsall got shot. So that definitely derailed it. But even if he didn't get shot, I don't think that Ricky Pearsall right now would be sitting on 50 catches. He's had no catches the last 3 weeks.
Here's what, by the way, Brian Baldinger was on with the guys in the morning, and this is what he said about Pearsall.
What surprised me about that stat right there, because I did not know that, is that he's even run 63 routes because you don't even notice him. You don't even know he's on the field. That's how invisible he is. I'm thinking, well, where is he? All right, I see Juwan out there slipping and sliding. I see George doing what he's doing. Where's the ball even going for the most part? It's not really, I don't even know who it's going to. Obviously, it's not going to Pearsall. I talked to him on the field before the game in Green Bay. He said he's here to beat man coverage. I haven't seen him get open. I haven't seen him even look at him where he's even being featured in any way right now.
Yeah, I mean, to his point, I mean, we're watching on TV, and if they're not throwing him the ball, I'm not diving into the all-22. I have no idea where Ricky Pearsall is at this point. Again, since Ricky Pearsall hit the field, he had one good game, and then there was kind of a whatever game, and then we got into these last 2 weeks where he's out there with Brandon Allen, and he's out there. I know why you couldn't see him, because he's wearing a white jersey and there's a blizzard.
Last 3 weeks, he's got 3 targets and no catches.
Yeah.
And before that, he had 11 catches in 3 games, and it looked like, okay, he's healthy, he's back, he's going to be a factor, and then subsequent to that, 3 targets in 3 games?
Not a lot. I mean, he's wide receiver 3. If you go around to most teams, your wide receiver 3 is not a target monster.
Well, none of these guys are target monsters, and, and part of it is because you had Brandon Allen in Green Bay, and I get that. In Buffalo, you had a blizzard. Fine. That's fair as well. But I look at Debo, who doesn't get open, and it's Juwan Jennings. He's the only guy who goes down the field, gets space, gets open, and catches the ball. Yeah. Outside of George Kittle.
Let's have a conversation about Debo Samuel for a second. You know what I mean? We went from 2-3 weeks ago to he's lost a step, which I don't buy. I do not think Debo Samuel's lost a step. But I do think there's a different point that's worth exploration, which is, okay, if there's no Ayuk on the field and there's no Christian McCaffrey on the field, and now Debo's not going to go out there and beat man coverage on his own, and therefore defenses are able to be like, well, just watch for the bubble screen or whatever,
the jet sweep.
Watch for the jet sweep, and if they're sitting there waiting for it, then it has completely stripped Debo Samuel of his powers. And I do think that there is a fair conversation to be had with regard to where do you go next? Where do you go next with the wide receiver room? Because it went from, all we talked about it was this offseason because of all of the rumors and the contract stuff, but we certainly felt like when it was at full strength, boy, it was one hell of a room. You had 1,300-yard receiver Brandon Ayuk. You had Debo, who's the ultimate Swiss Army knife. And boy, you loved having Juwan, third and Juwan, as wide receiver 3, and you drafted 2 rookies you were excited about. Where did all of that go? Brandon now is an I don't know for training camp next year.
You had surgery last week.
At best, that's an I don't know. That feels like someone who won't be 100% week 1 next year.
Probably till September, yeah.
Debo Samuel, is he even on the team? Now Ricky.
Well, he restructured, so that's a huge eat if you want to get rid of Debo.
We think.
Because of what they did on the restructure, all that dead cap would accelerate over the next year or 2.
Or you could trade. You know what I mean? Like you could
still
send
a dead cap hit when you trade him.
Sure. But then and then Ricky, now we're having conversations about he's invisible out there. Jacob Cowing is
Juwan's a free agent too, I believe.
I thought he signed a 2. I think he's a free agent after next season.
You could be right. It's a small contract is what it was.
I'll look it up. But
either way, you've got a lot more of a question on your offense. And I do think, and you talk about changes, not wholesale changes, but adjustments is the word that you used. I think one of the adjustments you have to make is deciding how you want to run your offense, because the way they've done it, and Kurt Warner said this to us last year, this offense is not built to come from behind. And a lot of it is because of what they do out of 21 personnel, 2 running backs, 1 tight end, and that's Kyle Juszczyk, your fullback. So do you still want to use a fullback? Do you still want to play the same way that you've always played with a lot of 2 running back and 1 tight end, and you do a lot of 2 tight end? Not as much this year because you don't really trust your second tight end as much as you did when you had Charlie Warner on the team. But do you need to change the way you go about offense? Because this year, for me, the offense has been less dynamic. It's been less unique. It's been more predictable.
Yeah, well, there's sort of 2 questions that come out of that. And the one that I've always I guess the question sort of developed over the last year and a half when people really started to point to all the fourth quarter leads that Kyle Shanahan can't overcome. And then we've got a lot of people, starting with Kurt Warner, come out, and Dan Orlovsky talked about it this week. RG3 with, I thought, a great post on social media about philosophically. This is someone who played for the Shanahan. So philosophically, the way they go about it and why it's so hard for Kyle Shanahan teams to come from behind. Because philosophically, the way he goes about offense is in many ways beholden to the idea of getting a lead and running the ball and being forceful on the offensive line and going down the field and getting at least a 3-0 or hopefully a 7-0 lead and try to play that clock game so you get the ball to start the game or you get the ball or the lead early and then get the ball in the second half. All the things that have been fundamental to Kyle Shanahan's offense, I got to be honest with you, I'm really torn on it. I really am, because on one hand, obviously whatever people with the last name Shanahan have been doing on offense in the NFL is very good. There's a long resume of success in the NFL with whatever they're doing. On the other hand, does that still pop in the same way in 2024 in the NFL, where rules have been changed to allow passing, pass throwers, pass catchers? The rules are all tilted in their favor now. So now what you're left with is someone who has to get a lead in order to feel good in the second half. And oh, by the way, if you do get that lead, you don't feel good about that anymore either, because everybody can just whoop. I mean, did you see this football game last night? My God, 93-yard touchdown this way.
Yeah, don't remind me.
I'm like, good God. I don't know how easy it is to stop anymore. So what you're looking at, and this is to your point, is there a fundamental flaw that's developed in the Kyle Shanahan offense because of the fact that it is dependent on getting a lead, which is hard enough as it is, but now your leads aren't safe even when you do get them because of the way NFL teams are structuring their rosters and the ability to huck the ball all over the field. They've had all these leads. That was never the problem. They're losing the leads they've got.
I think that the loss of leads, though, if I look back at the Ram game and I look back at the Cardinal game, those to me were not based on what Shanahan does offensively. Those were things that are outside of the offense. You had a special teams, couple of breakdowns. You had Jordan Mason fumble inside the 10, where that's not a Shanahan problem, where you have a young running back who just coughs it up. You had Charvarius Ward give up a 50-yard pass play. You had Devondre Campbell with a grotesque PI on a play. So for me, the blown leads are separate than the overarching question of, is it time to change the way you approach offense? Because I'm looking at Juszczyk right now, snap counts, and he is the fullback. And when he's in, it is going to be 21 personnel or 22 with 2 tight ends. And that's been half the snaps this year, 52%. Last year, 46, the year before 50. So what that tells me is that half the time you don't have 3 wide receivers on the field. And when you don't have 3 wides, that means it's going to be Juwan and Debo and not Ricky, or Ricky and Debo and not Juwan, it's always going to be Debo. But if you have Debo as one of your 2 wide receivers, and he's not a guy who can really get open down the field very often, what are we doing offensively? That, to me, becomes one of the adjustments you have to look at as Kyle Shanahan. Are we too married to the old school 2 running back with a fullback? And even though Juszczyk a lot goes up and he's a slot or he's a tight end and all the rest of it, the one thing that they've had an advantage on, Mark, is positionless football when you have McCaffrey and Debo, Ayuk and George and Juice. Well, when you don't have all 5 of those guys, you can't play this positionless football because teams know you're not going to throw it to Mason, and they know that Juszczyk is primarily a blocker, and they know Debo can't get open down the field. So if you don't have the personnel, you got to change what you're doing offensively.
Yeah, and see, this would be my response to that. I think that you have some points tucked into there, but because
I should have saved that for Cosell tomorrow. That was good.
Well, but here's the thing. I think fundamentally we are spending too much time on the wrong side of the ball. And this is why when we talk about what's the bigger issue with the 49ers right now, because of who they are and because of who their head coach is, I think we lean immediately to talking about the offense. The offense is not having a great year. I understand all of that. But the fundamentals of the Kyle Shanahan offense, run the ball, get the lead, pre-snap motion, and what? Pair it with a great defense.
Complementary football.
They were not good. It wasn't just they were good when they got Jimmy. They were good once they got Jimmy, and then they were able to pair it with a defense that was devastating, a pass rush that was devastating. You have to have that. And so it is my belief that you can look right now at the 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs and see the difference between an angry fan base and a happy one. Brock Purdy at this hour remains a higher rated quarterback this season than Patrick Mahomes. But that team has a beautiful record, and everyone thinks he's the face of the league, and he is. Why? Because he is paired with a great defense. Therefore, what he does on offense works, even when it's not working that consistently. Even when they only score 20, which is what they did Friday against the Raiders, they scored 19 points, and they won a football game. And earlier this year, they scored 17 points, and they beat the Denver Broncos. But nobody freaks out about why the offense isn't scoring more, because it's been paired with a great defense. This whole thing doesn't work when the defense is as bad as it is right now, and that's not an excuse or a pass for Kyle. That is, go back to the offseason and realize you did not build the depth that you needed to build and be ready for the injuries when they come. That's the way I look at it. The defense right now to me is a way bigger concern than the offense.
It's a bigger concern, but the offense is a concern. And you look at Kansas City, and you just mentioned how they tend to score 17 points a lot. They've scored more points this year than the Niners have, 289 to 270. So even
pretty
though
close.
It's close,
it's pretty close,
but it's better.
Yeah.
It's 19 points better over the course of 12 games. That's 1 point a game, and 11-1 versus 5-7. And the Chiefs' defense is way better. So all those
49ers
things.
played a game without their QB. So
right.
That's part of it.
Yeah, and the Chiefs played 6 games without their running back.
Yeah,
so much like the Niners did. So we can go tit for tat all you want, but the Chiefs have scored more points, and they've won more because they play complementary football.
Right, because
and the Niners
defense.
don't do that.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. You want to weigh in on this? You don't want to give them a pass? 888-957-9570. Doc Pandia in, about 17 minutes. About a half hour away, Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, is going to join us. And also coming up next, the Steph Curry comment over the weekend that might have gotten lost in the holiday that you absolutely have to hear. That is next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Building Materials.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Timmy K's coming up in about 25 minutes.
I can't wait.
Dog. SF
Kawakami
Standard
versus Willard, apparently.
Well, and Dibs.
Yeah.
He wants to shut it down.
I'm not coming for him.
Shut it down now. SF Standard, also Warriors Plus Minus Pod on the Odyssey app. You should check that out. And we do have some Warriors stuff to get to. It feels like Steph Curry it felt to me like he was telling the organization over the weekend, it's about time to stop the 13-man rotation. That's what it felt like to me.
A little bit, yeah. It was subtle, but I also would like...
It wasn't that subtle.
It was pretty subtle because I think Steph understands where the team is. So if you want to get down to a 10 or 11-man rotation, who are those 10 or 11? It's easy to come up with the top 3 or the top 4, but players 5 through 13, it's kind of it's a grab bag.
And you can also lessen the minutes here and there to create an actual core that is able to get into a rhythm. It doesn't mean that you can't come out and, hey, slow-mo, here's 8 minutes, whatever. That's fine. I don't think that kills you. But this whole trying to get everybody 11 to 17 minutes, it just doesn't allow for people to feel like they're in their rhythm. At least that was Steph's point. And who the hell am I to question what he's saying about why they're having a hard time scoring the ball in the fourth quarter? So anyway, we can get to that. 888-957-9570. Also, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, was on Rich Eisen's show and said some, what'd he say? Stuff?
Of course.
And so, right, we're going to have that for you in just a moment. But let's get back onto the phones. David in El Cerrito. Hi, David. Thank you for the call. What's up?
Hey, guys. First of all, Pat Mahomes, he scores the amount of points that he needs to win. Nothing more, nothing less. It doesn't matter how many points the team has in the fourth quarter. However many points they need to score at the end, that's the amount he usually gets.
All right, so David, can I challenge you for a moment? So,
sure.
So when the special teams blocked Denver's field goal attempt at the end of the game, then Patrick Mahomes scored the correct number of points. When the Raiders...
He was in position to win. He was in position to win.
That's fair.
And they win. I'm not saying every game.
Right.
But enough games all the time.
So was Brock Purdy. But Jake Moody missed his field goal in L.A. Do you know what I mean by that? That's all I'm saying.
One team has double-digit wins and one team has low single-digit wins.
Right. And I'm not going to give all of that credit to Patrick Mahomes, who's obviously a better player than Brock Purdy. But if I'm pointing to problems about why we get here, there, whatnot, again, what does Patrick Mahomes have this year that Brock Purdy doesn't? It's actually a defense and a special teams that doesn't screw up at crunch time with what he's built.
But I think he would do more. But I think he would do more if he felt he always had to do more. The game is always within reach for him, and so he does what he has to do. He doesn't force it. He doesn't have a ton of skill on that team, on the offensive side of the ball, yet he's managing to get it done. He's got Kareem Hunt, who was sitting on the beach. He's got an old tight end.
We see that a little differently, David. I don't think Patrick ever grabs the ball on offense and says, I don't need to score here because we're up by 3. I think that they would like to score more than they do right now. I really do. That's what I think about the Chiefs.
I think we're arguing who is the smartest idiot, because the offense or the defense, it seems like neither are really a lot. And I'm really thinking not even about this season, but what is next season? Because next season feels like, okay, sell the farm, because you're going back into the next season with what you got this season. I see the window almost shut, not like there's another opportunity here. And so now it's almost like, okay, what's down the road? Because I see what's in front of me now, and this is not a championship football team anymore.
Well, it's interesting, David. Thank you. I appreciate the back and forth. Do you see it that way? I much lean more toward the gentleman who called in earlier and was like, why can't next year sort of look like what the Eagles have done? Their thing fell apart last year. Now, granted, they signed Saquon Barkley. That's a massive change, and he might win the MVP award. But next year on defense,
you're going to have some new blood. You'll probably sign some new players. You'll draft some new players. If Nick is healthy and Fred is healthy, and what if Dre Greenlaw is re-signed and Dre Greenlaw looks kind of like himself? Lenore is now signed. Like, I actually don't think it's crazy to think that the core of the 49ers right now can be good again next year.
No doubt. No doubt. And especially when you think about the schedule they'll be facing. And let's just assume for now.
That's a good point.
Let's assume for now that they wind up in 4th place in the NFC West, which right now they're in 4th. Put that aside for just a moment. Next year you take on the AFC South, Indy and Carolina. I'm sorry, Indy and Houston. Jacksonville
and
Tennessee. So that's your AFC crossover. Pretty tasty. And your NFC crossover is also against the South. Atlanta, New Orleans, Tampa, and Carolina. So those are your 8 non-NFC West games right there. You've got a bonus game against, I think it's one of those teams, Tampa
I think
maybe.
It would be someone in the AFC. It would be someone in a different AFC division, and then
you've got the NFC North last place, and the NFC East last place.
So the Bears and the Giants.
Correct. So those are your opponents.
Super Bowl or bust.
Am I right? And I'm just looking at that. The bonus AFC team is yet to be listed here on fbschedules.com.
Right.
Your 17th game is yet to be listed.
We probably won't know it yet.
Right.
It's based on where you finished.
So you've got the South and the South and a couple of last place teams. So even if you do run it back.
You might play the Raiders or the Patriots or something.
Right. Yeah. But even if you do decide to run it back, you're in already automatically better position because you don't have Green Bay, you don't have Buffalo, you don't have Miami, and you don't have Detroit. Already those are off the schedule. You don't have Minnesota.
No doubt. Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander. Does Dave live in the city I've never heard of, Freno, or is there an S missing?
There's an S missing.
Okay, so Dave in Fresno. Hi, Dave. Thank you for calling.
Well, thanks for letting me talk to you guys.
Of course.
I've been listening, man. I've been listening all year. I've been listening to you, the afternoon and the morning show, and it's kind of the same thing. It's this pass for Kyle Shanahan. And you have people, callers like me and other people that come and give you facts to dispute your love affair for Kyle Shanahan, which I don't understand. You know, like he's Vince Lombardi and Bill Walsh all tied to one. Don't blame him. It's Sorensen. It's the injuries. It's the roster. It's this. It's that. I swear, it is mind-boggling. Like, are you guys on the payroll? Like, well, I'm seriously asking.
Dave, you're allowed to feel however you want to feel, but please present it as an opinion because it is. If you have facts that you want to generate, go ahead. I guarantee you I can generate mine too. I think that a bunch of NFC championship games and 2 Super Bowl appearances is impressive. I think that's a resume. I think that deserves a little nod. Some don't. That's fine. But present it as an opinion, and I'd love to hear what yours is.
I'll present facts. Trey Lance happened on his watch. Saying no to Tom Brady happened on his watch. 8 years being the coach of still having this QB question mark has happened on his watch. And you want to blame, we didn't have a good Leonard Floyd and Collins and Campbell and drafting players for scheme as opposed to talent. Because you're saying, the Eagles, we can be like the Eagles. No, the Eagles have a real GM. They draft players that are good. We're going to draft him. We're not going to, he can't block down the field. He can't play on my team. We're going to keep bringing Ronnie Bell back because he can block down the field. In my system, it's my system. It's my play sheet. That's all we need in life is my play sheet. Because I went to 2 Super Bowls. I am good. I am living great. There's nothing you can say about me. I had Mason who's averaging 10 yards a carry, and people are asking, is he not getting more carries?
Dave, chill. You're in a super sarcastic phase, and that's fine. Again, you get to feel how you're going to feel, but it's odd to me that you throw out the 2 Super Bowl appearances, and that doesn't mean anything to you. So you're giving all these facts, and every football team and every fan can do this with their team. They can make a list of all the things that have been messed up. And my question would be, where are you? Where is your same energy for the things that did work? You're going to list a bunch of players that were crap picks. Where's your energy for Warner and Kittle and Purdy? And you said there's still questions at quarterback. That's your opinion. It's not a fact. They don't think there's a quarterback question. They think they've got their guy. So do I. So does Dibbs. So do most 49er fans, actually. So, Dave, I have no problem if you want to Trey Lance me and Devondre Campbell me.
Javon
Kinlaw and Solomon Thomas. Like, you can do that all day, and I'll hear you, and I get it. My only thing is, where's your same energy for the fact that they've hit on all kinds of things and have been largely one of the class of the league teams for a 5-year run? Where's your energy for that, Dave?
The ship done failed. The writing's on the wall. Look at him.
That's not what I said, Dave. That's not the question I asked you. Where's your energy for the achievement? Where is it, Dave?
That doesn't give me anything. That's all in the past. That doesn't guarantee future success.
Nothing does. Nothing does. It's not dumb. It's not dumb, Dave. And you're the one who took it to the future. I'm not talking about the future. I want to know, because, by the way, neither were you. You sat here with, I've got facts, and you listed off a bunch of stuff that has happened in the past that you don't like, but you have no energy for any of this success. And you're giving me the Philadelphia Eagles as an example, who also, by the way, haven't won crap the last few years, lost a Super Bowl, totally cratered out of the playoffs from a 10-1 record last year. That's all I'm asking. I'm not denying your point. I want to know, where are you on the good stuff? Stop saying that everything they've done is bad, because it's not.
Okay, I forgot this was Pee Wee football. We got to give Orange
Dave, I don't want, you know what? You don't want to fight a fair fight. I'll give you Trey Lance. What a stupid thing they did. What a bunch of morons. Now you say something nice, Dave.
Well, we had Mason, but they put him on the ice. Like, I'm frustrated because we had the opportunity to have a better season this year, but the head coach failed the situation. You can give me the injuries, and that's fine. But look at the game against Buffalo. Let me give you this. Look at Buffalo. We went right down the field to start the game, 10 yards of pop, running the ball. What do they do when they get towards the red zone? They start throwing it. Like, simple stuff like that. I shouldn't have to second guess the head coach, who knows way more football than I do.
Dave. Now we're having a real conversation. Thank you, Dave. Now we're having a real conversation. He's having a bad year. Let's talk about it.
Well, you shouldn't have to second guess the head coach.
Then don't.
Well,
then don't.
You're allowed to, because a lot of things he's done, and I agree with Dave about him putting Jordan Mason on ice.
Agreed.
And I said it right away when McCaffrey came back and he got 93% of the snaps and 95% of the carries. That didn't do any favors to Jordan Mason. And the two carries he had when he came in were for 5 and 8 yards, and that was it. You got 2 carries, and that was a wrap.
I got no issue with that. You want to say he's had a bad year? You want to talk about actual games, things that have happened, but coming down the road with a list that's 5 years long of all the bad stuff and acting like everything's been terrible for 5 years, you're not coming from a genuine place.
No, but you can point out the things that he hasn't done right, and I think that's all he was doing. I don't think that he was in the fire Shanahan camp, but I look at this year, and yes, he's had a bad year, and there have been things that he's done wrong, I think, over the course of his time here. So maybe it's time to bring in some help. Somebody who can, draft a defensive lineman.
He started this conversation saying that we're on the payroll because this, that, and the other.
He's a cross between Lombardi and Bill Walsh.
Yeah, how do you like this guy? How do we like this guy? I mean, come on. That's all. Just be fair. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Guess what? Time for Cleared to Play, River Island's guest line. It is time for us to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, how we doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing fantastic. I think we wanted to start out by asking about Fred Warner with what's going on with the 49ers. There are a lot of people that say, shut him down. And my response to that is, I don't know that helps. You know, like there's a fracture in the ankle. Is Fred Warner putting himself in danger by playing?
You know, I think that the hard question is not knowing exactly what's fractured, but in general, anytime something is broken, you do want it to basically heal at some point. Now, the question is certain fractures you can play on, particularly if there's like a ligament or something attached to it and it's more of an avulsion, and you could say, look, this needs to get fixed in the off season versus, no, this is a weight-bearing part of your ankle. Like, you are causing more damage by playing on it. So a lot of it's in the details, but I think in general, with him playing through pain, with him clearly in discomfort and mentioning it, not only do you worry about that injury getting worse, but could he hurt an Achilles? Could he hurt his knee? Like, it's not normal to be able to play with that degree of pain and that much of structural issue. So I think it's probably a good idea for him to shut it down, particularly how the season's going, just to make sure there isn't a more severe injury or something then becomes more of a chronic issue into next season.
And the severe injury would be the fractured ankle gets more fractured and becomes completely broken, or is there a risk of possibly some ligament damage in there if he was to roll his ankle again?
I think a combination of both. You definitely worry about this fracture potentially becoming more and more, where then the pieces of bone may not necessarily be in the right place if it's kind of more of a weight-bearing injury. Or yes, you do worry then, is there going to be more ligament damage? Is there going to start being cartilage damage? So I think all these things are definitely in play based on the position that he's playing and the intensity with which he's playing on the field.
Doc, first of all, thank you for your text about Christian McCaffrey over a holiday weekend. So that was really good information. I know a lot of people wanted to know this. Is in any way what happened with the PCL potentially related to what he had been dealing with the Achilles tendonitis over the last few months?
No, I think they're completely unrelated. I mean, in general, the only way you really do injure your PCL is if you're in a car accident and you're kind of the front part of your shin hits the dashboard, or you have a direct blow on the knee on the ground like he had in that game. So highly unlikely for any kind of Achilles issue to be connected with that PCL. I think it was just bad luck. He fell on it. I don't think there's anything that could have been done to prevent it besides not falling down on really hard ground in the cold. So just one of those unfortunate things that happens to a player, and it happens to be that he had Achilles tendonitis as well too. But I think this would have happened regardless of whether he had Achilles tendonitis or not.
And the word is no surgery for the PCL. Is that normal? Because you and I talked before about an ACL tear and you almost always go in there and repair it. Is the PCL injury one that can kind of heal itself, or is it just dependent on the severity?
The vast majority of PCLs actually don't need surgery. Unlike the ACL, there's less force across it. And the vast majority of PCL injuries are usually these partial tears where the ligament may have pulled off the bone a little bit or, kind of have this little tear in the middle of it. Typically, most of these are treated without surgery, usually a brace, potentially crutches to get that ligament to heal, unlike the ACL. The only time you really undergo PCL surgery is if your knee continues to feel bad after that period of 6 to 8 weeks. It feels unstable, or you have a complete tear where that knee just is kind of totally flopping all over the place. And I think the example we can look at is Steven Adams in the NBA had this PCL injury, tried to treat it non-operatively, and was still having discomfort, so then got it fixed. But he's more the exception than the norm. Lamar Jackson had something similar last year. Most people can get by 6 to 8 weeks, don't need anything done, and are back on the field.
Doc, you said some stuff with the Brock Purdy shoulder injury and missing Green Bay that maybe there was potential, concern or that the Niners need to watch the fact that there's shoulder soreness after the reconstructive elbow surgery from the year before. Did the Niners have something to think about long-term here?
I think a lot will be based on what they potentially saw on that MRI. I know Kyle Shanahan talked about, there was nothing concerning there, but I think if you kind of look at how he's playing this year, obviously offensive strategy and scheme and wide receivers aside, there's not as many long passes, which obviously is a concern when you're thinking about someone having a shoulder issue. And anytime that does crop up with that history, you do have to worry about that. So I think really the next 3 to 4 games are really going to be telling in terms of how that shoulder is doing. That Green Bay game, obviously, it's not playing, and then this last game, you're playing in a blizzard, so you can't really make any kind of conclusions about how his shoulder's feeling. But if you see the next couple of games where you just don't see those long passes or potentially there's a game off, then you do start worrying, is there something going on that needs to be addressed in the offseason, which is difficult because going into a contract year, that's where a lot of decisions for surgery can be made based on what that compensation may be and what exactly is on that MRI.
And similarly, maybe at a lower price point is Jordan Mason, who's going to be going into the market at the end of this year, and he's now out with a high ankle, and he was placed on injured reserve. The fact that they're putting him on ice for at least 4 weeks, does that indicate to you the severity of this high ankle sprain?
That typically kind of is more you're kind of right down the middle where you see it. Very rarely do you get someone who gets that high ankle and it's like 1 to 2 weeks and you're out. The fact that most of these kind of land 4 to 5 weeks, and the position that he plays at running back, and he plays a very aggressive, style of running, not surprising. So I don't think this necessarily means something for him next season. I think it's just a kind of a combination of where they are in the season, how long this injury would take to heal, and if there are going to be more games down the road.
Doc, real quick on Draymond Green with a calf strain, doubtful for tonight, but there is some speculation that maybe this is something that's going to cause them to sit him for a little while. What would you say about a calf strain for Draymond Green?
I think it's not unexpected. Just given the minutes he's played, his size, all the things, the wear and tear, I think we're going to see this with both Draymond and Steph moving forward. I think they have to be extra cautious, particularly in this early part of the season. Make sure these things don't become more chronic. So early load management for these injuries, particularly for Draymond and Steph at their age, I think it's important. Not super concerned about it, and hopefully we'll get this right and kind of keep them healthy for the second half of the season.
Doc, I'm sorry we have so many questions. There are so many injuries.
Not a problem. That's unfortunate news for the Bay Area right now.
No joke. Thank you, Doc. We'll talk to you next week.
No problem. Take care, guys.
All right. Take care. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health, and we are sponsored by the California Lottery. Doc Pandy on the Fred Warner and CMC and Jordan Mason and Draymond Green.
And Brock Purdy, Well, the Brock Purdy one is maybe the most interesting one to watch because he's actually going to still be out there playing. And, just something to watch about deep throws. And if he is to go out there and maybe miss a game, that would be another big indicator.
Well, and it's less defined, right? It's like, okay,
right, shoulder soreness.
What's causing that? What's going on there? We thought he could throw, then he started throwing, then he had to leave practice. I'm with you. That's the one that doesn't. We don't know. There's no definition to it.
Yeah, and the McCaffrey PCL, I'm glad that he explained it so well about surgery because, normally with a knee injury, it's like, oh, yeah, surgery, arthroscopic or total reconstruction or something. But PCL, you don't hear that. And so I guess it's just the norm with that particular ligament.
Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, also on the Odyssey app, the Warriors Plus Minus pod. We'll get into Niners and Warriors. Tim says, time to close up shop for the 49ers this year. We'll get into that with him. Also, your phone calls, stay where you are, 888-957-9570. We're coming to you. It's Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, gift scratchers from the California Lottery. With so many to choose from, you're sure to find the right gift for anyone on your list. Give the gift of scratchers from the California Lottery.
Plus Minus Pod on the Odyssey Network and app. Tim, how are you? Thanks for coming on.
Hey, good to be with you guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, except for, and I don't want to incorrectly present the headline, so you tell me, but it looked to me like you wrote something about that's a wrap, shut it down for the 49ers this year. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, maybe a little simplified. I don't think that was exactly the extent of it. Was within reason. I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, so I don't think it's anybody surprised has been reading me. Like after the Seattle game, it was looking really bad for them. And it might be time to just start being a little more cautious, being a little more like, we don't need to push everybody. It's been a lot of years going deep into the postseason, some veteran players. I think a lot of people are worn down. You keep pushing, you try to win games. I'm not saying don't try to win games. You're not tanking, but maybe you're not pushing everyone to the extreme. And I think they've kind of done some of this quietly, subtly, or whatever, invisibly, but maybe it's time to really start thinking about it. I mean, I would have said, don't play Christian McCaffrey if he hadn't been hurt. Like he got hurt, right? That makes that decision pretty easy. I would have said, maybe pull back on Nick Bosa's recovery time. I think they kind of are doing that. Trent Williams, obviously going through an also personal tragedy. You don't need to push these guys. It's just not, you're not getting a lot out of this. I'll just put it that way. Like, what are you doing it for? For, an 8% chance to get to the playoffs and like a 2% chance to actually win in the playoffs. Maybe if you're a team that's never made the playoffs before and you want them to experience this, different. Totally opposite with this team. They've made it to the playoffs. They've been deep. They've been, banged up because of it. The emotions have been frayed this season. You don't have to keep putting the pedal down. That's my general point. There's a few specific ways you can do this, but you got to play, right? You got to want to win. These are football players. Their careers. Their health is in danger every time they're on the field. You want to be as sharp as possible. I'm just saying there are ways at the margins, or maybe even more than the margins, where you can ease up a little and make sure you are playing your best, or you have your best shot in 2025. That's what this is mostly about now.
I can see that, and for me, it comes down to the next two games over the course of the next 10 days, and Mark and I have talked about it. If you lose them both, then it's an easy call. If you win them both, it becomes a little bit more difficult. The two players I'm most curious about, though, Tim, in this scenario is George Kittle and Fred Warner. Fred prides himself on playing every game in his career but one, and George Kittle is on his way to a kind of a career year with catching the football. Does it become tough in your mind with those two players in particular?
Yeah, you have to have discussions with them. For me, Fred's playing on a fractured ankle, and he wants to be out there. And he was out there late in the game, on Sunday in the snow when they're down 35-10. And, you have to have the conversation, and you get the competitive. You want the competitive fire, right? You don't want players to be asking out, and you kind of have to have, like, is it reasonable for you to be out there? And I think you have kind of a big picture, heart to heart. And again, they're going to play, right? They're going to play Sunday. They're probably going to play the next game after that. They're probably going to play the next game after that. Just be reasonable about it. And there's a way to maybe get them off the field quicker. There's a way to, okay, Fred, do you really need to play week 17, week 18? Just have the conversation and understand there's pride. Understand that he's been going out there on a fractured ankle for 7 weeks. He's going to want to keep doing it. Admirable. You respect that. But you don't have to say everything is all out, every single play, every single game. Again, it's not for 2024 anymore. It's for 2025. It's a complicated conversation. I'm not saying it's easy, but I would be starting to have those conversations now. Again, I think some of them kind of already have been had.
Tim Kawakami with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Tim, how do you think this year, with all its complexities, has affected the way the organization views Brock Purdy and plans for next year?
Yeah, I mean, it's a week-to-week thing. I think that, they value Brock Purdy. Listen, it's the big picture is that he's won a ton of games. He's put up a huge stats. He's won 4 playoff games. I mean, these are things that are done. They're on the record book. You can't say that about very many quarterbacks in this league, and quarterbacks are expensive. They know this. If he'd had another great year like he had last season, maybe it's $60 million a year. You're going to have to pay it at the top of the market. Probably not that now, but again, he's going to ask for whatever he's going to ask for. If you turn away from Brock Purdy now, where are you? Right? I mean, Sam Darnold's your quarterback next year? I don't think they want to go down that path. I think it's pretty clear that the future is Brock Purdy at quarterback. He's going to turn 25 pretty soon. That's very young for a quarterback who has as many starts as he's had, who's won as many games in as many big environments as he's had. Has he had some iffy moments this season? Absolutely. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. I think we kind of knew that going into the season. Maybe you want to see more from him, but maybe that means it's $50 million a year instead of $60. Maybe they can get him at $48. I don't know. Again, I'm not going to do negotiations here, but I think he's going to be back. I think they're going to sign him to a long-term deal. Maybe the dollars drop a little bit, but I don't know that he was going to put a gun to their head and make them pay him like as much as Dak Prescott did to the Cowboys, or we've seen other teams do. I just don't think that was the way this was going to go. I think it was going to go to a very reasonable way. Again, I'm not negotiating the deal, so maybe his agent and the Purdy group have different ideas. Maybe the 49ers have different ideas, but I think he's a long-term answer. I'll put it this way. He's a long-term answer if Kyle Shanahan's your long-term coach. Now, if there are any questions about that in Jed York's mind, maybe you back off a Purdy deal at this moment. I don't think he has those questions, and I don't think he has those questions about Brock Purdy either. It's just saying, if you're going to a new coach in a year, then maybe you're not so committed to paying Brock Purdy $55 million a year off into the next, 6 years. I don't think that's the way this is going to go. I think this is going to be Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy into 2025, if you are committed to that. And if you're not, then you're talking about a rebuild. And I don't know if you want to tell that to Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Fred Warner, and everyone else. Then you're going to go in it with a long-term deal, every intent, I guess, for a long-term deal for Brock Purdy. And then you go into 2025 knowing who you got your quarterback. And I think they want to feel that way.
So Tim, just so that I'm clear, when you immediately said you think it's a week-to-week thing, you're talking more about like the specific dollars, not
how you feel.
Not
that's how you feel.
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Feelings.
So you don't think the Niners?
Good.
You don't think the team is questioning that week to week whether they like Brock Purdy?
No, I just mean it's in the world of instant adrenaline NFL where every game seems to mean so much, except for until the next game. It's just a feeling, and the feeling is whatever. It changes. But you're not getting a better quarterback than Brock Purdy. I think that is the practical way, which I always try to look at this, the practical way. They're not going to have a better quarterback than him for the next 5 years. You're going to have to pay for it then. If that's the decision now, you're going to have to pay for it. And if you can get it for less than $60 million, which is what I would imagine they could be, then you got to do it. You just have to do it. And I just don't know that there's any other way to find a quarterback who better fits Kyle Shanahan's system. I don't think there's a better way to find a better head coach than Kyle Shanahan. If those two are answered in the way I just did, then Brock Purdy is going to be making a lot of money for the 49ers. It's just a matter of what the number is. I'm just saying week to week is the feeling, oh, my God, that didn't look so good. But then the next week is your best shot to win. It just goes up and down on this, social media world or reaction world. You can't do it like that, though. You cannot do it like that. You have to do what's the long-term vision, what's the long-term piece. If you don't go with this guy, how are you going to replace him? And that's when it becomes very problematic for a world without Brock Purdy.
And that's where, as a fan, it becomes fun because you do get to do that. But for the Niners front office, they obviously can't do that and ride with every pass, every incomplete, every ball that slips out of his hand in the snow because he's not good in foul weather. You said something about the Shanahan system. As we look back at this year eventually, do you see changes that need to be made? Is it adjustments and tweaks? Are there bigger changes? What does Kyle do with his system, his staff, and his approach to avoid this happening again?
I think he's got to figure out how they can consistently run the ball again. It's so much is based on that. And my kind of wild theory has been that he had a system that was fine for like medium to pretty good running backs. We know Raheem Mostert, Elijah Mitchell, he had others that they won a lot of games with. Then they got Christian McCaffrey and everything changed and the world opened up to him. And I think it changed a little bit. And then he lost McCaffrey for the first 8 games this season. And really for the first 10, he really wasn't great. The first 2 games he was back from the injury. And Shanahan couldn't do it. He just, the running game wasn't there. I think, and if you ask me, it's about investment in the offensive line, which they really haven't done other than left tackle and a first round pick for Mike McGlinchey way back when, but they don't have him anymore. I think they've poured so much resources in the defensive line and the wide receiver. I get it, understandable. And they have not done it for offensive line. I think it's time to go to offensive line. Like, just, we can go run the ball. Jim Harbaugh drafts an offensive lineman, the top 5 pick. Kyle Shanahan has not done that. I think it's time, if you have a top 12 pick, let's say, look at tackle. Just feel like you can run the ball whenever, against whomever, even if they know. That used to be the 49ers. It has not happened this season, and I think that's kind of thrown the whole Shanahan thing off. If you cannot run, then you've got to have a better system than they have been able to call this season, obviously with a lot of injuries. I just think it's all crumbled because they get down to the red zone, because they do move the ball, right? They still move the ball. They didn't against so much in the last few games, but this season they piled up yards. They just cannot score touchdowns, largely because they cannot run the ball in the red zone. They're not running the ball into the end zone. I think kind of a strategic shift to say, you know what, maybe we do have to invest in a free agent guard, and maybe we should draft a tackle in the first round. And it's a very Harbaugh-esque, and I don't think it's wrong. And I think maybe building your next kind of 49er season around a newfangled kind of upper talent offensive line, I think would be the way to go. That's a shift, a personnel shift more than anything. But I think we've seen what the 49ers look like when they can't run the ball reliably, and it is not the same as we've seen in the past.
Tim, when you were talking about Purdy's future and you kind of linked it to Kyle and what ownership is thinking about that, how do you think Jed York feels about Kyle Shanahan right now?
I think he thinks he can't get a better coach. That's the way to look at it. You would obviously would have wanted him to win Super Bowls at this point, but it hasn't happened. He's gotten to 2. He's gotten to 4 NFC Championship games. You can't say, hey, he's done everything that Jed York would have ever wanted him to, and he's paying him a lot of money. But you can say that he's got them close to, and you can say that I don't know who would do a better job and who you can rely on putting together a structure the way Kyle Shanahan has. I don't think he's thinking about moving on from him. And in addition, if he loves John Lynch, which I think he does, if you fire Kyle Shanahan, you're probably going to lose John Lynch too. It's just, I look at it so practically. That's how I look at it. It isn't, oh my God, he could do this better, and fire him. Well, what are you going to do next?
Yeah.
What's this franchise going to look like after that? Is it going to be the dark days of Chip Kelly and Jim Tomsula? Is it going to be the days of Mike Nolan and Mike Singletary? I don't think that's where you want to go. And there's no way you know what the next guy is going to do. You just don't know. And in fact, you're probably going to get a worse coach, frankly. And I just don't see how that is the equation that Jed York is making. Maybe the younger Jed York would make a decision like this. He, in fact, did make a decision like this 10 years ago with Jim Harbaugh, and it was absolutely the wrong decision. I don't see him going down that road this time. Again, it doesn't mean he thinks Kyle Shanahan has been perfect. Kyle Shanahan has not been perfect. Jed York has not been perfect. Nobody's been perfect. And we've seen kind of the result of it right now, although you can explain it in the injuries, you can explain it in the Super Bowl hangover, you can explain it in all the different things. I just don't know with this group of players who believe in Kyle Shanahan, which I really believe they do. I wrote today, like, if you ever sense that they lose belief, there's a loss of will, different equation, certainly don't sense that. In fact, I think if you fire Kyle Shanahan, they'd be pissed off in that locker room. They would be mad about that. They believe that Kyle Shanahan is their best way to win. If all those things being true, then your best shot in 2025 with all these stars who you're not coming off of because you're invested in them is with Kyle Shanahan as a coach. I think that's the way Jed York is thinking, and I think it's the practical and smart way to think.
Agreed. And beyond that, it leads me to my next question, which is about the coordinators, the defensive coordinator, Nick Sorensen, and Brian Schneider, the special teams coordinator, neither of whom has had a terrific year. And Kyle spoke yesterday, and he basically defended the defensive coordinator. Where do you see these two positions lying? Are they being scapegoated, or are those coordinators having bad years?
Well, coordinators always get scapegoated. I mean, that's just kind of a job. It's job description. Unless you're running a perfect scheme, perfect players, you're going to get blamed for a lot of things. I think Sorensen is up in the air. I think he was like the fourth choice anyway in the offseason. If Shanahan can get one of those top 3 guys, with Jeff Ulbrich, I've even thrown out Belichick as somebody he asked about last year. If Robert Saleh is interested in the job, like there are ways he could go and say, look, I wanted to hire these guys last year. I'm bringing them in. I think they'll be better. I can see that, but he'd have to have a better candidate. Again, being very practical. I don't think he's down on Nick Sorensen. I think there's just possibly better candidates to run the defense, more exciting candidates to run the defense. I think that'll be TBD. I think Brian Schneider should not have this job anymore. So like he's going to finish out the season. You just cannot have this many mistakes. And they were not particularly good last year either. It's got to point to somebody, even if it's a scapegoating, even if the players are obviously the ones responsible for the mistakes. He's got to put them in better positions than he has. It would be very hard to explain bringing Brian Schneider back in 2025. If he insisted on that, which he's not going to, I can't believe, then maybe there's an issue down the road. But I cannot picture the 49ers keeping the special teams coach who ran this horrendous special teams groups this season being back for 2025.
Tim Kawakami on Willard and Dibbs, the Warriors Plus Minus Pod on the Odyssey Network and app. Also, his work on the SF Standard, always fantastic. So, Tim, when people come up to you on the street or you got friends who are like, man, Tim will know what's going on. What the hell happened to the 49ers this year? Do you go injuries, off-field tragedies? Do you talk about Kyle Shanahan? Like, how do you answer that question? What the hell happened?
Yeah, I think sometimes you have a bad year. I just think that's it. And there are reasons for it. You've pointed to some of them. I think the wear and tear of the deep postseason runs, call it Super Bowl hangover, or just 4 years of this hangover, is the clearest reason. But then sometimes you just have bad years. Sometimes it just doesn't come together. You get spoiled with a team that keeps going to playoffs. You get spoiled watching the Chiefs, for example. But other teams go through this too. And you bear with it. And I pointed to the Eagles last year, where the best team in the league, 49ers beat the hell out of them, and then they just went in a tailspin and lose in the first round. What do? They don't fire everybody. They change coordinators, but keep the roster core intact, go into next season with a plan, and look where they are now. I think you can compare those two smart teams, two teams that have talent, that don't do dumb things up and down the line, and just stay the course and see if next year's going to be bad. If next year's bad, entirely different discussion, a whole different thing, a whole different vibe. But that hasn't happened yet. I would just say sometimes in football where guys get hurt and the ball bounces funny and a few plays here, there's 3 plays that turn the season, 3, I'd say fourth quarters that turn the season. The Rams, the Cardinals, the Seahawks. They win 2 of those games, guys, they probably favor to win the division and maybe have the 3rd seed. Those games happen. They're there. Bad seasons sometimes occur, and I think that's the clearest explanation for this team this season is things just turn bad. Some of them totally their fault. Some of them kind of their fault. Some of them not their fault. Then you just pick it up, do what the Eagles did, go in the next season with some sense of confidence that we're still got good players, we still got good coaches, and the likelihood is it won't be as bad as it was this year.
So you get Saquon Barkley is how you go out there and fix it.
Or that.
Yeah,
Listen, they got Saquon. Well, they got Saquon Barkley. They got Christian McCaffrey. They didn't have him this year.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you make smart moves. You be smart. Usually, not every year. Usually, good things happen.
The Warriors, Tim, while we have you, we got the game coming up later tonight and a big one here at home against Denver. Started 10-2 and subsequently went 2-5. Which team are the Warriors? Are they the 10-2 group or the 2-5 group?
Oh, the easy answers. They're in between. Like even when they were 10-2, I don't think the real people thought that this was the best team in the league. Although they were the top of the conference, they were the top of the league for a little while.
Yeah.
You win at Boston, win at OKC, it's fair to think, oh my God, what's going on here? But even then, you could see that this was a good team, but not a great team. I think recently they've looked bad, but they're not that bad. There are several different things happening at once. The loss, obviously, of Anthony Melton, that's kind of just put a shock through the roster. Some underperformances by Pajemski to begin the season, looking a little bit better. TJD has not played very well. I think that has put a little shock to the rotation. Trying to force Lindy Waters in the starting lineup, that didn't work. They've got some issues, right? They just don't have that second score. We talk about that for years and years and years. They didn't have one. They won the title in 2022, right? Wiggins kind of turned into it, but not going to be the guy who's going to be it forever. They really need that second score. I don't think it's on the roster. Melton could have been it. Don't know that he would have been, but he could. Who's a chance to be it? They're probably going to have to make a trade if they really want to do this, or Jonathan Kuminga just says, this is it. I'm going to be that guy. Tonight's going to be a really interesting game for him. He's likely going to start, right, with Draymond out. Okay, Jonathan, you're going to get 33 minutes. You're probably going to get 20 shots if you want them. What do? I think maybe you see a big Kuminga game. I don't know if they're going to win. I don't know if he's going to do that. But a lot of this turns on, can Kuminga turn into that guy? We've talked about this for years. Or do they trade him at the deadline, which they can. They absolutely can. And what can they get for him? I just think this is a team that's kind of TBD. It's incomplete right now because they can be good. You still have Steph Curry. You can dream about a run through the playoffs when you got him playing like this. You got Draymond playing defense. And yet with the loss of Melton and the uncertainty about Kuminga and possibly trades that could develop into January and February, you just don't know where this is going to end up. I think it's a pretty good team. That's what I think they are. But they do have to play to it. And I'm very curious to see what Kuminga does tonight.
Big time. Against the Nuggets here in a matter of hours. Tim, thank you so much. We love it when you come on.
You got it anytime, guys.
Thanks, TK.
There it is. TK, the Warriors Plus Minus pod, which you can follow everything he was just talking about throughout the year right here on the Odyssey app. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard. And I think he nails it, except for, is Kuminga actually starting tonight?
Don't know, but he got me excited about looking at his prize picks number, Jonathan Kuminga, and his over-under. I'll have that for you on the other side.
Oh, wow.
As we look to dabble, you get your toe in the water, because you know I've been hot.
Well, we do love it when you gamble. I love it when you gamble.
Why is that, Mark?
Because when you gamble, the rest of us win. If you know how to play.
That's enough out of you, Director of Sports.
I was looking at the numbers, Dibs.
Yes.
The last 4 times you were trying to get back to 500, all losses.
0 for 4. Yeah,
Only 4?
It
feels like 11 times I've been trying to get back.
Have you been at 500 all year?
I think Mark mentioned before I was either 3-3 or 4-4.
And now
and since then, I've been chasing. I've been chasing it now.
I think you're about to go on.
You were 15-15 at one point.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look at me.
Since then, you are 3-5.
Oh, I'm 18-20 now. Yeah.
I think you're about to go on a big cold streak.
I haven't even looked at
the one that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at Thursday, but the pick is in for
Lions
Sunday.
and Packers on Thursday.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at it yet.
Well, I'll look at it for you. We're presented by Fremont Bank. So. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Hey, check this out. We got a lot to do. If you're on hold, we're coming straight to you. Grandy's grades. We got to do Grandy's grades.
Yeah, we do.
All right? Steph Curry said something over the weekend that you have to hear. We absolutely, starting at 5 o'clock, want to get into what Steph said, the Warriors rotation, Jonathan Kuminga, for goodness sakes, what Tim just said about that. We're going to get all of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, Dan Dibley here to talk about a huge...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
By the way, I forgot to tell you all. By the way, that's the voice of Brian Baumgartner, also known as Kevin from The Office. When the Niners were going to play the Packers, we always try to have him on when the Niners were going to play the Packers. Big Packer fan. And he was like, Mark, do you have to be a homer? And that was right before the playoff game.
Yeah.
And then he was feeling it. And then he lost. And he heard about it, just so you know. But I texted him. You guys were like, get Brian to come on the show.
Yeah.
And then he never came on the show.
Did he ghost you?
He did not. He responded too late.
Did he duck you?
No, he responded too late.
Ah.
I forgot to tell you that he did over the weekend. He hit me and he was like, dude, dialed out in Hawaii with the fam.
Look at that.
But then he's also, I got to give him credit for this.
Yeah, The Office is on everywhere all the time.
Yeah. I'm like, one time I was teasing him about, he said something about, like what he wanted to do next in his career. And I was like, you don't want to just continue to make humongous dollars for doing nothing while you're on syndication. Yeah. And he laughed. But anyway.
Syndication and chill is what that's called.
You know what that is?
It's a syndication sensation.
It is. And
thank you.
Anyway, he wanted to pass along his regrets for not coming on the show, but he said it's a good thing I didn't come on because the Niners are about to get their you-know-what's kicked.
Really?
In this football
They're
game.
donkeys?
Yeah. He wasn't wrong.
No.
He wasn't wrong. So that was on Saturday before the game.
It would have been fun to have him on, though, because we would have felt a little different, although with a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
And we weren't totally sure at that point that Brock wasn't going to play.
No, we didn't know that.
But, by the time Friday ended, it's like, oh, he's out. And there you have it.
So, anyway, we'll have him on in January when the Niners and Packers play in the playoffs. So, anyway, Raymond in Richmond has been very patient. Hi, Raymond. What are you doing?
Willard and Dibs, what's up with my guys, man?
What's good,
Raymond?
I'm just here to give you guys your flowers, man, for taking your heart out of the equation and talking about this team with your head. I'm one of these guys that on a Monday after a loss, I'm overreacting, but there's too many Daves in Fresno out there that only focus on the negative, like the positive with this team for the past 6 or 7 years doesn't outweigh that negative. So I just want to thank you guys for being the best show on 95.7 and making me feel better about my team. I love you guys, man. Have a good night.
Raymond, thank you for the call.
Raymond. Appreciate it.
I don't want to circle back to that. There's probably a lot of people listening that don't know what his reference was with regard to Dave in Fresno. So Dave called, and he was kind of coming down the road right out of the gate, saying both of us, and I know he was mainly targeting me on this. He's like, it's unbelievable that you guys sit there and act like Kyle Shanahan is this, that, and the other, and then starts listing off all of the things that have happened over the last 5 years, from Trey Lance to, whatever signings didn't work, Javon Kinlaw, all of the things. And it got hot because I'm sitting here going, listen, you can have all of those things, but why don't you have the same energy for a lot of the good things that Kyle has? And so whatever, we go back and forth. I don't ever want it to sound like you're not allowed to have your opinion or feel what you feel. I hope it doesn't sound that way. You're allowed to feel however you feel, and if you're super frustrated this year, I get it. I say all that to highlight something that Tim Kawakami said to us. And I hope y'all caught this, because I wonder if you did. Did you hear when we asked about Kyle Shanahan that he said this locker room would be pissed if the 49ers moved on from Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
I think that's a very interesting and significant sort of a statement, because it's not coming from a, hey, I think this, or you think that, or he's a choker.
The guy who's there every single day.
The locker room.
Yes.
He's like, the players on this team would be pissed.
If
the Niners, because they feel like that's their shot. That's their shot to do something
He's
special
their
in the
shot.
league. Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan is their shot. And Tim broke it down very sensibly.
Yeah.
People, I think deep down, would admit to it, but they want to feel how they want to feel. And bottom line, what the feeling is in the locker room matters a lot more than what the fans think. Ultimately, it comes down to the owner, and the owner can make a move like, I think about the Jets situation, and you fire Robert Saleh about a third of the way into the year, and it turns out it wasn't really his fault that the Jets are a tire fire. The team is a tire fire, not because of the head coach. The new head coach, the interim, a guy who Tim Kawakami mentioned was a defensive coordinator candidate. And that was the other thing that really struck me is TK saying, yeah, Nick Sorensen was probably the fourth choice. And Brian Schneider, Tim said he'd be shocked if he kept his job. And nobody wants to call for someone's job, but when you've been that bad.
Yeah, that's just kind of the way it works.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was just looking at some of the special teams metrics, and they're 32nd in the league in net punting. Punt distance minus return yards, and they're not even close to 30th.
They're a total mess.
It's Tennessee and the Niners are so bad, and then there's a gigantic jump to the 30th best team. They're 3 yards worse per punt than the 30th best team. So not only are they worst, Mark, they are worst by far in net punting.
Yeah, that's just, and I'm with him. It's not anybody calling for someone's job. It's just looking at the Niners and being like, in sports, you don't survive stuff like that. You can't be that awful and survive. It just doesn't work that way. We're going to do Grandy's grades here in just a sec, and then we're going to get to the Steph and Warrior stuff. Let's go to Telmo in the city. Telmo, hey, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I was trying to get through earlier, but I unfortunately had to tend to something real quick. Figured I'd call back.
Wait, so you have a live?
Here's the thing.
Man.
Well, he called in the midday show, too, so he's not that busy.
Radio listener and a life? Boy, you are multi-talented.
It's when I'm in the car, fellas. I got errands to run, and sometimes I have to hop out of the car.
All right.
But here's the thing. I was super like all Niners fans, and then I had to step and be like, you know what? I actually think those 3 division losses, and it doesn't seem like it now, could be, with everything going on, could be a blessing in disguise. Because if they had won those games, they would have limped into the playoffs. And yes, anything can happen in the playoffs. But without Jordan Mason, without Christian McCaffrey, with everybody hurt, with all these things going on, with Trent Williams and Charvarius Ward just going through their own battles that I, as a father, I would find unimaginable to try to cope with anything for a long time. And to go to just limp into the playoffs, to just say you made it, put everybody through that physicality, that schedule, and not really come out ahead. I think this way they have a chance to regroup. Maybe they get a draft spot that's 8 or 10 spots better than they would have, at the end of the season. Maybe some players get some time off and get some rest on their bodies. And I think I haven't seen Kyle and this organization have 2 really bad seasons. So they have people in place. They'll figure it out with Broad. Hope this leads to a better draft spot, and they can address some of the things, positions they need to. I hope the offensive line, because that's a glaring need at this point, and I don't think it could be neglected. And as a 49ers fan, I'm just now looking forward to, how does this team come back for next year?
Well, Telmo, thanks. I mean, it certainly could lead that way. We've seen this before. Jimmy G gets hurt, and you end up with Nick Bosa on the team. So something like that, absolutely, it could lead that way. I'm still personally a fan of you play until you play. And so
until it's no longer possible to make the playoffs. I'm with you.
I'm not going to be rooting against the 49ers on Sunday against the Bears because I want them to get the 9th pick as opposed to the 16th pick or something like that. But let me add this. There's been all this talk this year of emotional exhaustion or Super Bowl hangover or whatever. That's something else to add to this. I know there's draft position, but what if this doesn't go well? And what if the Niners just cower out and they go 7-10 or whatever? You do get to come back next year as a little bit more of the hunter than the hunted. You do get that mean streak to go through your body, which right now they didn't have.
All they had coming into this offseason was, oh, man, we got to climb the mountain again? Well, good thing we're really good. I mean, that was kind of the vibe of the Niners this offseason. Next offseason, if this does just go nowhere over the next month, next offseason you come back with like that angry streak of
hunger.
Everybody spent 7 months saying that you're awful and that was a disaster.
And also things will line up for you much better. And we mentioned it at the start of the year when we talked about the schedule, and we always play the schedule game, and it's completely foolish. I had them at 12-5, and many people would kind of agree that number was about the number we all thought. And we looked at certain stretches of games, and now that you've gone through 12 of these weeks, you realize, man, you could be 8-4, but you're 5-7, and you look back, it's like it's a tough schedule you've had. And you look at next year, you've got 4 AFC Souths, you've got 4 NFC Souths, you have 2 games that'll be against fourth-place teams if you wind up in fourth. That's 10 games right there that are juicy as opposed to at Green Bay, at Buffalo, Detroit on the 30th, et cetera, et cetera. Kansas City. Did I mention Kansas City?
Kansas City.
Next year's schedule is going to be a lot easier.
There was a reason Vegas looked at the Niners and everyone's like, should they win 15 or 14 this year? And Vegas's over-under was like 11.5. There's a reason.
Even 11 is,
It was a sucker bet. It was a sucker bet. It's not that it couldn't have happened, but like, dude, to win 12 games, and like last year they felt dominant and they barely, like they won 12 games. You know what I mean? It's very, very hard to do. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, some Warriors stuff is ahead. The game is 2 hours away in Denver against the Nuggets. But on Tuesdays after games, we go to our guy, Mark Grandy, and he gives us, like a professor, the dang grades.
How did the 49ers grade out this week? Did they pass? Did they fail? Let's find out. It's time for Grandy's Grades on Willard and Dip.
All right, guys, it's been a while. You guys were off last week for Thanksgiving. Good to have you back, and good to have Grandy's Grades back as well here on Willard and Dibs. We begin, as we always do, with the quarterback position. After he did not play in Green Bay, Brock was back. It wasn't great, though. I gave Brock Purdy a D for his performance. Only 11 completed passes, 94 yards, had a ball inexplicably slip out of his hand in the second half. A D for Brock Purdy on Sunday in Buffalo.
I graded him slightly on a curve, a weather curve. I gave him a C-. Everything you said is accurate. He didn't do much, and the big fumble mistake is something that cost you a flat letter grade for sure. But the conditions, you couldn't really throw it a lot, and you lost McCaffrey, and your offensive line didn't do you a lot of favors. So all things together, I gave him a C-.
Yeah, you know what was interesting? I'm kind of with you. I think C- for Brock Purdy, because it's just like, it's just not a quarterback game. I know Josh Allen looked better than Brock because A, he's Josh Allen, and B, that's his home stadium. He's done that before. I'm not saying that having a hard time in the weather is not a problem. It is. But one little thing I noticed, Brock couldn't get away from the pass rush as well, as effectively as he usually does. And I can only think that's because of the footing and the snow on the ground and whatnot. So, not a good game for Brock Purdy, but obviously a weird week to sort of assess play for a lot of these guys. So I'm with you. A C for Brock.
Fair enough. Up next, skill positions. This is wide receivers, running backs, and tight ends. Obviously, the Niners had George Kittle back in this game. He only had 1 catch on 2 targets. It was the Niners' first offensive play of the game where he had his catch, none other the rest of the game. The running game was great all game long. McCaffrey, before going out with that injury, was averaging nearly 8 yards a pop. Jordan Mason got 78 yards on 13 carries. That's 6 yards a pop. Garendo scored a touchdown. You did not get a lot, though, from your pass catchers. A lot of that is what we just talked about with Brock Purdy as well. But overall, considering what you did on the ground, I gave the skill positions a C for their performance.
Yeah, I'm gonna bump it up just a little bit more to I guess what feels good to me is about a C+. Kyle Juszczyk fumbled at the goal line. That effectively kind of ended the game. I'm going to put that mistake into this, but Christian McCaffrey and Jordan Mason and Isaac Garendo were all very effective in what they were being asked to do. And see my previous point with regard to the receivers, is just not a great situation to pass the ball and catch the ball and handle the ball and move up and down the field. It's very, very difficult to do. But they did not do it as well as the other team, so I'll go C+.
Yeah, and I'll be the bad guy. It's a D+ for me. And you look at the second half, and I was just going through. They had 20 total offensive snaps in the second half. That's it, included in which there were a couple of drops, Kittle and Debo. You had a Juszczyk fumble. Purdy fumble doesn't count here. Ricky Pearsall fell down on a route, which is a skill guy who, and we'll get to that in coaching when we talk about footwear, and they had 4 runs for 0 or negative yards. The second half was a complete non-factor offensively, so I'm coming with the heavy hand here. It's a D+.
No, I like it. I like it. Someone else is the bad guy for once.
Yeah, exactly.
Like up next is the offensive line. Of course, you were down 2 starters. Trent Williams at left tackle, Aaron Banks at left guard. Ben Bartch filling in at left guard. Actually doing a pretty decent job, kind of surprisingly. And Jalen Moore, nowhere near as bad as I think a lot of us were expecting him to be filling in for Trent Williams. There were holes on the ground all game long. Purdy was only sacked once, but it still wasn't the cleanest pass blocking game from the Niners. Overall, though, I was expecting it to be worse. A C+ for the offensive line.
Yeah, highest grade that I'm going to give here in this session, and it's a flat C. Everything you said is accurate. They ran the ball well. Ben Bartch, congratulations in your first start over there at left guard. You had mostly 2s on the line, and yet you kept the heat off Brock for the most part in tough conditions.
I'm having a hard time figuring out why you guys gave them as low of a grade as you did. You said nothing but good things about them, and then both of you were like C. What'd they do wrong? The whole year has been about these guys committing penalties, and they didn't commit penalties.
Mapuni had the 1.
Okay, but you get 1, you get 2, you don't get 8. You know what I mean? No, can I ask you guys back, what did you not like about the offensive line?
They keep Brock that clean.
Well, I mean, but how many times was he under pressure? He was sacked once?
Yeah, twice according to the box score.
Okay, I give him a B+. They did their job, probably better than almost anybody in the whole game.
Yeah, that's fair. It's the highest grade I gave, but B+ a little spicy for me.
Well,
they couldn't even get 100 yards passing.
Right. There's a blizzard. I'm listening to you guys, and you both went on 30 seconds of compliments and then went, so I give them a C. I'm just trying to figure out where the demerit was.
Well, the demerit was that Brock Purdy didn't have much of a pocket from which to throw when they did decide to throw, and running-wise, they were good. So maybe C is a little bit low, but...
Do you have any demerits, Grandy?
Jake Brendel is not a starting center.
That's sort of an omnipresent.
That still counts when he plays.
All right,
you can go ahead and chalk that up.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I give him a B+.
It's above average. It's a positive performance.
That's right. Those big guys were good.
Up next, we move to the defense. The front 7. This is the down linemen and the linebackers. Man, it was ugly for this group. They could not tackle. They were filling wrong lanes in the run game. James Cook was running all over everybody. I know you, Mark Willard, loved that. Helped you get a win in fantasy. But it was not good for the Niners. Front 7 gets an F for how they performed.
I don't know if I can say much to refute that at this point. I mean, just all the things you said. Wide open get the only thing. I tell you what. Here you go. I give them a D- instead of an F. For this reason and this reason alone. They're not very good. So they can't play good because they're not very good. They have very, very few good players on that front 7. So they played exactly like I would expect them to play. That's the best thing I can say about them.
And the coordinator didn't do a lot for him in terms of exotic help, exotic coverages. I also had it at a D-, partly graded for conditions because, as you saw, the offensive line on both sides was dominant in the run game. So you take a bad run defense, you mix in 3 or 4 inches of snow, you got no chance. So I gave him a D-. Maybe it's charity.
Yeah, tough situation, no doubt. But the Bills on the other side had the same thing going for them, and they were a little better at being able to stop the offense. Up next is the secondary. Obviously, the passing numbers were not great for either team, so maybe you feel like this grade is a little bit too strong in one way. But for me, the secondary, it still wasn't that good. A lot of that was also in the run game. You come down, and Jair Brown. Yep. We got to have a conversation about Jair Brown and his future as a starting safety on this team. He's consistently over-pursuing, not holding outside leverage, allowing any ball carrier to get outside and then past him. I thought it was an okay day for the young rookie secondary members, but still there were a couple of key moments. The Khalil Shakir 4th and 2, wide open, gained like 17 yards to set up a touchdown. A D for the secondary. Not really many positive plays for me.
Yeah, C+, because not that many negative plays. You just pointed out the big ones. I think in general, their coverage down the field when Buffalo did try to throw was pretty solid, and the run fits outside of the big miss on the Cook 65-yard touchdown run. Mustafa had a couple. Green had a couple. They're asking the secondary to tackle much more than a secondary is supposed to tackle. I thought, by and large, they were good, other than the big misses. C+.
Yeah, I go C, and for a lot of the reasons you guys are talking about, the Jair Brown conversation, in fact, the whole way that they've sort of built the safety room, I think, deserves a conversation. That feels like a weakness all of a sudden, and that has not been the case the last few years. So there's that. I thought Charvarius Ward was a little bit late on his break to try to get to the outside on the touchdown run, not the one for James Cook, the short one. I think it was Ray Davis
who took touchdown.
One. Yeah, the first touchdown.
And he also got boxed out by Matt Collins for that touchdown.
Yeah, I think so. But they didn't commit a lot of penalties. And again, I give them a bump for conditions, because when you're running around on snow and your job is to follow someone else and you have bad footwear, that's hard. That's not easy. So, sure, we'll give them a C.
All right, I see. Coming up next is special teams, and there were 2 missed field goals in this game. I do not blame Jake Moody for those missed field goals at all. Bad conditions, as you guys are talking about, that's nothing against Jake Moody, in my opinion. But there was another fumble on a kickoff return. Deebo Samuel did have a couple of really nice returns, but then he put one on the ground after, and it turned into a turnover for Buffalo. You're just another major mistake on special teams. I can't give him anything better than a D+. That's what I gave him. A D+ for what happened.
I was thinking C-, but maybe that's because I'm grading on a curve, and we're looking at a special teams group that hasn't had a good grade all year. So I don't know why. It's like I look at this and I go, well, it's better than most of the games they've played this year. Still bad. You're still dropping the ball too much. And I actually do. I don't put on Jake Moody the long miss right before halftime. How many yards was that? 55. 55
the
yards.
other one was 45.
Yeah, the 55-yarder in the snow, okay.
Agreed.
The 45-yarder, that's not easy, but come on. The Bills kicker is knocking things right through the middle. The other kick that Jake did make would have been good from 45.
Yep.
So kick it straight. And then it goes through the goalpost, and you get points. That's how it works, and that's your job.
Tyler Bass didn't make a field goal in this game.
But all of those extra points would be good from 45. Like, they're going through the top. You got to kick the ball straight. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And you're not kicking it straight enough.
Unless you want to start that baby, a couple of clubs to the right and bend it back in.
You can do that. You can bend it like Beckham.
With you on everything you guys said. I had it at a D+. I do want to point out the one punt in the first half that they were able to down at the 3-yard line, 57-yard net, and Cowling had a nice return, too, of about 11 yards on a punt in that second half. But other than that, you guys are spot on with your breakdown.
Yeah, Pat O'Donnell is maybe pushing Mitch Wishnowsky, huh?
Pushing him out the door.
And then last but not least is coaching. This has been a grade that I have not changed for a number of weeks now. The coaching staff gets another F from me. It's something that you were talking about a lot today, Dibbs, and yesterday as well. Backs up against the wall against a really good team in the weather. You got to try to break out everything to try to win this football game, and it seemed mostly vanilla for me once again. There's a couple of other reads, but that's the biggest one for me. I just did not see a team perform, act, come out, and play like their backs were up against the wall. And to me, that feels like it goes on the coaching staff.
And I will add in the lack of appropriate footwear. And as you know, the shoes make the man, and they were slipping and sliding. Evan Anderson falling down out of his stance. In the opening series, they had 2 or 3 guys fall going in motion. And that, to me, is a part of the umbrella of coaching. But again, I'm going to nod to the elements and give him a D- because Shanahan, fourth quarter, covered in snow, angry face. I was kind of into it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I was kind of into it.
As a great man once said, money has got to be the shoes. And so, yes, I'm with you that is a part of this conversation. But yes, for me, I'll give it a D, mainly just because it's the first letter in defense, and I was much more offended by that side than the other side of the ball.
Look, Kyle Shanahan's offensive game plan, we may not have liked how it developed, but we know what it is. He wanted to come out and run the ball, and they were gashing. They were absolutely gashing. Then Christian gets hurt, then Juszczyk fumbles. Now you're down double digits, and the next thing you know, everything is completely sideways. So I don't think it was the most offensive coaching performance I've ever seen, so not an F, but not much better.
By the way, we're talking about the field goal attempt, the 45-yard field goal attempt. That less on Jake Moody to me and more on Kyle Shanahan. Go for it on fourth down.
He had plenty of leg. He had plenty of leg.
I thought everything across midfield, maybe you get to the 40-yard line of Buffalo, especially once you got down. It's 4-down territory.
Thought crossed my mind, but then when he had plenty of leg. You know what I mean? If he had slipped and sliding all over and the ball's landing in the end zone or something, but he had plenty of leg. Then you got to make it.
3rd and 14 from the 33. He gives it to Mason. They run it for 6. So he had decided already at 3rd and 14 he wanted a chunk and to kick it. He had no designs on going for it.
Just throw and get yourself 9 or 10 and go for it on 4th and 5.
Because that was going well.
No, he just completed one to Debo for 6. And the one before that, and I thank you, Grandy, for the wonderful grades, but the way it played out is 1st and 10 at the 29. You're looking to get a touchdown and take the lead. CMC gets hurt. And I know he got hurt on the previous play.
But he also lost 5 yards.
Lost 5.
Yeah.
And then in the hubbub, and this could fall under the coaching umbrella, delay a game. So you lose 5 on the McCaffrey injury, and he hobbles off, so there was no stoppage. And then it was just, maybe they were a little stunned at the reality. Delay. Now it's 1st and 20. Coaching, man.
This is the last thing I'll say today about the Niners until we hop back into this, some other time. But at minimum, it was this game, these 2 games that we've watched the last 2 Sundays. They sort of obviously change our expectations and therefore our angle into watching a game. I think even with everything going wrong, you still sat down the last 2 Sundays and went, okay. Can you save this sucker? Can you get to 6-6? And the answer was resoundingly no. And so, isn't your angle a little bit different now? There's not this fiery let's go beat the Bears this weekend. Now I'm more looking at it almost the way a parent watches a child. It's as an interested observer to see if the 49ers actually have anything in their tank at all. They played 2 straight Sundays where you're like, oh, you're not even an NFL team. You can't even stay on the field with these people. For all the reasons, I get it. We all watched. But now the Bears, who are capable, but not very good, and also out of it. And in fact, also, by the way, this is great to know, if they're trailing with less than 30 seconds to go, they will just run the clock out for you.
Yeah, not anymore.
So that's fun.
The Flus is gone.
I know, new coach. But anyway, my point is I just the Niners are favored this weekend.
Yeah.
I just want to, do you have anything left to show us at all?
Right.
I think that's the way I watch this Sunday.
And it's just interesting hearing you go through all that because it had me thinking about the famous 5 stages of grief model, Kubler-Ross, and because this is sports grief, and you can go from anger to, and we've all been through anger,
sure.
And then there's depression, there's denial, acceptance, and bargaining. Feels to me like you're kind of in the bargaining phase. If we can just, keep it close and maybe get one over on Chicago, then, maybe we get to the Thursday game and we can start to change our feelings.
Maybe, but I'm more let me at least watch the first half of this one. I still think I'm in the acceptance phase, which is that it's kind of like the premise of our show today.
You've accepted that it's over.
No, I'm accepting why everything went totally haywire. And while I think that there are plenty of areas for criticism and disappointment, I also largely give them a pass because there is so much that has completely gone wrong out of their control.
Yeah.
And so I'm accepting that, sort of like the way Tim Kawakami answered the question, some years are just bad years. And this is it's just
well, if you've accepted that, then wouldn't you be of the mind to then shut it down if you're in at that level of acceptance?
Because I don't know what that does for you. You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean?
I get it.
Like, why don't we try a young running back? Well, you're going to do that anyway.
Exactly. Why don't we try a new left guard? Well, you got a new left guard.
Organically,
left tackle. You got a new left tackle.
Those of you who want to see young guys play, you're already getting that.
You check the depth chart.
You're getting it. The rookies are all in.
I am still in the denial phase, according to the 5 stages, and they don't necessarily go in a specific order, as we've discovered through years of grief, but I'm denying that the loved one, in this case the 49ers, I'm denying that they have passed on or that it's terminal. I still think that there's a miracle cure out there.
Sure.
8% chance to make the playoffs. I still believe that with a couple of wins and you're favored over the Bears, and it'll probably be close against the Rams if you beat Chicago and everybody stays upright.
As far as who's favored?
The spread, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be small.
2 or 3, it'll probably be right in there. But for me, I'm not yet to the acceptance, and I'm certainly, there's been times of anger and certainly depression, like Sunday night when you're watching that game. It's hard not to lapse into depression when you see a team just hot knifing through butter all the way down the field on you, and your team can't hold on to the football. But I guess I'm still in denial over it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you from the standpoint of, like, I don't want to go run errands during the Niner game.
But you wouldn't anyway. If they were 5-10. Wow.
I don't know if somebody came up with a better offer. You know what I mean? Like
quick trip to the beach.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not done with the year.
Of course.
I'm not done with it. I would certainly not predict that it's going anywhere, but the whole shut everybody down thing, to me, I still, and we've tried a couple of different ways to get an answer today of, like, what does that get you? Oh, protect Fred Warner. From what? Like, from what? If he needs surgery, he'll get surgery. And he'll be back in plenty of time. So I just don't know. I don't know what you gain by that. But anyway, you can certainly weigh in. 888-957-9570 is the number. We've been promising this. We really want to get to this. Let's have this conversation. The Warriors play the Nuggets in a little bit over an hour and a half right here on 95.7 The Game. Did you all catch this over the holiday weekend? The Warriors lost to the Suns. And Steph Curry, the voice of this city, said this when they asked him about this 13-man rotation. Pay very, very close attention to what he says here. I think it's important.
I mean, the only thing I'll say is it is hard for anybody to know or try to get a rhythm and know what you're going to be asked to do. Then I think the first part of the second quarter, we said we played 13 guys. That's tough. We are a unique team. It's a unique situation. I don't think that's been done in the league probably ever, but it is an 82-game schedule, and you got to figure out what adjustments you need to make. To your question, do we need to shorten it? We probably need to be a little bit more predictable on a night-to-night basis so guys can get a little bit of a rhythm. Does that shorten it 1 or 2 guys? Maybe. But the first unit, we didn't start off well tonight, so that was a little bit on us. Try to claw our way back into the first, and then we hit a little low. And whether it's rotations, whether that's a lack of execution, whether that's guys just not being in rhythm, whatever it is, we got to adjust.
Do you need to shorten your rotations? He says we probably need to be a little bit more predictable. Does that mean moving 1 or 2 guys to the bench? Maybe. That's what Steph Curry just said. Into a microphone. Into a microphone. In other words, playing this many people means that you're getting less output from all of them. Yes, they all contribute, but they all contribute at a lesser level because none of them can get into a rhythm. The fact that Steph Curry, as they get ready for Game 20, said that publicly into a microphone, I'm not saying he's like passively, aggressively trying to send a message to the organization. I know he has Steve's phone. He can call him and tell him himself. Or maybe they're standing right next to him. So, but that carries a lot of weight. That carries a lot of weight, and it does feel like we're getting to be about high time to the where Warriors need to try to tighten something up.
They got to figure it out, and I guess it's made a little easier in the short term by the fact that Draymond Green, I'm not sure if he's officially been ruled out tonight. I would imagine he's going to be out. The assumption was he was doubtful earlier today, so I would expect that he's out, and I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't miss a small handful of games. It's confirmed he is out.
Draymond Green is officially out tonight. Yes.
And if he is, changed from questionable to doubtful and then he goes to out, I would guess it's more severe than just a load management kind of thing. So you may not have Draymond for a couple, 2, 3, maybe more games, which does make this problem a little bit lessened because already in your 13-man rotation, you don't have Melton, and now you don't have Draymond. So you go into tonight legitimately with 11. Apologies to Pat Spencer, who did play a little bit the other night.
That's one of the ones that to me, and by the way, if you want, like when you look at Pat, you're like, what are you doing on the NBA floor? And then he does stuff, and you're like, oh, okay, he can play.
Yep.
I'm not taking a shot at Pat, but here's what I am saying.
Number 61 in your program.
If you're down a couple guys already, and you're saying that a 13-man rotation is a little bit too much, instead of adding another, it's like, oh, we got a 12-man rotation, but we lost Draymond Green. Oh, then grab a new guy. Make sure it's still a 12-man rotation. No. Go to 11. Go to 10. There are a few names that I look at right now, and I wonder. I wonder about their minutes. It does feel like Brandon Pajemski is getting maybe more minutes than it feels on some nights like he deserves. I get that he not shooting the ball well. He's not scoring the ball well.
No.
He does a lot of other things well. And so I understand why coaches love that. He rebounds. He takes charges. He is one of those guys. He's an effort guy. And so it's easy to keep him on the floor. But when you're struggling to score and he's struggling to shoot, I think there are moments that one is a little bit of a difficult putt.
Well, especially when you have already on your team 4 other guys who struggle to score. And I guess I'll put Kyle Anderson in there and talk about Draymond and Kavan. GP2 doesn't necessarily light it up. And so as you start to look at playable players, you can't have too many guys who aren't scoring.
I agree.
And Pods is at 38% from the floor, like 21.5 from 3.
And Kyle Anderson, same kind of thing. Does a lot of these things on the floor, but look, his nickname is Slow-Mo. We know that he's a little awkward offensively, to say the least. And so I don't think now's the time to sit him more because Draymond Green is out, and he's one of the guys that can sort of fill a little bit into that role. But once Draymond gets back, I don't know, man. I wouldn't be afraid to have some DNPs for Kyle if that helped guys sort of like find their rhythm. And then look, this is where this conversation will really ramp up. There's a couple guys right now that have my attention as far as like, okay, first of all, I don't know how much you're really asking out of Buddy Hield, but the shine is starting to come off a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a little bit.
He's come back down to earth.
Down to earth.
Well, he was just bananas for the first half dozen or so games.
So, like, that's one thing to keep an eye on. But this is how I feel. I really feel like, and we get it, contractually, the organization, everything we've been through, the fact that he's a lottery pick, I feel like a lot of stuff sometimes right now around Jonathan Kuminga just feels forced. It just feels forced. And whether that's because they need him to be this big scorer or they want him to be this big scorer or they need to make sure the minutes stay at a certain number, I don't know what it is. I just know that when he is out there and playing a central sort of piece of the puzzle on the floor, it doesn't work. It very, very often. If he goes on a scoring heater that happens once a week, great. But outside of that, he needs to start, he needs to this, he needs to that. No, he can't shoot from 3 consistently. When he drives, he's not a great finisher, but we're all sitting here watching Kuminga like he's a show within the show. Can he earn the contract? Can he do this? Can he do that? I don't know, man. He doesn't look like a great fit.
Well, I don't think that he is stylistically from the way they play, but here you are pot committed. He's in year 4. You chose not to extend him in the offseason, so here you are. You're going to play him as much as you can, showcase him as much as you can, either trade him or not trade him, and then get to the offseason and let him go out there and field offers. And if he gets an offer that you think works for you, you match it, you keep him, and you continue to play him. But I think between now and then, it's a little bit of a square peg in a round hole because you're not going to change the way you play basketball, pass and move and cut and all the rest of it. And he can't adapt this quickly to the way you play basketball. So all you can do is, I think, play him off the bench. I don't think he starts tonight.
I agree.
I think you keep playing him off the bench, and when he's in there, you tell him, JK, look for yours. Try to go out there and create, attack, shoot when open. Just play basketball, JK.
I guess, but to say you haven't had enough time to adapt to the system, he's in his 4th year.
No, I mean, from between now and the end of the year.
Okay, I got
you. And Steiny made a good point earlier. Steiny was asking, how has he gotten better? And Steiny was kind of going through his game, and he said his mid-range game has gotten a lot better. But other than that, and Steiny was like, he can't really change directions with the ball. He can't shoot the three. Free throws are a little scary. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of things that he hasn't gotten better at.
I got something that'll make you won't like this. You want to know how he's gotten better? He's just playing more minutes. That's it. Why have his numbers gone up? Because he's out there.
Well, his numbers aren't actually up from last year.
No, but that's my point. Like, once they finally put him in second half of last year, the only thing that's different is he's in there. But I don't think the game looks refined. I don't think it fits. And ironically, here we are yet again. Who's the guy who loses because of all of Kuminga's minutes? It's Moody. And Moody is someone who does fit, and he can knock down a three. And I'm still actually now questioning what we know about Moses, who's going to be here, I know, for at least 3 more years after this one.
Well, he's untradeable right now.
I mean, like, right now, I would rather he gets the minutes to see if it will fit and flow within the Warriors' offense so it doesn't feel like there's 4 people and Jonathan. That's what it looks like when he's on the floor.
Well, you can't not play Kuminga. I mean, so
you're allowed to play him less. I get where you're coming from, though.
You've got between now and mid-February to show the league this guy can be this kind of player.
I don't know. I think the league feels the way they feel. I don't know that they're looking to show. You know what I mean?
There's a sucker born every day.
No, like, I think the league is interested in him because maybe he fits better in another system, because of the athleticism, because of the youth. We asked Ramona that. The league likes Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know if you need to, fool someone by, bumping up his points numbers. Here's what I'm getting at. If this keeps leading to losses, and the whole starting him thing, he doesn't work with Wiggins. He doesn't work with Wiggins. We know this already.
Yeah.
And I'm not ruining what looks like a good year for Wiggins by making him play with Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, Wiggins has been great. He's probably been the best Warrior. And just looking at those 3-man combinations that Steve Kerr loves to look at when he tries to figure out who to play with whom, you don't see a lot of Kuminga in the 10 best lineups. You see a lot of Steph, you see a lot of Draymond, and you see a lot of Wiggins. Kuminga actually is only in one of the 10 best trios, and that's with Steph and Draymond.
Right, and people will say, so why don't you play him with Steph and Draymond more? And I'd argue because he doesn't do well what they would need for him to do well. Like, Steph's going to be the one who drives the offense. And when he drives and when Draymond moves the ball and they whip it around and it lands with Jonathan Kuminga for an open three, how you feeling? That's not who I got 5 other Warriors I would rather to take that shot.
Yeah.
So
his second best combo is with Andrew Wiggins and Draymond, incidentally enough. And this is according to
his second best combo.
Kuminga's second best. It actually is with Wiggins. So I do think that they've played better together. I think they're better apart. And I wouldn't mess at all with the starting lineup in terms of
I'm with you.
Kuminga and Wiggins. And I also think that there's value for JK to come in with 5 minutes to go in the first quarter or 3 minutes to go and just say, all right, go ahead and warm your way into the game. Steph's going to be coming out in a second, and you can really look to score.
To me, the starting lineup is just take Draymond out and put Kyle Anderson in. If you want that starter to be that 2 guard, you want it to be Pods, you want it to be Lindy. If you want it to be Moody, fine. I'm okay with any of that. Kyle Anderson goes in for Draymond. Let's ride. Kuminga keeps his role. I'm with you. That's what I would do. Josh on 580 on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Josh. Thanks for calling.
What up, fellas? I just wanted to chime into this conversation, man. I think it's interesting going 13 deep because, going 13 deep is cool when they're all, legit NBA players. But when you get to, Lindy Waters, who had some good games, but he's not truly an NBA player, Pat Spencer, not truly an NBA player. Now that 13 deep doesn't look as good, you got to shorten the rotation and get guys that are going to be impactful to play. Why is Lindy Waters in the game in the fourth quarter over Moses Moody? Right? Moses Moody is a proven player more than him. Why is he in the game? why is Pat Spencer in and Buddy Hield's on the bench the whole fourth quarter? So I think they had to shorten the rotation and go with the guys who have been productive for them early in the season. Buddy Hield's minutes were great early in the year. He's playing 28, 27, those games that they're winning. Lately, 16, 17, 20. He's got to be up in the 25-minute area because that second unit needs him. Whether he's missing or not, he's got to be able to be a threat out there. And the second point, to Kuminga, he might not be a fit, but he's the offense in the second unit. Him and Buddy were carrying that second unit, early in the season when we're stacking wins because they were playing great. You got to kind of rely on those two guys as much as possible in the second unit because what's happening in these last 4 games is what happened all last season. Steph goes out, we can't score, we lose leads, we start to crumble. We got to have Buddy and Kuminga continue to be the focal point of the offense in the second, in that second unit.
Josh, I totally grab your vibe. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it, but it's hard to watch Kuminga, man. I'll tell you why. This is what you have with Jonathan Kuminga. You have someone who's trying to learn how to shoot a 3, and it's not going well. And I've said that all last year. If he can't hit the 3, he's not going to be the player he wants to be. But what does he do well? Everyone, he's so athletic. All right, so you have an incredibly athletic player who can't do what? He can't hit a 3, and he can't hit a free throw. So what do you have? You have someone who can fly and get fouled. If I was defending Jonathan, that's all I'd do. I'm laying back. You want to shoot a 3? Shoot a 3. You want to try to drive on me? I'm gonna whack your arm so hard the ball flies into the 5th row.
70% for his career,
and
61 this year.
Brutal.
He's having a rough go, and he's 70% for his career. So you can look at it and think, maybe it's mental, and it's mental for a lot of these guys. They're a terrible free throw shooting team. Totally. He's not alone, so he at least will get you to the foul line. He's shooting 4 free throws a game, which is most in his career. I'm not ready to completely give up on him. I do think that you're right about the fit, because when you watch him, it doesn't look like normal Warrior basketball, but then he'll go on a 3 or 4 possession spree where it's like, man, that move, and then he'll stroke a 3, and then he'll get to the line. It's like, okay.
There's a pop in there, and it happens
more than once a week.
Like once every 2 games. You're going to get a 10-minute stretch where you're like, damn, okay, let's cook. Once every 2 games. But you also get 2 stretches where he either disappears or goes on a clank fest or can't finish. Look at his percentages.
8 for 21 against OKC. He was a +2 in that game.
Okay.
And they lost. And 4 of 12 against Phoenix.
What's the 3-point shooting percentage this year?
Oh, it's not good. It's 29%.
I don't even mean the 20.
Better than Pods.
Yeah, no, he can't shoot either.
Stand on it.
Neither one of them have been able to shoot this year. Mark Grandy has the lineup. Before he announces it live on 95.7 The Game, you want to take a stab at it?
Yes, before I do that, I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Will this or won't this be the 10th different starting lineup for the Golden State Warriors this year? In other words, will this be a repeat of a previous lineup? And they've only had, I'm looking at it, 4 lineups without Steph Curry this year.
Has Draymond missed any games this year?
He has missed, he missed 1 game.
He missed 1?
Yeah.
No, this is the first game he's missed.
Okay.
My bad.
So then, yes,
Never
this
mind.
will be a different lineup.
That's my fault. I thought he had missed a game.
I'll take a stab at it. I'll do just basically what I'll go TJD, Slow-Mo, Wiggins, Pods, Steph.
You got 3 of the 5 right.
3?
Yeah.
This is like Price is Right, where you're like, okay, which 2 did you
got to switch the 2 cards.
What do you think?
I'm going to say Curry, Pods, TJD, Wiggs, and GP2.
You also got 3 of the 5 right.
Wait a minute. Curry is one of the correct ones.
Curry's correct.
Wiggins is one of the correct ones.
Is one of the correct ones.
Is TJD the other correct one?
Nope.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. So Pods is the other correct
correct.
one. All right, we need a whole new front court.
1 through 3 is Steph, Pods, and Wiggins.
So Looney is in.
Yep.
Correct.
Good call.
All right.
You're just looking for number 4.
And we're looking for number 4.
Kuminga.
That's correct. Steph, Pods, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Looney.
Nod to Tim Kawakami. He said he's going to start, and this is going to... Okay, buddy. Here you go. 33 minutes. What you got? What you got in Denver?
Hopefully 12 points, because that was the Prize Picks line. Over
for
under
Kuminga?
12.
12?
14 and a half, Coach.
Prize Picks, I can show you.
Oh, you must have one of those little green devils.
Yeah, do you have one of the, it's a depressed line? Is that what you got?
I apologize. 15.
Oh, now it's 15. Well, it's going
crap.
up by the second.
Yeah, 12 would be a lot more fun. Yeah, go get it, JK. Time to eat, kid.
Yeah, he should beat that. He should. He should beat that.
Yeah, well, fade the dibber. Sorry about that, JK.
Well, what would you take? 15 points, over or under?
Yeah, I'm on
Jonathan Kuminga, what would you say? Over or under?
I'm on the over.
You're on the over.
Cuckoo.
All right.
We locked that thing in.
$1,000 on the under.
I'm also...
Dub Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Boy.
You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And?
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Yeah, that's right. Your picks stink.
So you don't think you're going to get 15 tonight, JK? Over 15?
Well, now he's going to go out there and tank it.
Well, here's the other one, too, that you can fade or not fade. Nikola Jokic, I'm over on the points, rebounds, and assists.
What is it?
54 and a half.
54 and a half. And you're over.
Oh, yeah.
Is he averaging a triple-double?
Something like that.
No, he is, right? Isn't he averaging a triple-double this year?
I don't have the numbers in front of me.
Nikola Jokic is averaging 29.6 points per game.
Pretty good.
10.7 assists per game.
Yep.
And
13.2 rebounds.
There you go.
10.7 assists.
So if my math is right, a great game of 30, 12, and 12 would lose.
Right. 30, 11, and 13 would also lose.
Wait, 30, 12,
which is
and 12,
what he's averaging.
30, 12, and 12. So what did you say it was? 54 and a half?
That's
right.
Crazy.
You're literally like, that's just...
If he has an average game.
He's having an average game.
He goes for 30, 13, and 11. I lose. Fade the dibber.
You lose by a half.
A loss is a loss in Prize Picks.
Yeah.
They're ruthless. They're really not.
Okay, we're sponsored by Safeway, and we always like to do fun at 5:45. We have a couple calls that are waiting, actually, that I think will fit into this. Why don't we just, there's been so much talk about being angry, right? I'm angry, Jeff. That's awesome. All right, you're angry at the Niners, whatever it is. Focus your energy on one person in Bay Area sports. Who are you most frustrated with right now? Focus your energy. Happy
holidays, everyone.
One person. And call us right now at 888-957-9570. And just let it out. Just let it out. And then you can go have dinner and have a better night and watch the Warriors, and maybe they'll win. Who is that person you're most frustrated with right now? 888-957-9570. Take your calls on that next. It's Willard and Dibs.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals for members.
Bay Area, it's Keith Santos here. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 957 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your pigs stink.
Oh, it's funny, huh, Gee? Did you watch that game last night, Gee? Hey, Gee.
Yeah, and your pick stunk.
My pick was smelling like a rose until Jameis Winston happened.
You know
Bay Area,
what?
it's Kevon Looney.
Okay.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
We couldn't even get the "you're listening to" part of it. He just ran right to the end.
Skip to the end.
He just went right to the end.
We're all waiting
That was
for.
so good that I have multiple versions of a lot of these. just to make it short and sweet, like this one too.
Dub Nation, it's Kyle Anderson. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Dude, you're new here. What do you know?
Don't tell me your picks were smelling like a rose until they didn't. My dog smells good until a skunk sprays her. Then she stinks.
I need to apologize to you and not really the group. Yes, to you.
Why?
Because you sent a video earlier today, a video of your son.
That was last night.
It was last night because I was, to be honest, I don't normally get angry. Oh, that's awesome. I don't normally get angry over things like the NFL and like silly things like Fade the Dibber because I don't bet on it.
Right.
But I really wanted to win that combined with the absolute fantasy shellacking that I took last night from Guru to knock me out of any possible playoff spot. I was admittedly angry. And I was in need of a fantasy win. You sent me a video of your son and I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it?
Didn't watch it.
That's why you didn't respond.
That's why I'm apologizing because I should have watched it.
Lucas and Grandy both responded right away. It was very cute.
They laughed at a video, and so I didn't have my phone at the moment. I was helping put the baby down. I get back to my phone and I see the video and I see that they both laughed at it, and I instinctively thought, I don't need to watch this right now.
Oh, Dibs, I thought you were going to apologize for having an Android in the group chat because of you. It was a small video for us. We barely see it.
It was
just still funny though.
You guys can have your separate little Apple party if you want. Don't feel like you have to include me, especially when it's mean spirited.
By the way,
like
the video was not just of my son. We were decorating the tree, and so it was my son, my youngest son.
Yes,
it was me in a Santa hat, and then Penny the dog joined too. And all we were doing was the same thing that Lucas and I do every time you make a pick. That's all.
Is that from your phone? That's good audio.
No, I don't know my
high quality.
Oh, hold on.
So you had your 10-year-old son. That's pretty cute.
Yeah, the dog does not like it when we start doing weird things. Everybody who has a dog knows.
Sorry about my dog.
Yeah,
Hey,
dogs.
cut it out.
Dogs will start barking when you do weird stuff.
Sure.
Like what are you doing? That's not
Why
what you do.
Why are you two clapping, saying the word fade into the phone? I'm glad I didn't watch it last night because I wouldn't have appreciated it like I'm appreciating it now. Admittedly, I was running a little hot after that. Jerry Jeudy goes for 225 and Guru has Denver's defense.
Right.
And so not only do I lose a game that I had a 93% chance of winning at 4 o'clock on a Monday, and I know those things they're a little bit sinewy. They can go back and forth, but normally when you're 93%, you usually win those games. Even if somebody, goes on a mini heater. But what he did to me, my God, the Denver D and Jerry Jeudy, so I was mad.
There's a higher power at work if you haven't noticed. There you go. Come on.
3 marks at the end. Hey, knock it off.
Exactly. Anyway, who are you most frustrated with right now? Pick anyone.
No, I was racking my brain to think who it might be. I'm really not super frustrated with any Warrior. They got a winning record. They're the 4 seed. Of late, it's been a little tough. Giants feels like low-hanging fruit coming off that season. And the guy who I was most frustrated with is no longer here.
Yeah, except for he's interviewing for a gig apparently with the Dodgers right now.
And good for him and good for them. How's that going to work out for you this time around?
Probably pretty good.
The only name I can think of is Deebo Samuel because you come at the kicker and then you face push the holder. And since you did that, you've been a big nothing burger on offense. And I know your kick returns were pretty cool and you fumbled. To me, that's the guy I'm probably most frustrated with.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. Well, you know what? I'm gonna let our caller say it, and then we can have a further conversation. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. Thank you for calling. What's up?
I'm doing fine. You know what? That dog on your video, I'm pretty sure he was saying, that's enough for me, dog.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you. That's exactly right, Jose.
Exactly
He was
right.
barking it out. That's enough for me, dog. Bark. Listen, personally, I hate that not because of his resume, because he has a resume to back up, his ego, but because of his personal decisions, Kyle Shanahan. Okay, him saying that he still has faith on Sorensen, forget about it. I mean, the guy's got to go. Okay, and this thing with the kicker, I mean, why is he sticking up for him? The guy, I know he's a third-round pick, but if you let go Trey Lance, which cost you 3 first-round picks, this guy has pictures of you or something that, is compromising, because the guy really stinks. I mean, the guys that they brought in to cover for him while he was injured did a much better job. This guy is supposed to be one of the best in the league. I mean, unless, I don't know if him being a rookie, is his salary guaranteed if they cut him out? I don't know about that, but that guy has to go, man. He's cost us some regular season games. He's nearly cost us some playoff games, and in my book, he cost us the Super Bowl, okay? Because his misses allowed the Chiefs to concentrate on just tying the game instead of having to score a touchdown. So the guy is not good.
Well,
it's all in his head. He might have the leg, but it's all in his head.
Jose, thanks.
Yeah, there's 28th in field goal percentage.
Well, no, there's a conversation to have here.
Sure.
Jake Moody has missed 6 field goals this year.
Yep.
And
76%, which puts him at 28th.
He's also missed 3 games, though. Okay?
Right.
Now, I did a whole thing Sunday night on the Fox show about how the Ravens, they need to take a deep breath and do something that is probably very difficult to do.
No, it's unthinkable.
But they've got to do it.
He's 32nd
He's
in
missed
percentage.
8 field goals this year.
He's only ahead of Dustin Hopkins and the Legatron, Greg Zuerlein.
Yeah, like Justin Tucker, for years, best kicker in the league, great. Best kicker of all time, great. You've got playoff games to go win, and this dude is on a mental journey right now. You can see it in his face when he walks out on the field. He knows he's going to miss, and he's right. So the Ravens have got to go get a new kicker, and they've got to do it now. And if I'm going to come at Justin for 8 field goal misses, I'd argue 6 misses in 9 games versus 8 misses in 13 games is pretty similar. And do you know how many field goal attempts 49ers kickers have missed this year, not named Jake Moody?
0?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Including Mitch Wisnowski, who's 1 for 1.
1 for 1.
Yep.
Matthew Wright, 3 for 3. Anders Carlson, 5 for 5. So, and by the way, Carlson, 2 for 2 from 50 plus. Jake Moody, 2 for 5. I would say if this season does in any way get back on track and you're still having Moody problems, I don't know, man. I may make up a new injury and just put Carlson back in. I don't know about the bigger picture for Jake Moody, and I'm going to acknowledge like at least one of the misses was a 55-yarder in the blizzard.
Yep.
I get that. I understand that. But look, to me, a kicker, you don't have to use data. You use your belly. When the kicker walks on the field, are you feeling confident
How do you feel?
or not?
Yeah.
And when he walks out on the field, I'm not.
Yeah.
At all.
Well, he's 28th in percentage, and if you have a red zone offense that struggles to score touchdowns, you're going to need a kicker to do really well at making field goals. And he hasn't had a great year. The one other piece is his kickoffs are pretty good. He's 12th in kickoff average. So as you look for a kicker who can actually touch it back, the other guys you mentioned who the Niners had this year, neither one of them was really great at getting the ball all the way to the end zone.
That's fair.
That is part of it, but I do think as you look into the offseason, you start to figure out your order of changes needed. I just don't know if Moody is at the top of the list, but he's moving up the list.
Well, I mean, maybe that's a part of the next 5 games as well. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
like
tryout.
Yeah, like this is an audition as well. But you watch NFL games. If you can't be consistent from 50 to 55, you're not good enough to do this anymore. That's a what did you say it was? It's like a 75% proposition now in the league.
The 50-yarder.
50 to 55.
Yeah.
That's a I'm not going to call it a chip shot, but that's something that you got to make that. You got to make that.
The Detroit kicker, 5 for 5. You get a lot of 10 for 12. The Pittsburgh kicker.
The Detroit kicker, I think, missed his first field goal of the year last week.
19 to 20. Nick Folks only missed once as well. So,
I have a question for you, and I need a straight answer.
Okay, I'll see if I can do it.
You want to do this again tomorrow?
I do want to, yeah.
Will you?
No.
Okay.
2 questions.
Grandy, well, follow up. Quick aside.
I got a little family thing I got to tend to.
You do. So we'll see you on Thursday. Grandy is not only going to do tomorrow, but he's also going to do Warriors Live. Warriors and Nuggets is just over an hour away here on 95.7 The Game. It is all brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live.